Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 21. I am CCP Overload, and this is the final day. We've gone from 32 teams down to just 12, and of those 12, only 4 remain undefeated. That is the Tuskers, Meta Reloaded, Evasive Maneuvering, and Paper Numbers. Each of those yet to drop a match. And we have 8 other teams who have dropped a match, but they are still fighting to continue their run through Alliance Tournament 21. We have CCP Kestrel on the desk, and we have Starfleet Commander on the desk. CCP Kestrel, some highlights so far of the weekend from you?
Seeing Truth on the Light get knocked out with like only 1 win, and so because Test Alliance went through the feeder round, Test Alliance is actually winning more prizes than Truth on the Light this year.
Oh no, that's
they're a higher
unfortunate.
seed now, technically, for next year.
Oh yeah. Oh no, that's really terrible for them. Anyway, we have our next match of the day, which is going to be Deepwater Hooligans and Psychokids. So before we get to the bands, let's take a little bit of time to learn a bit more about these teams. They have it. So these teams, all the teams today, top 12. So they're all doing really well. All of these guys are going to be prize ship enjoyers. The prize ships this year are super cool. There's a Tech 3 destroyer, sorry, and essentially a Tech 3 battle cruiser, which is kind of ludicrous when you think about it. But I'm excited to see how these things get used in practice. Shall we take a moment and look at the bands for this upcoming match? And I will grab my patented band stick. Nothing jumps out untoward here. I mean, we see the classic Raven Navy ban. It was super popular after we saw a couple of teams get dunked by it yesterday. The Zarm has been the #1 ban of the tournament so far, followed very closely by the Zenithaf over here. Starfleet Commander, what do these bans say to you?
I mean, I always like to look at the time as well. The red team, Deepwater, 24 seconds for the first banned battleship. Clearly both teams just want to get out a lot of the cores out the way. 10 seconds, 10 seconds. That means they already kind of had a plan. They could have clearly wanted to ban again, both gens as well. And obviously Deepwater responding with the Raven Navy issue. As you said, we saw that yesterday. Everyone's been using it quite well against other battleship comps. Obviously, but we did see Tuskers completely control it yesterday and defeat, with an Enigma set up with the CFIs, wasn't it? And the Hugging and stuff. So it can be defeated, but we're definitely seeing both these teams not wanting to fight any of the major core battleships.
Yeah, and CCP Kestrel, the Tuskers yesterday and the day before, we've seen 2 versions of the Tuskers so far. We've seen the Tuskers excellently execute with this setup against the triple torpedo Raven Navy issue. Just pure skill, they executed perfectly. We've also seen them almost drop a match on day 1, rather unexpectedly, when they kind of fumbled the bag. Why are we seeing such different performances from this team?
I think the Tuskers, they have a setup that's also like very high execution. So even just making like a small little mistake and sometimes like just bring the whole setup down. I'm sure they might just be like, I think Tuskers have probably scrimmed like hundreds of times. So I don't want to say that they're rusty. Maybe it was just nerves or something. Or maybe it was just like a matchup they weren't quite expecting. Some of these other like untested teams might be bringing things that are slightly different to what they've scrimmed for, and those like small differences might actually make like a little bit of a difference in terms of like performance.
Yeah, especially on that first match of the tournament. It was the first match of the tournament, so you're live, first time. You haven't played in a match really since the year before, because by getting top 4 last year, you get straight into this year. You don't have to go through the feeders, so it's their first time playing in a proper tournament match per se for a year. So I guess maybe nerves just got to them in that match. But they won, and we'll see them later on today. All right, let's head into the arena for the first time of the day for Deepwater Hooligans versus Psychokids.
Okay. Hello, I am moderator, joined by my colleague here, CCP Ren, for the very first match of Alliance Tournament Day 3.
Day 3 and the final day. We're looking at Deepwater Hooligans in the red team, I have confirmation that Jason Flamerad is in their flagship Balgorn, and they're facing down Psychokids in blue.
Yeah, Psychokids having a triple NAPOC comp supported by Oracles. That's going to be a lot of long-range projected, either from Scorch or if they really want to brawl your face, Conflag. We've seen that the Dominics and Balgorns have typically been kind of an energy neutralization fit, so it's going to be a case of can they, punch through the Balgorn before they end up losing all that capacitor, and I would not be surprised if the very first thing that all of these ships decide is that Amar Victor is going to rush it down and just chew through the Balgorn. The Sentinels are going to do their very level best to apply tracking disruption and neutralization pressure, but two Navatas are going to struggle to keep up a Balgorn under 5 sets of heavy
guns. Yeah, exactly. We are looking at the match almost going underway, and we'll have a look at what is their primaries. Let's find out. We are seeing immediately drones deployed. They're heavy drones.
Yeah, no surprise there. Actually, it looks like the Dominics actually is going to be the immediate primary. That's getting all the paints and the paints here, but now the webs. Oh, hard grapples getting onto the Balgorn, not able to web down anything. These Napocs are completely unscreened. That's one of the downsides you have of taking double Sentinels Pontifex Magus is you just have an Ishtar. You can't screen that many targets coming in. There is a web on the Oracle, but the Navy Apocs are in at 0. However, this Balgorn is actually burning away. They really only have hard tackle on the Dominixes.
They do. On the other hand, we can see that all 3 of the Navy Apocs have been tracking disrupted. One of the Oracles is the target, but they're now switching. Deepwater is now switching over to shooting one of the Navy Apocs of Psychokids.
Yeah, they had originally tried Alusha, who had been the primary, but Alusha had been pretty smart about wanting to burn away and to pull range. Now we just see a cloud of the side of Deepwater Hooligans dropping heavy drones, trying to put them on top of Jim Raynor, but essentially, this Marine, Jim Raynor, he is just gunning down the Dominics, dropping a tactical nuke of 5 battleship guns of damage onto that potato.
I was going to say, Akov's toes.
Oh, and that Akov does hit an MJD. He gets out into low armor.
That was necessary because he was dropping like a brick. Immediately, though, we see the switch over to the Dominics of Riberico, who is taking similar damage, but we'll see if they can chew through that Navy APOC before they start losing some of their big ships.
Yeah, actually, I mean, if these Dominixes are able to just get out in 10% armor like Akov did and then just deploy sentries, they might just buy enough time to make this trade work. We can see that the attack bar for blue in these Navy Apocs is more substantially in their favor, but over time the Balgorn newts, the Dominics newts may have a bit of an effect. However, Jim Raynor is kind of stabilizing in about half armor at this point.
He's not dropping as hard, and we see the Dominics of Riberico dropping a lot faster in the middle of those gunships.
And not hitting an MJD. It looks like he's just going to go down. That's a hard scram, not able to MJD out.
He is scrammed, so he just can't activate that MJD, and with that, they might just lose a chunk of their damage. Deepwater Hooligans does.
Yeah, first blood goes to the side of Psychokids. I mean, they played excellently in their last matches. They've clearly brought this NAPOC setup before to great effect, and now Jason Flamrod is going to be the primary damage. He's going to get conflag down between all these sets of battleship guns. Now getting on top of him as there's hard tackle from Vic still in the Mauler.
I agree with that. It's the big target in the middle of all your big gunships, and those tracking disruptors aren't going to do anything to stop that incoming damage. Yeah,
I mean, you can really try to tracking disrupt, and that works to a point, right? But when they're on top of you at 0, not so much.
Not so much. We do see, however, the entire lower end of Psychokids is neuted out. There's newts on the Oracles, there's newts on the Maulers for a second, there's newts on the Inquisitors. So Deepwater is really trying to just neutralize the lower end of Psychokids as they try and punch through that Navy APOC. Except the Navy APOC really isn't going down yet.
Yeah, Jim Raynor, like I said, he was stabilizing, but now it's been a slow bleed as there's a ton of drones on top of him. Those are going to be these Praetors and these Warriors, a lot of just heavy drones now, Berserkers on top of him. Jason Flamrod, one of the issues of being in a drone comp, though, is that there's no Logi drones to support Jason. I mean, 2 Navatas can't do it. You need a set of Logi drones, but Jim Raynor is going to go down. But so is Jason at about the same time, and that's a flagship down for the side of Deepwater Hooligans.
Yeah, there it goes. They lose the trade, and Jim Raynor is still up. Despite that, I just took a look at the Inquisitors, and I didn't see any repairs coming out from them, so they might have been neutered out, but it doesn't matter, as they lose another big chunk of their damage with that flagship down, and a lot of neutralizing pressure as well.
Yeah, even if Jim Raynor does go down here, we're kind of at the point where now Robin Lynx is getting absolutely just demolished. We're going to see probably an assault damage control hit fairly soon, but I mean, Robin's going down so fast. Jim will go down here, but we're at the point where if you look at the defense bar for Red, really on the side of Deepwater Hooligans, they've got nothing left in the tank. It's pretty much all controlled here by Psychokids.
I was going to say, those guns look to be really well controlled with all those tracking disruptors, but when you then just decide to go in and meet all those guns face on, it doesn't matter anymore. And everything is grappled down, it's not moving, so the tracking speed doesn't matter, and then you just lose to overwhelming damage.
Yeah, I mean, those neutralization compositions, they need time to work, and something that double Oracle, triple APOC doesn't give you is time. We're talking well over 5,000-6,000 damage of Conflag on top of you at 0. I mean, Akov did a really, really good job early on in the match when he hit the MJD, and he's been buying time being able to apply his drones, sitting at an MJD beacon. I really wish the rest of Deepwater had taken his cue.
Yeah. Yesterday, someone described it as the most cowardly thing you can do by retreating backward, but it's also the most intelligent thing you can do. And I really appreciate the intelligent play from Akov there to jump when he wasn't scrammed.
Oh, and actually, he hits another MJD beacon, so he's gone from one of the beacons to yet another corner beacon. Akov stows, he's actually regenning shield just because he's just not taken any damage this entire time, really since he was the initial primary and broke free.
We can see the Mauler of Garlum and the Oracle of Ololosha burning after him, probably trying to deal some damage, but smartly jumping away from the incoming masses, and you'd imagine he's trying to do that again.
And here now Ryan Rowe has been grappled. That's the Sentinel on top of Catastrophic's Navy APOC getting grappled down. And there's now a ton of drones onto that Sentinel. The battleships probably can't track that Sentinel worth anything, I say, right as it gets hit by a wrecking shot. So Caster's cursed once again.
Yeah, but they should have enough control at this point. There should be some neutralizers, some grapplers. Those Maulers are still in play, which we haven't even mentioned yet. Psychokids have 2 Maulers. If those get on top of anything, it's locked down. And then the big guns can do big gun things. Yeah,
speaking of big gun things, yet again, Akov Stows hit an MJD again because there was one of these ships like a Mauler chasing him down.
Yep.
And the Mauler is actually what got the initial tackle here, Ren, was they had gotten on top of the Balgorns and the Dominixes. Again, there's just too many ships for the Balgorn. We talk about these officer webs and how far they can hit, but usually you can really only have 1 or 2 of them fit, and you just can't keep Maulers, Oracles, and Navy APOCs from getting on top of you. It's too much too quickly.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday as well with one of the compositions that brought triple Tor Ravens, and it just rushed one of the flagship balls down. They're good ships, but you want them at range, and so you can actually control that range. We are just looking at Psychokids mopping up, chasing after what little they can, what little is left for Deepwater. It's not much at this point.
No, I mean, and Deepwater Hooligans, yes, they're going to go out here, but they've earned themselves top 12 in Alliance Tournament 21.
Yeah.
So they're going to be going home with, I believe, at least 4 of the Skua and the Anhingas, the Alliance Tournament 21 prize ships.
I don't know the exact numbers, but they are prize ship enjoyers.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yep. And the side of Psychokids, they're going to get to live to fight. They're going to make it at least top 8 here with this win, and they're going to continue on in the lower bracket. And they've been tearing through it, haven't they?
They have been looking absolutely strong. They dropped down. I forgot who against, but since they dropped down, they've been taking their fights pretty much clean sweeps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it had been a case of this team of Psychokids having a lot of Russian members having gone down earlier to Faffy Waffy's core of evasive maneuvering, who's still on the upper side of the bracket.
No
really
shame
well,
in that.
No shame whatsoever. Good fights here in local as both teams are congratulating each other on a very well played match. And I'm not upset if I'm the side of Deepwater Hooligans.
No.
This is better, I believe, than they've really ever done in recent memory.
Top 12 in the AT is, again, nothing to be ashamed of.
Right.
They are also prize enjoyers. They might have wanted to go a little bit deeper, but, well, they didn't make this one. They got rushed down by the big guns of Psychokids. There's good fights in local. People wishing each other a happy Totality Day, which might be a bit late, but here we are. Last minute, ticking down as the Psychokids are still hunting down Akov Stos in that Dominix. He was the first target. He got squeaked out, and he's still out there jumping from beacon to beacon.
How poetic would it be if Akov Stos here actually survives yet another 36 seconds, continuing on the tradition he's made so far of just hitting MJD beacons, not dying. That said, though, we can see a little bit of the Scorch, burning down that plating as he's just got a little bit of sliver of structure left, and he's not going to make it.
He is not going to make it. With that, Psychokids take it with 20 seconds on the clock, and we'll let the desk analyze this match further.
The run is over for Deepwater Hooligans as they go out of the tournament. First to leave today, and 12 becomes 11. Interesting matchup, Starfleet Commander. When we came in, we saw one team had a chunky, full girth control bar and
you could say that.
quite a minute attack bar. And on the other side, the Psychokid side, massive attack bar. Blackbird Pirate pointed out there was a couple pixels available.
It was just short.
Could have been a little bit more
Yeah.
DPS, but it happened to be just enough. But not much control. And we were talking like. There's a lot of DPS coming from that side, probably at 6,500 DPS. That is just a huge amount. And Deepwater tries to control it down, but at the end of the day, it was just too much to control.
The problem is like what Deepwater has as a problem now when they come up against this. Right, well, they're not going to tank, pretty much. So they have to think, okay, we need to mitigate the damage. They had 2 Sentinels, right? But the APOC navies are going to go in on you anyway. So TDs for them, that's not worth it. Put them on the Oracles, yes, try and get them in. I didn't really think the Balgon did much in that, and the Dommies, I just think they kind of were up against it from the beginning, and I don't think they had a chance, really.
Yeah, and CCP Kestrel, we saw just a lot of energy neutralization warfare in that match. You saw the entire Psychokid side were being muted, and this is a bunch of cap-heavy ships. So I think Deepwater trying to rely on shutting them down. Now, we have an infographic we can throw up about energy neutralization, so maybe we can just talk over that when it comes up. But energy neutralization is definitely one of those E-war in the game. This doesn't look like a graphic. Here we go. Let's try again. There we go. Oh, weapon disruption. We'll talk about that instead. Sounds good. So weapon disruption was also super important in that match. We saw a bunch of them coming from those Sentinels, as you pointed out. Now, then CCP Kestrel, why is this so important for ships like the Oracles and the Apocalypses?
Yeah, so the Apocalypses and the Oracles use lasers, which use a lot of cap. They also have generally less tracking than weapons like blasters and autocannons, so they're especially vulnerable to these weapon disruptors. The Psychokids team also didn't really have that much like low-end support that could like provide things like remote tracking computers or like remote sensor boosters, that kind of stuff. So they were actually very vulnerable to this kind of E-war.
Yeah, and when we saw it just like spread out across the entire team, although they had a huge attack bar, Starfleet Commander, only a small amount of that applying. But like we said, it was enough.
Yeah, no, I was going to say Deepwater chose to go for the Oracle at the beginning.
Yes.
Good target, but obviously as soon as it didn't die, they're in a bit of a pickle now. If they can't kill the Oracle, it's going to take them ages to kill one of the APOCs. I think they probably should have gone for maybe a Ponzi, get links down or something. We saw the Dominix. He was quite good. He got out. He wasted a lot of time. They got him down to really low armor, I think, and it almost destruction. He managed to jump drive out, so he wasted so much time. I think in that time, if Deepwater maybe went for the lower end and then sort of worked their way up, they might have had a better chance. And obviously having the Balgon doing newts onto the Apox to just made me get their cap out.
I feel like CCP Kestrel, the Oracle sometimes is such a bait ship because everyone knows the Oracle. It's quite squishy. It should be easy to kill. You're thinking we've got 2 Dommies and a flagship Balgorn. We've got sentries. We drop them. We should be able to just blap this Oracle. But it just did not die here. Why do you think it was able to survive so long?
Yeah, I mean, in an armor setup, an Oracle can actually be like relatively tanky if you put like a 1600 plate on it, like a damage control, maybe 2 like enams, and then it has like 2 heat sinks. It still does like a really respectable amount of damage, but it's still like not quite as tanky as maybe like another armor battle cruiser, but like maybe about the same tank as a Mauler or something.
Also quite fast as well.
Yeah,
they're quite quick as well.
Yeah, they're pretty hard to like lock down as well with like a slower ship.
Yeah.
So.
Awesome. All right, well, as we say, Deepwater are out, and Psychokids continue their run for more prize ships. Let's look at our next matchup, which is going to be Ragequit Cancel Sub versus Fraternity. So let's take a moment to learn about these two teams. All right, now let's take a look at the bans for this matchup between Ragequit, Cancel Sub, and Fraternity. So pretty standard bans. Start with the Commander once again. We see the common pairing here of the Hugin and the Rapier. And then this Armageddon, CCP Kestrel. We're starting to see the regular Tech 1 Armageddon getting banned a little more often. Why do you think that might be?
I think it's actually like probably a bit of a stronger neuting ship than the Armageddon Navy issue is, because it has the same neut bonus, but it's just cheaper.
Yeah.
Because it uses less points.
I like the rape and hugging bans. I think that's just a really good sort of all-round. It can be put into a lot of setups. Just get rid of that control. Like the Sleipnir ban as well, and obviously the Seno standard, Zarmazan standard. I think these are very like kind of good bans in general.
So if you look at the blue bans, like Hugin and Rapier, so
and the Times,
pretty quick, and then Apoc Navy. So this is a ship that projects really well, especially out to like kiting shield ships. And of course, the Hugin and the Rapier are ships that will very effectively stop you from kiting. So, I mean, is this telegraphing some sort of kite setup they want to bring?
Potentially, but I think we still have like the Loki and the Nighthawks as well. So we still have like a ham rush thing. We still have the Raven open as well, and obviously the Armageddon Navy issue is still open as well. So there's still some battleship cores out there as well. So I think I reckon we're going to probably see Armageddon Navy issues. I think that's most likely.
Armageddon Navy issues?
Yeah.
You think triple battleship?
I think so. I mean, a lot of people are flying it, obviously, at the moment, and it's really strong. But then the risk is that the Raven is still on the table as well.
Yeah. CCP Kestrel, what do you think here?
Yeah, there's also the Typhoon fleet issue.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we're going to see like Armageddon Navy issues most likely. Maybe some Cruise Foons.
Cruise Foons are good.
Yeah.
But they don't have the Hugging or Rapier.
Yeah.
So you have to get a hyena there on a vigil or something.
Some paint, something.
Yeah, you need some application, otherwise it's not going to hit. But you can still make it work with hyenas, but the hyena pilot needs to be absolutely on point because he has a lot less margin for error. I don't know if we're going to see later on today someone bring some sort of hard counter that we haven't quite predicted yet into some sort of triple battleship core. We did see, of course, Tuskers use essentially medium guns to do it yesterday against the Raven. It was a Raven, but they have had, as we spoke on the desk yesterday, they've had
they've done this before.
5,000 hours of practice doing that setup, and it needs to be ran cleanly, perfectly, no mistakes. Otherwise, we saw it was Flak Inquisitor, wasn't it, in the Huggin, flying absolutely perfectly. But one mistake that he makes, and it all just falls apart.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's head into the arena for the second time of the day. Ragequit, Cancel Sub versus Fraternity.
Welcome back to the arena for Ragequit, Cancel Sub in red and Fraternity in blue, and both teams have brought quite similar setups with triple Navy Armageddon for Ragequit Cancel Sub, supported by Pontifex's Hyena, the T2 Logi frigates, Deacons, and a Purifier for some extra damage.
Yeah, however, Fraternity has really gone with the same kind of archetype, but of course bringing their flagship Balgorn instead of that last Armageddon Navy issue you might see in the Kingslayer setup. So the top end of these cores looking very, very similar, some of the support looking very similar, but an arbitrator in Caspe Hanando, I'm wondering, are those going to be guidance disruption? Because I hope so if I'm the side of Ragequit Cancel Sub, otherwise I've sunk some points into a ship that won't do much of anything. The Hyena of Exor Doomy is going to be at a bit of a back foot here. The Hyena cannot web, further than the Balgorn here, and if I'm that Hyena, I need to probably break away. Let's see what he does off the jump. He does burn away, and the Vexers from the side of Fraternity are trying to go get initial tackle, not having any sort of hard screen the same way. Okay, and the triple Navy-Geddons are making a hard break for the main core here of the side of Fraternity, going after Trump's Bloodthirst, wisely not going after the flagship off of the jump, using that extra damage from the Purifier. Triple Battleship with the Purifier, you can break before you end up losing your clip.
Yeah, we see Fraternity going after. Well, they put some scrams and a grappler on Debug in his Navy Armageddon, but we see them go after the low end, Exord Yumi in the Hyena, and even Toastrod in the Deacon.
Yeah, and that's just going to be the power you really are going to have with these Balgorn webs, and that was just double Balgorn webs on a Hyena. There was nothing really even near it, and the Deacons did their very best, but Hyenas are not exactly known for their tank in really having just not much by the way of low thoughts. And the Purifier, again, there's not like any sort of Vexer on top of him at 0. That's literally just Balgorn webs and the heavy rapid heavies that are clipping into that Purifier. But speaking of rapid heavies clipping in, look at Trump's Bloodthirst. It's getting rather low. Very, very thirsty for the side of the Armageddon Navy issues. And if you trade an Armageddon Navy issue for Hyena Purifier, I'm not hating it. That's a decent trade. We can see the attack bar is still maxed out. They're not going to clip out just yet, and they do kill it before they have to reload here.
There we go. We do indeed see a trade for some of the lower end against one of the battleship cores. That still leaves Ragequit cancels up with 3 of their battleships, and it just leaves Frat with 1 battleship and a flagship Balgorn.
Okay, and now the Berserk, the heavy drones from the side of Ragequit Cancel Sub are going after, it looks like, a Vexer here. They're wisely realizing, hey, we can't actually break another battleship with what remains in our clip. We have to take out a Vexer. And this is what we're talking about earlier when we were mentioning clip discipline, right? So we've got Balgorn, Webs, and Newts onto the Deacons of Ragequit Cancel Sub. Meanwhile, we have Armageddon Heavy, bonus Newts onto the 2 Deacons. Really both sides doing their level best to really disable any sort of logistics power just via way of Newt.
We do see that Toastbrot is the primary of Fraternity, and I think they might be going in there a little bit blindly, chasing after something they can't kill, because there's a cloud of rep drones on him. He is webbed, he is being shot at by everything, but they couldn't break him, and now they're switching targets. Now they're switching off, and we can see that the just...
Well, they didn't switch off so much as they lost that first Vexer, and when that Vexer died, they didn't have critical mass in order to continue. So that was Webs and Newts that were on top of the Deacon, and now that Toastbot is completely unwebbed, he's being able to 10-man his life, and that's both of the tackle Vexers from Fraternity that were harassing those Deacons. Right now, Ragequit Cancel Sub is completely in the driver's seat. The heavy... Rapid Heavies have completely reloaded. They're going through Xi, Urdice, Pontifex. That's going to be 1 link off of the grid here. I would be expecting the Magus to go here, and it is immediately the next target. Ragequit Cancel Sub playing this textbook clinically against a flagship setup. The difference here is that you don't have a third Armageddon Navy. Yep. You bring a Balgorn, and the Balgorn, it was able to web the Hyena and the Purifier away, but you lack the clip damage that Ragequit Cancel Sub had to take out the low end. That
was a crucial trade from the start, and they just lost a third of their damage output. Is there also something to say where the Balgorn has guns and meshes differently with the Navy Armageddon clips?
Yeah, no, 100%. That's the difference where the Balgorn, yes, it's going to have officer heat sinks, it's going to have officer guns, it's going to do a ton of damage, but it's about when the damage applies and when it happens.
We can also see, speak of damage applied, I don't think that Balgorn is applying anything, because we can see Kaspai and Hadano in the Arbitrator has tracking disruptions on that Balgorn. It might not be hitting any of the smaller things there.
Yeah, it was getting webs to all of the small things, but
There's no small things left.
No, and I mean, Kaspai, Hadano, we were talking earlier about how at the beginning of the match we would see that did it actually bring the right systems? And it had guidance disruption for the Navy Armageddon. It did have tracking disruption for the Balgorn. Yep. It's been playing absolute havoc, and there was just nothing really that the Fraternity team could really do about it. Yes, you want to go after the Arbitrator, but they had to go after the Deacons first. They had to go after the Hyena and the Purifier first. Yep. And when they simply weren't able to break the Deacons, losing the 2 Vexers, they were never going to be able to break the Arbitrator. And it's really just a slow snowball from here, where this Navy Armageddon of Astralis #1 is going to go down, and then Flayden is not tackled, but there's still another 4 minutes and change on the clock. I wouldn't be surprised if Flayden is the next primary, trying to get blood on that Balgorn here.
Yeah, when leaving something else on grid to maybe loot it before the match ends. But we do still see a reasonable attack bar for Ragequit cancel sub. I didn't really see them reload. Is that all drone damage that's now falling off as the drones are moving to their next target?
Yeah, drone damage is oftentimes not fully credited for how powerful it is. I mean, those Navy Armageddons, they're often thought of kind of either as gunboats or as really missile boats, but they do have very, very potent drone base, and disrespecting those has gotten a number of teams in trouble. So far, it's really been carrying them in between when their clips had to reload. And again, clinical showing here from Ragequit cancel sub. Yeah,
I agree. They took out what they needed to take out. They saved their low end from harassment, and the low end kept the Armageddons topped off so far. And their links are still intact, which they took away from Fraternity. And right now it's just a race to see who can lock down the other's core first, or, well, in Fraternity's case, what's left of the core.
Yeah, if I'm Flayden here, we're actually seeing an MJD play from these from Larynx Astrane trying to get heavy newts. So the actual kind of newt play here is interesting, where the Armageddon actually has further range newts than the Balgorn, but the Balgorn has more effective newts. So we see a long-range grapple and long-range newts on Flayden trying to cap it out. And where this Flayden is, he's not anywhere near an MJD beacon to try to deny that loot. We're seeing the Pontifex, the Deacon, and the other Armageddons just slowly approach, just menacingly converging on top of Flayden. And I think Flayden is about to get absolutely flayed as we see the armor starting to peel away as those explosions are racking its armor.
I would like to point out that both Deacons are not in position to even remotely start saving Flayden from the damage that's now rolling into him. They are on the other side of the arena. It's still 2.5 minutes, so it might never have saved them, but it could have been a play here, I feel.
Unfortunately, I mean, they're going to try coming in now, but as soon as they do, they're just going to get heavy neuted out here. And the Balgorn here, we're seeing just a cloud of angry, heavy drones chase after as we see explosive and thermal missiles. EM missiles as well, just knock it out. It's down into hull. And with 2 minutes left and a heavy grapple, Flayden is doing his best to heat away with that officer micro warp drive, but it's not going to be enough. He does go down into hull. We see a little bit of active repping, but it does go down with 2 minutes left, and the Deacons are nowhere near to deny loot. We see the Deacons and the Pontifex close from Ragequit cancel sub to scoop that loot on what has to be one of the most expensive, if not the most expensive, Balgorn we've seen all of today.
Well, the most expensive one was almost 200 bill?
Yeah, that's about kind of par for the course. I realize the most expensive one to today, we've only had a couple of matches, but that Balgorn will likely stay very, very expensive. I'm sure the desk will have that one to show, because Fraternity, we know they have those Tobias maximum officer tier webs. They've got access to the best modules that you could possibly want for a Balgorn.
Yeah, we see good fights in local. Well wishes into the next matches for Ragequit cancel sub, which is classy from Fraternity. I would like to point it out, that is a classy move. We do see one of the Deacons now grappled, neutered, held down. Optimus Mecha might not be living much longer in this arena grid.
Yeah, and with a minute left, I want to give credit to the Fraternity team. Yes, they're going to go out here, but many people, myself included, thought that the best Chinese-speaking team this year was going to be, NERV, the team that had broken away from Fraternity, and Fraternity actually doing better than NERV this Alliance tournament and proving us wrong, making top 12 and having a really excellent showing. Credit to them going far deeper than I think many would have expected.
Yeah, credit to Frat. Credit to Ragequit cancel sub, who is going to take this match as they take down Mashang Huijiao of Frat, and with that loss, we'll send it back to the desk for analysis.
A good book. This is what Ragequit have been doing. Refusing to lose, refusing to go out. Another excellent win, knocking Fraternity out of the tournament and killing a flag Balgorn in the process. CCP Kestrel, tell me about that matchup.
Yeah, so it was kind of like almost like a mirror matchup with like a few key differences. We saw Fraternity like try to go on the low ends, like they killed the Hyena, then they kind of struggled to kill Purifier and Deacons for a bit, whereas Ragequit Council Sub went for the high end, and they were actually able to like kill off one of the Navy Armageddons, which then they just kind of snowballed, and I feel like Fraternity just didn't get enough done on the low end to be able to like catch up.
It's a risk though for Rage, because if they don't get the kill and the clip, then it's basically like GG's at that point. They have to completely switch their game plan out. I do think that Fraternity had a chance to win, and we were talking about it when the game was going on. Like, I just think that maybe the Vexers weren't neuting, or like they just kind of lost momentum or something. They got the Hyena down quite quickly, I think it was.
Yeah.
Took ages, like you said, on the Purifier. I think he took a lot of damage. The right idea was to go for the Purifier, or maybe the Pontine, get the links down, and then maybe once you got the links down, then it maybe go for one of the Geddons or something.
Yeah.
But I'm not too sure how they could have. If they didn't break the Purifier, then they're struggling.
Yeah, I think Ragequit, they took a little bit of a gamble. It obviously paid off, but they decided to try and clip down one of the Navy Geddons from the get-go. Now, they have 3 versus 2 in a flag battle, but those are running rapid heavies. So once those run out of their clip, they're going to stop firing. And we saw that Navy Geddon on the Fraternity side was dropping closer and closer, and then the damage bar on Ragequit started to chunk down as the different Geddons started to run out of ammo.
I'm pretty sure he died at the end.
Yeah, I
probably
think
only like a couple of shots left from both
a couple of extra heating cycles of reps or something on that thing. It probably survives.
They'll definitely heating as well. And also, if they killed the Purifier earlier, if they actually got the Purifier down earlier, I actually think he would have survived for sure.
Yeah. The Fraternity flagship Balgorn, of course, died as well. And I believe we can take a look at the fit of the Fraternity flagship Balgorn. So let's see if we can throw that up. Okay, so this is the Balgorn as mentioned. So CCP Kestrel, tell me, what about flagships makes them special in the tournament?
So the flagship has, it can fit officer modules, not every type of module. For example, the reason why the Balgorn only has Tech 2 heavy energy Nosferatu is because you can't ignore the meta restrictions on those, but you can bring officer guns, you can bring officer webs, you can bring like dead space micro warp drives, you can bring a officer armor repairer, and it also means that you can also always bring it even if it's banned.
Yeah, that's the important part. All right, let's compare this to the Deepwater flagship, which died in match number 1. Let's see if we can throw that one up as well. Okay, so now
very different.
Very different. When we saw this appear on Zkill, I turned to our representative from Deepwater, Ali Aras, and I asked, are Deepwater having financial problems right now? The pilot of this ship actually lost a more expensive nano bar gas during the week.
I mean, this is the thing. We'll talk about this as well. When you have a flag bow, you just might as well at least drop like 10, 20 bill on it at some point. I mean, we've got true Sancho webs. They're just in people's cargo.
Because like one more win. One more win and you've got like hundreds of billions more in ships.
I mean, I think it's just like it's really a waste. I mean, I feel like if you're, like you said, it's your special ship. You should make use of it.
Yeah.
You know.
Do you think he got in the wrong one? This is just
maybe he's got in the wrong one.
This is a dolphin ship.
Yeah. Yeah. He just quickly panicked. Was like, oh, God,
there's like 180 bill Balgorn sitting in Jita, and he's like, oh, well, at least he didn't die.
He was just dragging like True Sancho's stuff into the. I was like, that'll work.
Well. Poor Deepwater. What a shame. All right, let's move on. So our next matchup is going to be a really exciting one, the one I've been looking forward to for the day, actually. It is Odin's Call versus Desync. Let's take a quick moment and refresh ourselves about these two teams. Yes, band guy's like, wait, what? Odin's Call? Odin is calling right now, and he's telling you to tell them, the beautiful people out there, about them. Oh, yeah, no, I misread the schedule. It's my fault.
It's wrong. No, you're wrong.
Listen, band guy, I will come back there. Our next matchup is Seker Matar versus Doro Sweetpunch. Let's see about these two teams. Thank you, Bangai, for putting the correct matches up. Doing a great job, as always. The people love Bangai.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just testing him.
Just
testing him. Yeah.
Make sure he's on his toes.
Yeah.
He's ready to go whenever needed.
It is funny because I called for it, they mic up in my headset to tell me what's going on, and it was just sheer panic. I could hear multiple people in there going, oh! And it turns out I just can't read. All right, let's look at the bands, Bangai, for Seker Matar versus Doro Sweetpunch. Oh, look at that, perfect timing, phenomenal job as always. Sentinel. We've seen the Sentinel get used quite often recently, Starfleet Commander.
It's good. It's a good little ship, I think.
Yeah.
It's quick. TDs, newts as well. Very dangerous for Inquisitors and things. But as always, whoa.
Oh, no.
It just disintegrated into me.
Give me my vans back.
I'll just take them all. I like, obviously, Hug and Rapier standard. Zarm, really good. Slep, good. Mordus. But yeah, looks like Seker Matar banning the Sentinel and Mordus as well. So
yeah,
and Arby.
And Arby as well.
Arby,
Lots of E-War off the field for them.
Yeah, this is almost all E-War. So we have the Maulus, Sentinel, Rapier, Hugin, and Arbitrator. So that's a lot of E-War off the field.
And all the battleships still for playing.
Yeah, and the EOS and Dominics are not banned, so the drone setup is completely open, I think.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, and Zarm, of course, our most popular ban of the entire tournament, and the Zenithaf being our number 2 ban. Probably in the next segment, maybe we can get a... Bangai, maybe next segment we can get a graph of the most popular bands of the tournament so far.
That'd be good.
I'm not going to ask for it right now. That would be pretty rude because there's not enough time. We have to go to the arena.
Quick, you'll take seconds. Go.
And there's no way he's ready for that. All right, to the arena.
Hello, I am moderator joined by CCP Ren for a flagship Balgorn here brought by the side of Doro Sweetpunch, who is going to have to punch through what appears to be quite possibly a Tinker setup with triple Golem Nighthawk. This is not a composition we've seen so much in Alliance Tournament this year. We've seen maybe one Tinker so far.
We've seen one in the feeders, and we've seen, I think, one in Friday or Saturday.
Yeah, we saw one just,
because I remember
yesterday.
one getting bumped. Anyway,
yes.
Doro Sweetpunch bringing their flagship Balgorn, piloted by Neo Ruby, double APOC navies, Pontifexes, Rikina, the captain in one of the deacons, helped by Jebediah Monolith. 2 Vexers and a Crucifier as low end. I'm not sure if those will survive. Triple Golem Paints and...
Well, it's very interesting that you would have Golem Paints and then you bring a Hyena and a Vigil Fleet issue. You do get bonus paints on top of that, but you have even more paints for extra more pain here. And then just looking at the damage type of these golems, we're going to be seeing that they are in fact fit with cruise missile launchers, to the surprise of probably no one. So able to hit the entirety of the grid here with the.
But they don't get the Bastion module that makes Marauders so good. So we'll see if they can tank, if they can survive that Balgorn and the damage output of those Navy APOCs. As the match is underway, and we immediately see the Crucifier putting a missile disruption on one of the golems.
Okay, we're seeing, maybe one GD here. This may not be a Tinker at all. We see that Tackle Man in the Vigil Fleet issue, very aptly named, is running across the arena, trying to get Tackle onto Auto M in the APOC Navy, actually getting a screen on top of Star Harrier. I would not be surprised to see a trade here getting rid of that Vigil Fleet issue as soon as they possibly can. And the APOC Navy is going to be the initial primary, to the surprise of probably no one here.
No, those golems going for the top end immediately. Yeah,
Double Deacon is going to need to get repairs onto that APOC as fast as it can.
There goes Tackle Man in the Fleet Vigil, scram webbed and then just painted and gone in a second.
Yeah, and the difficulty here is that Auto Roman here, this is actually not a Tinker setup at all. I thought they were, but those golems are actually not getting energy transfers to each other at all. So Balgorn of Neo Ruby is approaching, just trying to put paints onto things, and the Bantams are actually getting gunned down by the APOC Navy. I really like that call.
I was going to say, I like that decision. Remove the support, see what the golems can do without their lower end. As we see Burtok in the other Bantam now webbed and painted. Let's see if it can get volleyed as well.
Yeah, and again, these are just Balgorn webs hitting at 60 kilometers as they, just as they do as the Bantam gets down low into hull, and now just gets absolutely popped. The Deacon is getting primaried by some drones here, doing his level best to keep Auto M Rowan alive. Now Hyena being primaried here, I really like this. I would like to see after this try to chew through, I would believe, the Nighthawk here. If they can knock through the links here, it would be much, much easier to chew through the golems. I would like to get some Balgorn Newts really on top of that Nighthawk, which they are. The Nighthawk is going to be much easier to cap out than, a Marauder, which has an excellent capacitor, but it'll have 3200s for days. Nighthawk will have a lot more trouble. Once the Nighthawk goes down, that's going to be a lot less survivability off the grid here. But, I mean, the attack bar for red on the side of Seker and Matar, still sizable, losing all their support. It's really just there for reps. It's not that much damage. So only 26 points scored so far as that Navy APOC is getting scorched, bleeding some hull here.
Yeah, that Navy APOC about to go down, and I wonder if they'll still have the damage output to go through those golems, or even the Nighthawk, which seems to be large ancillary boosting himself.
I said it wasn't a Tinker setup, and then now we're seeing energy transfers finally applied to Lord Deathanol. So I might have spoken too soon. Auto M does go down here, and Lore is getting a lot of reps. So with that, Cruz is actually starting to apply to Jebediah here as well. Neo Ruby is really going to have to somehow spread out the capacitor to all of these ships here, as that Skybreaker of Havoc's Fist is actually doing a really good job of applying its Vorton extension to really clear off the drones that are on top of the core here of these golems and Nighthawk.
Yeah, they're all clumped up together, so that entire drone ball will get hit. But also their own, we can also see those golems brought smart bombs, so there's even more damage going out on those drones. We see that Ragequit in the APOC Navy is the next target for this big top end, while we see the golems, they just keep feeding cap into that Nighthawk, and that Nighthawk with its super high resist will just keep tanking. That's what I said. With the removal of one of their core battleships, I was afraid that they might not have the damage to chew through.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to need to see a bump somehow to just push that Nighthawk away from everything else, and then it will go down. But, I mean, if the Nighthawk sits on top of these golems at 0, there just simply isn't enough damage on the side of Doro Sweetpunch to punch through that. So, I mean, Ragequit is, surviving for a good amount of time here, but, like, either the Balgorn or something else is going to have to turn around and try to just bowling ball these golems
something
away. It's got to be something with battleship mass. Like a Pontifex isn't going to be able to do it for you. Nope. So you got to change up your game plan here if you're the Korean side of a Doro Sweetpunch, because what you're doing right now isn't going to work over time. Yes, you've got 5 minutes. I understand they're Balgorn newts, but it's golems energy transferring. It's 3 of them.
Yeah. Also, despite taking out the entire lower end, by losing that one Navy APOC, they are behind on points. Doro Sweetpunch needs to make something happen to get back into this, and whether that's the Nighthawk or the Golem, to be fair, I wouldn't mind to see a switch to one of the Golems and see how those tank, but those are also tanky.
Yeah, no, the golems are just very, very bonus to that active tanking, and it just simply isn't going to work that well. And you see,
but the Nighthawk might have higher resists, is what I meant.
Yes, it's going to have they're probably about equally awful for either of these APOCs or the Balgorn. It's going to be a game here of capacitor. Unfortunately, Ragequit is just not being able to be held up. We're seeing that the Skybreaker is actually doing a really good job of, over time, just clearing out all of these drones that were repairing that APOC right now. And these heavy armor maintenance bots, they're getting chunked, actually. As I lock them up, these heavy armor bots are down into hull here. As soon as those get cleared off by the Skybreaker, there's nothing really to keep up Red besides the Deacons, obviously.
No, and those Deacons are being harassed by an entire flight of Acolytes and Hornets. We can see Jebediah dropping low because I think Rakina has identified that they need to keep up Ragequit or they will lose the DPS race and the point race straight up. So they might be trading for
Atticus Copernicus is taking a lot of damage here. I mean, active tanking, yes, and as Jebediah is going down low into hull here, I just don't know if there's maybe not comms between Rakina and Jebediah saying, hey, like, yes, you have to keep my battleship up, but you lost the Deacon. The other Deacon's going to follow here. Yep. It's all falling
apart. And Rhea goes down anyway.
Yeah, it's all falling apart here for Doro Sweetpunch.
I agree. I don't think they have the damage or the cap warfare to go through this anymore.
Yeah, I mean, this is a gun Balgorn, so it's going to probably have about 4 guns, 3 newts, I would imagine. And 3 newts or 2 newts and a NOS here, as we see it on the Nighthawk, that effect as a NOS. But there's not enough time. They would have to kill a Nighthawk and a Golem with the Balgorn. And yes, we see a good damage bar from the Balgorn here, but Rakina is being chased off by a cloud of angry light drones here, and without a logistics buddy to keep it up, it's only going to be a matter of time before Rakina goes down.
Yes. Yeah. Also, those two Vexers have just been sitting at 0 on the Golems and the Nighthawk, and I think they have some cap warfare of their own. They have just gone all in and tried to neutralize the entire cap chain. It didn't work, and now they're slowly being picked apart by cruise Golems.
Yeah, it's painful to watch. There's not a lot of comps necessarily that, like, the cruise Golems. There's certain comps that the cruise Golems definitely do beat, and had these been maybe Navy Armageddons instead of Navy Apocs, where you're able to use your heavy bonus neutralizers to really grind out the capacitor of the Golems and the Nighthawks, this can play differently. But the Navy Apocs just simply do not have any utility really to pull apart this sort of a tinker.
Yeah, and we also didn't see the navigational option that you refer to, which is go Golem bowling. Unfortunately, we did not see that. They did not lose one of their cap transfers. They did not lose one of their links. And that's just capped up the entire house of cards for Seker Matar. A really good showing from them so far.
Yeah, we actually see some of the Vexers starting to burn away as there's drones chasing after them. Trying to now get tackle, it looks like, on the Skybreaker. And they do kill it, but
about 5 minutes delayed.
Yeah, man, that would have helped. That would have helped a good amount a very long time ago, but at this point in the match, it just isn't going to do anything. Neo Ruby, to his credit, will probably survive here just with the active tank that you do get on a Balgorn, but there are good fights in local. The Korean side of Doro Sweetpunch, realizing that they no longer have any real options to come back to the match. As you say that,
Neo Ruby is dropping fast and now clawing it back, but there's still a minute on the clock, and those are still 3 Golems and a Nighthawk punching into that ship.
Yeah, I wanted to believe in the Doro Sweetpunch. Rakina is a good friend of mine, and I talked to him at the beginning of this tournament when they were just trying to qualify. They said, hey, we'd be happy just to get into Alliance Tournament 21. And I said, no, you guys are better than that. I think you guys will qualify, and I think you can earn prize ships. And maybe the motivational speech worked, because they're going to make top 12 and earn 4 of each prize ship.
Yes, they did indeed mention that prize ships is the dream, and they could only hope. They knew they were the underdogs going in. They have some experienced pilots. They really showed their prowess here, and unfortunately they ran into the wall that is Seker Matar, who similarly has had an impressive showing.
Yeah, and I mean, Neo Ruby here, I mean, you would think that he would have gone down, but this is really the power of double officer reps just surviving under the just withering pressure of triple Golem. Not that it did him too much good, as Seker Matar is going to win this out on time and go to the top 8.
Yep.
And with that, we'll send it back to the desk.
Seker Matar pulling out the top secret Tinker tech and winning, knocking out Doro Sweetpunch in a match of all time. CCP Kestrel, what is a Tinker?
Yeah, so a Tinker setup, generally what they do is they like pull capacitor together. So all of those Golems that you saw, they all had like a large energy transfer fitted. The Nighthawk probably has one as well. And the idea is they have like extra large ancillary shield boosters on the Golems and the Nighthawk. And that way, when you run out of cap with the extra large ancillary, you can then run it off of cap charges almost indefinitely, because you've got like 3 other people feeding you cap constantly.
Yeah, and Starfleet Commander, you've faced a Tinker in matches before. Have people figured out how to beat Tinkers reliably?
Yes.
And how does one beat a Tinker?
Well, as we saw in the match there, they're all just balled together. Literally, they weren't even orbiting. I think they were just literally approaching each other. So just ram them. Literally just full pelt go into them, and we saw it happen a couple of days ago as well.
And
you just split them up, and they get out of range of the cap transfers, and the whole thing falls apart like really quickly.
Yeah, the cap transfers only have about 9 kilometer optimal range, so like if you can just like bump a ship like further than like 12 kilometers or so, it can just no longer transfer cap, and they don't have prop mods, so it takes them ages to get back in.
And the ASBs just use so much capacity. They probably have like, if they're even at full cap, they probably only have like maybe 1 or 2 cycles, especially on the Nighthawk, with using its own cap before it just runs out. But we saw the match at the beginning. It looked like the golems were losing because their whole bottom end was like dying completely. But then the golems got the APOC down, and then the DPS is like pretty much that's like a third of their probably more than a third of their DPS. And then at that point, they were still ahead in points, even with all the rest of their ships gone.
That's just floodplains down there.
Yeah, it literally is floodplains. It's just buying time. If they get some DPS down, they can just tank the rest of the game.
That Skybreaker did a ton as well, because that Skypicker was just like left alone the entire game, and it was just shooting like the rep bots constantly. It was just shooting damage drones constantly. Like it probably took out like a lot of their like rep potential as well as the DPS.
Yeah, I mean, it was a shame because we were watching one of the APOC navies at the start of the match. He sat still for about 45 seconds or so before moving. Now, if you've never played a tournament match, when you warp in, you can't move. Like the game won't let you move until the match starts. And if you do something like click approach, double click in space, whatever, it doesn't work until the match starts. But if you do it before, it still doesn't work. You have to wait till the match starts and then do it again. So you see it a lot, especially like maybe newer teams, and I believe Doro are a newer team in the Alliance tournament. Welcome, guys. You did a great job getting this far, by the way. Sometimes like double clicking, like the countdown's running and it's on like 1 second to go, you double click in space and start locking people up and your ship's just sitting there because you need to wait until it hits 0 and then do it.
I always used to just keep double clicking until the match starts. So just like keep double clicking until the whole ship starts moving, or like pre-micro warp drive before and just go. That's what I always used to do.
But regardless, it's their first run, Doro, and they get the Alliance tournament prize ships. So great job. All right, now it is time for Odin's Call versus Desync. So let's learn about these teams. This is a matchup we'll be looking forward to for most of the day. Odin's Call, super experienced team. They came second in Alliance Tournament 18. They performed really well thus far in this tournament. You have Desync. They've also got a bunch of really experienced guys from teams like Arrival, some from Volta, and we're expecting them to do pretty well as well. They knocked out THL yesterday in a really exciting matchup. I'm going to come to you first, CCP Kestrel. What are you expecting to see in this match?
I'm expecting to see like amazing piloting from both sides. It should be really fun to watch.
I think Desync have this sort of collection of lots of small gamers from TQ as well, and obviously some of the Volta players as well. I think Stiggy and Annie are on the team as well, and we've just seen them demonstrate that they have a good understanding of the meta as well. Obviously taking out THL, which is huge. So I mean, we can't discount Odin's Call. They are really good, like you said. They came second. So I really think the banning will be really important, I think, for this one, and it'll probably telegraph what both teams are thinking, and like maybe if they might try something new, or if they have something in their back pocket, they're probably going to bring it out now, I think. Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised to see either of these two teams in the final of Alliance Tournament.
No, yeah, for sure.
Like these are really good teams. Okay, let's take a look at the bans then for this upcoming match between these two incredible teams. Okay, so not too unsimilar bans, but I mean, look at this first ban here. Starfleet Commander, the Raven Navy. They
from really Odin as well. They just like Desync's done it like twice now, so they're just like, we're just going to do it. Just get rid of that. Dominic's Navy's good. Zarm's standard. You know,
it's been 97 bans of the Zarmaz this tournament so far. So super popular ban. Mr. Pumpkin is kind of in the way. But there you go. The Zarm's there.
Morlus APOC Navy carries. Morlus and carries are good.
Yep.
Get rid of the damps. That's nice. But still, we have the Hugin Rapier open.
And Typhoon Fleet, so Kingslayer is fully open.
Yeah, exactly. So Typhoon Fleet with its full setup and crews is completely open.
The EOS comp is also open too, because the Domi Navy is banned, but the regular Dominix isn't. And I think people would prefer the regular Dominix, don't they?
Yeah, that's an interesting ban, actually. I hadn't quite clicked that that's the Domi Navy, not the regular Dominix. Why do you think that one is?
Maybe it was like a misclick in the ban.
That would be quite funny.
I think Yeah, I think the Domi is better than the Domi Navy.
I do. I mean, the Domi Navy, obviously, if you put blasters on it in Python, it's got a bigly number, but
I'd rather have a utility. Though.
Yeah, me too.
I think most teams would rather have the utility high slots.
Maybe it's a mind game to like try and make them think the Dominix is banned, then you bring it.
I think we're going to see a Hugin. 100%.
Yeah.
I think one team's going to fly Hugin.
There's all the bonus webs and paints are available. I mean, Nighthawk's available, Loki's available. So both these teams are the type of teams that would like execute really well on like a high skill one, but then turn up with just a balls to the wall rush.
Yeah.
So we could see either right now.
I'm going to call Typhon Fleet issues.
Typhon Fleet issues?
Yeah, I think so. I think
because
the Huggin's open, it's like it's clean and easy, you know.
Yeah, Nighthawk like low-key rush is like fully open as well.
True.
So.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let's head into the arena for Odin's Call versus Desync.
Hello, I am moderator joined by CCP Ren here for what will be the last match to determine who will make top 8 and who will go out here in 12th. We see not one or two, but 3 potato mashers against an Abaddon and a Balgorn. Both teams have warped in at far ranges to each other. I would not be surprised to see the Dominixes immediately go for a sentry play here. But they might have to close a little bit. We're going to see that the Hugin is going to be kind of the trigger man here. As soon as he gets up, those paints and those webs at range, the Dominixes are going to be then able to fire their drones into whatever is held down, likely either a Pontifex, a Magus, or like a Vigil or a Thalia here.
Yeah, what do you expect from the Balgorn and Abaddons? What are their targets to go for?
You're going to have to try to punch through, I would assume, the length of that EOS. One of the things that you do have when you're running this Drone Dominix comp is that you only have EOS links, right? You don't have any of the other utility links you might get from the Pontifex Magus. You can fit more links total for more overall options than that.
The match is underway, and you are correct. We see Imperial Navy Curators dropped immediately, along with some bouncers. Let's find out what is the target here.
The Arbitrator here. That is an interesting target because the Arbitrator in this matchup just can't tracking or guidance disrupt anything. Drone setups really can't be hit by that. As I say that, the swap goes to the Magus here, which makes a lot of sense to me. You would try to get rid of the links, but being at these long warp-ins to each other, the Magus is going to be just at the very outside of kind of optimal, probably into fall-off of these Curators and Bouncers.
Correctly, and we see the Hugin being damped out by the Celestas of Desync, so they've lost the paints on some of the smaller targets as well. So we now see the sentries push into Gideon Zendikar's shields as the next target. Probably one of the few things they can hit with this Hugin being sensor damped to be unable to be effective at this point.
Yeah, I'm actually taking a look at Gideon Zendikar here. It looks like they're actually shooting at the sentries, and that makes a good deal of sense to me. Like, you're probably not going to be able to punch through too much else here at this range. Like Abaddon's, unlike their counterparts in the Navy Apocalypse, they have more damage, but they just don't have the range projection.
They don't have the range projection. They're very cap hungry, but Gideon Zendikar is tanking for now. I do agree with you. It is a good decision to take out these sentries, because we've seen in other matches with these drone comps, after they abandon the sentries and they deploy heavies, if they need to pick something off at range, they'll just scoop the heavies and reconnect to their sentries and pop something at range suddenly. So if you remove that option, you've removed a good chunk of options, you've removed a good chunk of possible DPS.
And frankly, if I'm Annie Gardet, commanding this Desync team, there's not a lot of good options to just go in off of the jump here, because the Abaddons, like you were saying, are very cap hungry, and these Dominixes have no guns. They're going to be entirely fit with either drone link augmenters to allow the sentries to have more drone control range, but also energy neutralization. Yep. And in a long attrition war of newts between the Dominixes and the Abaddons eventually will go cap dry. Pulse is getting some of his armor chipped away a little bit, but the Thalias of Nora and Blacktooth are making sure that they're on top of the ball and keeping Pulse and Howling Wind, just as the primaries are being swapped a little bit, are staying alive here.
We see Odin's Call go for one of the MJD beacons. They're slowly burning over. They're getting into position, and we can see the Desync team slowly move towards the center. Yeah,
Annie Gardet is trying to see if he can get Officer Webbs onto something ahead of being able to get onto the MJD beacon. Right now, he's got Alan, our Tesma, the Vexer, being webbed down, and Alan is very, very far away from that MJD beacon, now forcing the side of Odin's Call to make a decision. Do we abandon the Vexer, or do we stay here and try to just brawl it out with this Dominix?
It looks to me like those Dominixes are turning, and it looks to me as if they are now approaching Annie Gardet. They will try to go for that headshot, nuting him out completely with all that utility on those heavy, heavy Dominixes.
Yeah, we can actually see another Dominix has actually dropped a Republic Fleet Bouncer. The Abaddons having apparently scored some kills on that cloud of Curators and Bouncers that were dropped at the beginning, having inflicted some damage there. Like you said, the Dominixes are now completely just balled up right now, trying to approach and mash right into the Balgorn, but the Dominixes are being triple webbed off. Really good presence of mind here by that Balgorn.
Yeah, we see Psyblade being the first to take damage. He's slowly going into armor. He still has both Inquisitors right besides him, keeping him up. And at the other side, we see that the targets for those neutralizers coming from the Dominixes are going into the Abaddons, which we mentioned being extremely cap hungry, firing those mega pulses. And just trying to get in range with the micro warp drives probably took a good chunk of cap as well.
Speaking of Opacitor, we now see THB, Wildcat, and Urd trying to close range just a little bit to be in fall off of being able to apply reps to Psyblade. And that's going to be really the difference here. The longer the match goes, it's going to favor not just the newts that you have on the Dominixes, but Tech 2 Thalias versus the Tech 1 logistics of the Inquisitor is going to be a lot more sustained power. And Psyblade is getting his shields tested and is being webbed down. Does not have Zealot legs at all, going only 200 kilometers a second.
Yes, while we see, on the other end, the Vexers have streamed across. The Vexers of Odin's Call have streamed across. They're going after the Thalias of Desync. They're all the way in the back. They've completely managed to evade that battleship core. But somehow, still, Marine Rusker is the first one that goes down.
And there's a Hugin. Either he burned in and I just missed it, or
yeah,
that
he went
Hugin
all the way around.
or he MJD'd, because that Hugin is deep into the back line trying to get
all the way around.
He really did. Good on him. And he's trying to get webs onto the Thalia. If he can get Blacktooth Tony, and he's now painted, if that Thalia goes down to the trigger of these drones, that's going to be a huge swing into the advantage of Odin's Call here, and I love that call. Trading Tech 2. DHB goes down, but if you trade Blacktooth Tony, Tech 1 for Tech 2 logistic frigates, I will take that trade every single day of the week.
You are correct. Of course, Odin's Call only had the Tech 1s when the Inquisitors...
Oh, and Blacktooth does go down. That's huge.
He does go down, but they're trading for Urd Voigt daughter, it seems. So both teams might be shortly losing both their logistics.
Yeah, and that's going to favor the Dommies here, really the side of the Abaddons. They needed that Tech 2 Logi to win an attritional game here. And even with the points being rather equal, it's now going to force the Abaddons and the Balgorn here to try to close and punch down Psyblade and to grind it out, because you no longer have the Logi to play the long game. You're going to have to try to win this quick and fast.
Yeah, we see Ethel Inkura, the captain for the Odin's Call team, I believe, going after Gideon Zendikar's Abaddon, just at 0 of him. I hope he doesn't overshoot. No, he's turning. He's passed. He's got everything on the Abaddon of Gideon Zendikar. I think that will be the next target for Odin's.
And I really like that, because Gideon Zendikar is so damn far away from everything. He's having to shoot Scorch into Psyblade and not being able to apply as much damage as he would like to. Gideon is not propping, leading me to believe that he might almost be completely capped dry under the pressure of Ethel and Kura here.
I was going to say the Dominix has been sitting on his neck for quite a bit, choking him out, and he might just be running out of cap. But he is still ahead in hit points, as Psyblade is now without reps as well and just chunking through his own armor.
Yeah, I mean, Psyblade is being held down here by Annie Gardet's Balgorn webs and is actually getting not a lot of newt pressure. I don't know. Annie Gardet might be newting something else, but now Crevity here
is on Crevity, Crevity is trying to burn into Gideon Zendikar to cap him out completely, or he's going after Howling Wind. The Odin's Call team is just spreading out those Dominixes, each tackling a different battleship. Their drones don't care. They can reach from here.
And here's the thing about this. So far, we really see a pretty good job on the side of Odin's Call for stringing these Abaddons being spread out, but they're not spread out enough. And the difference between the Abaddons and the Balgorns is that they're going to have Logi rep drones. Gideon Zendikar, despite not having any of his Thalias to rep anymore, is being held up by a cloud of repair bots, of medium repair bots. And Psyblade, all of his drones are for damage. Yep. And right now, the DPS trade is being won at the moment by the Abaddon. But one thing that can trade that would be Pulse and the Magus going down. That would be the first set of links dropping here. And again, we've only got 2 minutes left. If Psyblade does go down here, Gideon Zendikar is going to have to fall in the next minute and 50 seconds.
Yeah, but none of the other Dominixes are nearby, so he might pick up some speed, might find an MJD play somewhere.
Yeah, no, Psyblade is going to go down here, and that's going to swing things back in favor of Desync with only a minute and 30 seconds left on the clock here. Gideon Zendikar has got only about 15% armor remaining. They're going to have to chew through that in the next 90 seconds here because there's not really anything else that they can kill that will be enough points in that time frame. If I'm Andy Gardet, I'm trying to find literally anything that's not a Dominix because you're not going to chew through that in the remaining time.
No, that Abaddon of Gideon needs to go down, and it needs to go down fast, but it is clawing back some armor, courtesy of that gigantic cloud of
I see these warriors that are going on top of the Dominix. You need to abandon those, and you need to put rep drones on top of Gideon Zendikar right here, right now. I see more damage drones that are finally getting to Gideon Zendikar, applying a little bit more damage. Gideon Zendikar down into Hull. If Gideon goes down, that's going to swing the point advantage back in favor of Odin's Call. And if Odin's Call gets it, and it looks like they will, as he's dropping into Hull, he's not stabilizing. It's not enough from those rep drones. Gideon Zendikar, 40 seconds goes down. He does go down. That will swing it back in favor of Desync here. Aethel has too much HP. They can't claw it back. They need to get a total of 18 points, and the Hugin would be just enough. The Vexor won't do it. That's going to be a W here for the side of Odin's Call.
Yep.
Odin's playing a masterful attritional warfare match here.
Yeah, turns out potato salad still good, even if you don't bring the navies. 15 seconds on the clock. I don't think they're going to get any other kill, and the 9 points that Alan Artemis's Vexor is worth will not do it for Desync.
Yeah, and it won't happen even in time. There's good fights in local here. Even though Psyblade went down, there was a Psystorm that got applied to the side of blue. Odin's Call taking the W here, sending Andy Gardet and I think the last Volta remaining team out of the tournament.
Odin's Call ending the run for Desync there in a honestly pretty exciting match. Oh. It comes down to the last minute or so. If that Abaddon of Gideon Zendikar manages to survive, then obviously Desync take the win. But at the end, the newt pressure from those dummies, the positioning of both teams, it just wasn't enough for them. And yeah, that's them out.
I actually forgot about the time. At the end, I was like, oh my god, there's only a minute left. Yeah. It's just going to come down to points. So I was like, oh my god, I've been watching these fights for so long. I mean, Desync, both teams opting to go for each other's Logifigs, which is the correct call. We were just discussing before we got on air now. I think it's the only call for both teams to actually go for the battleships afterwards and try and get some points on the board. Mm-hmm. But was the Dommy Navy issue a misclick ban?
Yeah, we were thinking that.
Yeah, because Dommy Navy issue ban, and then they knew the Dommy is still open. I don't know. I'm not really too sure.
Yeah, I find that one hard to explain. Maybe they know something that we don't, and at the end of the day, we're just like yappers on a desk, and they have some sort of secret tech that they're really afraid of the Dominic's Navy. But, when we saw it at the time, we were a bit puzzled by that one. It didn't really fit with the rest of the bans.
If they banned the Dommy, and then they brought the Dommy Navy, if they're so scared of the Dommy Navy, it's actually it'd be better for them to fight a Dommy Navy than a Dommy because it's got less utility highs and less newt pressure, Yeah,
and it also costs more points as well, right?
So it's like you just have a GIMP setup.
To something else.
You have a GIMP setup, so I'm not really too... I'm going to have to ask Andy about that.
CCP Kestrel, I found it interesting at the start. Both teams were jockeying for position, and we saw the Desync team spending a lot of time trying to clear sentry drones. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so it seems pretty smart from the Odin's Call team to drop sentries, try and headshot something, and then we saw kind of the Desync team try to move in so that the sentries weren't tracking them, and also they have Abaddons as well, so they probably want to get into conflag range, but then they also don't want to get into heavy newt range as well. So it's probably a sweet spot where they want to be in scorch range, where they can still hit stuff, but not fully commit.
In those situations where you're vying for position, both teams
are jockeying.
Well, both teams need to be careful when if they start to commit.
Yes.
They have to be in the best possible position to commit. I think I saw the Balgorn at the end, just trying to move in a bit more and trying to get things locked down.
Yeah.
But you never want to be on your back foot if you get caught out. So both teams are just trying to be not caught out and always have the best possible position to get the best advantage.
Yeah, I think at the end as well, when Gideon was dying, I spotted the other Abaddon of Howling Wind. He was attempting to come in and try and bump Gideon away. Of course, he was sitting tackled by that Dominix, which was neuting him.
It's a good move.
Yep, presumably he couldn't run any like local tank. He couldn't fire his guns because he was being neuted by this Dominix. Now, good job from Odin because they spotted that, and then suddenly the web swapped over onto Howling Wind, so he wasn't able to get close to bump. But that's the kind of tactics, like, if you go back and watch matches like this, you see really good decision making, good positioning, good commits, good target calling. Overall, just a really exciting match. And that's another one, like, it happened yesterday, where the Desync match versus THL, super exciting match. And I was like, this is the type of match that I want to see the recording of with the comms. And Gideon did message me afterwards and say that they're going to be putting that online.
Good.
I hope this is another one we get to see. I know they lost here, but like seeing a match like that from the other perspective, where you hear all the communication, how it's working, how it's not working, and what teams do and make those decisions, I think it's super exciting.
I mean, you have these two teams, really good players on both sides, and even throughout the whole of the game, we were just engaged in it. But it could have gone both ways. That's when you see really good teams. It's like it could have gone either way throughout the whole game, and it actually came down to right to the end. That's what it means that they're really good players.
Yeah. Now, we are continuing on our elimination bracket, but interestingly enough, the teams that played earlier on today, so the first match of the day was Deepwater versus Psychokids, and our next match is going to be Psychokids versus Ragequit, and Ragequit played the second game of the day. So as soon as that match was over, Ragequit beating Fraternity, they immediately had to start banning for the next match. So this is going to be an absolute grind for some of these teams in the elimination bracket. They just, as soon as one match is over, even if, well, not if you've lost because you're eliminated, but even if you won barely or you lost your flagship, you don't have time to think about it. You have to go straight in. Now, you've done these sort of
It's stressful, man.
days.
It's the worst. Because you've just done the game. Maybe you've had a grueling match, but you've come out on top. And you immediately get a convo, like, oh, your next band's. And you're just like, oh, God, I can't even rest. Can't do anything. But this is what these teams need to prepare for, is this, intensity. Like, you have to reset after the game, get back into it, get the new ships prepped, and get the team together for the bans, and then grab the players that you need. I mean, it's part of the AT as well, and it gets even worse later on with the conquest bans and like the more quicker matches as well. But that's what's fun and games.
I saw Colonel Kurt sending a message to the Odin's team earlier on this morning, being like, remember hydration, get some food, keep your energy up, make sure you got plenty of sugar, caffeine if you needed, because I mean this is going to be a long day, especially if you're over, for example, in the like US time zone. These matches started super early. Deepwater probably gone back to bed by now. I mean, that's what I would do.
A little nap gone away now.
Yeah. All right. Let's look at the bans then for our next matchup, which is Psychokids versus Ragequit Cancel Sub. So we haven't seen a huge amount of the curse ban, CCP Kestrel.
No, that's a very interesting ban, especially since the Sentinel and Arbitrator are open, and those two get banned a lot more frequently. Yeah. We interestingly don't see a Zarmad ban in this match, which is, I think, still the most banned ship.
That's correct. Maybe we have the most banned ships graphic, in fact. If we have that, maybe we can just throw it up. I think it was ready before, but we didn't use it. Yes, we do. Look at that. Banned guy on form. So Zarmaz #1, followed by the Zenithaf, and then the Armageddon. Now, interestingly, this is the Dominix, not the Dominix Navy.
No,
and,
yes, the Dominix. I think we're reinforcing that it might have been a misbanner.
I really want someone from Desync to let me know if that was a misclick or if there was some other plan to ban the Dominix Navy. But let's go back to the bans for our current matchup now. This time they have banned the Dominix, as we can see here, the Hooligans and Rapier. Now, as you mentioned, CCP Kestrel, the Zarmaz is still available. Do you think we're going to see one?
Potentially.
I think not. I'm going to call it. Yeah. I don't think so.
No, potentially. Yes.
Because I think that they've got the Hug and the Rapier ban, which is really good. Curse, I like the Curse ban actually. They're super dangerous to Logifrigs.
Yes.
But quite, but you're sinking a bit of points into it. But if you can get the Curse onto Logifrigs, you basically ignore the rest of the game.
Yep.
The Zarm, it's not the win all end all. Like, you can still lose to it. Like, especially if you have like a rush or something with loads of DPS, and you can spread the damage. Especially if you have like your top end and your bottom end can operate independently, then the Zarm will struggle. So I think it's still it's a good ship, but it's still a risk to bring it.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right, let's head into the arena for the second time of the day for both of these teams. Psychokids versus Ragequit Cancel Sub.
Welcome back to the arena, where I am assisted by Aliaras for the next couple matches. We are seeing Psychokids in red and Ragequit Cancel Sub in blue, having brought the triple Navy APOC doctrine into what have Psychokids brought on field?
Psychokids, that's right. It's the triple Ravy Navy, and this is going to be a spicy one for the Ragequit team. The thing is, the Ragequit team, they brought 2 Celestises, great sensor dampeners. You can't lock too far. Jokes on them. The Raven Navy issues want to be sat, they're
at
quite
0.
happy at 0.
Yep.
Yeah. So we're going to see these Raven Navies just start charging across. They're warped in at 0, ready to go. Soon as the button goes on, and I'm not seeing a ton of opportunity for screen from the Ragequit cancel sub team.
They do have Exordiumi in the long-range webs of the Loki.
Good point.
They do have the APOC navies at 50. So before those Torp Ravens get on top of anything, they will eat 3 phasefuls of EM thermal damage into their shields.
Yeah, so it's going to be a very interesting damage race here. We see the damage initially going on to Olalisha, Johanan, and this makes sense. We see a lot of these teams take out the cruisers first. They don't have as many hit points as the Raven Navy issues, and there's 1 web from the Loki. The question is, how many webs in this Loki's mid slots? And we see jam drones attempting to prevent more webs from landing.
Pray to Bob with the EC300s. I always get jammed by them, so I can't fault them for trying. We see them taking out Ololosha in the Osprey Navy issue, but
Captain Shinken's tackled. So that's 1 Navy Apocalypse that is tackled down, unable to move. Captain Shinken, their days are numbered. Debug and Major Jenkins have got to be running away, trying to prevent being the next on deck, and we can see, sure enough, they are getting away. Debug has been long-range grappled, trying to keep their speed up. Might not quite make it out, but
there is the first victim, though. One of the Ospreys is taken out as soon as they stop charging and begin their orbit, and there's 2 APOCs that range. They will begin tracking that, and they will take those Ospreys out just like that. That said, the first target of them, that was Ololosha, has survived until now and has reached full shields, unlike his friend Garlem Gastello, who goes down right after.
Yep, so 2 Osprey Navies down before Captain Shinken falls, and this is pretty big. So Ragequit cancel sub, they need to get these trades out. In a rush comp, you're trying to just trade your damage for their hit points, and if their hit points manage to survive, then that's trouble. But Captain Shinken falls, so big source of damage off the side of Ragequit cancel sub. But Ragequit cancel sub, their attack bar is bigger than Psychokids right now.
True. You would expect it differently with torpedoes. We all know they don't apply those big Python numbers.
But those Raven Navies, they are tackled down, and they are relatively far away from most of the targets, although they've gotten on top of Debug, and they're pumping torps into his hull.
Yeah, it'll be a race to see if Debug lives longer than Jim Raynor, both about to go low into their respective important tank bit. The shields for Jim Raynor and the armor for Debug.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Again, this is just a race. So you're just watching. It's like tennis. Look over here, look over there, look over here, look over there. Both teams sweating. Elimination match here in the lower bracket. Whichever one carries on will.
They both enter hole.
Yeah.
And we'll see who takes the first volley to go down. Which one will explode first?
Oh no, it's Debug.
Debug is down.
All right, Jim Raynor. Getting slivers of shield back from the Kirins, and Jim Raynor falls, and we see tackle going on to Mikami in the Kirin. This is big. Major Jenkins doesn't think that their team has enough damage, but with Major Jenkins tackled, it's really not looking good for Ragequit cancel sub. And one thing I'm noticing, we have not seen that many webs out of Exordumi. I have to wonder what are in Exordumi's mids here.
You are correct. He tried to go around for a bit. He didn't really stop the rush for a bit. We saw 1 web go off.
Yeah, we've got webs on the Kirin right now, but no webs anywhere else.
Those 2 Kirins are just out in Narnia, harassed by drones and webbed by Exordiumi, as Ragequit Cancel loses their toast brought in the Inquisitor.
Yep, so losing 1 Logi for Ragequit cancel sub, that's going to just effectively lower the hit points that Major Jenkins has to work on. They've traded it for Mikami in the Kirin. Again, those DPS drones getting it done on the Kirins. Great thing to do. You shoot 1 target, put your drones on the other. It looks like the target here is Ololosha Johanan in the Osprey Navy issue, but Major Jenkins is in half armor with only 1 Inquisitor left to rep him.
Yeah, it doesn't look good, and even if he removes that little bit of control that Psychokids have left with that Nosprey of Ololosha, I think the damage here has been done. And those Torb Ravens, once again, wreaking havoc. They are faster than you think, and they are sooner on top of you than you'd like.
Yeah, any comp, this is one of those tough things in the Alliance Tournament. Any comp can lose to a rush, or any team can just show up and decide to bring a rush. And question you have to answer yourself is, does this comp lose to rush? And in this format, the rush of choice is the triple torpedo Raven Navy issue. They come in at 0 and they just stream across the arena to deliver torps to your hull. It seems like maybe Ragequit wasn't expecting this.
I would like to point out, have you seen that gigantic green control bar of Ragequit Cancel Sub?
I have.
Which is and has been consistently almost full. But where are the effects?
I mean, the effects are these damps, right? We've got these damps that are on the Karen. We've got these damps that are on the Raven Navy
It's just
issue.
ineffective control.
I mean, yeah, it's what it is here is, honestly, this is Ragequit Cancel Sub. They expected one matchup, and they got another. So Major Jenkins has fallen. Take a look at the attack bar on Ragequit Cancel Sub. It has shrunk way down. In terms of the points, though, it's surprisingly even. So they still have their damps. They still have Exordumi and the Loki. Oh, no, Exordumi just got grappled. I was going to say, if Exordumi can kite it out, Exordumi still has damage.
He's not slowing down. It might just be a long-range grapple.
Yeah, it's a long-range grapple. The grapple...
Do we think, just a quick calculation, 24 points, they would need to kill the entire low end, 2 Storks and a Kirin.
Doable.
Which is doable for a Loki with Celestis, Magus, Vigil, but they need to go about it in the next 4 minutes. That's basically the only mathematical way to win right now. They're not chewing through those Ravens, especially not as long as that Kirin's still alive.
Absolutely, but they very well may be able to do it. I'm just checking the weapons hard points on this Loki.
Which are empty.
Yeah.
Boy. So all they have is light drones, webs,
drones. Yep.
And a dream. Because
Magus drones too.
Killing both Storks and the Kirin.
There goes the Kirin.
The Kirin going down.
So that's step one.
Step
Get
one.
The Kirin.
And if those 2 Storks go down, it puts them 1 point ahead of Psychokids. So Psychokids Storks need to play keep away, need to go run those MJD laps as you've often referred to them. That is the one way Ragequit Cancel Sub is going to claw out a win here, because they don't have the damage to kill a Raven in the next 3 minutes. I don't think so.
But they can get the Storks. And look, Mickey Knox is webbed by the Loki, target painted by the Vigil, and we'll be seeing the damage drones coming in onto Mickey Knox. Meanwhile, Exordumi taking some armor damage. It's tough because Exordumi is taking damage from these Ravens. This is where the damps might actually matter.
Exordumi went straight underneath one of the Ravens.
I mean, Exordumi, so here's the thing. Exordumi is behind. Exordumi needs to play to win right now, and if he
the way to win is those Storks. He is approaching one of the Storks.
He's locked in on the Storks. He's got the Ravens webbed to keep them off.
Do you think that Loki is 100 men? Because it just keeps trucking.
Yeah, it very well may be, and that's a great way to keep your Loki survive in the face of scrams. We can see some rep effects on the Loki. Let me just look at this. Is this perhaps some rep bots?
It is a rep bot, yeah.
Oh no, sorry, it's not a rep bot. It's Melinda in the Inquisitor.
Oh,
Melinda, I apologize.
Melinda has been confirmed a rep bot.
Look, Tech One Logistics, it feels like a rep bot sometimes when you're in it. Melinda, great work, fantastic work keeping Exodumi alive.
2 minutes. Mickey Knox is halfway through shields.
Yeah.
That will be step 2 towards victory.
Yep. Mickey Knox not webbed yet, but target painted by the Vigil.
Melinda, speak of Melinda, Melinda is being taken out, and that 3 points would spell death for Ragequit Cancel Sub. Those 3 points were important.
You're right.
They cannot come back even if they kill both Storks.
The 2 Storks.
They would need to kill the Raven, and 1 minute 40 is not good enough. Ragequit Cancel Sub was one of the prospects to take the entire Alliance tournament if the experts here had to be believed for their predictions. Unfortunately, mathematical improbability now at work.
I was told coming in CCP Ren that this was a vibes-based stream.
I am so sorry to kill your vibes.
We are not doing math on this stream. Sure, you at home might add 12 and 12 together and compare that to 26. It's quite easy to subtract 100 from 126. I'll give you that.
The players also know how to do on-the-fly maths, because as the Melinda in the Inquisitor went to Doomheim, the good fights came out in local. There is a minute left on the clock. There is no way for Ragequit Cancel Sub to claw their way into top 8.
There, indeed. Instead, Psychokids will carry on. Perhaps if anyone had Psychokids winning the entire Alliance tournament in the bracket, today's your day because they still have a chance. Myself.
And the people who put Twitch points on them.
Exactly. We don't have Twitch chat here. I'm sure the desk, CCP Overload, will be telling you about the points redistribution, or you can check yourself. But very well flown by both teams. I do want to compliment Ragequit for staying in it and seeing their win condition. Like, this was way closer than it might have looked on the initial warp in.
Exactly. Good play from both teams. Congratulations to Psychokids for advancing, and commiserations to Ragequit Cancel Sub for not advancing.
Yes, Nicholas Kion has boundaried one more Edge of Glory for the thing, and the match concludes. We will send it back to the desk.
Psychokids continue their run as Ragequit is ended by the triple Raven Navy with torpedoes. We've seen that be both extremely effective and extremely impotent depending on who it is being flown against. It has been a super interesting comp. Welcome to the desk, Mystical Might. Nice to have you back.
Hiya.
Tell me about that matchup there. So it was 1 point towards the end, by the way, super close. That Loki, we were sitting there going, if he kills these 2 storks, then they win by 1 point. All that needs to happen is Melinda needs to not die. And we saw him frantically approaching the micro jump drive beacon with a cloud of drones following him.
Yeah, so at certain points during the match we did see a rep effect on Melinda and the Inquisitor, even though the other Inquisitor was dead, which implies that there were rep bots on him at some point. But I think when the Loki started taking damage, Melinda burned in to try and keep the Loki up, since the Loki was one of their 2 win conditions. The first win condition was kill the Kirin, then kill the 2 Storks, and you have a chance of winning by 1 point, as long as everything else stays alive. That was the second win condition, which Melinda unfortunately was unable to make happen, but that is just the nature of having such a small rep range with your Inquisitor that you need to burn in and get close to actually apply those reps effectively, which allowed the Navy Ravens to put their drones onto the Inquisitor. Otherwise, if Melinda was able to stay far away, over 60 kilometers, it was very unlikely that the drones would have got on them.
Yeah, and CCP Kestrel, this Raven Navy, do you think they left it unbanned because they were confident that they could beat it with this comp that they brought?
I mean, I must assume that like all teams are aware of the Navy Raven comp, and they must have felt like they could just beat it, but it looks like they just weren't able to execute.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them. So they are eliminated, but like we mentioned earlier on, all the teams do get prize ships at this point. So we're definitely into the later stages, the pointy end of the tournament, as it were. Okay, so we're now into a really tough part for some of these teams. So this next matchup is Seker Matar versus Odin's Call. Now, interestingly, Odin's Call, they played just 1 match before. So this is an extremely short turnaround now for these teams. Now, Mystical Mind, I spoke a little bit with Starfleet about this, but you've also been there. Like, what is the pressure like when you're just immediately straight back into the other one?
Yeah, I didn't have to deal with that because I spiral whenever I'm in the decision-making room. So the way that it usually goes is because there's so many different possibilities or variations of setups or differences of fit between different teams based on their theory crafting practices, you can't really fully predict what you're going to be going up against, right? So when you have to make those ban decisions, if you're just coming out of a match, you're already thinking about the next one. You might try to extend the match. We see this a lot in the best of series, actually, where when you know that you've already lost, you might not decide to boundary, because living for a while gives you more time to think about what the next match decisions will be. So I think that the teams are now going to be getting into that kind of flow, where we're going to see long matches just because teams need that time to discuss. So that they don't accidentally make mistakes like misclicking the wrong ship or forgetting that something exists, which we have seen happen in previous tournaments, which eventually and accidentally allows through like an Apex AT comp, and then you're like, ah, shit.
Yeah, I mean, those Apex comps, usually, we talked about this last night. There are some teams that just like perfect execution. Teams like Evasive Maneuvering, super good execution. Tuskers, amazing execution. And you get other teams, they focus on like the theory crafting and winning in the pick draft selection. So maybe they're, I mean, not saying these are bad pilots by any stretch of the matter, but maybe they focus more on coming up with that crazy Apex comp and then just bringing it out at the end and using that advantage to take the win. Do you think we're going to see a little bit of that? Do you think this tournament has enough time for that?
I don't know. I think this tournament's been so brutal with the 3 days that there's like not a whole lot of time for you to like hold back your best setups and like adapt to what people are bringing. So I definitely feel like with the 3-day schedule instead of like the 2 weekends, you like kind of just have to show a lot more earlier.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people's prediction brackets as well, many of the teams people predicting to still be in the top bracket have been either knocked down into the lower bracket or even full and eliminated by now as well. So we're seeing a really sort of topsy-turvy tournament with some incredible upsets, and hopefully we see a new champion. I mean, I think Tuskers are definitely going to be odds-on favourites right now, defending champions. They've been flying pretty well, apart from a little bit of nerve maybe in that first match. They've been executing super well, so maybe. I mean, I will say that we have seen Tuskers get to the point where they've outmetted themselves into a loss when they played Fraternity a couple of years ago and brought like a Proteus drone comp when they could bring anything. Everything was unbanned, and they brought a Proteus drone comp and lost. So you never know what the last tournament will bring.
They just need to be slow and steady.
Slow and steady.
Slow and steady wins the race sometimes.
All right, speaking of slow and steady, let's check out the bans for our next matchup. Seker Matar versus Odin's Call. Okay, so these bans look pretty standard, although Mystical Might, you know which one I'm going to point at.
Yeah.
Look at this.
The blush.
The blush. Blush.
The blush.
Yes, the Blaster Rush is available. Well, not available,
Not
sorry.
available. Yes.
It's
Unavailable, in fact.
There was 50-50 chance of getting that one. Went the wrong way. Why are we banning the Armageddon Navy issue? Have we seen, I mean, this is done by Odin's, have we seen Seker bring the Armageddon Navy issue? Megatron Navy issue? Good God, it's a long day.
We've just begun.
Yeah, I know.
I don't recall completely whether Seker Matar is one of the teams that has run the Mega Navy. I assume that they have if Odin's is banning it.
I'm thinking.
Interestingly, it is not the Galante battleship that I would have expected Odin's to ban.
Yes.
The Dominix is still available.
The EOS is as well.
Yep.
Yeah, so full
Dominic's
joint
Navy
setup is-
also available.
Kingslayer is also fully available.
Yep.
And so is the Nighthawk Loki Rush. So there's a lot of like
Yeah.
Apex comps.
Yeah.
If you wanted to bring Nighthawk Loki, I don't think you really ban Mega Navy though, because the innate resistance of a Nighthawk is very good against the Kintherm that a Mega Navy puts out, so you can kind of leave that open. You probably want to remove like Apox or something like that.
Yeah.
Some long projection.
Yeah.
I feel like the Sentinel will kind of, and Sentinel and Arbitrator bans are going to really affect like an AVPOC. So maybe that kind of soft bans that.
I feel like that actually encourages you to bring an AVPOC because you won't have any tracking penalties.
There you go.
Nice.
All right. Shall we find out?
No.
Okay. Match
We're going to
is
stay
cancelled.
right here. Yeah, let's go for it.
All right, let's go to the arena for Seker Matar versus Odin's Call.
Welcome back to the arena. We have Odin's Call versus Seker Matar. Seker Matar, the triple golem setup. They brought it last match. We just literally saw this, and they brought it back. And it did well against, honestly, the exact same comp that Odin's has brought. CCP Ren, what have Odin's got here?
Odin has brought the Navy Apox back, this time without the Flag Balgorn that Seker Matar just beat with these golems. So we'll see if that damage output instead of nude pressure does anything else. We'll also see if Odin's Call has learned from that previous matchup against the golems that Seker Matar just played, and we'll see if they go golem bowling.
Yeah, Odin's Call, they are an experienced tournament team. They have assuredly played against Tinker before. Tinker, it was a comp that we used to see a lot more in the olden days, and it's been coming back a little bit with the Surgical Strike chain or reversion, where battleships have more hit points now. It can be easier to tank your battleship, and
you can see it on the defense bar. The purple bit is their active tank.
It's a lot.
It's quite sizable. The attack bars are currently roughly about the same, and we'll see who gets to project it better.
Yeah. Now, I was gonna say we're starting with the Tinker team has 1 point. Odin's, they do have an interesting opportunity here. So Odin's has damps. The carries and the two carries can damp out the golems, and they've dropped the hyena. So Odin's is winning now.
Seker Matar did not have a hyena for very long, and they're going for the Fleet Vigil next. It's webbed and scrammed and painted and damped. We'll see if those reps last, as Marine Rusker in the carries is the first target for those golems, and he goes down.
So this is both teams. Both teams are experienced. Both teams know what their win condition is here. The carries can damp the golems. So there was an opportunity here potentially for, maybe the carries can damp the golems off. Odins can get some kills, and then they can just kite it out. We saw Deepwater do that very effectively against Doro Sweetpunch. In order for those golems to get kills, they need target painters. They can have some on board, but the target painters on board are going to come out of their tank. So kill the hyena, kill the fleet vigil.
They would have liked that hyena, they would have liked that vigil, and they probably would have liked who does number 2 in the Badger, probably carrying their capsticks. We'll see how many drops. It is a 90% drop event currently going on with Crimson Harvest, so there should be a sizable number available for them. We'll see if Odin's Call can push them off that container or volley the container perhaps before anyone can loot anything.
Yeah, so big trades here. So now the carries are completely gone for Odin's Call. So the just damp them and kite it out, that strategy's dead. But so is most of the low end for Seker Matar.
And notably, the Skybreaker has been taken down, which means that if they have a cloud of repair drones on their Navy Apox, they will not be taken out by just that single Skybreaker. And as I'm saying that, both the Bantams of the Golems are being taken out for Seker Matar.
Great. So now Seker Matar, we're back in sort of the situation we were in last time we saw these. We have 3 golems, we have a Nighthawk against the world. These ships can do a lot of repairs. They have these cap transfers that mean that the golems and the Nighthawk, they can just run their tank forever. They can deal large amounts of damage to Aethel and Kura. It looks like Odin's Call is starting their damage on Tyson Aardvark in the Golem, and we see now the Apocalypse Navy issues coming in for the bumps. They've taken out the low end. Now it's time to bump apart the Tinker and see if they can break up that tank before Aethel and Kura goes down.
Psyblade reaching over 1 kilometer a second in that Apoc Navy might be heated.
Oh yeah, no, that was a good bump onto Chosen
And
One. Urkinen goes flying off.
Gravity is coming in for a follow-up, or maybe he'll bump the Golem's friends into the other Golems.
This is going to be the Nighthawk. Crevity is coming in for the Nighthawk. I see cap transfer. Cap transfer animations are breaking. Cap transfer. Look at these. So you see those little like gold. I'm pointing
chains.
at the thing where we can see the production feed. You see those little gold chains between the ships? That is the cap transfer, and the Nighthawk of Laura Denthal has been isolated and webbed outside of range of the Golems. And
they're all webbed now. There's paints on that Nighthawk. We'll see how it wraps.
Taking huge damage right now.
Those Navy Apocs, of course, themselves taking huge damage. Aethel and Kura almost going down. He still has 2 Inquisitors.
Laura's getting cap transfer. Laura is close enough to Chosen One to get cap transfer just from Chosen One.
That was what I was afraid of, where the second bump puts it back into range of the first one being bumped.
But here comes another one. Aethel and Kura comes streaming in, pointed straight at Lore Denthal.
Yeah, there goes Lore.
There goes Lore. But Lore has fully reestablished the cap chain with the others. No, goes flying off. This is all we're looking at is, do these gold strands holding these ships together, how long do they get? Because the range on the cap transfers, it's really not that long.
It's really not that long on ships that aren't bonused for it, such as Lodges.
Oh, Tyson Aardvark falling into low shield, repairing up. Now, there's an ancillary shield booster on each of these, so even without the cap transfer, they've got their 9 charges.
They do trade for one of the Napocs.
And an Inquisitor.
But Tyson is in low shields. Let's see if the short range, let's see if the Napocs have reloaded to Scorch and are scorching those shields. He is clawing back some, so I think...
Yeah, Tyson's, I'm also seeing the cap transfer animations, but I'm seeing bumps coming in as well. DHB Wildcat goes down, so we have no Logi from the Odin's team versus this insane self-repair from the Golems. We have... it looks like the group has pretty much all buddied up together again. We're going to have to see if these Napocs are going to be able to get in range. In terms of rep drones, though, we do see rep drones on Crevity. There are rep drones trying to keep Crevity alive. The cap charges are being used by Tyson Aardvark to run that repair right now. So if they're able to get Tyson Aardvark bumped away,
we now see. I may interrupt you. Gravity has turned around. Psyblade has pulled range. He's also slowing down to turn around. They are going back into that ball of Golems and the Nighthawk for a bump. Let's see if they can push one of them far enough out to break its shields.
Boom! That was a huge bump from the. A huge bump from the Nighthawk, and we see
we're still
Martin
seeing
Conrad's
effects.
coming in as well. Martin Conrad's coming in as well. Yeah, we are still seeing effects. We're seeing them at longer range. We'll see if they're able to get it bumped apart. But this is the game, folks. It's Golem bowling.
Psyblade's bump needs to be on point. Psyblade's bump needs to be on point. There he goes. He's coming in and he's pushing him even further away. That's the trick. That's the ticket. 2 of those bumps at the same time or following each other up to extend the range. This is not entirely what the physics were meant for. This is not the mechanics.
But we still see the cap transfers. The cap transfers are still going. Tyson is still
now
tanking.
Now they've broken.
No, just one
No?
of them. No, there they are. There they are. They're still there. They're still there. Tyson is still tanking, and Crevity is falling. Huge loss on the Odin's Call side. Seker Matar, again, knocking another team out with this Tinker. Can they run this Tinker all the way up the loser's bracket? That's the question. Or are more other experienced tournament teams going to find the counter?
Neutralizers are ineffective because these transfers basically transfer more than they cost to activate. So you generate energy out of thin air. It sounds counterintuitive, but that's the ticket here. That's why these golems can repair themselves for this long. The other thing to take into account is that they banned smartly the things that they would lose to, which is that high damage Cenotaph, that high damage Torp Ravenaven. The things they would absolutely not be able to repair themselves through they were smartly banned. So we'll see if there's any counter to this setup.
I do have a counter, or rather, CCP Overload has a counter. It is gold. It has one finger extended, and it is on a long stick. There is a way that you can prevent a Tinker from defeating you with the gold pointer finger of CCP Band Stick.
The band stick, yes. And then you can have band guy tell you that the golem cannot be fielded.
Exactly. So perhaps the hopes of the rest of the bracket rest on band guy. Odin's Call, meanwhile, they're doing their best. They're still trying to go for bumps, but at this point, not much. I see Cyblade saying in local, beacon, please.
Yeah, he's making his way to the beacon.
He is going to make the jump.
He's reached the beacon. We shall look at, and he is volleyed before he can activate.
No.
Not like this.
All right. Lil, Warang, Martin Conrad, it is on you three. We need to see if Odin's Call, not in the tournament, but perhaps.
Can Odin's Call grab the range record of the boundary violation? Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't think that Seker Matar is going to let them. They are firing into that Pontifex of Warang.
No, they said Ponty, go ahead. Edge of Glory, Ponty, go ahead. All right, Warang, let's go.
We shall await. We have 1 minute 30 on the clock, and we are counting on Warang to burn as far as he can. He has reached the beacon. He's
passed
the beacon.
Yeah.
Has he activated the beacon?
I'm not seeing the animation here. I think Warang might just reach the edge the natural way. Many of us have seen that Edge of Glory just naturally encountered.
Well, while we still have some time, I would like to say Odin's Call had an amazing run. They are in the prize ships. They are prize ships and ship enjoyers. So there is that consolation prize, and Seker Matar will go on in this lower bracket.
Yeah, great job to Seker Matar. Came in through feeders and have just been absolutely tearing up this bracket and tearing up everyone's predictions along with them. Fantastic work with this Tinker. It's been really well executed, and
we are watching Warang slow boating to the edge of glory of the arena. He's about a couple clicks shy.
Only going 288 meters a second. Maybe there's a prop.
Yeah, has he burned out his prop mod?
yeah. Has he burned out his prop mod? Has he
he is taking all the time in the world.
Hands,
maybe he's
posting on Twitch chat.
Maybe he has looted an officer previously, and he just wants to take it home as we tick down the clock with 10 seconds remaining.
Atticus is saying tractor beams, by the way. We do see tractor beams. Look at that golem. So the Marauder, it's a great PvE boat. It can fit tractor beams.
They were ready to take down a flagship and scoop that loot. With that, congratulations, Seker Matar, and we'll send it back to the desk to analyze those tractor beams.
Seker Matar eliminating Odin's Call from Alliance Tournament 21 with the Golem Tinker. Mystical Might, is the Golem Tinker perhaps the secret Apex tech?
Perhaps. We'll have to see how it performs later on in the tournament. I mean, I think Tinker has always been like a fun thing to kind of watch. It depends on what the Tinker was like. When it was the T3 cruisers back in the day, I think people found it a bit boring because it happens so often. But when you get like a little sprinkle of a Tinker in a tournament, it's nice. It's like some nice flavour to the
Good
meta.
mouthfeel.
Exactly, it's got perfect mouthfeel. I think the golems are pretty powerful, and I think they executed their Tinker fairly well. They understood that they needed to remove the 2 carries, and part of the discussion we had during the match was whether they would have, on the Navpok team, been able to kill some of the lower end and then burn back out of range and use those carries to reduce the incoming damage to a manageable level.
Yeah.
And I think having identified that the carries would be the problem, they correctly killed them at the very beginning, and then spent the rest of the match kind of just praying that the Navpoks didn't have grapplers and weren't good at bumping.
Yeah, I mean, so the Navpoks were doing some pretty good bumps, but as you pointed out, we checked the Lost Mills. They didn't have any grapplers or even webs fit to them. CCP Kestrel, obviously, we spoke about it on the desk literally before, talking about how the way to beat these Tinkers is to just bump them apart. But we saw some good bumps, but why could they not keep them apart?
They only had regular webs from the Hugin, and they're not quite powerful enough, I think, to like keep the ships from like reapproaching each other. Like the golems and nighthawks were still moving at like 40 meters per second. I do think maybe if they got like better bumps, maybe it could have been possible. But like without a grappler, it's like significantly harder to do so. Yeah,
I mean, I think we're going to see more golem bans going forward because that's now twice where we've seen this comp turn up and win. One team they didn't really do the bumping, but Odin's much better performance just could not break them apart. If they had those webs or grapples, as you mentioned, they might be able to keep them and move on. But no, unfortunately, they are gone. We'll see them presumably in another tournament. But Seker Matar, moving on. I mean, I know we watched the team intro videos earlier on, but I can't really remember much about them. But it's always great to see sort of new names, as it were, appearing in the top echelons of the tournament.
Yeah, I think that the tournament in general has been progressing fairly well when it comes to the ability for newer teams or perhaps older players who kind of break up from their previous teams and then kind of spread out to perform well, right? Like the meta, I think this year, I know that there's been some people complaining, mostly the people no longer in the tournament, that the meta is stale because it's RNG fest. But the fact that there are so many different comps that are available to people, I think highlights that the rules are in a place where many different things are viable. You still have the overall...
It's still can't be heard properly.
You still have the overall archetype
there we go.
of things like Rush,
That's
for
better.
example. Okay, perfect. You still have the overall archetype of things like Rush, right? So you still have the Nighthawk and the Loki. You still have the Sleipnir. But you can also get things like, I feel like I'm breathing heavily into the microphone at this point.
Hello, sound guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yes. Sound guy has been hearing a lot from us.
Yeah, so when we the match finishes and they go to like 1 minute of adverts, it's just usually us going, "Hello, sound guy, nice to see you."
Or
again.
singing like ooh versions of songs.
Yeah.
No, but there's still general archetypes, but there's a lot more variety in them. So we see Mega Navies, for example. We've been seeing the Navpoks now, Navy Geddons, Barguests. We've been seeing Navy Dominixes, terrible choice, don't do that again. We've been seeing the flagship Balgorns paired with different things. We even saw medium gun spam.
Yep.
Which has a 100% win rate, I think, but hasn't been flown more than twice.
Yeah, there you go. Bring that.
So, yeah, there's a lot going on.
I also want to shout out those golems, freaking tractor beams. So first of all, hilarious. The ability at the end to just start scooping up all the wrecks. But it actually has a legitimate reason to do it. So you may have noticed in that comp there was a Badger hanging around. Now, he can have some things like a remote sensor booster, things like that, but most likely he's also jam-packed full of cap boosters. In case the ships get split up and the Badger dies, you just tractor the wreck over to you, pick out the things, someone else tractors the wreck over to them, just pass the parcel, but with capacitor.
And it also means that when you do kill a flagship, 70k away, something like that, you're not begging the refs to not teleport you the entire time. You're like, please let us loot.
I think also what would be really funny if some team decided to try and deny the loot of their flagship and jumped out of the arena, you could just tractor beam the wreck back in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you could also counter it by fitting your own tractor beam. You just have 2 people tractor beam that same.
just watching a flagship wreck going back and forward across the field. That'd be hilarious. All right, we're back up to the winners bracket now, so let's look at the bans for our next matchup. The Tuskers Co. versus Meta Reloaders. These are teams that so far have not dropped a match, and as we expected, the golden ban stick is never wrong. Here it is. People are now afraid of this one. There's no Golem, so that's still available. The Dominix is banned. The Typhon Fleet is banned. Most of the Battleship cores, CCP Kestrel, are starting to get banned out here.
Yeah, interestingly, we have the Hugin and Rapier not banned. We have the Zarmad not banned again. Not sure if teams will actually pick it. The Basilisk ban is very interesting to me, especially since the Scimitar isn't banned. That seems like a very specific ban, especially as it's the last ban and they actually spent a lot of time thinking about it, like 1 minute and 26 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a couple of Tinkers featuring the Basilisk in the middle, I think.
I feel like we've also seen some of the ham rushes field Basilisk just because it has a higher rep output and a bit more survivability than the Osprey. So it may be an attempt to weaken ham rush without having to ban the Loki or the Nighthawk.
I see Ban Guy wandering around free. Ban Guy, come say hello to the people. The people want to see Ban Guy. This is, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, live on twitch.tv/CCP, it is Ban Guy. Thank you, Ban Guy. All right, let's head over to the arena. It's the Tuskers Co versus Meta Reloaded.
Starfleet, what have Tuskers brought us?
Tuskers are bringing the same comp they brought yesterday, and can they fly it perfectly as they did yesterday against not battleships, and obviously now they've got to go up against Zealots and battle cruisers and cruisers. So it's a slightly different play, and we were talking about this when they came on grid. I think Tuskers have to go for the Zarm. I don't think they have enough DPS to like split the Zarm, so they have to focus. Look, they've got lots of carries and arbitrators. We're going to see a lot of damp war from the start here. But I think they're going to have to go for the Zarm.
I agree with you. I think this is going to be a really interesting match. For those of you watching at home, it's just going to be all about the effects bar, right? Like we have what effects are on what players. Tuskers, obviously, we've seen them play this before. They can execute it very well. Part of the reason this is their comfort comp is you can fly it into just about anything. And in this case, just about anything looks like a almost old-style medium gun spam.
Yeah, we're going to have a little damp war going on with the carries against the Mortises. Carries have a little bit of an advantage, definitely. One thing to note, the Tuskers side have got an arbitrator as well and a Navy Magnet, definitely for remote SIBO. But I think the damage is going to be landing quite quickly, and I'm interested to see if the carries win the damp war, they're going to damp down some of the DPS.
I'm expecting actually to see. Oh no, carries won the damp war, and we see damage going immediately onto Beacon Malaf in the carries, tracking disruptors on the DPS, target paint on the Zarm. I like the choice of the Zarm. I think you could have, if you wanted to, you could try to snap a Mollis here.
Yeah, I think. I mean, the thing is, like, you have to go for that instant primer on the carries, but that's not getting past Jagdurg on the Guardian, getting him up. Straight away, as we called it, they're going to go for the Zarm.
Exactly. Although they're switching. Look, the Mollis is of Isaac is just absolutely dropping, and this is perfect. The alpha on those heavy missiles, it's so high. You can alpha the Mollis before the Zarm can even necessarily lock.
And also with the Huggin being the key ship for the Tuskers, and second Mollis down. So now the damp
two Mollis is down.
So basically now the damps are completely free for the carries, so they're going to be applying them really well. And I want to have a look at all the positioning right now. It looks like obviously Tuskers kiting away.
Stu Magnate got scrammed in the Navy Magnate and is now potentially at risk, freed up, able to move around again. The target paint is on the Zarm. Zarm is an incredibly tanky ship. I expect that we're going to see that Zarm drop, but it might take the whole freaking match.
But they do need to get it down. I do think they can't break anything else apart from the Vigil. So
do they need to?
They could just kite and for the end?
Look, 14 points. That's more than 1 point.
But you're going to be. I mean, you can see on the map right now they're being relentlessly chased at the moment by all of Meta Reloaded. So I think they have to get. They might as well go for it. They've got the projection. But you're right. Look, webs are off now. So obviously, clearly, Sven Blot in the Zarm is going to probably just stay back. I believe so. Yes, he is really far away from everybody. The rest of his team is pushing in, and he's going to stay back.
Yeah, and the great thing about the Zarm is we talked about this on the desk yesterday, but it has a long range repair. That said, it has a long range repair that only works at long range if it can lock.
Exactly. So he's definitely probably get damped out as well if they want to reduce. They could do that actually. They could just damp him down and go for something else. We're seeing Jaeger in the Guardian taking a lot of damage.
No, with Jaeger and the Guardian taking a lot of damage, they have to go for Sven, and Sven is going into low armor here.
It looks like they're everyone's sort of arcing around at the moment. So the whole of the Tuskers team is arcing around, and the Meta Reloaded are sort of chasing them behind, and they're sort of arcing back round the Zarm to try and get more damage as he does go into low armor.
Yeah, so the Zarm going into low armor. If they can get the Zarm down, that's huge. It does look. Oh, Zarm's down. Excellent.
That's the win condition right there. Now they can quickly go for anything that's coming up towards them. Probably get rid of the Zealots first, maybe the Mauler. Just get the things that are really quick. Look, immediately Flak spreading the webs across everything right now.
Exactly. They want to make sure that they can keep Jagger Moritz in the garden alive. Jagger, currently untackled, has the ability to run back, and between the damps, between the tracking disruptors, might be able to get out past the range where the team is able to actually deal damage to him.
I mean, he's still slightly going down, but right now, even if the Guardian goes down, like Tuskers are still ahead.
Look at that cluster of damage drones just following Jagger around.
Poor Jagger trying to outrun these damage drones. I think he might not go down because they're going to get the Zealot down, I reckon, in a couple of probably a couple of seconds here. And then as soon as the Zealot goes down, the webs are going to get stacked on other ships at the moment. So I think Tuskers doing really well considering it. But let's not say Meta Reloaded doing really well as well to try and keep in this game.
Yeah, there's the Zealot. This is Tuskers. They've brought this comp. We were talking about this yesterday. They've flown this comp for like 5 years now, and it remains a thing that they fly, and when they fly, they win. Currently
undefeated at the moment. Hugging enough Flak and Tuskers to take a bit of damage as well. And we're mentioning that because it's all 3 days, teams don't have time to like practice against this. Usually there's a 2-week gap
you
or
can't go, hey, can you guys try and run the armor kite? We'd like to see if we can defeat that.
So Tuskers clearly shown that like this not only beats battleships, but also can beat kind of anything, any sort of medium rail projection and stuff. I mean, I do like the Meta Reloaded setup as well. Like there's a good call to go for the carriers at the start.
I like the Zarm.
I like the Zarm as well. Like it's kind of works well into this as well because like they haven't got much. The key thing about the Tuskers setup is that it's actually got not a lot of damage. It's like it's got decent alpha and stuff, but the whole premise of the setup is control and disruption. That's the whole premise, and perfect piloting, as we've been seeing today.
Exactly. This is one of those things when we saw this last year, I was saying, this doesn't work if you're not Tuskers, and Tuskers are showing that it does work quite well if you are. The execution on this team, absolutely on point. Flak, Inquisitor, and the Hugin just making sure that the whole enemy team is not able to take advantage of their closer range, higher damage ships.
And kudos to the Zarms that pilot. Like he did the right call. He got shot. He went straight back, trying to survive for as long as possible. And that is your win condition as a Logi pilot, is that you just need to last as long as possible and let your team try and get something down. Obviously, they came close. I mean, Hugging Flak is still taking a lot of damage. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's probably he's being completely hit by everything at the moment, and still Jaeger taking a lot of damage. I reckon we probably might lose Flak, but I still think
potentially, Jaeger's probably okay, low cap.
Yeah,
it's hard to rep, run, and then rep yourself, run, and rep your teammate.
He's actually really close to all the battle cruisers and stuff at the moment, which is why he's taking a lot of damage.
I mean, he has to be because he's webbing. He's at like max web range.
And obviously the Guardian's pretty far back, but I reckon he's getting the reps landing out. They're going to stabilize at the moment. A start say of Chadwick about to go down, but important to note, they're not going to be out there in meta. They still go to the losers, and they can still come back. And this showing, even though they did lose, they are competent. Clearly, they gave Tuskers a run for their money here. I think a couple of wrong moves. You just need one wrong move from Tuskers, and it could be GG for them.
Oh man, if they'd managed to get Jaeger Moritz and the Guardian down,
or a carries down, so they can start winning the damp war.
Oh yeah, if the damp war goes the other way, Tuskers is in a rough spot. If the Guardian goes down, Tuskers in a rough spot. If the Hugin goes down, Tuskers in a rough spot.
I mean, if the Hugin goes down, Tuskers is basically screwed at that point because everything can keep up with the entire Tuskers team. But I'm going to say, obviously, Flak, and we mentioned this yesterday, like he has the most stressful role. And, oh, my God, he goes straight into structure. So he's going to go down, I reckon.
Flak
he
goes
does
down.
drop.
Okay, that could be huge. But the thing is, there's only 3 minutes, 29 seconds, and only 4 ships.
There is good fights in local
side.
right now. I think the writing is on the wall for meta. But really good showing from Tuskers. But it's not unbeatable, as the Huggin did die. So it's not. So it can be destroyed. So I think teams, if they're going to come up against Tuskers, they have to sort of quickly think, what can we do to beat this? I think there is some comps that could do it. Obviously, you could just ban the Huggin, to be honest.
You could just ban the Huggin. We've seen teams do that. We've seen, again, CCP ban stick, number one way to take care of things you don't want to see. Ban the Hugin, ban the Rapier. If you don't ban the Rapier, they'll just bring that too.
I do like the Meta Reloaded team. I do like the composition as well. Like it's very solid as well. I think it's good. Arbitrators, unsung heroes as well. Lots of TDs going across the board, and obviously probably had some GDs just in case. You have to balance it out, I think, in most comps. But super good from Tuskers. They are favourites to go to the finals. So I think they're probably
last year's Alliance Tournament winners.
Yeah, last year's Alliance Tournament winners. Their Gulag training is strong.
they've been doing really well, and yeah, we're probably going to see them go all the way, I reckon.
Yeah, we did have one lovely micro jump from CF4. Aderon jumped out of the arena and made it 204 kilometers in the distance. So nice try there. The
That's
Vigil
really far.
has just done the same. We'll wait for the score on the Vigil from the referees.
204 is really proud of Swift and Local, proud of you, Screeve.
Yeah,
That's
223
nice.
for the Vigil. So the
223,
Vigil
that's
got a
mad.
pretty good distance.
Oh, we need to get a graph.
We do need to get
A graph of like how far everyone's jumped out the arena.
Yeah. I don't know that that's going to be something that's going to be easy for the
Probably
stats
not.
wizards,
It's going to be super hard to do. I'm just making up things as we go, basically. It's like, we should get a graph of this random
We should
stats.
get a graph. We should get a graph. We should get the ability to just call for graphs. I'm sure that production is in their room just being like, yeah, great job, guys, great job.
Mauler about to go down. I mean, Tuskers still in the ring, clearly. I think that they might go down in a best of. I think that's the only scenario. These best of ones are just you have to put your best foot forward immediately. But anyway.
Yep, Silicon goes down, and with it, Meta Reloaded goes down to the losers bracket, and we'll go back over to the desk.
The Tuskers continue undefeated in the upper bracket, moving their way one step closer to going perhaps for the repeat championship run. They are now guaranteed top 3. They will make their way into the winners bracket final next. That is their next matchup. Meta Reloaded, of course, they would have been in the winners bracket final had they won, but they haven't. They've now been dropped down into the lower bracket, and they actually have to play again. There's one match now, and then they play again. So by virtue of dropping that match to Tuskers, they're getting their bands done right now. They're going to be flying again in about 20 minutes. It really is not much time. Now, Mystical Might, we've seen the Tuskers bring this comp earlier on. They used it to great effect. This time they did lose a ship. They lost the Hugin, and maybe we'll talk about that in a little bit. But how do people beat this Tuskers comp? It's so delicate.
Yeah, I know that I flamed Tuskers a little bit for their earlier performance in this tournament, where it seemed like they were winning matches because other teams were just dropping the ball and losing. But Tuskers have really stepped up their game, and they've been executing really well. So this is an execution-heavy comp, right?
Yeah.
And I think there's also a degree of the mind games or the prediction to it. Because you have those arbitrators, you have to make the choice of whether you want to stack tracking disruptors or guidance disruptors. When we last saw Tuskers field this particular comp, they banned a lot of the gun-heavy core battleships, and they left the Arabian Navy open to encourage a missile-heavy comp coming out, right? And then we saw missile guidance disruptors spread across the entire team. The web's doing a really effective job of preventing the Arabian Navies from getting on top of anything, and so no damage was coming out. This time, we saw that they went for the Armageddon Navy issue ban along with the Typhoon Fleet issue, and Meta did them a favor of banning the Raven Navy issue. So they were able to focus all of their disruptors towards the tracking end, which is a bit of a gamble. They probably did have like 1 or 2 missile guidance disruptors just in case. But it allows them to better control the grid, because knowing that they will likely be going up against guns, I think Mega Navy was still open.
I believe it was.
Yeah. And the Abaddon, for example, I think was also open. They would be able to reduce the effective range of those ships quite significantly, allowing them to burn safely around the edge of the arena, which is exactly where they want it to be.
Yeah. All right. That Hugin did die. Let's take a look at the kill mail for it and see how it was fit. So if we can pop that up. Okay, here. So this is flown by Flak Inquisitor and flying to great effect, we shall say. He did a fantastic job with it. But look at this, CCP Kestrel. We've got 5 webs and 100 MN. So this is going to be difficult to fly. He has to get a lot of targets locked, got to be very aware of the range, his positioning. And flying a 100 MN cruiser is quite difficult.
Yeah, especially with how cap-reliant it is. You can see that they've even opted to go for like the X5 meta webs, or like the 3rd to 5th web. And like with those 2 hardeners as well that it has, like it's very vulnerable to newts. It doesn't have an injector or any other way to get back cap aside from the small NOS, which you definitely don't want to be using at any point in the match, ideally.
Yes, if you're having to NOS someone, you're maybe in a bit of a pickle. I mean, we saw CCP Kestrel during that match, the Guardian, also in great peril at one point. He burned away. There was a bunch of drones chasing him down, and then there was no rep bots. Tuskers looked like for a while they were choosing to field hammerheads. We did see some rep bots land a little bit later on, but there was a moment when both the Guardian and the Zarmalade were going to go down maybe at the same time, but then the Guardian managed to pull through. I think that was the crux moment in that match.
Yeah.
Awesome. Full agreement. Everything you've said is correct. Thank you very much.
Yes.
I actually think one of the essential moments of the match as well was at the very beginning. Again, while the match was going on, we were having a bit of a discussion about damp wars. I can see Ren staring at me over the TV, where when you have damp ships on both sides, oftentimes you want to gain damp superiority by putting your damps on the other team and preventing them from using theirs. One of the things that you can do is leave your prop mod off, but double-click in space so that you're still slightly moving, but you're not blooming your signature. And if the other team uses their prop mod, you're able to lock first and then apply your damps, which means that you then win that damp war. I think I can't remember if the Maulus is prop modded immediately at the very beginning, but I think that may have kind of contributed towards the eventual loss, is allowing those carries to get their damps off, and also not having enough damps spare for the arbitrators so that you can apply better across the field.
Yeah. CCP Castro, do you think, in a comp like that Tuskers just brought, what do you think beats it? Do you think maybe like a heavy rush coming in? There's a lot of webs, though, that can control it down.
I think anything that can kind of project relatively well, like I think something like a Jackdaw would do very good against this team, because the Jackdaw has the resistance to sensor dampeners and weapons in sharpshooter mode, so it can potentially kill like a lot of these key linchpin ships like the Keris. I think maybe trying to like out mind game Tuskers as well could also end up going pretty well for you. Like we've seen the Tuskers skew their control very heavily, as Misty mentioned, like bringing like mostly tracking disruptors on their arbitrators, or bringing mostly guidance disruptors based on the bans.
Yep.
So like if there's like maybe not quite the best kind of, like a lot of the good missile comps are banned out there, but maybe there's like a B tier kind of setup that you can bring with missiles, that would probably actually do very well.
Yeah, we can see on the screen here some infographics about sensor dampening, as Mystical Might was talking about. The important one being things like the speed to lock, and we talk a lot about this idea of the damp war, and that being super important. I'm just bending down to pick up my band stick, which fell over. Got banned briefly. Oh no!
Oh no!
We can no longer point. This is catastrophic. Everyone stop the production.
You're going to have to use the other end of the stick now.
We're going to have emergency surgery on CCP band stick to see if we can fix that. But it is time for the bands, actually, for our next matchup. It is Meta Reloaded versus Seker Matar. So let's take a look at the bands. Here we are. No, it's Evasive Maneuvering versus Paper Number. I'm so thrown by the band stick.
I know.
I'm just
distraught.
I'm just distraught with grief. It's already been rushed away for emergency surgery. There's like 3 people who are working on it. This is priorities right now. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way and actually pointed things. But we see the Zarm, super popular. The Maulus, so getting rid of some of those bonus stamps. The EOS has been a really popular band as well. I can't remember exactly how popular, but we see it a lot. And then Mystical Might is doing some extra pointing over there for me. The Raven Navy is banned, and the Stenitav, and the Sleipnir, and the Hugin, and the Rapier.
Yeah, interestingly, no battleship bans aside from the Ravy Naven.
Good point. Most of the battleship cores are open, and this has been a very triple battleship heavy year.
It has been. Well, yeah, it has been. I was going to say, we've also seen Rush quite a few times as well. So battle cruisers and battleships have been quite predominant. It's interesting that the Hugin and Rapier are banned, but the Nighthawk Loki is still open. Of course, we have the Sleipnir ban at the very end. I think the most interesting part about the bans is how long that final ban took.
Yes.
It's interesting that they went for the Sleipnir as the thing that they wanted to remove most.
It's a very versatile ship.
Yes.
Good damage, both with ACs and, of course, projection with artillery.
We could see like Dominix's and Ishtars, and they might try and use the Ishtars to tackle down some of the Nighthawks that they're expecting to see, because they have a very high kinetic resistance.
I'm expecting to see also maybe like Apox, perhaps.
That's also
good projection here.
That would actually make sense why you would ban the Sleipnir, since it has a very innately high EM resistance.
Yeah, especially with Scorch being like very heavily leaned into EM.
Yeah. Okay, good point. And I mean, we know Evasive Maneuvering, they favour kitey comps as well, so it makes sense for them to ban out things that can affect that. So they're banning out Hugin and Rapier, things that can reach out and slow them right down. Okay, let's head over to the arena for this matchup between Evasive Maneuvering and Paper Numbers.
Welcome back to the arena for Evasive Maneuvering versus Paper Numbers, and we have Ravens. So a dodge, I think, here. Which is, I think it could work, actually.
What do Paper Numbers have?
So Paper Numbers, they've got a Balgorn. It is their flag Balgorn, two Dominixes. So this is a drone comp. It's sort of a variant of the triple Dominix comp with the flag Balgorn instead. That points upgrade means that their midline is a little bit downgraded. Celestis Arbitrator for Ewar. That Celestis is not going to be damping too much. Again, the Ravens coming in at 0.
I'm actually really interested to see, because if this works, then they'll have to ban the Raven Navy and the Raven. But like, I don't think, obviously it's not the same shit. Obviously the Raven Navy has more tank.
Yeah.
So that's one thing as well. So like, relatively similar DPS. So obviously Raptor goes straight in right now from evasive maneuvering. Yeah. But I think they're definitely going to go for the Dominix, I reckon.
Yeah, they're going to go for the Dominix, and the Dominix it has the webs. The long-range webs are going on Sam Punisher and Skykiller Russian, keeping them off of the team, and the damps are going onto Sam Punisher, one going on to Fenrir Nordson as well. We see a web going onto Rafisen in the Dominix, preventing Rafisen from running away with damage just... this is rush, right? You're going to rush in.
Pretty much.
And indeed, Rafisen is taking the first big chunks.
And they're going straight for the Balgon as well. But this is why you warp in. See, Paper Numbers done a really good job here. They actually didn't warp in really close. They have time to split up the two Ravens as well. So we have Skykiller and Sam are at the back, and Fenrir is obviously the only Raven that's got in. But they're still delaying some damage. Looks like the Osprey's taking a lot of damage right now from Paper Numbers. Good target call, I reckon. Don't bother going for the Ravens, but they have to make sure this Balgon doesn't die.
Yeah, and Rafisen definitely taking damage here. I'm not seeing a purple... Oh, no, they're wrong. I was looking at the wrong one. I'm still not seeing a purple rep bar on the Paper Number side. A little bit concerned about that, but
he might be full buffer or something.
Yeah,
which can be a bit sus, I think.
Yeah,
I think it's always good to have a local. You can use an officer mod, so you might as well have a local tank on there. And as he completely now starts to drop, because the two other Ravens are now getting into range.
Yep, yeah, the two. Even if you're webbed, you can still slow boat in. They're not scrammed.
If he goes, it's going to switch onto the dummies, and it's going to be GG's.
Yeah, this is huge. Even if Rafisen lives here, they're not going to have their flag in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's a good thing to note. The winner of this goes to play Tuskers, but the loser has to go through the loser's bracket and potentially without their flag as he goes into structure. As a couple of volleys come in, he does go down. Absolute massive wing for evasive maneuvering.
Yeah, evasive maneuvering. They've got they've lost Beam Eder on Navy Osprey.
That's a good trade, though.
Yeah,
that's a really good trade.
I'm taking that every time. You're in a rush down, you're expecting to trade.
Yeah, 100%.
This is like, hey, Starfleet, can I trade you, this pocket for your cell phone?
Yeah, literally the same trade. Purified, going to structure, but being kept up. But the Dommy, as expected, is next primary. If the Balgon died through this reps, the Dommy's definitely not long for this world.
Exactly. You can't fit upgraded resist mods. You can fit, pretty good buffer on that flagship Dominix, but we'll have to see what was actually fit there.
So Faffy just saying, do you know what, if you ban Raven Navy issues, we'll just do it with Ravens.
Yeah.
No big deal. Easy peasy, And this is going to change a lot, I reckon, because now teams are going to be worried about this coming in, because you can now get too many battleships to be banned. First Dommy down, probably about to go down. I mean, evasive maneuvering going into the final, the winner's final at the moment.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be a bit of mind games going on. But obviously, the previous setup we saw from Tuskers would definitely beat the Ravens. So we'll have to see in the next match what happens. Obviously, Paper Number's going to go to the losers. Still performing really well here. They did the actually perfect thing with the Balgon to try and split the Ravens up. But you can only push them back for so long, unless you have a hard scram or something.
Yeah, and it looks like we've got the Arbitrator is tracking, disrupting the Raptor. I know that there are no missile guidance disruptors being spread across the entire evasive maneuvering team.
Yeah.
I believe this might have been a little bit of a surprise.
I think so. I think it probably... I'm going to be honest, I don't think they were expecting this at all. They saw the Raven Navy ban, they were just like, nah, they're not going to bring torps. But yet, here we are. I'm interested, I'm trying to think, could have Paper Numbers actually done anything to stop this? Because I don't think they have any real hard tackle on their comp. Maybe the Ponzi will have a scram, probably not. But
I think you got to send the Dominixes forward.
And then so if they're focusing the Balgon, they put the Dommies in there.
Pull the Balgon back. The Balgon's going to get hit, so you're going to pull the Balgon back.
But they can just switch
though. Send the Dommies forward. The Dommies should have grapples and they have newts, so you're going to try and grapple and newt the Ravens off. You're right, they can switch, but maybe you can get something done in the time. It's tough because Mr. Kep's in the Basilisk there.
Yeah.
That's a bunch of reps for
The
those
thing is,
Ravens.
like, they still got a Navy Osprey down, but the problem is that even if they get all the Navy Ospreys down, even if they get the whole of the bottom half of evasive maneuvering down, they still have to go through 3 Ravens, and by that point they've lost probably most of their core, which is what we've seen here. I think they need, if you're going to brawl into this, you need some hard tackle on the Ravens to like split them up, so they're not as all together. Because as soon as one Raven, Fenrir went first, he got through, and the damage was kind of mediocre. But as soon as the other two, Skykiller and Sam, came into range, the Balgon just evaporated pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, and like that's what these torpedoes are excellent against battleships.
They just hit so hard. Like it's like a sledgehammer literally going down. Good fights in local at the moment. Definitely, I mean, I don't think the Celestis is going to do much, but I'll be interested to see like if Paper Numbers will do this in the loser bracket.
Yeah.
Like bring the Raven now and let it open, because right now we had the Rapier band, the Hugging band, the Zarm band. The Zarm's definitely that's a good band from evasive maneuvering.
But the thing with the Zarm and the Seno ban though is it doesn't say anything. Everyone bans Zarm and Seno in this tournament. Like, oh, you don't want to fight a Zarm? Well, neither do I. Neither does Starfleet. Neither does anyone in this whole
it's annoying.
arena.
But the Seno ban is quite normal as well. Morlus as well, good. Carey's good. But there was still some damps though ahead of a Celestis. But again, you're not going to do it. The Celestis was basically useless in this game because like everything is going to be closed anyway. So I think maybe some GDs would have helped, but I just think like maybe Meta need to. They flew it well. I'm not discounting. They at the beginning
they flew well, but it's one of those things where you load grid. You're spamming D-scan on your way in, and you load grid, and you're like, oh.
There's only so much you can do, and I want to make sure that people know that like, they did the correct thing. Try and split them up, but it's just you're only going to buy yourself so much time with the webs unless you have a hard tackle. So, Faffy Waffy, just switching it up. Bring a Raven.
Yep.
And I think probably we're going to see this a lot more, don't you think?
I agree. I think this is there is a poster that won the art contest, See the Seno Rush. Seno, it has been banned, but Raven Navy and now Raven Navy's younger but no less deadly sibling, the Raven, are absolutely rushing down the opposition in this tournament.
Young Renegade, being a Renegade, and he's just orbiting the arena right now at 108 kilometers, so he's going to just let them,
Yeah, he's giving us a little extra time.
A little extra time.
Starfleet, how are you enjoying Iceland?
That's good. I've been really good, actually, to be honest, at the moment. And the matches have been amazing.
Yep.
And the finals, I feel like the finals are going to be very interesting with the Conquest bands. And I think that's going to change a lot, because as soon as we start getting to like most of these battleship cores getting out of the way, we're going to start seeing maybe more cruisers and battle cruisers coming into the mix. So that's what I'm really looking forward to for that sort of stuff. And more like technical setups and things we haven't seen much at the moment. Because at the moment, you can only really ban... You could use all your bans and get rid of all the battleships, but then obviously the other team could do something else. So I don't think most teams want to ban all the battleships. That's why we're seeing a lot of them. Like here we're seeing the Domi and the Raven and stuff. To be honest, the 8-Pot Navy was open as well here.
It was open. I think that might be what Paper Numbers was expecting, because I think this setup would have just completely cleaned up versus.
I think it would have been a lot better, done a lot better job with the Balgon and stuff against the Raven.
Yeah, and again the Celestis for the dams, the clearly all TD Arbitrator, like that just would have cleaned up. So I think Paper Numbers, they had their read and not quite what they expected. Which kudos to evasive maneuvering. Do you reckon we're going to see the triple Ravens in the
100%.
Yeah.
And even in the Conquest ban, because if you use the Raven Navy issues, let's say you use them once, you win. Then the next time, unless they don't ban it, you just bring Ravens again and do it.
What do you put in your cruiser line, though? We've got Navy Ospreys here.
I think they're good. The Navy, to replace them?
No, but then you get Conquest band. So are you going to go like Navy Caracal? Do you spring for some Orthruses?
Potentially, you'd have to mix and match, I think, to make it work. But you could definitely make it work with alternative Caldari cruisers. There's a bunch to do similar things. A bit gimped, it's a bit worse, but it definitely could work, right? I think, you can make it work with all Facile Navy Caracals. The same concept, but it might not work as well. The main thing is the Ravens still apply loads of damage. Young Renegade finally been caught up by the Raptor, and there's got a swarm of drones now finally coming onto him. Faffy actually... He's just given up. He just went to the back now. He's just like, you know what, everyone else deal with it.
Maybe he's going to get on a jump beacon,
But he's got loads of acolytes around him, so he's going to die in a second tier, and then we can actually wrap them out. He's done a really good job, actually, just staying alive. It's really awesome. 1 minute left. He's going to maybe go to the end of the match, I reckon. They're now pulling some drones.
That deacon is toast. And with that, we'll send Paper Numbers to lose bracket and you back to the desk.
Paper Numbers being folded down into the elimination bracket now, having dropped that to Evasive Maneuvering. Evasive Maneuvering, of course, will go forward to play the Tuskers Co. in the winners bracket final. So both of those teams guaranteeing themselves at least top 3. That was an exciting matchup, Blackbar Pirate. Welcome to the desk, Blackbar Pirate. I'm back. We had, and Theronth Malas, of course, we had the Evasive Maneuvering side banning out the Raven Navy issue. We've seen a lot of teams bringing these triple Raven Navy with torpedoes set up, along with frigate logi. They banned it themselves, and they brought Tech 1 Ravens instead, plus a Basilisk.
They did. It worked really well. So we did a little bit of the dreaded M word, and it turns out a Raven is almost the same DPS as a Raven Navy issue. They just lose their application bonus. But when you're shooting battleships, that doesn't matter quite as much. So turns out banning the Raven Navy issue does not stop the Raven rush. The birds are still there. They're still torping. They're still killing battleships. So yeah, very unfortunate. And something to think about too. It's the reduced points maybe kind of lets you bring some other ships. So maybe the Raven is actually the Apex torpedo rush comp, and we didn't know. Or perhaps maybe it's not. It's 100% win rate.
Theronth, do you think that the Basilisk there over to Frigate Logi made the difference?
It definitely did have an impact, given that they were facing a Balgorn flag, which is sort of likely to have some sort of a neuting capacity. And there were 2 dummies that are also known to have ample high slots, so they can neut a lot as well. Basilisk, if you don't opt to have maximum red power placed on it, it has a unique capability of projecting remote capacitor instead, or alongside even reps, for like 60 kilometers, something like that. So this Osprey Navy that we have seen on the evasive maneuvering side probably did not have his invul off most of the time, because the cycle time of the cap is like 5 seconds. So he can comfortably tank more. He lived for a long time while the torps were doing their work.
Awesome. And you mentioned that flagship Balgorn. We can actually take a look at the kill mail. So the flag Bal did die, and this is an expensive flagship. Now, Blackbar Pirate, interestingly, there's only energy neutralizers, no energy Nosferatu on there, but we see 2 Toby Webs, so that's a good, what, 120, 160 billion right there?
Yeah, I think it's funny how the numbers keeps going up every time you talk about them. It's like
now they're 200.
Now they're 200 billion ISK a piece.
They're like 60 to 80 or so.
Yeah, no,
right?
they're definitely expensive. Granted, the amount that are changing hands this tournament maybe will cause some kind of market something or other. But hey, nobody knows about that. That involves math. Yes, we do have 3 energy neutralizers, no Nosferatu. It's a gamble. You're hoping that the other team doesn't have a significantly large amount of energy neutralizers. Since they didn't, it paid off. The Balgorn bonus does make it so that the NOS is very, very powerful anyways, but, it worked out. There's nothing really wrong with this fit other than the fact that we are looking at it because it died.
That's true. We only look at these ones when they die. I mean, Cormac's modified damage control is a pretty expensive damage control as well. You want to try and keep your flagship alive. And importantly, Theronth, the flagship, it does a couple of things. Now, we talked about this a little bit before, but I want to talk about it again because it's becoming really important now. We're right towards the part where it matters. These are not elimination matches that we just saw, but they will be soon. And now Paper Numbers going down without that flagship will make a big difference. Why is that going to be so important?
You are immediately at a disadvantage if you are facing a team that haven't lost their flagship yet. Immediately disadvantage. At the same time, they have probably sunk a couple of hours into testing setups that rely on the flagship. They've chosen it for a reason. All of this is locked now. Tech 2 fitted Balgorn is nearly not as good as the officer web equipped one. So probably one of the best comps in their mind that they had prepared for the last day of the tournament, completely gone.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for them. But, I mean, like we mentioned, that was still upper bracket. Paper Numbers having a really deep run this year. We've seen them in tournaments for quite some years. A lot of the community-run tournaments. Some of the members, I believe Jintan is in Paper Numbers. He runs the Captain's Cup, the Charity Cup, a couple of other sort of grassroots tournaments. If you're ever interested in getting into tournaments, I highly recommend checking out those player-run ones. The ones that Jintan run, as well as Soth, one of our refs this year, I believe our head ref. He is one of the people behind the Anga games. These are great ways to get into tournaments, so you don't have to just commit straight to the Alliance tournament first and foremost. But Paper Numbers have been one of those teams that have been playing for years, coming up through various tournaments. There's a number of people like Rifeson who I've seen numerous times. So it's really cool to see them doing pretty well and getting this deep into Alliance Tournament 21. Now, they were knocked down to the lower bracket. They're not out. We will see them again. They now have to go start preparing for another match in just after this one. It's really not much time to do so. But speaking of that, we can look at another elimination match. It's going to be Meta Reloaded versus Seker Matar. So let's take a quick look at the bans for this matchup. All right. So we see, of course, the Raven Navy. Oh, no. No. The Raven Navy. We see the Basilisk. So the Raven Tinker that we just saw is kind of out. The Zarmazd Blackbird Pirate is also been the most popular ban of the entire tournament. But what about all this weapon disruption? We see the Arbitrator and the Sentinel all the way down there towards the pumpkin.
I like how you trusted that it wasn't going to move that time. You're very hesitant. You're like, band guy will get you next time. Yes,
right,
weapon disruption is very good. It's it's an incredibly powerful thing. We've seen the Arbitrator, just due to points, sort of maybe even usurp the Curse as the key weapon disrupting ship. Same with Sentinels. We've talked about it before. Sentinels can just destroy your Logi. They are absurdly effective against logistics frigates, which is very much the key to this. I do really like the Basilisk ban. We've been seeing Basilisks like pop off. It used to be like you never bring it, you'd always bring a Scimitar, just because of the speed, but the raw rep power of the Basilisk has been making ships that should be dying, like Navy Ospreys, live way too long and is making a lot of Balgorns die, a lot of flagships die. So, very cool.
Yeah, indeed. And Theronth, anything else jump out you hear? We see obviously like some long-range projection with APOC Navy being removed, a lot of tracking disruption. Fleet Typhoons are wide open, Ham Rush is wide open.
Yeah, the Navy is wide open. We don't see any sentry bans other than EOS, so Dominion's Core is also open. The very popular bans of Hugin Rapier also. So there might be that we see one of those, because the
maybe we'll see Fly Killer.
Sentinel, maybe. No, we're not going to see a Fly Killer.
But I want to see Fly Killer.
No.
We made a video for Fly Killer, and we haven't got to play it yet because no one's bringing Fly Killer this year, apparently.
I don't think you're going to be able to.
No. It's on YouTube. You can go watch it. If you want to know what a dead comp is, it's on YouTube.
You know what? Somebody should bring it in the finals. But, like, I mean, you know why. It's like, here you go. Yes.
Yeah, so if you're new again to Lance Tournament, welcome. When we get to the winners bracket final and the lower bracket final, those are going to be best of matches, best of threes, and then the grand final is a best of 5. And they start to feature something we call conquest bans. So when you win with a comp, all the ships you brought are just immediately banned for you only, and then the normal bans apply. So in the grand final, when you're on say match 4 and you're 2-1 up, you could have in theory 27 ships banned out. In practice, because of like if you bring 2 of something, then less ships get banned out. That doesn't always happen like that. But then I always like it when it goes to the 5th match or the 3rd match, because everything is reset and it becomes a best of 1. So usually quite exciting. But of course, to get to the grand final, first you must win more matches. So let's head into the arena for Meta Reloaded versus Seker Matar.
All right, we are in the arena, and we are looking at the previous. We are looking at the previous teams.
So we don't know.
So we don't know what's going on yet.
We're not sure what they're in. All that we know is that there's a Flag Armageddon Navy issue.
We do know that.
That's all that we know right now.
Yeah. And we're thinking about, we're covering this up because we're going to find out before you find out. So we are not going to tell you anything that the players on grid don't know. We've just seen these. Starfleet and I were talking just before this match. We've just seen these two teams. So it's Seker Matar, Meta Reloaded. Seker Matar, we saw them twice so far. They have tinkered. Meta Reloaded, they just lost to Tuskers with that awesome Zarmaz sort of medium gun spam type thing.
And this is the thing with these teams. You say we've just seen them. They finish their game and immediately have to go ban again. Like, they have no time to rest. They literally just, like, straight in, come in, and then we were saying, like, I remember this guy. We saw him like an hour ago.
Yeah. And like you click and you're like, did they forget to teleport someone out? Did something go on? No. It's the same people. They've been teleported back, and it's tough because one of the things we're talking about is at this point, what's going on is these teams. Where execution is still important, theory crafting is still important, but at this point, the endurance and the ability to make those sort of snap decisions. Because like Starfleet, you were saying, you can just get in your own head.
You can get your own head and get really tired. And now we're starting to see the teams land on grid which is
which
is awesome. It's not on the screen right now, so we're going to hold off telling what's on grid.
We're going to wait for the full reveal.
There we go.
All right. So Starfleet, Seker Matar. It's not the Tinker. What is it?
Seker Matar bringing Navy Megas with a Huggin as well. So it's really interesting against the Navy Armageddon. So one of those is the flag. I'm assuming it'll probably be Chadwick might be the flag, or which ones? Do we know which one's the flag?
We don't know which one's the flag.
We don't know which one's the flag. Haven't been told that. But both of them coming in at range as well. So like the Megathrons coming in at 30. And then even the local someone Chosen's
flag.
Chosen's is like, who's the flag? And the Gens as well going about 30 as well. So Chadwick is the flag. So
excellent.
That's good to know. So they are quite far away from each other. The Hugin would be really important here for a bit of both teams have Hugins. They're going to be vying for control, but I think they're just going to be brawling into each other in the end.
Yeah, exactly. So these are, I think actually the Armageddon navies are probably going to back up. First off, the flagship is absolutely going to back the heck up. You don't want to do that, but these are blaster Navy Megathrons. We saw these yesterday versus
strong.
Rapid, heavy Armageddon Navy issues. So the Armageddon Navy issues, they do more damage at longer range. You do more damage at longer range, that means you back the heck out of there.
You're completely true. They are going to be moving away, as we've seen many times before. Armageddon is pushing back. Megatron's going in. All
Webs
the Megas
going out.
Waves being sent out completely and just web all the Navy Megas down. But the Huggin is
we got
is
sentry drones here from the Armageddon Navy issues.
Bouncers dropped. That's good. Cool. Get some bouncers down and maybe go for some small hit. But they're going straight for the Navy Mega.
Yeah, they're going straight. That's a really interesting choice. I mean, the Navy Megas, with these triple battleship cores, all of your damage is in the battleships, and a Navy Megathron with blasters is a lot of damage. So maybe it's just like let's see if we can get the damage out of there. But I do think they might have been able to go for like a snipe on a Maulus or something like that.
Maybe just split some of the damage as well. What they got? They got 2 Thalias and 2 Mauluses as well for the lower end, and obviously. The Navy Armageddon now the primary. This is the thing. If they don't get the clip, if they don't kill the Navy Mega through the clip, then they just wasted a lot of time on a battleship, and that gives the Megas time to start chewing through. Because as soon as they get on top, they're going to definitely kill it.
Yeah, although one thing that the Armageddon Navy issues can do about this, we are not seeing them out yet, but there should be energy neutralizers in those
as
slots.
they come out. They start coming out right now. Tyson's going to be starting to get neutered. This is the thing. If whenever you're flying these sort of comps, and if you're on battleships or something and you get tackled, at this point, I think this is the right call. I'm seeing the other Armageddon navies just coming in and start applying their nukes, because if it starts to become a nuke game, they could probably cap out some of these Navy Megas or get them starting to run out of cap.
Exactly, and if they're able to get these Navy Megas out of cap, all of a sudden the cap-free Armageddon Navy issue, rapid heavy missile launchers plus drones start to have an advantage in the attack bar. And right now we see red attack bar lower than blue attack bar, but that Navy Megathron is dipping into low armor here.
C4 and Armageddon Navy issue doing a really good, doing a really fantastic job right now. He is in neuting range, but he's staying far away.
They're taking a Sven Blot, and the Inquisitor is getting shot and neuted. So that's going to be if he goes down, it's going to be a big struggle for the Meta Reloaded team.
That's a big loss if he goes down. As the Alexander in the Armageddon Navy is about to go down, they'll probably be trading 2 battleships, one battleship for each other. He does go down as well, but the Navy Mega is not far behind. But
Is he? The Navy Mega seems like he might be stabilizing, but those Thalias are getting neuted out.
If the clip is over, which I believe it is, I
Yep.
don't see any more missiles coming over, and this is the risk. This is the risk of having a clip and not finishing the target. He is getting a bit lower. I think I did see some missiles come in. He's been hit by some missiles still.
Here's the thing, though. The Megathron Navy issues, they were all grouped up on Alexander Chorigan. Look at the attack bar for Seker Matar. It is way lower because those Navy Mega issues, they are now webbed down by the Hugin, who's being shot, by the way. Great choice. And Tyson Aardvark is going to fall before the Navy Megas can get on top of another target.
That's a really good call to get the Hugging down, because that's going to free up the Navy Megas to just chase down the rest of the Armageddons at the moment. But this is the good thing about the Armageddons, is that they're just neuting the Thalias and just shooting other things. They're going to go for Bertok in the Thalia. I think, good idea. I think if they're losing the Huggin,
they're losing the Huggin. They have to get rid of these Thalias. If they can keep the Inquisitors but lose the Huggin, they might be able to, the Inquisitors, they're Tech 1 ships. I called one a rep bot earlier. It feels a little bit like it when you're in one. But they they'll be able to keep the Navy Armageddons alive, and that might make up for the DPS difference between the Navy Armageddon and the Navy Megathron.
Brian doing the best he could just to stay alive right now. He is he's grappled at the moment. He does go down.
He does go down, as does the second Thalia for Seker Matar. So Seker Matar, no Logi, Meta Reloaded, still have Logi, and those Logi are staying up even though Seker Matar are trying to get that Logi trade.
I mean, Seker Matar still have the Huggin as well, which is actually huge, because they can kill the Inquisitors with the Huggin. They can definitely get Web down and start killing them. I think Seker Matar's really good.
But they just lost their Pontifex as well.
Really good to get the Pontifex down, get those links off the grid. They're probably going to only have, we don't really know how long the cycles are on their links, so it could be down in from 30 seconds to 10 seconds or whatever. And that's a huge EHP loss. Amazing call to go for the Huggin, get that out the way. The Thalias are down, they could definitely kill him. And at that point, they can just try and kite. I reckon stay away from the Megas and just like nuke them out as well and just kite away with the missiles.
Yeah, and Tackleman and the Hugin. Tackleman's taking big loss.
That's
so,
a good name. I love that.
That's a huge
Tackleman.
Tackleman in titular ship is struggling to stay alive. Meanwhile, Sveinblot and the Inquisitor is down. Cucumber Roll still surviving for now, but webs are coming out, and the pack of drones likely to go. But Tackleman is down. Cucumber Roll is free. Cucumber Roll, run for your life.
This is the thing. We have to also mention, we keep forgetting there's two Maulises as well. And they're playing a big role, I think. Really good to put the damps on the Navy Armageddons, just to like force them to come in closer so the Megas can get on top. I really think this game is not really going. It's still in the running for both teams at the moment.
This is very close, and we see
another Inquisitor down.
Another Inquisitor down. So no Logi on both sides. Navy Armageddon versus Navy Megathron. It looks like this is a both are locked into the tackle brawl at this point. And you're absolutely right. That damp availability and the damp on Chadwick is going to mean that Chadwick can't kite this out in the same way that we were just talking about.
Exactly, but they are trying to. Right now, CF4 is burning away. He's being chased by the Chosen One at the moment, and again, the clips are going to come in. He's being webbed down. The other Navy Mega's being scrammed right now by the Vexors, and the Pontifex as well. Drive-by scram by the looks of it. Good to just turn off his prop mod, but they're going to catch up to him, I think, because these Navy Megas are actually really fast.
Oh yeah, Navy Megas, and
they're
this
quick.
is I think partly due to the changes that we had with the Legion Major update, where now you can run an armor ship way faster than you used to with the changes to armor rigs and improvements to plates, stuff like that. But you can't go that fast when you're. I said you can't go that fast when you're webbed and grappled. I am wrong.
He's still
I looked up 600 meters a second.
I mean, C4 needs to be a bit careful right now. He needs to slow down a bit. He's going to 100 kilometers on the arena. Like, needs to slow down, my friend. He is now turning, I was going to say, because obviously...
Okay. We're not going to see an unintentional edge of glory
the momentum
in this match.
I mean, we've seen some stuff where like people go to the edge to try and like bait other people out. But he looks like he's turning. I think he's now he's going to be caught up now. Yeah,
he's going to be caught up. But look, Chosen One Erkinen falling into low armor. So I think this is very close right now.
It's super close.
If Chosen One falls before CF4, this is that's gonna be a big swing.
I think that Chosen One will fall. We have to see the missiles and see if he runs out of clip. If he's still got clip, it looks like he's completely free now. CF4 and the Armageddon Navy issue. No tackle him, no webs. Looks like the newts are having their work.
It's the newts.
It's the newts
you go
working.
long enough, and eventually the capacitor is empty.
But a really good playing from CF4 just to kite around. Look at Navy Mega. His instructor is on fire right now. If he goes down, this is a complete win right now.
Absolutely, and this is also, I think, potentially the power of the flagship. Starfleet, what do you think? Is Chadwick the difference maker?
I think Chadwick is the difference maker. Navy Mega does go down from Chosen One. Really good job from him to try and... They're doing their best they can to get on top. They have to get there and try and push him away. But I think the Chadwick, the flag does make a huge difference in this thing. Good fights now going in local. Chadwick is right next to Megathron, so I think bringing the flag was the right call. I do think they probably would have won with a normal Armageddon, but I think this just secures the win in my eyes.
Yeah, and at this point in the tournament where you're playing to stay in...
you might as well just bring it, to be honest.
Yeah, every single win is going to get you ships. I'd be very interested to know, Starfleet, say you're bringing... You just said, I think the normal would have done fine, and I think I agree with you.
It would have been a bit more dicey, but
sure.
it probably could have won still.
How much do you spend on this flagship in that situation? Do you cheap out a little bit, or are you just all in?
I think if you're going to have a flag in this tournament, you go expensive, because for these teams, they've as soon as you get to top 16 or something, or top 12, like you're going to have enough prizes to pay back anything if you lose anyway. So you might as well just put the investment in and have a strong flagship. You know, we saw Deepwater's flagship being quite cheap earlier today. I would have definitely 100 bill is where a flagship should be sitting, especially for a Balgon and probably for a Navy issue as well. I'd definitely say don't skimp out on the fits. You know, it can make the difference in these matches, and I think here it secured the win for them, because obviously they're not going to go for Chadwick. He'll be the last one to die. Obviously, Magus going down, Navy Megathron soon to go down as well. I want to point out, though,
Magus was a jump. We'll wait to see the shout out on the points there.
Seker Matar, though, doing really well. Like, we're just demonstrating these teams were on equal terms. You know, lots of death across both teams, hugging down, Mega down. It was a really good brawl, but obviously the Newts, I think, came into form here. That clearly the Chosen One was running out of cap and was dropping like a tackle and everything. But yeah, good fights in local at the moment. Two Morses still alive. They are miles away, I think. Yes, they're being chased right now by some lovely warriors.
Maguses.
And the Magus is coming in. I also think, like, very underrated target pick is going for the Pontifex. I think a lot of teams should be doing that a lot more, because the EHP that you gain from the Pontifex links is actually huge and makes a huge difference. Like, especially for, like, if you're going to primary a battleship, it's it's massive. So I think really good for them to get that down. I hope more teams just look to the lower end for a quick kill. You know, if it's right next to you and you can just blap it immediately, you should definitely do it.
Yeah, plus those Pontifexes, in order to get the links off, they have to get in range, so you're likely to see it come in and have to turn around, maybe be in a spot where you can get it. But the Molluses will live to fight another day. Great job to Meta Reloaded. They advance. Seker Matar go home, and we go to the desk.
Meta Reloaded there, winning over Seker Matar and eliminating them from Alliance Tournament 21 in a kind of mirror-ish matchup with in terms of ships and sort of compositions, but executed very differently. Theronth, we saw one side bringing Navy Megathrons, looked like a bit more of a blaster rush, going up against Navy Armageddons. Both teams had Hooligans, but there was a couple of differences after that.
The low end of the Mega team have invested more in the Technology frigates, which were actually keeping them for quite a time compared to what Inquisitor would have done, as those Megas were struggling to get on top of a Navy Geddon core, screened off by the Hugins, screened off by the Vexers, who were brought by the Armageddon comp. The Vexers, they also probably had newts, so they after they got they managed to get on Talias, they could newt them out. They in the match we have seen them screening actually for the Geddons at some point, which was also preventing those blaster ships that have quite limited range from getting on top of the Geddons. They would just try to run away as far as they could, which enabled them to bleed, actually kill one of the Navy Megas before the Geddon died, and from there they could just be comfortably sitting in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and Bart, you mentioned it during the match, and Theron's referenced it there. We saw the Vexers on the Meta Reloaded side. Talk to me about the Vexer in this type of comp, and you were giving some nice compliments to the Vexer pilots.
Yeah, Vexer pilots have actually the entire tournament. The Vexer pilots have been really good. But yes, it's such a good tackle ship, which seems weird to people that aren't tournament enjoyers, because they're like, Vexers aren't a tackle ship. But basically, it's just so useful. It's so versatile. They're like, I think 9 points, which is really, really low. So, you know, those couple of Vexers, they were screening, they were tackling, they were getting in and applying their newts and everything. Rep drones were going out. Yep. DPS drones go out. EC drones go out. There's so many things they can do, and this whole tournament has had excellent Vexer piloting from everybody, so, which is awesome. Bring more Vexers. Maybe less Molluses, possibly. In that specific match, I don't know if the Vexers necessarily carried it. I think it was the Hugin from the team that won.
Meta.
Which is, yes, the Armageddon team, Navy Geddons, successfully controlled the 3 Blaster Megathrons.
Yeah.
So that was the thing that really messed it up, is that, like, there's a point where, like, the first Armageddon Navy got caught, and then they couldn't really stay on them anymore. Yeah. And we saw the Armageddon Navies kind of just kiting away, and, you know, not a huge kite, just enough to be like, haha, you can't hit us, but we can still, you know, do things to you. But yes, the Vexers as tackle ships, very powerful. I don't know, it's one of those weird situations where they had to get rid of them, but I don't know if that was also the right choice. I think they were just in a situation where it's like, well, we just got out-comped.
Yeah. Now, we've spent a lot of time talking about rush comps, and we've seen a lot. We talk about the ham rush being open quite often. That was a bit of a rush comp there. So let's take a moment and head over to our man in the field to learn about rush.
Hi everyone, CCP Overload here, and let's talk about rush comps in the Alliance Tournament. A rush composition is one of the most direct and aggressive strategies used in the Alliance Tournament. Its central philosophy is simple: close the distance quickly, hit with overwhelming force, and break the enemy's line before they can react or adapt. Rather than relying on complex positional play or drawn-out endurance, rush comps win by imposing immediate, unavoidable pressure. The backbone of a rush setup is usually a group of durable battlecruisers or cruisers armed with short-range, high DPS weapon systems. These ships are chosen because they can both absorb punishment and deliver devastating bursts of damage once they reach optimal range. The fitting focus is on resilience, speed, and applied damage. Modules that enhance tank and propulsion are critical as the weapons themselves, since the entire game plan depends on surviving the initial rush into the core of the enemy fleet. Once the charge begins, execution is everything. Rush teams coordinate closely, using webs and scrams to lock down key enemy ships and prevent them from escaping the brawl. At the same time, target calling becomes a critical factor. Eliminating the correct ships first, whether that means hostile logistics, fragile high-damage platforms, or disruptive control elements, determines whether the rush snowballs forward or peters out. The momentum gained from each quick kill compounds, creating a cascading effect that can collapse an enemy team before they can react. Compared to other archetypes like kiting or control comps, rush comps thrive on decisive confrontation. They accept that damage will be taken, often heavily, but the gamble is they will kill faster than they are killed. This trade-off gives rush comps a psychological edge too. When a team is suddenly under immediate crushing assault, mistakes and panic are more likely, feeding into the rush team's advantage. Ultimately, rush comps represent the purest expression of aggression in the Alliance Tournament. Straightforward on the surface, but layered with tactical nuance in execution. They succeed not only through raw firepower, but through careful planning, precise coordination, and the ability to sustain pressure long enough to tip the balance of the fight irrevocably in their favor.
Thank you once again, CCP Overload. Alright, let's look at our bands for our next match, Paper Numbers versus Psychokids. And as a reminder, we are still in the elimination bracket, so these teams want to remain in. Paper Numbers lost their flagship, which could be important. We see the Zenithaf ban, one of our most popular bans. We haven't seen a Typhoon Fleet ban for a little while. It was popular. Oh, sorry, CCP Leggy Bro, let me just get it in front of you. We haven't seen it for a while, but Theron, I'm very interested by this Ishtar ban over here.
Me too, actually, and I wonder what was going on through the Psychokids mind when they are banning an Ishtar when the dummy is open. The EOS is down, so maybe their idea is like, okay, so we are going to completely remove like a Sentry spam comp with EOSes and Ishtars, but I guess you can substitute Stratius for that, so they must know something we don't know.
They did take 2 minutes and 40 seconds to think about it, and Paper Numbers took 2 minutes and 52 to think about that Typhoon Fleet. I wonder, Bart, if the flagship is going to make a difference here.
I mean, I certainly hope so, but we have kind of seen them getting stomped a little bit. And if you notice what is still open, the classic now flagship destroyer with torpedoes could happen. So that's a very high risk.
True, and the fatigue is starting to hit in with some of these matches. These teams have been playing match after match after match. This is where sometimes the decision making starts to fall apart, and you're like, well, let's just bring the triple battleships with the torpedoes. So let's head into the arena and find out if they're bringing triple battleships with torpedoes.
Welcome back to the arena for Paper Numbers versus Psychokids. And we've got triple Damnation, triple Arbitrator, triple Confessor, and a Zarm. I love that. It's just like triple. I love it. What do Psychokids have?
Psychokids, they've brought a similar type of gun spam with the Zarmaz. So both teams featuring the Zarmaz. It's unbanned, so we're bringing it. Fantastic. It's almost got a 100% win rate, except for that one loss to Tuskers. But and double Sentinel for the disruption. It's going to be really interesting to find out which team had the read on the disruption.
Yeah, for the E-War, which ones is just like they're definitely going to bring like missiles or
guns
or TDs and stuff.
Or maybe they
to be honest, if the Arbitrators are just all TDs, then that Astartes are not going to be doing much.
Yep. If the Astarte and damage initial comes out, it looks like the Sentinels did have quite a lot of guidance disruptors. The tracking disruptors going out across the Astartes, Absolutions, and Omens. So we did bring enough tracking disruptors for this. And the thing is, with all the E-War on both sides, just watch those attack bars.
Yeah.
They're tiny.
literally Psychokids right now kiting around at the moment. Damnation's burning straight in. The Damnation's really tanky. GDs are definitely on them, so it looks like the read was right. Same for the TDs. Both teams looks like they have read each other's comps quite well, bringing the correct amount of E-War disruption.
And these are heavy missile damnations.
They are heavy
unless
missile.
I'm misreading the model here. It's got the thin little thing, not the big chunky hams. And yeah, so this is like an armor kite, except that instead of the Cyclone Fleet issues, we have opted for the damnations. Again, now that armor is a little bit faster, maybe you can speed around. And, you know, I'm not going to call 1,400 meters a second speedy, but
it's pretty quick. Both teams really spread out across the arena right now. The Omen taking a bit of damage at the moment for Vic. On the other side, Cammy taking a bit of damage from the Arbitrator. I think splitting the damage is really good, obviously, for the Zarm.
Yeah, and the Zarm, oh wow, the Zarm just repped the Confessor, is leaving the Omen alone. I wonder if this is like a bait tank situation, or...
yeah, Omen's getting dangerously low right now. He's got a bunch of drones on him right now. He's been hit at the moment by some missiles. Yeah, so I think he needs to get some reps on him. They do that now.
There we go, yeah. So that little, that little like green icon with the zzz, that's the Zarm's rep. As it stays on a target longer, it reps the target longer, but they can only rep one target. So as both teams are just swapping damage back and forth, we're looking for someone to catch the Zarmaz sleeping.
Yeah, Psychokids need to start getting something locked down. We're seeing a lot of pressure being put onto Psychokids, but they need to start putting some out as well.
Look at the newts on the Confessors. So those Sentinels, not only do they have disruption, but they also have the ability to apply small energy neutralizers, and small energy neutralizers to small capacitor is a real painful situation. They're trying to prevent those Confessors from moving at all.
We're seeing Frederick and the Sentinel doing exactly what you said. He's actually noting nossing a damnation and then obviously GDing another one. So Sentinel's doing really well. But as we said, that Mickey Knox about to go down. That's some first blood on the field right now, and that's actually really huge. That's a lot of their E-War off the field.
That's huge, yeah. And the Sentinels, I mean, they don't have that many hit points. The Confessors, they do a lot of damage, and look at, they're completely un-TD'd. I think these Sentinels were biased towards the missiles here.
I mean, the thing is like now they need to have a response here. Psychokids need to get an Arbitrator down or something and start to balance out the E-War game, because the more they lose, the more the other team is going to be able to apply more damage. As we're seeing right now, Garlem in the Navy exec being the next primary.
Yeah, but looks like Kami Inari in the Arbitrator dipping dangerously low, and I don't see that Zarmaz rep going on. I've seen newts on the Zarmaz for quite some time.
Cammy's looking really bad right now into structure at the moment. You're right. No, and the Zarm is maybe it's a little too late. He does go down. Good response from Psychokids to get some of the E-War off the field. But now it's kind of leveled out a tiny bit more. But there's still a lot to go. Navy exec has now got reps, so he'll definitely be surviving a lot longer now. But now we're going to see the Zarm taking a lot of damage. Mika looks to be the new primary.
Yeah, and this is smart. If one team's able to take the logistics out, then they'll have a huge advantage over the other. As Hoffy in the Arbitrator goes dangerously low.
Yes.
Looks like dipping into structure. There's the Zarm rep landing, but again, is it too little too late? These Arbitrators, they don't have too much structure. He gets a little bit of armor back, holding on.
He just
I think he might hold.
He's going to hold. He has got. It looks like he is like going to try and. Oh, that's a really good hit. He did keep him alive. Confessor taking a lot of damage there as well. Same with the Navy exec. I think the Confessor's next primary at the moment. As his arms got the reps on him, he is bouncing up and down. I mean, this is one of those things with his arms. He can only choose one thing.
Young Renegade is webbed, scrammed, and target painted. And with the rate that Young Renegade is slowing down, I think Young Renegade is in a lot of trouble here.
That's just a really good call for paper numbers to get. To try and get Psychic, to get the Zarm down. If he does get down, it's going to be so easy for them. They are going to respond for a Sentinel, but he's getting reps. I don't think they're out the running yet. These Damnations do have a lot of HP, so it's going to be a lot to G for you. True.
Yeah, this is also smart to get on Young Renegade after bleeding the capacitor down. The Zarmaz, it's super tanky. You can fit a medium ancillary armor repairer and
he's still holding
anything you want.
Young Renegade's not going out without a fight. He's going to live to win. He is going to structure. He does go down. Huge win for Psychokids at the moment.
Yeah, so paper numbers, they've got to be able to trade this back either onto the Zarmaz or just clear out enough of the Psychokids team that they can really get some work done here. But Psychokids, they're wasting no time going back on the Arbitrators. Hoffy V6, target painted, scrammed, taking damage. I expect we're going to see these Arbitrators just completely melt.
I'm interested to see what the Confessor's doing at the moment. The Arbitrator, Hoffy, about to go down. Looks like the Confessor's trying to go. It looks like they're trying to go after the Psychokids Zarm, but they're being neutered off by the Sentinel, which is really awesome. Arbitrator, second Arbitrator does go down, but they've still got one left, but it's not looking too good.
The Omen of Vic still is dipping down, but with the Zarm still up, they're just able to keep these ships alive.
It looks like it's just like a steamroll. As soon as the Zarm died, they can't keep anything up, and now Psychokids have free range just to kill whatever they want. I don't think, it's very unlikely, but paper numbers could try and bring it back. The Damnation still have a lot of tank, but as long as that Zarm's alive for Psychokids, I think it's GG. Psychokids Zarm is in about going into half armor, but he's not in any danger at the moment.
And Starfleet, I think this is the thing. I think these Sentinels, they were the difference maker.
Yeah, it's
They've
good.
been using their energy neutralizers incredibly well.
Yeah, what's his Frigic being really good in the Sentinel and just like noticing the Confessors going after him. You can see a Newt cycle currently on him, and the Sentinels will cap out the Confessors very easily. He's about to go down, so I think fantastic job. You're right. The Sentinels playing a really important job of like peeling off for the Logi.
Absolutely, and I think the Sentinels are the difference maker. We're looking at the Zarm. We saw Mikami in the Zarm start to take a little bit of damage, start to get tackled. We're like, oh, maybe paper numbers can get the Zarm.
Yeah.
But it was paper numbers Zarm who died first, and I think that really does come down to the play there.
Both these teams performing really well in this tournament. Both teams have some tournament pedigree as well and some experience. And you can see it in this match and the last match. We're getting to that level now where the skill difference is very slim. Both teams are very good. At the beginning, it could have gone either way, but that Zarm dying or getting caught was like an absolute win. And obviously, they are still trying to get the Zarm down, which is really good, but they only got 3 Damnations left, and I think he'll probably survive.
Yeah, so Starfleet, this Damnation comp, this isn't something we've seen before.
No.
How are you feeling about this? Was this overcooked or just about right?
I think it is good. It has all the the Damnations are good, decent damage. Confessors are good, Arbitrators are good, but I think it only works with the Zarm. I think both these comps really only work with the Zarm. I think that the Zarm, that's why everyone's feeling it if it's not unbanned. If it's not banned, sorry. Like, they'll just use the Zarm as like you basically can't kill it if it's being repped by the Zarm. We say that, and still Mika still does go down, so that's a testament to these Damnations still doing a lot of damage. But obviously, Jalthi in the Damnations looks like to be the primary, so he'll probably go down soon. The only way for them to bring this back is to somehow survive. I'm not too sure that's going to happen. It looks like he's webbed and scrammed, he's GD'd as well, so I think he's going to die soon. But Mika doing a really...
Mika down.
Yeah, maybe he does.
Damnations, they do have more tank than the Absolutions on average.
They do, but I just think that like the amount of EHP differential is like so big right now, like compared to like how far down the Damnation is compared to like everything else is full health. Like if it was just like it just started like with them all full health and they start to shoot each other, then the Damnations might have a good idea. But we can't ignore the 2 Omens as well. Like the whole match, they've been alive and doing a lot of DPS. That's the one thing I like about like the Omens as well. Psychokids' team is like they have a bit more lower end DPS. It looks like the Damnations are all the DPS on one side, and obviously the Confessors as well.
Yeah.
But like I think the Sentinels were really good, and there's good fights going up in local. I think the Sentinels were like a really important part of the comp here.
Yeah, I do wonder if Psychokids had the read on this, because again, they showed up with a lot of guidance disruptors. One other comp that could have been open here was that Raven Navy rush, but honestly, I wouldn't have liked the Raven Navy rush.
I don't know if the Raven rush would have worked well here, if the read was correct. Definitely they would still apply to the Damnations and stuff, but I don't know. It would be interesting to see.
They wouldn't really be able to get the Zarm. The Zarm
no,
could
the
just
Zarm would be that's the main thing, and that's what would be so scary. Is like the Zarm will just chill back, and you just like completely pull all your reps onto the top, whatever the torps are shooting, and probably it will tank So like I think that's the power of the Zarm in these comps, and that's why a lot of these teams are not bringing it if the Zarm's unbanned.
Absolutely, and Starfleet, was there anything that you think paper numbers could have done here to bring this one to a success?
I think they could have after getting the Sentinel kill, that was huge. I think recognizing that they need to their win condition. The win conditions in the game, like a match like this, changes. Like it depends on how everyone's positioned. It was a bit of a mess at the beginning. I think the win condition after the Sentinel, they should have realised. Obviously, Psychokids realised it was just like we just have to get the Zarm down. Like obviously they got one Sentinel down. That's really good. That frees up maybe some more Confessors to go after it. But I think the win condition for them, get the Zarm down, and they would have been ahead.
Absolutely, and first Zarm to die, also the first team to die here. So paper numbers, they're out. Prize Ship Enjoyers, very good finish. Psychokids, they will continue on to battle their way through the losers bracket and hopefully make their way to the grand final. With that, we'll send it back to the desk.
Well, maybe if paper numbers hadn't written those numbers down, they wouldn't have been able to be read by Psychokids, and unfortunately, they have lost the match and therefore are eliminated from Alliance Tournament 21. But excellent run from the Paper Numbers team. Theron, that was an interesting set of comps we just saw. Double Zarms. Zarm, of course, the most banned ship, but it was unbanned in this instance. Going into heavy missile damnations.
And confessors.
And confessors. And arbitrators.
And triple arbitrators.
This was very much, it felt like a conquest ban avoiding setup.
There is something to what you're saying, because like all those ships we had open, like all the drone comps that were like Dominic's based. We had a couple of battleship cores open. We had Rush open. That was admittedly Senna was banned, but you can substitute. Why would you choose heavy missile damnations, heavy missile arbitrators, and confessors, which were pulls? So they were able to do some work. They did kill the Sentinel because confessor in the sharpshooter mode. When it's set to project damage with pulses, it's difficult to actually stop it from doing so. But still, this is a very low DPS comp with all those other scary archetypes open. I wonder what were they having in mind when they were fielding this.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Black Parrot, any thoughts?
I don't think they had a great plan there. I feel like what they did is they had watched Tuskers and were like, we could do something like that, but we want to put our own spin on it and make it worse. There were parts that I liked. The arbitrator fits were awesome. They were heavy missile arbitrators. They had drones, so that you're actually getting damage out of a ship you wouldn't get damaged out of. I actually really liked the confessors. That was a cool idea. I don't think they used them super well, but it was really nice. And I mean, using them to snipe ships was great. The damnations is where you lost me. You just picked a worse ship to do the job than like several other ships that we know do the jobs great. But hey, you know what? Maybe they would have won if they were Fleet Cyclones. Maybe not. I don't know.
I was kind of interested. I was kind of hoping that the second Zarm would die, because we were talking about it, trying to decide what kind of prop mod it was running. We think it's dual propped, probably 10 MN, 50 MN, or perhaps 10 MN, 100 MN, because it was constantly changing speed in suspicious ways.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go. So Psychokids will continue on into one more match before, if they win that, they will go into the lower bracket final. So we're down to just a few teams left, and we'll see them in a little bit. For now, we're going to run a short break, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Hi everyone, it's your good friend CCP Convict here, and in the backdrop with the Alliance tournament going down, where everyone's taking a little break right now just to have a little breather and catch their breaths, and we're going to talk about joined by CCP Zelus and Sothrasil. CCP Zelus. What is out there in terms of community-run tournaments?
There's a selection of different tournaments of varying sizes these days. So the Anger Games is probably the example of these. How do we phrase it? These smaller tournaments.
These smaller tournaments
is one of the larger tournaments that we do. And then immediately after the Alliance tournament, there's actually a good example of a smaller tournament, which is a 3v3 tournament, which is also running. Organized by Astral Acquisitions, but it's again just varies in size, complexity, rules, all sorts.
Very cool. And Sothrasil, your sort of, I guess, the tournament that you're most identified with is the Anger Games, which you sort of run with your partner Dirk Statiel.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that tournament.
So we started Anger Games just as a little thing. It was just a dare at first. Someone said, like, you couldn't just organize a tournament as a goon, most of all. And I took that as a challenge.
Yeah.
And since then, we've grown bigger and bigger every year. And now we don't just run tournaments, we also have other people run their tournaments. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. So you say you're growing bigger and bigger every year. What was like the first Hunger Games compared to the sixth one?
I think in the first one we had like 13 teams.
Mm-hmm.
And then Anger Games 6, we had over 50.
Damn. All right. Yes, that's serious business. How many? What was the format of it? How many people participate on team in the Anger Games?
It's 7v7.
Mm-hmm.
And then in Anger Games 6, we started out in group stages, and then went to a double elimination format afterwards.
All right. Cool. And CCP Zelus, what is Thunderdome?
Thunderdome is the home of where all the tournaments happen at the moment. So with the exception of maybe the Alliance tournament, where we have the Alliance tournament is participating on TQ at the end of it, with the exception of the feeders, which is normally over on Thunderdome. Thunderdome is essentially a place for tournament operators to go and be able to run tournaments without having to worry about, without teams having to worry about like the skills of their pilots, making sure they have enough IS to participate. Ultimately, everybody is given a level playing field in the sense they're given a max skill character when they go onto Thunderdome, and there's no like cost in the sense of there's no ISK, there's no monthly subscription or anything required for being able to participate on Thunderdome. But it also means that it comes down to like the pure capabilities of each team and person in terms of strategizing and organizing their tournament, how they want to communicate. It comes down to the individual. So it puts everybody just on that level playing field to be able to participate. But it's a separate server to Tranquility, as I say, so it has no impact on the main server as well. So there's also the ability, for example, for players to actually create their own ships and create their own modules as well. So depending on what the rules and constraints are for the individual tournaments, they can fit the ships how they want or according to the rules. But it also means when things like practice comes up, where they want to practice however many times before the actual tournament takes place, they have the ability they're given the tools essentially to be able to go run their own practice matches as well.
All right, let's talk about people, sort of tournament hopefuls, if you will. People who have maybe been watching the Alliance tournament so far this weekend and thought, this looks really cool. I'd like to sort of get involved in that. Maybe these folks aren't part of an Alliance that has a regular ongoing Alliance tournament team, or maybe they just don't have any enough friends to pull together to make an Alliance to do that. I'm assuming that tournaments like the Hunger Games would be, the Anger Games is going to happen. Tournaments like the Anger Games are a good platform for people to sort of get into that, and other ones like the
Tyriad
Charity Cup this year, but it's traditionally the Captain's Cup, isn't it?
Yep.
So those are the sort of the on-ramps for people who maybe want to get involved in tournaments but don't necessarily have a community around them right now where they can just slot in.
I mean, there are also great examples of like because the amount of like prep that comes with the Alliance tournament and participating in teams in tournaments like that, there's always this like really looking forward and really love playing tournaments, but also I'm really glad that this tournament's now over, because the amount of like headspace required to actually fully absorb everything required and participate is high. So also when you have like I'd say these smaller tournaments, they also have the opportunity that if you weren't participating in
a good sized tournament.
Yeah, it's a running joke that we always call it these smaller tournaments.
Yeah.
So for the smaller tournaments, there's always a little bit of a less like headroom required for being able to like participate in it, because like the length of it may be considerably shorter. For example, the 3v3 is going to be about a month before the actual tournament happens, is when Thunderdome will open back up again, and you'll only have like a month to be able to figure this out. I say only a month, like it's an insignificant amount of time. It's still a significant amount of time in terms of practicing, but again, it's just the amount of like headspace required is significantly less. So there's always like this general like fatigue of if you have too many tournaments in a row, it becomes a little much. So sometimes it's just a case of like a smaller tournament will come along and it'll be like, hey, this is just gonna be fun. I don't have to think about this too much. I'm just gonna go play it. Or it'll be the like, well, I've just got off the back of this one. Maybe if I'll happily play it, but maybe if you want to captain this one, like somebody else will take over the responsibility, and you have that extra headspace to actually be able to participate correctly or get yourself more involved.
All right, cool. So is there just like a sort of a catch-all Alliance tournament Discord server or Eve tournament Discord server or something like that people can jump onto?
So varying depending on what you want to do. Most of the time when people get in contact with me directly, if they're depending on what they have as an idea for a tournament.
When they say contact you directly, how do they do that?
So like some people will just contact me, DM me directly on Discord, which obviously everybody is welcome to do.
Yes.
Sometimes we have a tournament inbox, which is just evetournaments@ccpgames.com. They will sometimes reach out there. Depending on how like formed the idea is of their tournament, will dictate like what my next steps are. If they have like a rough idea, like if they come to me like, I want to run a tournament, but they have no real like idea of what that format would look like or how the rules might play out, then I might actually direct them over to someone like Sothrasil or over to his Discord, because it's also a case of there is such a like big tournament community there now that they have a real good like idea of how a tournament should play out in terms of like what's a good format, what feels good, what plays good, so on and so forth. So I normally actually direct people over to the Anger Games Discord.
All right. So, I don't know if I asked you specifically before, or if you said it explicitly. The next Hunger Games, when are you sort of like zeroing in on that?
We are looking to be running it next year around April or May.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to be starting to look at rules and formats around December this year.
Right. And while we're talking about Discord servers, I'm safe to assume that you've got one as well for your tournament.
Yeah. We got a Discord server just for Anger Games.
Yep.
But we also offer it for other people organizing their tournaments to use our server, so that we take care of all the little things that nobody thinks about when they want to run a tournament. We just take that off them because it's already built into our server.
You've got like a bunch of like the commentators and like previous captains are all over there as well. So it's both from both the production standpoint in terms of like actually running a tournament as well as the playing element of it. There are a whole bunch of cool people over there.
You make a good point with that about running a tournament. Could be as simple as just getting some friends together and making like a bracket yourself on Challenge, or just doing something internally within your corporation and maybe just getting someone really yappy to like get on comms and commentate and just do a screen share or something like that to a Discord. But if you want to go a little bit bigger, then you do need to have some sort of certain key roles filled. What are some examples of like the caps that you have to hand out to people in order to be able to run an effective tournament?
I think, it varies a little bit. So, like, the tournament organizer themselves, again, normally 1, 2, it can be multiple people. So you actually have somebody who's designing the format for the whole thing. Then it's just a case of, like, for the production side of things, it's normally a case of, like, having somebody who's capable of producing the stream, so to speak. So if you're intending to broadcast, having a streamer, having a host, and then having if you want to have a commentary team as well, like having a couple of people come on volunteer as commentators. They're just like general like production roles essentially, and then of course you have what we have in the Alliance tournament as well. We have observers, so just people being able to supply that footage to you at a minimum level. Like the 3v3 tournament is actually going to be hosted by Loru next month. And that's just a single person who's going to try and do it all. I gave him the advice last time because this is actually going to be their second tournament, well, the second broadcast tournament. He actually took a break halfway through, and then he came back like fully energized. So we actually handed off because trying to do any kind of multiple hour stream, you really do kind of notice the energy drop off because you have to try and stay as enthusiastic as possible. Just having a couple of people to be able to come talk is makes the difference.
Yeah, I know Lauru's an accomplished broadcaster, so that will probably get him so far. But when you're the only person who's pressing all the buttons and trying to herd the cats, that's going to be pretty difficult. Yeah. I mean, I can put it on the screen or something like that if you don't have it handy. But do you have any information on the specific dates for Lauru's tournament or the title for it or anything like that?
It's called the Triad Tyranny Tournament. I think it's called anyway. But yeah, it's.
Did your Glavian ships get a discount?
They should do.
Yeah. And if returning to the person who might be a hopeful, what are the pathways to actually get into an Alliance tournament team if they're not part of an Alliance, or into one of these community tournament teams if they're not already part of a community that can sort of propel them into it? Is it just as simple as, say, joining on your Discord server, Soth, do you have like a channel, for example, for people who are just like looking for game, who's like, hey, I want to fly. It was maybe getting straight into the team isn't going to be practical all the times, but these teams need to practice, and they often have teams that they sort of like practice teams that they'll scrim against. That can be usually a good first step, because people who perform well on the scrim teams get noticed and go, hey, this guy's actually really good at Logi, maybe we should consider bringing him into our sort of main team. Is it just as simple as getting onto one of these servers or something like that and saying, hi, I'm really good at tackle, or I like to fly Logi, or I just want to practice PvP?
Yeah. It actually is. We have a channel for teams looking for players who post their adverts saying, like, we are looking for these kinds of players. We also have a channel just for players looking for a team. Same thing. They can post their experience, what they are looking to do, what kind of team they are looking for. And usually most people get picked up out of those channels.
Cool. It's like
I would say though, it is not just players looking to join a team to play in the tournaments. It is also if people are looking to join the team running the tournament. they can always come in the server or DM me directly. If someone is interested in joining the team, running a tournament, like being a caster, being a referee, we can always find something for every skill level.
Cool. So in the anger games, are there any constraints on people's, membership in the game? It's obviously, to be in the Alliance tournament, you have to be in a specific alliance, but is the anger games comprised of just people who get together and give themselves, their team, a name and then go off and fight?
Yeah. In anger games, teams can be built freely. It doesn't matter what alliance or corporation you are in. The only constraint we have is that you can only be on one team.
Mm-hmm. All right, fair enough. And do you get many Alliance tournament competitors showing up in your content? I assume some people get done with the Alliance tournament and they're like, no more internet spaceships for 6 months. I'm just going to go do something chill in low-sec, and then I'll come back and start screaming for the Alliance tournament again. But I'm sure there's also a segment of players who are just like, all right, traveling, it's like the traveling carnival. I just want to get onto the next one and do more fights.
Yeah, we have a lot of those. I would say when we started out doing anger games, it was more people who were trying to get into tournaments than established tournament players. And it has shifted more and more to these established teams.
As it's gained sort of credibility and scope and things like that, they're like, oh, this could actually be a good place to keep ourselves sharp, in between Alliance tournaments, or just sort of win for itself. What are the prizes for winning in the anger games?
Well, last year we had skin prizes supplied by CCP, and we also had Plex prizes. Cool. There was a sign-up of 2,500 Plex per team, and we paid those out to the winning teams.
All right, excellent. All right, well, we're pretty much sort of out of time for this chit-chat, but it's been really good to have you here. Good luck, Team Red, whoever you are, unless you're not going for Team Red, in which case, good luck, Team Blue. We're all rooting for you as well. So enjoy the rest of the tournament, and see you next time.
All right, welcome back once again to Alliance Tournament 21, and we have our final four is where we're at now, and we're going to eliminate that to just 3 teams remaining after our next matchup. So our next matchup, Psychokids versus Meta Reloaded. Whichever one of these teams wins moves forward into the lower bracket final. Now, it's quite possible that there are teams still in the tournament right now that can play up to 12 matches, which is insane when you think about it, considering how late into the tournament we are. But if you didn't want to play 12 matches, what do?
You just win.
Just win.
In fact, yeah. I mean, I don't know why teams haven't really thought about that. Just using the plan of just win is very effective.
It is.
But that is 120 skins, right? That they get.
That's a lot of skins. Yeah,
that's a lot of skins.
Well, no, because to play 12 matches, you have to lose some of them as well.
Oh.
Because of the best ofs.
That's a good point.
It's like 90.
It's like 90 skins.
That's still pretty good. That's a good skin run.
Yeah, it's 9 times better than some teams.
That's true.
That's true. Which teams exactly are you thinking?
I can't think of any off the top of my head.
There's so many of them.
There's so many. Let's take a look at the bans for this match: Psychokids versus Meta Reloaded, and this is we're starting. We have seen a fairly common set of bans here. Obviously, the Zenithaf is out, the Raven Navy is out, but now we have the rise of the Tech 1 Raven with the Basilisk, which is unbanned. Armageddon and Armageddon Navy both banned out. APOC Navy for projection. The Dominix comp has been neutralized a little bit, and the Typhoon Fleet also out. Mystical Might, your thoughts?
So Abaddon's still open.
Yep.
If they really wanted to do a battleship laser boat, the APOC Navy is banned. You have your rushes, your kind of standing rushes still open. You have your medium gun spam still open if you wanted to. I think both teams kind of probably already had something in mind that they wanted to run, since the bans took about like 30 seconds for most of them. The Dommy's the only one that really stands out, and even then it's
they're like Dommy or Dommy Navy.
Yeah, make sure you click the right one.
Yeah, Bart, the Zarm is open.
The Zarm is open.
And the last time the Zarm was open, we saw 2 Zarms.
We did see 2 Zarms. I think that if you're flying an armor setup, you should probably bring one. It's probably the most winningest ship right now. Of the 4 matches, or the 4 times we've seen it, it's won 3 of them. So
it lost one of them.
It did. Oh, yeah, it's 50-50 then, right? Math. How much
it either wins or it doesn't. It's 50-50.
Yeah. True, just like everything else. But yes, the Raven torpedoes are open. The Golem Tinker's open.
The Widow Tinker's open.
The Widow Tinker is
Widow
always
Tinker
open.
is open.
The Widow Tinker will always be open because it's bad.
Well, maybe it's not, and no one's tried it. Could be
No
because
one
somebody
has
tried it.
Yeah,
they did
try
get
it.
damped, and
Yeah.
that was actually Psychokids.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think.
well, it's still
Was it
open.
Psychokids?
I don't remember.
That
was yesterday.
I think it was Psychokids. I might be wrong. Who knows?
I mean, so I'm looking at Twitch chat, the harbingers of all things true, and at the moment, 2.5 million channel points on Psychokids, 1.1 million on
it was
Doro.
Doro
Yeah.
did the Widows and then got damped and then just slow-boated 70 kilometers and lost.
Yes,
I think, yeah.
that was an exciting match.
That was good.
All right, so reminder, this is an elimination match. The team that wins this goes forward into the lower bracket final and a chance to proceed to the grand final. Let's head in to the arena.
Welcome back to Arena for Psychokids versus Meta Reloaded, and we've got Navy Dommies, Navy Armageddon, and Absolution and Astarte. What do you make of this, moderator?
They have gone for this kind of maximum threat composition that we haven't seen a ton in this tournament. Often it has just not been able to trade out as effectively against these battleship cores, right, with the HP it's got. And interestingly enough, we've got a double Sentinel. These kind of Russian teams seem to really favor
like
that ship a lot. Why would that be?
I think it was a really good all-rounder. I think it's got some nukes, it's got some ERA and stuff. But interestingly enough, only one Zarm on field, even though it was banned. Do you think that's a good thing? Like the other team didn't bother bringing it. They've gone for 2 Inquisitors. The DPS will be landing instantly in a Maulus.
And that's the Maulus getting absolutely destroyed by these medium guns. That makes perfect sense to me. So, I mean, it's just a point thing, right? The Meta Reloaded just doesn't have enough points bringing triple Navy Dami, Navy Armageddon. And there's already tackle on top of that Zarm, just taking a look at that. That's just going to be the Huggin of Brian Pigeon doing that damage. The thing about the Dominic's Navy issues, they are a drone boat, but they don't have the same kind of drone damage as the counterpart in the Dominic's. They just don't have the optimal range bonus, but they are getting neuted out. That Mikami is going to be held down by that Vexer of Vega, who's doing his level best, and then backup tackle, it looks like, by Ham and Bacon. So let's see if Ham and Bacon can cook this, as 2 potatoes are coming in, and they're about to mash this arm, but they're gun down navies. They need to stop their ship. Stop your ship, hit control space. Blackbart Pirate is right. You win by hitting control space. They've overshot a little bit, and now the guns on those Dominics should be applying to Mikami perfectly. I see next to no rep drones on that thing.
Psychokids switching to the Vexer, notifying that obviously he was tackling the Zarm down, but this is the win condition right now. They have to get the Zarm. They have to get it down because they've already lost the Maulus. They're going to lose a Vexer. And
critically, also, those Absolutions are being held down as well.
Yeah.
If they can really lock them out and really capacitor drive them out via that Armageddon Navy issue, that'll help a lot. Critically, again, Dominic's Navy issues, their highs are filled with guns.
Yep.
They're not really filled with that. Again, Inquisitor does go down, and Sevienne Bot is being held down. That's going to be the low end of these Omens. The Confessor doing quick work, holding down Sven. But they trade out the Zarm for that Inquisitor, and I don't hate it. I
think it's a good trade.
It's a good trade. I think that, again, the points actually tell the truth, even if you do lose those 4 ships. Again, okay, Magus Pontifex going down. I really like that call. The Pontifex is going to get instantly snapped. The Magus is going to get snapped shortly thereafter. But you're losing an Absolution so quickly. God, it's getting nuked.
He's getting absolutely destroyed right now. I mean, it just goes to show this, without the Zarm, these Absolutes are going to fall really hard. And Navy Dominics, they still have so much damage, so much HP. He does go down.
And look,
Psychokids on the back foot right now.
Yeah, Giga Chadwick over here is holding down on Yoshi. Giga Chadwick is getting on top of Yoshi Toshi. He's being held down, grappled. That Solution is going absolutely nowhere. Jim Raynor now held down. He's about to get Zerg rushed by these drones. That's going to be the Hugin doing absolute work. Brian Pigeon doing God's work right now. They want to kill Brian, but there's so much damage that they're going to have to chew through these Navy Dommies that are holding down their core.
I think it's a little too late. I think it's gonna. I don't think they'll be able to get the Navy Dommies down at all. Even though they do have the Absolution and the Start. The Absolution about to go down as well. Two Omens. We can't forget the Omens. They are there. They're going to be doing a little damage, but I just think there's just not enough now for them to come back from this.
Yeah, no, we hear the kind of the screams of the broadcasters up front. And there's their excitement. Yoshi is going down. We are no longer on Yoshi's island. It is just the Dominic's navies controlling everything. And the Astarte is being held down as well. Jim Raynor going absolutely nowhere. And this cloud of angry drones following right after. Potatoes. Not the metal ones that we've seen the entire time. But you know what? they're defining the meta. They're meta reloaded, and they're going to make top 3 for the first time ever.
That's a good point. This is going to be the decider for the top 3. So going forward, we have the winners bracket final next match, and then it goes to the losers final, and then we had the final and stuff. So we'll probably again see the Navy Dominers again. I mean, I do like the Astarte Absolution comp. I think it is good, like with the Zarm as well. I think it can work and stuff, but I just think that the Sentinels, I think in this match probably not doing the best of not being that efficient.
Yeah, I mean Brian Pigeon really proving that he was in fact not a bird brain. We saw him be absolutely
really good.
We saw him do not quite as well on the winner side as opposed to maybe like a tackle man in the Hugin. Maybe a bit of a name bonus there, but like he's doing a really good job, right? We see that the Navy Executor is being held down, the Omen is being held down, so preemptively getting the comms from the battleship saying, hey, I have a grapple, I have a scram on this Omen. You don't need to keep webbing that target anymore. You can cycle your stuff off. And they don't even need to web the Sentinels. Like, what are the Sentinels going to do? Tracking disrupt something that's on you at 0?
I also feel like if Psychokids banned the Huggin and the Rapier, this would be a different game. Because I think the Huggin got the web on Mika in his arm, and that just locked him down, and that just settled the match. I think the long webs from the Huggin basically secure the win here, I think.
I think you're also right, but when you take a look at the bans from the red team, right? Armageddon Navy issue, they banned that out. They banned out the other Armageddon, the Tech one. They banned out EOS and the Dominics. They basically said, hey, we're going to ban out all of these newt ships because these medium guns are super, super susceptible to newts. And that could be heavy newts. It could be, for example, the Curse or also the Sentinel, which they brought.
Yeah.
But
I don't think the Sentinel had that much of an impact here. I don't know. I think it can newt the Inquisitors and stuff, and it has probably some mix of GDs and DDs. But I just think like it wasn't doing too much.
Not in this match. But
not in this match. No.
But we've seen, for example, like Tuskers, right? They like the Arbitrator.
Yes.
They used it very effectively in that kind of armor triple fleet cyclone composition, and that's going to be what you expect at this high level. When you're in top 3, you have to play control. Like this Russian Psychokids team, they played really, really well. With control. Not quite as well as the Hugin did with the support it had from the Vexer, Maulus, and the Inquisitors. But, like, again, meta reloaded, playing a little bit control just maybe one step higher, or playing into the Dominic's Navy issue and maybe winning on draft there.
I think they probably did win on draft here because they banned the APOC Navy issue, Typhoon Fleet issue, Cenotaph, and the Raven Navy issue. So a lot of battleship cores they're banning, and then they're bringing their own anyway. So that's kind of like it may have been a bit of a signal maybe that they were like, oh, we're going to get rid of a lot of the core top end, and then we're going to bring our own battleships. But and the Navy dummies are good though, and we're probably going to see a lot more of them. I think we're going to see a lot of battleships being used as a dodge. Basically, like they banned the Dominate, like we'll bring the Dominate Navy issue. And in the previous matches we've seen, they've banned the Raven Navy issue, we'll bring the Raven. I think this will be quite a common thing.
Yeah, I mean, so far we've seen from the battleship cores, we've seen like triple APOC Navy, we've seen triple Fleet Typhoon, we've seen triple Geddon, we've seen, even
Navies
Geddon and then Geddon Navy, you're saying for these battleships dodging. You can ban out a lot of them, but you can't ban out all of them.
No, you can't.
I think when we get to kind of the triple comps of those battleships, you're starting to see kind of a little bit of maybe not rock, paper, scissors, but some of these comps favor each other a little bit more than each other.
That it can be dealt with Tuskers' comp. It can be defeated, but obviously with a very strong team. So I think these teams now going to the top 3, they're going to have to start thinking like, well, there are other comps that can deal with these sort of battleship cores, and they have to be acutely aware of it.
Yeah, and that's the thing that gets scary when you have these bans is you look at a team like Tuskers or you look at a team like Evasive Maneuvering, and you're like, Evasive Maneuvering has their Leshak, their Vindicator composition that they controlled with. What are you going to do, ban Vindicator? They're almost forcing you to ban their Apex comp with that flagship, and it leaves up so much open that they can run any control setup they want. And that's going to be really painful here for Meta Reloaded in the best out of 3. But I don't think they're going to be complaining too much. They take a convincing win here. They'll make top 3. And even though Psychokids does drop out, assuming we have an Alliance Tournament 22, getting top 4 means that they would bypass the feeders, right? So the teams at this point in the tournament do not have to play in next year's feeder round. They will automatically qualify in, assuming the format remains the same.
Also, they also get some amazing ships as well. But they're sorted in terms of money, so their flagships will definitely be back as well. I think that all these teams have been piloting really well. I think definitely the edge was the Navy Dommies in this match, but I think, maybe with some different bands, I think they could have done. Do you think the Start 18 could have won? Do you think they could have beat Meta or not? Do you reckon Psychokids could have actually won this in a different way?
I truly just don't think that the max threat comp that we've seen, I used it some in testing in scrims, and I just don't feel like it works against enough of the triple battleship comps that we're seeing. I think we've seen, for example, Tuskers is avoiding using it so far. We've seen evasive maneuvering avoiding using it so far, and that's
true.
because
Both the teams,
because there's so many things that beat it.
Yeah, they're not using it. You're actually right. Like evasive maneuvering have avoided been using it as well. So I think these other teams are gonna have to keep that in mind. Like Meta are gonna have to keep that in mind. That evasive maneuvering and Tuskers clearly can both deal and just not use it and still win, and they're gonna have to really think about that.
I think it does work possibly if you have something like a Balgorn, right? Because the
as
Hugin
as a flag,
right? Because the Hugin really does work as kind of this long-range webbing ship. But if you have a Balgorn, you're like, okay, it's more expensive than a Hugin, but it does the same kind of effective thing. And the Hugin, it's really only there for webs. It doesn't really do much else.
Well, with 6 seconds left on the game, we now have our top 3 teams in the tournament. So we're going to go back to the desk to let them talk about it.
Weebs out.
And with that, Meta Reloaded secure themselves top 3 in Alliance Tournament 21. Psychokids going out 4th, a respectable 4th for sure. They're going to be very pleased with that. I imagine that is a solid run. But how did it go down for them? Blackbird Pirate, what did we just watch?
We watched an Alliance Tournament match between Psychokids and Meta Reloaded. You know this.
Yes.
We just talked about this. Yes.
Please continue.
Excellent. So yeah, we saw a medium gun based comp, which you could call a Gush or a Max Threat, or the other one, which we will not be saying because it's banned. Nope, you can't fit 8. It means it doesn't make sense. Yes. Yeah, you're counting right now, aren't you? You like that, don't you?
You can fit them in if you try hard enough.
No. But yeah, we saw medium gun spam go up against a double Navy Dommy and a Flag Geddon. I saw somebody in Twitch chat asking how a Geddon was, or Flag Navy Geddon was out when it was banned. Ban evasion. Flagship.
Yeah. Just as a quick aside, welcome. If you're asking that question, you're probably newish to the Alliance Tournament. Every team submits a flagship before the tournament, which is declared publicly. You can be like Armageddon Navy issue, Balgorns are super popular, Barghests. I believe that remaining we have 1 Armageddon Navy issue, 2 Balgorns, and 1 the Shack. No, that's not right. We only have 3 teams left. We have a Balgorn. Look, I'm not a math specialist either. Okay,
I told you. Honorary. I banned math day 1 for a reason. It is
1
to prevent
Balgorn,
this.
1 Armageddon Navy issue, 1 the Shack remaining.
Yes.
And all 3 teams have them, if I remember correctly. So when you pick those flagships, not only can you fit them, ignoring normal restrictions. The tournament, you can only fit up to Tech 2 normally on ships. You can ignore that. You can fit like crazy officer modules and things. There are some restrictions still on flagship fittings, but they're pretty wide open by comparison. And the other really cool thing about your flagship is if that ship is banned, say Armageddon Navy issue, if your flagship is Armageddon Navy issue, you can just bring it anyway. It kind of avoids the bans. Now, when you lose your flagship, you can no longer bring it. That means you can no longer dodge the ban. It means that people know you can't dodge the ban because your flagship is dead. So all 3 teams going into the next set of rounds with their flagships is good. We've seen a couple of times before where one team has come in without a flagship and they've suffered in the best ofs. But I mean, Mr. Goldmine, could they have done any better there, Psychokids, to kind of pull that out?
So one of the things that we really found confusing when watching the match was the fact that Psychokids seemed, when their Zom got tackled, it's like, yeah, okay, there's a Hugin on the other side, you've probably got 4 or 5 webs on you, you're not moving anywhere, right? The rest of your team doesn't really have that problem. So I was supremely confused when I saw Scrams and Grapples go out onto the Absolutions, because Absolutions actually have a fairly decent range, right? What they did at the very beginning was the correct move, which is to get rid of the, I believe it was a Maulus, and then they removed some of the Inquisitors. They killed the Vexor that was also tackling the Zarm. They moved on to the Magus and the Pontifex. All excellent. Excellent work. Good plays. And then they tried to brawl the 3 battleships. And they also seem to have not fit that much tank, because the Absolutions died almost immediately. I think if they'd managed to pull range, if they had gone through the lower end like they were meant to, they would have been able to keep ahead of the Navy Dominixes and wear them down. I think the Hugin would have been the next primary if they hadn't got themselves tackled, and then they would have had a fairly free game, provided that they could, if they were being chased, get to those jump beacons and then move around the arena.
Yeah. All right. Our next match is going to be the winners bracket final. So this is a best of 3 between Evasive Maneuvering and the Tuskers Co. So instead of just being one match, now we're going to play to, as we say, best of 3. So the first team to win 2 matches is going to win this. This means it can go 2-0, and then we just don't play the third match. It can go 1-1, and then we play the third match. It really depends. And we also see the introduction of conquest bans. So Team A brings a comp, let's just say Torpedo, Ravy, Navens, in the first matchup, and they win with it. They can no longer bring any of the ships in that comp, just them, and whatever is banned. So that means suddenly, if you don't have to ban those ships out, you can just focus your bans on other things and really make it targeted. If it goes to the third match, or the fifth match in the best of 5, all the conquest bans are removed, and essentially it becomes a best of 1 with normal bans again.
This is an excellent question for you, Mr. Host.
What's that?
Frigates on Fire asks, is there a conquest ban on flagships?
That's a good question.
I would assume no.
There is
not.
I don't think so, because
they can dodge bans.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm making the rule right now. There's not a conquest ban on flagships.
Yeah, because they dodge all bans.
Yes.
That's a good question. I had to think of it that for a second.
That's why I wanted to toss it to you, because I knew you were going to go,
The great thing is we can change rules.
Yes.
We're not supposed to, but we can kind of like, we can clarify it. They're not. It's not like a hard code.
For the grand final, there will be 12 ships allowed on field.
Oh no!
Just comps everywhere, just explode. Just, no.
Surprise, guys.
Yeah. But bring it back a little bit to the conquest bans. It's also why we see teams often start duplicating the same hull.
Yes.
In previous years, when you had the duplication rule, where each duplicate ship increased the point value of that ship, it made it a lot harder. I think this year we're going to see like 2 Maguses, 2 Pontifexes next to each other instead of Magus Pontifex, just so that they aren't banning themselves out completely from certain ship lines.
Yeah. So the clarification from CCP Zelus is the hull is banned, but of course the flagship can still avoid it. Yep. So that means you would still have to use it as a flagship. You couldn't just bring, if you were bringing like 3, now you can still only bring 1. So the normal stuff. Now, the reason I wanted to talk briefly about the conquest bans is because this is, if we put the bans up now, Ban Guy, for match number 1 of this best of 3, I'm curious to see if we're going to see standard bans, which it looks like almost certainly we have, a little bit more webby bans coming in over here with the, oops, sorry, it's TCP Leggy Bro, with the Hyena. But the Zarm, we've seen that not get banned the last couple of matches. So I think this being the first match, we can kind of expect the normal bans, but Blabberpar, do you think we're going to see the ban strategy going a little bit strange into the second matches?
Oh, it's going to get weird. I can tell you, just because, and we'll see what the user interface looks like when it's like suddenly, instead of 8, there's potentially up to 18. I will say this specific one right here is probably the most Tuskers targeted ban I've ever seen, especially when you combine it with those two. So Evasive Maneuvering has studied the Tuskers. They know what they do, and they're trying to prevent basically what we've been seeing Tuskers do to everybody after that first kind of shaky match that they had on Friday. So
that is big and strong.
Fleets are open.
It is.
Yep, but the arbitrator's removed, all the webs trying to kind of limit that, and also the time taken to do all of that was
very
20 seconds.
Yeah.
They like 20 seconds, 20 seconds,
They're
20
like,
seconds.
the Tuskers are going to do Tuskers things. We should stop them from doing that.
Yeah.
Well, that says something. It says that Evasive Maneuvering, they were like,
they're a smart team.
We expect to deal with this. I think they might have prepared that they might be going up against Tuskers in one of these, and they were ready for it. So that's really cool.
Yeah, and they were fast with it.
Really quick, Zonk does point out that the Loki is open. That's correct. You still have your ham rush variant, but it doesn't really do the same thing as the
It's always impressive how smart Twitch chat is.
Yes.
You guys
remember,
are great.
Remember
Excellent.
the Tuskers Loki, the Lynx Web Loki.
Oh no.
We're bringing it back.
well, I guess we should find out. This is match 1 of the best of 3 winners bracket final, Evasive Maneuvering versus the Tuskers Co.
Hello, I am moderator, joined by my good friend here, Starfleet Commander, for the very first match of the winners final between Tuskers between Tuskers Co. and Evasive Maneuvering. Will Evasive Maneuvering use their no gun, newt Armageddons to bring Armageddon to these Apox Navy issues? Or will the Apox scorch the chances in the very first match?
The first match. I mean, Tuskers bringing a Loki as well. Armor Loki for the Navy Apocalypse side, and 2 Celestis and Ponti Visual 2 Navitas. I mean, as you said, no guns on the Gen Navies. Sorry, not the Navies. So lots of newts and drones as well, but 2 Shimus.
Yeah, I mean, look at the bans, right? You've got Hugin, Hyena, Rapier already banned out, and a Shimu already getting webbed down hard. I really like the Magus call. That is so perfect from the Kingslayer comp. Getting webs on top of the Magus into the backline. If they can break that, and they do before Faffy, Waffy, and Caps get webs on there, that's going to be the first real link boat out. But taking a look at Flak Inquisitor, he is burning away. The Ashimu of Cillian is going hard for that, trying to get counter webs on top of that. Meanwhile, mainly is going to be the main primary, taking these Kingslayer hits really hard. The Magus, notably not counter-webbed by the Loki. Let's see if Faffy, Waffy, and Mr. Keps can keep it up. And they can't. The links go down for the side of evasive maneuvering.
It's absolutely huge, but evasive maneuvering responding by going for the Loki, which is really good call. But Inquisitor now, Faffy Waffy going down as well. That's a huge one.
That is how you play a Kingslayer comp.
That is huge. I mean,
so again, Flak Inquisitor here is going to be the links respectively, but he's holding on. And looking at his speed, he's being giga-webbed, but he looks like he's 100 MN fit.
I think it might be looking to switch to the Logifrigs now. Probably a really good call. I think the Flak is definitely going to go down. You've just lost your 2 Maguses. You've just lost an Inquisitor. It's probably time to try and go for the Navitases. But they are looking to go full send onto Flak to try and get him down. But I don't think it's good because they're about to use an Shimu.
I think they absolutely have to, though, is the problem, is that the Armageddons need to commit their newts sooner rather than later. And the Shimu does go down before Flak. Flak is going to pick up a little bit of speed. We should see him gain just a bit, but he might be Captoray, actually. That is going to be the newts coming across the field. Now a counterweb onto Mr. Caps, but a counterweb from the Ishimu holding down that first Navitas of Mazakar. Jagger shouldn't live too much longer, but Mr. Caps is going to go down. Flak is buying so much time. He's been taking the shrapnel as well, but he's been surviving anyway from this drone damage.
Mr. Caps go down to Inquisitor. So I really think they need to get their last Navitas down while they have the Shimu alive. They still have some webs. Because right now they're not in the game. If they get Navitas down and Flak Inquisitor, they can still claw this back from evasive maneuvers.
You know what? I'll say even this. Even if they do, I have to say that I just don't think that the evasive maneuvering team can actually pull out the W here. I'm definitely a little bit
pressure,
biased. There is newt pressure, but if you look at the Apox Navy, right, they're starting to play beacons a little bit. They're kiting away.
Yeah, they're moving away.
And the thing about the Armageddons is if they can't bring their newts to bear, they're going to be just as fast, if not slower, than the APOC Navy issues, who have no problem applying damage at range with Scorch. There's going to be Celestises that are going to try to damp out their optimal range. And yes, they're drone boats, but you need to be able to have a trigger man, right, to assign your drones and still lock to. So I really like the call of getting rid of Fenrir Nordson, the most Nordic-sounding name I've heard.
Yeah, it's good.
Since coming to Iceland. And I like Evel if possible, but Evel, if he's smart, should be sitting on top of a micro jump drive beacon, and he's actually in the furball.
He's in the middle of nowhere right now, but so we have basically Glassy, Mirror on beacons at the moment, and Pandy looks like he's probably turning around because it looks like they're trying to go for Mirror, I think.
Taking a look at JJ Yakin, actually he does apply links and then he just hits an MJD beacon. I know that the Tusker guys have been practicing MJD beacons a lot, and Fenrir is going down. That's going to be first blood on the Battleship Core, and it looks like Tuskers is going to go up 1-0 in this first set.
I mean, that is a huge... I mean, the jumping around now. Mirror's jumped away. I mean, this is definitely a W for Tuskers. I mean, what do you come out of this with evasive moving? Because obviously the ban sex is... We're not in Conquest bans, are we?
Correct.
So, like, they can... Obviously, the bans will change next time, potentially, and something else will different. What do you do as evasive maneuvering right now?
Well,
going into the next match,
evasive
like, what's the next thing?
Is obviously scared of the Tuskers composition with the triple fleet flight clones, right? And that's you see the targeted bans of the Hugin Rapier, and that's obviously kind of what they were banning out here, and maybe they thought. Evasive maneuvering thought that Tuskers might have a different sort of composition, but I'm also not seeing like a Fleet Typhoon ban as well. Like if you Fleet Typhoons instead of these Navy Apocs, I think they still handily beat the Geddons here. Same with even Tech 1 Typhoons. Really, I think even probably Ravens likely do fairly well against this composition.
I mean, Ravens are still open as well.
Yeah.
For this match as well. So I mean, that's a gamble for both teams to bring Battleship comps with Raven Navies open.
With Navy Apocs, though, the way Tuskers are playing them on MJD beacons, I actually really like keeping Ravens open, just because if you're really intentional about it, you use the Loki, and the Navy APOCs to pick apart the low end.
Yeah.
And if they can pick apart the low end of evasive maneuvering like that, they can pick apart anyone's low end.
I mean, it was really good at the start of the match. They went for a Mega straight away, as you were calling it out. Really good to get the links down really quickly as well. So the rest of the game are just absolutely at a disadvantage. I also like the Loki. I want to see if they can get the fit up for the Loki, because I reckon it's just literally stacked with webs, because it's going to be an armor Loki.
And that's something you also have to think about, right? The Loki is 5 more points than the Hugin and the Rapier. It's not going to have the same web range, but looking at the Tuskers comp, you can also fit Loki with webs to do some linkage as well, and then you have the Pontifex in this composition. Clearly, they're dropping the Magus and they're putting links on top of that Loki.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the side of evasive maneuvering went double Magus.
Yeah, I mean, I think going into the next match, I reckon they're going to switch up. I think evasive maneuvering might bring out their flagship potentially, or do you reckon they'll save it? Because remember, this is the winners' final, so like they're going to go down to the losers and play against Mesh Reloaded. Do you think that they bring the flag Lesh next time?
Entirely
to
dependent.
Try and get to the finals?
Entirely dependent on the bans.
Yeah.
I think that if there's enough control ships that are banned out in that set,
you could do it.
Then you can do it. But I'm afraid of trying to bring a control comp against Tuskers. Against Tuskers, yeah.
You'll get out-controlled with this sort of team.
But I'll say, though, like, you look at the core of who's on this, evasive maneuvering team.
Yeah.
Like, this team has got, like, the Dark Side veterans of Forever. They were Truth, Honor, Light's practice partner.
Yeah.
And they've even got old members of, like, the Vidra Loaded core who has had video montage of winning with control setups, whether it be Newts, whether it be Chameleons back in the day. Both teams can play control excellently,
Very well.
but it's very, very scary to do so when you know both teams. It's like you're getting in a knife fight, but you're both tied together. Someone's going to bleed at the very end.
Yeah, and for this match, unfortunately, Evasive Moving doing. But I do think Evasive Moving not out. I think these teams are both really good. Obviously, Tuskers has shown that they're very good at control. But I do think Evasive Moving and Fafi's team, they can put it out if they want to. They do have it. They do have the capabilities and the skill to match Tuskers in some scenarios.
Absolutely. I think that if you look at these two teams, nothing against Meta Reloaded. We'll be casting them after this. Whoever loses a set will play Meta Reloaded in a best of 3. But I would put money right now on whichever one of these two teams loses in this set to have a reset into the grand final.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised,
Looking at how these teams have been playing throughout the tournament so far, to me, they've been clearly the two standouts.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, I think if Evasive Moving going down into losers, as you said, like, definitely have the chance to come back again and for the finals to be like a rematch of this, but with Conquest bans. Like, I think I was also say like the Celestis as well, really good. This is the thing with the kiting. We're talking about the APOC Navy's kiting as well. Having the Celestis there is like it really synergizes with that. Like if they brought something else, they just kite away, have a Celestis, and just damp everything down. And there's a really good call for them to go to the beacons. And you said they've been practicing that.
Yeah, I mean that's what you have to do when you think about any sort of a ship that has long-range projection, right? Is you need to be aware not of what you can do, what your teammates can do, but you have to be acutely aware of what the 19 other ships can do and where they are at any given point. And while EVE Online is itself not essentially a high, APM game, it does have a lot of mental overhead. That's going to be the first match. I'm moderator with Starfleet Commander.
So back to the desk.
The Tuskers are now one win away from their third consecutive grand final appearance in the Alliance Tournament. Winning last one, that was their second overall victory of the Alliance Tournament. Of course, winning Alliance Tournament 14 as well, and dropping the one previous to Fraternity. Mystical Might, we have a lot of time to talk about this now. Our next match is in half an hour, so if you need a coffee, if you need a short break, this is the time. But not for us.
Oh. I was like, wait, are you sure? Okay.
You keep those headphones on. We're here for the long run.
We're only going to be talking for 29 minutes.
Yeah, I can see the timer here tells us how long until the next match.
Actually, it's more like 27.
I've never seen the number this high.
Yeah.
It's 29.
It will be higher when the next match is Rush versus Rush, and it's over in 3 minutes.
Don't do that, please.
Please don't.
Please help us.
Yes. Save us.
All right, so I do want to talk a little bit about the fact that this is two very good teams. Evasive Maneuvering have some championship tier pilots in it. Of course, the Tuskers as well have that. We've seen the Tuskers the last couple of matches. They've been going up against respectable opponents, but they've been very strong. They've not dropped a ship, or if they have, it's been sort of right at the end. It's not really mattered so much at that point. But we just saw Evasive Maneuvering give them a pretty harsh run. I think it could have gone either way for a while. Tuskers, of course, showing they're still a championship-winning team, and they have the mindset to be that team. But I'll come to you, Bart. How could Evasive Maneuvering have pulled out the W here?
Okay.
And please feel free to be extremely verbose.
And should I also? It's like when you have an assignment and you hit sneakily like increase the space between the letters. So start talking very slowly. Is it time for the ASMR stream we've been joking about for years? No, we'll save that for sound guy.
That could be the third. That could be the third break.
Third break. All right, gotcha. Okay, so I think that Evasive Maneuvering tried to create a setup that would be able to beat what Tuskers has been running. So Tuskers has been running this Cyclone Fleet issue kind of control-based setup where they just fly around in a circle. You can't ever catch up to them because you're webbed down. They very slowly take apart your low end, and then you eventually lose, right? The Evasive Maneuvering team probably would have done good against that because they're the one thing that is very difficult to prevent from hitting you are drones. And if you guys look at the Armageddon Fits, which I know we don't have ready to pull up right now because I just pulled that out of my head, you'll notice that they're kind of set up that they could be Sentry Armageddons.
You're talking about the bands from the previous match?
No, I'm talking about the Armageddon.
I was not listening to you, I'm sorry.
The fit, yes.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Right. I was listening.
It's okay. Thank you.
It's okay.
Yeah. You know what? When you just kind of go back and do this for a little bit.
Yeah, here we go. I was asking if we could get a screenshot of the comp last time, and with including the bands, so we could just like reference it.
Yes,
so I have it.
That'll be super useful.
Yes.
In a bit. So, the Armageddons were sort of maybe set up to be Sentry-Geddons. They had like 2 drone leak augmenters. They had things to increase drone tracking. I think that what their plan was. Oh, and the other weird thing about them, they had localized micro jump drives.
Yeah. Awesome.
Which like you never see in the AT.
Yeah.
So it really felt that their plan was like, okay, these guys are going to try and kite us. We will just instantly jump on them, either drop sentries or heavies right on top of them, and then they're going to sit there and be like, well, we've webbed you down, but we can't get away because the drones are chasing. It's very hard to disrupt drones, and it would have worked, I think. The problem is that Tuskers read them and did not bring that comp. That being said, I do still think that Evasive Maneuvering could have won if they used what is arguably the greatest neuting ship in the game, the Armageddon, to neut.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they had 2 drone link augmenters, 5 heavy neutralizers in the highs.
Yes. So neutralizers are kind of weird. It is an EWAR effect, but they take a very long time to start activating, especially on battleships, just because Cat Booster 3200s are so good, and battleships can just hit them over and over again. If you took 15 heavy energy neutralizers and staggered them on one NAPOC, the NAPOC will run out of cap. There is nothing you can do to stop that.
Yep. And I believe the Armageddon gets a bonus to neut range as well, so you can do that from further away.
Yes.
If you're able to lock them.
Yes, there was a bit of a damp war going on at the start. So on the Tuskers side, of course, we saw they had 2 Celestii, perhaps?
Celestii?
Celestipodes?
Celestices.
Probably that, yeah.
Probably that.
Yeah. And right at the start, we saw the damps immediately landing on the Armageddons. So probably that was a pretty pivotal moment, bringing those Celestis.
Yeah, I mean...
Hold on, Twitch chat.
What are they saying?
Myth craze?
Let me explain. Let me explain to you.
What have you done to my poor Bart?
They're unhappy because I said that the Armageddon is arguably the greatest neuting ship in the world. So by arguably, it means I can say whatever I want and then go back on it. And then you have to agree with me because I'm up here and you're down here. The reason I say that, obviously...
Oh, sorry, let me interrupt you just quickly.
What the heck? Oh, we're doing this. I forgot about this. Never mind. Good job, Twitch chat. You're great.
Yeah. We can come back to shitting on Twitch chat in a little bit, but for now, let me tell you what's happening here. So these are the bands. This is live for this next match. So because the next match is in 20 minutes or so, 24 minutes and 27 seconds to be specific, you can see the bands coming in live as the captains are entering them. So, we don't know what's over here yet. Where's my stick? We don't know what's over here yet because neither did the teams. No one's clicked the button yet. So we saw Hugin Rapier. Pretty decent band choice from Evasive Maneuvering. I reckon we're going to see probably maybe like the Hyena or something coming out as well. Let me just clarify what the Conquest bands are going to be. I wrote them down. No, I didn't. I wrote the wrong ones down. So Tuskers are not going to be able to bring the Navy Apocalypse. So they're banning out the Navy Apocalypse because this is where things get complicated. Just bear with me. Tuskers weren't allowed to bring the Navy Apocalypse, but the other team were. And the Conquest bands for the Tuskers are Navy Apocalypse, Loki, Celestis, Pontifex, Vigil, Navitas.
Yes.
We still have 23 minutes.
Okay. I thought there was going to be a question that followed that up when you just stared at me.
Another one.
Yeah, I wrote down the wrong thing, got myself totally into a tiz.
It's absolutely fine.
This is anti-Tuskers bans right here.
I mean, this is following the same general trend, right, of what we saw last time. So we saw the Hugin, Rapier, Hyena being banned before. The Cenotaph is just kind of a standard ban. If you scroll on to the left a little bit more on that little screen of yours, my good man.
This one?
Yeah. So we might even see an Arbitrator ban coming out from Evasive Maneuvering as well if they're just following the exact same ban set that they listed last time.
Yeah, I mean, Tuskers are the next to ban. Last time the Tuskers banned out Dominic's as well. Dominic's, of course, still open, and the Xeno and the Zarm. So, sorry, the Xeno is actually banned. My sincerest apologies. But the Dominics. Okay, so Tuskers choosing to ban out the Dominics,
which does leave the Zarm open.
Does leave the Zarm open unless Evasive Maneuvering say they don't want to ban it, to bring it. Sorry, but I think you're right. I think maybe something like an Arbitrator. What do you think, Bart?
I could see it. All these bans from Evasive Maneuvering make sense just because of the Conquest ban of the Loki. There is now pretty much no actual significantly long-range ship. I said pretty much. I see your face. I'm looking at your face right here, my eyes. There's none of the very long-range webs. There are ships that have bonuses to range. There is the Arbitrator. You were correct. But yes, these are very targeted against Tuskers. Without the Loki, there is no capability of getting a super long-range web boat, except perhaps a flag bar or Balgorn.
They do have a flag Balgorn. Yeah. I would not be surprised to see them bring it, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of the most expensive flagship Balgorns out there.
I think sorry, I was just thinking about the bans because I think Evasive Maneuvering have a flagship Lashak, right?
They do, yes.
Yeah.
A flagship Lashak is quite scary for a flagship Balgorn.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the problem with the Lashak, and it's always been this way, is that tracking disruptors hurt the Lashak so much.
Yes.
The Arbitrator ban is, of course, very nice for removing some of the potential tracking disruptors that Evasive Maneuvering could see if they wanted to field their flagship Lashak. I guess you could do like flagship Lashak and then Vindi, or flagship Lashak Balgorn. But a flagship Balgorn with a Lashak is usually optimal, in my mind.
And they can't. Yeah, because flag Lashak with a normal Balgorn, like I think they're on the said, a regular Balgorn is kind of not super great.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Especially it is garbage, and it's 50 points, and it's 50 points for like a flag Balgorn's great. Regular Balgorn's kind of mid.
Yeah, I mean the Lashak is also quite prone to being muted, but of course as a flagship, it will probably have that beefed up a little bit. If you're thinking of bringing your flagship Lashak, you're probably going to try and want to get rid of some of these heavy neuting ships. The Armageddon Navy, of course, can do a lot of neuting, and the Arbitrator can get rid of a lot of those tracking disruptors. But I mean, we've seen Sentinels, I think, before from the Tuskers specifically. Yeah. Maybe see something like that. Maybe some sort of like variation of the medium gun spam with Sentinels.
I mean, I honestly like Sentinels more than the Arbitrator in general, anyway, because it provides so much
more points. Because usually you bring them as a pair.
Yeah, but well, especially in a Conquest band format, anyway, you're going to be wanting to pair up your ships.
Yeah.
Right. So, actually, we saw that quite a bit in the previous match, where they were pairing up their ship pretty effectively on both sides, so that if they did end up winning, there were fewer ships that were banned from the Conquest.
One thing I will say is with that, because the Tuskers have their Conquest bans affecting them, this is match 2, so if the Tuskers win again, that's it. So Conquest bans won't matter. If Evasive Maneuvering win, the Conquest bans reset for the final match. So really, they don't have to think about this one. This one is back to... Essentially, this is a best of one, but with one set of Conquest bans running on it. You don't need to be aware of the Conquest bans going into match 3 because it will never be relevant. Either it won't happen, or they reset.
Yeah, which is why we saw it in the first match.
Yes.
In this one, we're not... it doesn't matter so much. But I think that... Sorry, as I was saying about the Sentinel. I like the Sentinel more than the Arbitrator in general, even if it might be more points, or because you want to pair them up. But the Sentinel gives you multiple small newts. Usually you might have like 2 small energy neutralizers and then a NOS in your high slots, as well as those tracking or guidance disruptors in your mid slots. So not only can it do what the Arbitrator generally does, which is shut down some of the ships on the enemy team, whether that is reducing their range or reducing their ability to apply as well as they generally could by reducing their tracking or their missile application. But you can also put a sentinel on each of the Logi frigates if they have it, and delete their ships from the game, essentially, right? You can also, I think it cycles every 6 seconds and newts like 110 per cycle, per newt.
They're pretty good little,
so yeah,
little things.
You can stick them on a battleship as well, and eventually that cap pressure is also going to build up over time.
Yeah, it's about 30 seconds to newt out like an EOS or something.
You have a...
You've got the thinking finger.
Well, I don't think sentinels do much against a battleship. That's kind of all.
Over time. I'm not saying you stick your newts on a battleship and then like a minute later you shoot it. I'm saying
no. I mean
over over the course of a match.
You have a ship that can shut down anything cruiser below in like 30 seconds.
That's when you want to.
That's what you want to do. Obviously, you could.
I think it would be more impactful when you get down to where you have a few battleships left on the grid, and it might be like 2v2 battleships and like a couple of sentinels. They're at 0 on each other, so the E-war doesn't matter as much. That's when I'm thinking the additional newt pressure coming in on the primary is something that will eventually begin to hurt like his ability to tank.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to shut down the Pontifex and the Magus to turn off links, or you're going to turn off the Logi, you're going to turn off any E-war, and then you'll go for the battleships.
I think it'll be interesting about to see if Tuskers bring their flagship Balgorn, because if they feel like they're confident enough to win without putting it at risk, they'll have it in their back pocket for the grand final. If they think they need to bring it, there is a path where Evasive Maneuvering are expecting them to bring it, and they bring a flagship headshot comp specifically to take it out. They'll get sent down to the lower bracket because they'll lose, but if they feel confident enough they can do that, come through the lower bracket final with their flagship and come back into the grand final, like there's a path that they get to the grand final with their flagship without Tuskers having theirs.
There's a distinct lack of Caldari hold band in this lineup.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Navy
like,
issue, yeah.
Exactly. Both Raven and Raven Navy issue are available, and those would pummel a flagship Balgorn.
Typhoon Fleet's also open.
There's a lot open. Turns out 7 plus 5 is still less than the number of ships that are available in the game.
That's a lot.
Weird.
Someone asked whether we've seen like a flagship Nestor ever used in the tournament. The Nestor itself is banned.
Yeah, the Nestor is banned. It basically allows people to refit off of it, so it is banned.
Yeah.
But that'd be fun. Imagine a flagship Nestor.
No.
CCP Zelus. Where are you?
Zelus.
Can we have flagship Nestors?
Yeah.
Well, Bart, do you think so? I'm looking at Evasive Maneuvering's last comp, right? It was those triple Armageddons, Ishtar, double Ashmute, Magus, Inquisitor. They had the local MJDs on the Armageddons. Like, it had potential to do good things. And of course, we all know you must include the micro jump drive while calculating the speed of a ship.
Yes.
Do you think we see them bring this again if they're confident in their setup against Tuskers? And it didn't work this time, but they definitely did pressure them. Do you think they just run it back?
Yeah, honestly, I think they not necessarily should have, but I think they very easily could have won the last match if they had actually utilized what their plan was. It's one of those weird things, and we kind of talked about it, like how newt pressure builds up. If you put 15 heavy newts staggered on an APOC, you shut it down, and once you have 2 NAPOCs worth of DPS instead of 3, like, that's significant. I think if they had actually just jumped in and brawled, it would have been potentially, maybe not necessarily jumped in and brawled, but like once things had kind of, done a little damage to the low end and then jumped in, they might have won. And we've been seeing this entire tournament, people are fitting a lot of newts. Like, all these Dami comps will have like 12 to 15 to, more, depending on if they decide to do drone link augmenters or not, heavy newts up. People aren't really using them.
Yeah.
And I think that people... There's a math calculation there, which we hate. Math is bad. But in this specific case, like, 1 heavy newt on a battleship doesn't really do anything to it. And 2 also doesn't really do into it. Once you start getting to, like, the 5 and 6 and 7, you're kind of pressuring it enough. 15, you're not using your ship. Like, especially if you guys have kind of practiced coordinating it instead of just being like, like, mash the button and hit all of them at once. You do it, like, every couple seconds. With 3 separate people doing that, you can completely shut down a ship. Your hardeners turn off, your damage turns off, your tracking turns off.
Theroth did have a good point in the previous match, which is that the Navy APOCs are faster than the Geddons.
Yes.
And with the inclusion of the Celestia stamps onto the Geddons, it was very difficult for them to be in range properly to get their newts off. I think that's a skill issue, personally.
Oh, right.
I think there are ways that the Geddons could have pressured one of the NavPocs, right? They could have chased the same NavPoc, they could have pushed them towards the edge of the boundary. If they had scrams fit, then even burning one towards a beacon wouldn't have necessarily prevented them from MJDing onto it and scramming it, right? And that way you do give yourself the ability to not only shut down the damage coming out from one of those nav blocks, but also gives you the ability to apply your damage to that same target without it just jumping away.
Yes.
Past a certain point, and I'm actually not sure what they had scrams on in their comp, right? Because the Ishtar probably had one, the Maguses were 1MN, so they weren't chasing anything down. The Navitases, or whatever the hell their frigates were, died immediately.
Yeah, nothing on the Ishtar.
Yeah, so they had no way of really preventing MJD plays.
Nothing on the Ashemu.
Well, and like I said, I'm pretty sure the whole plan was they're going to bring Cyclone fleets into us, and you can't stop our DPS.
Yeah, no scrams.
Yeah, so no scrams. But even against the Cyclone fleet issues, right? Like, I guess part of their plan was MJD into the Cyclone fleet issues. Your newts against Battlecruiser Cap is going to be able to potentially shut them down, especially if they don't have cap boosters, because they've dedicated so many mid slots towards like application, like missile guidance computers. But I think that's still just insanely risky to not have any means of stopping an MJD, because your drones, like you were saying during the match, are slow as hell.
Yes.
And you don't really have that much range when it comes to sentries. So if you drop your initial sentries towards the middle of the arena, and then you force them back towards an MJD beacon, those aren't going to be applying well either.
Yep.
So
I mean, we talked briefly about this idea of like them running this comp back again. If they were confident in it, they presumably, if they were bringing it in a best of matchup, they've practiced a lot with this. They're pretty comfortable with it. They know how to execute it. They know what their win conditions are going to be. However, I would imagine a certain amount of this being brought here was because people weren't expecting local micro jump drives. A team like Tuskers, now having seen that just being deployed against them, if you bring it back, they're going to change the way that they fly. They're going to make sure they sit at, like, say, 65, 70 kilometers instead of just moving further away. Do you think that will affect the difference of what either team is going to bring here? The fact that they did bring local MJD Armageddons and it is still available? Bart.
I mean, I'm thinking Tuskers is about to bring the Cyclone Fleet issue setup. And the reason is because with the bans the way they are, all these right here, there really isn't a reason to bring your flag bow and a best of 3 that you're already up on 1 when we've seen this Navy Raven situation happen. Tuskers has basically no very long range webs. Like, you'd still bring like a Vigil Fleet issue. You could bring Ashemu's Kurs, things like that, which, you know, they get a decent web bonus, but they don't have the ones that are long enough to stop a Raven Navy issue from still blowing you up. Why would you bring a flag bow and risk it when you could just not, and at the worst case you go, oh no, we're 1-1 and now we have all our bans open again. So
yeah, that's kind of what I was going with like, do they bring this flag or not? And
I mean, I don't think Tuskers needs to worry about bringing the flag because they are still up 1 in this series, right? So they can. I imagine Tuskers might go for the Raven Navy rush
themselves.
And assume that the Armageddons will come out again,
or a flagless shack.
Or a flagless shack, and then I think the Raven Navies would do amazing
the time
against
to bring
the
out your flag. Yeah.
So I don't think now is the right time to bring out your flag at all. This is fucking scary. Don't do that. No. I think we will see Raven Navies going into, if they really want to run back those Geddons, then we might just end up seeing that.
All right, let's take a quick sidebar and have a look at the most important question that we need to ask in the Alliance tournament. Which is better, red or blue?
Okay.
So
the easiest graph.
This is. I have the real numbers here. I saw the graph. I was like, give me the numbers. First of all, Alliance tournament 10. Look at this. This was the last time Caldari sponsored the Alliance tournament. That was won by Virgil Collapse. Starfleet Commander is somewhere in the building. He won that one personally himself, and of course that was the Atanas and the Cambians. So I wonder if that's why it's so blue.
Which team is red?
This is literally what you see on the screen. Oh, which team is red? It will be the opposite of the last one. So Tuskers is red. This next matchup.
Well, it seems like blue is. Wait, okay. I see now that the key is the opposite.
Yeah, so in red is the blue win percentage.
Nice. Graph guy.
In blue is the red win percentage.
Oh, no. So wait, so you're wrong. The Caldari actually lost more.
They did. Blue won 29.51% of the time.
Graph guy.
But I mean, interestingly, this time it's actually been very even. It's 48.41% for blue and 51.59% for red. So I think that's the most. I'm just looking through the list now. That's the most even it's ever been. Stat guy just typed all capitals whoops. It's like, what color should I make the blue win? I know.
Yeah.
Red.
Weren't the earlier 80s, they look almost 50-50 there.
Yeah, so 87, 52.6 to 47.4. And 88 was 53.2 to 46.8. Those are pretty close, but this is the most even ever. Which, I mean, this means nothing.
Oh no, you are wrong. It means the meta is perfectly balanced, despite what the people in the EVE Discord are complaining about. Though, weirdly enough, the ones complaining seem to have a lot of L's next to their names. Makes you think.
It really does make you think.
Makes you think.
All right, let's get the regular bands back up, band guy. There we are. And let me just remind everyone of the Conquistador bands. So the Tuskers not allowed to bring Navy Apocalypse, so of course both sides not allowed in this particular one. The Loki, which will obviously be the important one. Celestis, Pontifex, Vigil, and Navitas. So if we see armor, obviously they're limited to the mages.
Yes.
What are you smirking at me for, Flapper Pirate?
No, I'm reading Twitch chat.
What are they saying?
So many things right now.
Interesting.
Yes.
Lots of L's in their names. Yes, a few people pointing out. Wow.
Yep. There's yes. We have to give the people what they want, and the people want memes, drama,
and insightful
explosions.
Analysis.
No, they don't
okay.
want that. No, you are correct though. Links-wise, EOS, which is not banned.
Correct.
Which is also a very good ship.
Correct.
And a very good tackle ship.
Yes, we've seen it work.
Yes. But yeah, they're, and I mean, there's the Triglavian ships. Some of them can do some links and can be fit armor. It's not a good idea, but it is doable. But yeah, I mean that's one of the reasons why you'll see like a double Pontifex come out, right? Is because you need to have your links. And I say I'm trying to read it from here.
Yeah, so we saw Evasive Maneuvering bringing double Magus last time. Only Pontifex, single Pontifex from the Tuskers Co. I was going to ask you, Misty, why would you pick a Pontifex and a Magus usually? But in these ones, obviously, we know why you pick just one of them, so you could pick two of the other the next time. But normally, it's quite common to see Magus and a Pontifex. Why?
Yeah, so a couple of different reasons. I believe the Magus has an extra mid-slot over the Pontifex, which is useful if you want to have things like remote sensor boosters. So if you do end up going up against dampening ships, you're still able to get some form of lock range on something like your DPS ships or your Logi. But each command ship has a very specific bonus to a certain type of link, right? So like your Damnation, for example, your Pontifex is going to have an armor links bonus, and I believe it's also going to have an info bonus, I believe. Your Magus, I believe, has the armor and the skirmish, and so you'll bring the Magus, you'll get really good skirmish links. You'll bring the Pontifex, you'll get really good armor and info links. And because they share that armor bonus, you can have like 2 skirmish armor on a Magus, and then 1 armor or 2 armor and 1 info on your Pontifex. And you can kind of just like play around with whatever links you need at the time. Sometimes from the top teams, we will see a full rack of different links in the highs, and they will offline and online based on what they actually see on grid. And you'll often see sometimes there's a spare mine link in the cargo bay as well, so they can plug it in.
I was just about to talk about that. I just remembered that happened last year.
Yeah.
And I was just looking. So Tuskers only brought a single Pontifex. They didn't stack up 2, but 1. And if I remember correctly, last year, one of their Pontifexes died, and it was like a 2-bill Pontifex because it had stacks of the link implants in its cargo.
Yeah, they just put all of the mine links in.
It had 5 links and a cap injector, so he would be firing a couple of them, offlining them, injecting to get up to the appropriate cap, onlining the other ones, pulling implants and putting the other one in, and boosting.
Yeah.
Do you think that's what JJ Yakin was doing in that last match? There's a single Pontifex for only links.
Well, no, the Loki as well.
Listen, I'm the one that's correct here, not
Oh, I see. My bad.
But it's an armor
No.
Loki.
However,
Yes.
Twitch chat is the most correct out of all of us. So if they say
As
that
usual.
the Loki has links, then it is so. So I need you to say that now in the
Yes.
Twitch chat.
Because I think the kill
However-
mail is still not up somehow.
However, I believe that the Loki would have the skirmish links in this setup, and then
Yes.
you would have the Pontifex having the armor links. And that way, you're still getting your links, you're not losing out on the Magus in a Conquest Band kind of format, and you also have Loki webs.
Twitch chat says it was the Tengu that had the links.
Nice.
Yes, Twitch chat is being very confident saying the Loki had links.
Yeah,
I
you
haven't
don't
seen
know
the
that
kill
in
mail
Twitch
yet.
chat.
Yeah,
There's no
so
kill mail.
If one of you has the kill mail, I would say I'm not going to tell you what to do because that'll get you banned. But we'll look at it after this. We'll see
Yes.
if we can get it up. It's not popping up on ours, but
Yeah.
we're pretty sure it does.
We use public intel, same
Yes.
as you. So
Mhm.
we don't use anything special. But I'm suspicious. I want to see one of these Pontifex go down because this happened last year, and there was a lot of people with question mark emojis.
Yeah.
And it's like high level APM gaming. Like
Yeah, it
super
is
cool.
making the best use of what you have available, right? It's finding every single centimeter that you can to try and eke out the win.
Mhm.
And they're playing for like what, tens of trillions at this point almost.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
In
Yeah,
terms of
easily.
like the prize difference that they could
Yeah.
potentially be getting, so there's a lot on the line for these guys
Yeah.
too.
We have about 2.5 minutes before the match, and it has been pointed out to me by CCP Zelus that by nature of always being the first match of the day, we have never played the Tuskers intro video. So we're going to do that now. Let's learn about these teams. Well, now we get to find out if never playing their intro video is what has been giving them all the luck. Could have been a case of 18 where whenever we played the videos that Gen Tan made about the team immediately and 100% of the time lost.
That was perfect.
It was perfect. Hopefully that's not the case, because we played both of them, so they both have to lose now. So
Which one went first? Tuskers?
Tuskers went first.
Then they lose first.
Oh no.
There we go.
All right, let's find out. Have we cursed them or have we not? Let's head into the arena for match 2 of the upper bracket final.
Welcome back to the arena. Tuskers, evasive maneuvering, but flag balcony on the grid moderator.
Hey, we were talking about the options that Tuskers had, and I called one of them, saying Balgorn, double Eos, Zarm, triple Confessor, Crucifier. So the Crucies, they've come in at a long range. Actually perfect warpins for Tuskers, not close to these medium gun spam. Crucies are going to want to go really apply, tracking disruption to the Astarte, to the Absolution, and to the Navy Executor. Confessors are going to have to come in from evasive maneuvering, try to clear that, and then get tackle on the Zarm. Whoever Zarm lives the longest is going to be the key to victory
Pretty
for
much,
either
I think
side.
evasive maneuvering are going to try and go for the Confessors early on. They're not going to go for the Balgorn or anything, but the Balgorn, the flag Balgorn is really crucial here. TD dropping onto the
I
outside.
really like the comms here. Guidance disruption onto Navy Executor is a bit of a meme, simply just because there is no.
There's nothing else
No, it's still on there, yeah. But okay, webs onto the double Absolution. That's going to be Mirachiv streaming ahead of everything, getting tackle onto Skykiller Russian and the Absolutions. I really do actually like that. If you can trade 2 for 1. Meanwhile, the Astarte and the Eoses are closing in the very center of the arena. So the Balgorn is going to try to play the long game in the center, shut down the Hardeners. Oh, those Astartes are completely controlled. Yes, there is a Zarm spool on them, but the thing is that you're going to try to apply damage for a long time, force a swap, and then the Zarm is going to have to spool up all over again. And drones are very good at swapping quickly. Not usually, but when the Astartes and everything are on 0, it's good.
Both ESs opting to tackle 1 episode each, which is really good. Obviously, they're going to be the primary now. Mirror in the Balgorn. He was going in, but now he's keeping his range at the moment. He's going to be doing a lot
and
more.
And it looks like there's an MJD play coming into the back line. That's going to be Faffy Waffy and the rest of his team trying to get onto the back line, diving with that Mauler, and the rest of the support wing trying to get onto the Tusker support. We're seeing damage coming onto the Crucifiers. If those Crucies go down, that's going to be a lot of pressure off of the main core ships of the Astarte and the double Abso. Meanwhile, though, the Tuskers trading very well onto Alexander Dern in Narnia, very far away from his Zarm, who can't rep. He has to split the spool, and that Confessor does go down. Crucifier's taking a ton of damage, though.
He's going to go down, I think, but we saw the jump as well. But we did see like Fleck and Crucifer immediately go and tackle one of the Morders at the moment of Beam. Cruci down. Looks like the second Cruci is going to be next, but I think the other Confessor's going to go down.
Yeah, so Faffy Waffy is getting spooled on, and that's going to be excellent play. The drones haven't even caught up with him. There's some rep drones. Faffy Waffy in defensive mode, getting caught up fully to half, but then bleeding back structure here. That's only going to get more and more effective as that Zarm continues to spool better. Tusker's going to have to make a switch, and they do, instantly snapping onto Hispanas in the back line. However, we see that Zarm is nowhere near Hispanas. Hispanas is going to get snapped and caught. One Crucifier down for Tuskers, and Wex and Glassy taking a good amount of damage. Jagger absolutely hunting down that HP, getting good reps, split between the two. Bloodbath right now.
Yeah, I mean, Evasive needs to get some points on the board. They're kind of stuck right now. They've just lost 2 Confessors, which is huge for going on the smaller end. And Tuskers still have their 3 Confessors.
And the Navy Executor that was in the backline trying to get tackle on the Crucifier has been webbed down. That's going to be Balgorn webs. The Crucifier was getting webbed down by that. And I understand that you have to do that with the Navy Executor, but the Navy Executor is not going to have the defensive staying power even under a Zarm reps that the Confessor would have with those resists, and that Navy exec will eventually go down. I see the Tuskers Corps is now starting to chase after the Zarm here, or rather the Zarm of Tuskers is getting chased down by Cillian here in that Mauler, it looks like.
I mean, that's their win condition right now. Evasive moving super far behind right now on the points and the DPS race. Navy exec is holding on from the Zarm, but he's just going to go down, I think.
He does finally go down. That does snap, and now Planet 6 is counter attempting to web down that Mauler, so he's holding it away from the Zarm. These Crucifiers and the Confessors have all kind of wolf-packed on top of each other, playing Protect the Zarm. Tuskers knowing full well that the win condition is to hold on to their Zarm and executing that perfectly well. Now Tuskers is trying to reapply to Faffy Waffy. Faffy has gotten on top or nearby to the Balgorn of Mira Chief, so that's going to be the light reps onto that Confessor, but also the full-on spool. And Confessor of Planet 6 now getting shot, but getting a quickly Zarm repped once again.
We did see a web drop on the Zarm at the moment, very briefly, but the tackle from P6.
Oh, and Cillian, again, Cillian was so far trying to get tackled. That was Planet 6 who holding it down far away. Tuskers is running away with this. They might 2-0 them.
I think they're very looking likely at the moment. I mean, the last Mauler down, there's only Confessor left. After these 2 ships go down, there's nothing they can do to get to the Zarm.
Okay.
The Balgorn is too overpowering.
Yeah, Beacon is really getting even just the light reps. You can still fit, tech 1 reps. They won't have the range bonus, but that Crucifier is only getting hit by drones of Beacon. He's still continuing to apply perfectly fine. And then the Mauler going down. Faffy Waffy is the remaining Confessor being held down by the Balgorn, trying to do his very best, but, we see that flame of smoke coming from his hull, and I think their chances are also flaming out here in this winner's final.
I think so. I think it's time for Tuskers to go and get the Zarm's
Yep, we see webs going onto that Zarm now. That's going to be Flack getting the hard tackle. Flack, not in a rapier, not in a Hugin, but still getting webs on your backline, doing what he does best.
I mean, I think Tuskers just looking very strong in this matchup, isn't it? And you called the Balgorn. I mean, in this match, the Balgorn was the most important thing, and I think the jump was good from evasive maneuvering, but I even think Tuskers were ready for it. They had the Flak and Crucifer Navy Magnate, went straight for the Mauler, tackled it down. Evasive win condition was to go for the Zarm, but they didn't quite get there, did they?
No, they didn't, and I mean, there's kind of a storyline here with Pandy, who had formerly been on the evasive maneuvering team, who had actually left their team to try to join Tuskers and ended up becoming a mainstay on that team. Tuskers not normally being thought of as kind of a Russian-speaking alliance, but it does have enough people that can speak in Russian, including Mira on comms, to be able to have kind of that dual English-Russian core.
Astarte dropping so quickly, though, isn't it?
Yeah, And that's going to be the Zarm attempting to get reps on the Astart, but the Astart is just so far away, being held down, that the Zarm can't get much of anything. The Zarm itself is in hull, and Tuskers just masterfully taking a very clean 2-0 victory.
A convincing 2-0 victory, that's the thing.
And, I mean, earlier, before this match, we were talking about what could Tuskers really bring with having more bands from the Conquest set, and we mentioned that, yeah, you want to bring your Balgorn, you risk having it get killed, even if you win the match, but you lose the Balgorn. And now we're going to have a 2-0 set, so Tuskers is going to have a much longer time to really relax, sit back, and watch Meta Reloaded and Evasive Maneuvering play in the lower bracket final to determine who they will face in Grand.
I mean, also, Evasive Maneuvering still have their flag as well. Going into the losers bracket against Meta Reloaded, they still get their flag. High chance they're going to bring it as the Absolution is about to go down Sky Killer Russian. We can't count out Evasive Maneuvering just yet for the losers. They are strong. They could come back. We could see them come back into the finals, and I wouldn't be surprised if that happens.
That said, though, I don't like the setup here from Evasive Maneuvering.
No, I don't think they kind of went into this with this was a terrible setup to go against the Balgorn and 2 Aces, I think.
I don't think you can do this setup knowing that the other team has a Balgorn option, and there's simply too many battleship cores that can beat this. Meat Max Threat really is an archetype that was historically very, very good. It still can be, but instead of, having full Navy Executors or having, like something like more kind of cruiser support, you're having to go into Confessors simply because of like the triple cruiser, triple command ship restrictions that we have in this set. Again, Sam Punisher getting punished. Tuskers doing the Drake, going back-to-back into Winners Grand Finals.
And with that, the Tuskers secure their place in the final of Alliance Tournament 21, their third grand final appearance in as many years. A proper dynastic team forming right now. Not many teams make it to a grand final, and fewer make it back year after year, and even fewer can do it 3 times. The potential for the three-peat. I know they lost the first one, but I'm counting appearances here.
Okay, I see.
I was going to say that we could potentially see the funniest thing happen in the finals.
We could.
Yeah.
Did the Tuskers? So the Tuskers won 80-14. They won 80-19. They lost finals in 80-18. Did they lose any other finals?
Don't you mean they won 80-20?
20. Yes, what I meant. They lost 19.
Yeah.
Won 20. But did they play in any other finals? Is this their fourth final? Obviously, it's a different team back in 80-14 times. I don't know if there's that many, if any, players that are still common to the team. Then, of course, captained recently by Mir Achieve. Used to be captained by Suleiman. He has been retired for a while.
I think the past win by Tuskers was under a kind of like a different team.
Yeah,
and since this new team, they've been in the finals 3 times.
Anyway, incredible Zarm piloting by the Tuskers there. I think that was the reason they won that match. Like, we saw, as soon as damage was appearing on the Confessors, it was bang, straight on. Because with the Zarm, of course, it has to spill up its reps, so being really proactive. This is a factor of 2 things. This is a factor of team communication. So as soon as someone starts to get yellow box, as soon as someone starts to get red box, they're all communicating this. That means the Zarm can immediately move his reps across. Everyone who's got red bots out can start sending them across. And you saw when damage started to land on one of the Confessors of the Tuskers, the Zarm rep icon appeared almost immediately, and then the other rep icons appeared almost immediately, and before the damage could really land. Whereas on Evasive Maneuvering, you would see one of the Confessors getting shot, and there was a longer gap until the reps landed.
And then which Confessor did the rep land on?
At one point, definitely the wrong one.
Oh, I see. Curious. Yeah. Not Mr. Keps's finest performance, but these are very high pressure kind of situations, and communication, especially when you have everybody in the same channel, they're all communicating what is happening to them. I'm sure a lot of ow myself I'm sure a lot of them were communicating whether they were tackled, how far they were away from various ships, what their ranges were, whether they could hit out to that, whether they were able to try and track the crucifier. And in all of that noise, I'm assuming that there was the struggle from Mr. Keps to identify, when someone said that they were getting shot or when they were going to be shot. It is a very high pressure situation, so we can't rib on him
too hard?
No. In my opinion, logistics pilot, a logistics cruiser in the Alliance tournament, if you're flying that, it is pretty much one of the single hardest things you can do in the game, full stop. It is really difficult, really high pressure, especially in these best of matches when you're really close to winning everything. But unfortunately, Evasive Maneuvering, you lost this one. They have to go forward and face Meta Reloaded in another best of 3. So this time, if they go through this one, they can come back up and play Tuskers in a best of 5. So when we talked earlier on about a team could potentially play up to 12 matches, this is the kind of stuff we're talking about. Like, Evasive Maneuvering have to just recover from what just happened and go straight back into the next one. Different opponent. They've still got the flagship, which is great. No one's lost a flagship yet, so we still have all 3 available. So I expect in the lower bracket final, we're going to see flagships, and whoever comes out of that, they want desperately to have their flagship to take into the grand final against the Tuskers.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key thing for Evasive Maneuvering to keep in mind is, sure, you lost this set, you have the next set, you can come back into it, you can make it to the grand finals. Don't take this loss too harshly. Take a little break, walk around, and then
not too long.
Get back into it again. Yeah, not too long.
I was going to ask, how long of a break do they get?
Well, so because a best of 3 was done 2-0, we don't play the third match. Now, the previous best of 3, or sorry, the next best of 3 was supposed to start at 1900, but because we don't play match number 3, everything shuffles forward by 20 minutes. So our next match is going to be 1840. Which is in about 45 minutes, so the teams have a little bit of time, and so do we. And so because of that, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back in about 30 or so minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from the break. I'm Ali Aris, your host, here with my colleague CCP Jotun at Aris and Jotun, tournament referees at law. With us, we are joined by Theronth Valarax. Theronth, our expert consultant on all things tournament spreadsheets. Welcome to the desk.
Yes.
We have a very exciting match coming up. This is the losers final, which means that the winner of this match is going to go on to the grand finals of Alliance Tournament 21. We are getting ever and ever closer to awarding the shiny, shiny Alliance Tournament trophy. In this match, we are going to have Meta Reloaded facing off versus Evasive Maneuvering in a best of 3. We just saw Evasive Maneuvering. They didn't make it in the winners final, but they still have a chance to win the tournament and some more skins in this losers final. I believe the bans are in, so ban guy, if we can see what our initial bans are for this comp, that would be fantastic. Ban guy is sleeping. It is it might be pizza guy. Well, we have bans. Hey, look, and once
that
again,
old chestnut.
These are looking like some wonderful bands.
Yes.
This is very familiar. CCP Jotun, have we seen this before?
Yeah, Raven Navy, the maybe sleeper pick of Alliance Tournament 21, kind of coming out of nowhere to be a real powerhouse. We've seen so many of these triple Raven Navy comps really just wreck shop. Sitting, of course, pretty stock standard. A lot of other stock standard things in here. Nothing too out of the ordinary, but excited to see what they're able to do with these limitations.
Yeah, Theronth, looking at these, is there anything you'd expect either team to be thinking about bringing here?
The Basilisk one is a respect ban, actually, because we've got the Raven Navy banned by Meta Reloaded. Basilisk ban also kind of neuters out the other replacement comp with a regular Raven and Basilisk itself that the Evasive Maneuvering has brought the previous time. So those are definitely respect bans. And Evasive Maneuvering is not telegraphing anything. They are just doing the stock standard Zarm, Rapier, Hugin, Armageddon Navy. Yep.
Yeah, so CCP Jotun, I believe you are the vibes guy for this stream. Where do you put your vibes in the channel points here?
I mean, Evasive Maneuvering has looked real good. I mean, I would be shocked if it's not. I mean, I'm going to glaze Tuskers a little bit here in just a bit, but for right now, I think looking at just what we've seen so far from the tournament, Evasive Maneuvering have played very, very strong. They've run up against a bunch of really strong comps and looked good doing it. I would have a hard time picking against Evasive Maneuvering in this junction.
And I believe we will find out soon if you are correct. If we could please go to the arena, we're going to see this first match of the best of 3.
Hello, I am moderator joined by Nova Terrorend for match 1 of the lower bracket between Evasive Maneuvering and
Meta Reloaded.
So Evasive Maneuvering has brought their Flag Leshak here, supported by a Vindicator. The idea being that the Leshak is going to be able to close range, use its officer long-range web to enable the Vindicator to close range, and then really use that EOS's heavy tackle. However, they have brought an arbitrator as well on the side of evasive maneuvering, and I don't know what is going to get tracking disrupted because that is a triple potato comp supported by an EOS for Lynx, and those are all newts, right?
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, that one arbitrator there from the evasive maneuvering side will at least be able to assist with some drones here and there. It's still somewhat useful, but maybe not exactly where it wants to be. Meanwhile, if I was meta reloaded bringing triple arbitrator here, I think I would be gambling towards tracking disruption, given that they do know that there is that flag Leshak. This is the flag Leshak comp that we've seen one time this tournament thus far, exactly like this with the Vindicator.
You said. You're seeing double tracking disruption going on to the Leshak into the Vindicator. Already pre-repping the Kitsune. I really like that choice just because it's going to be by far the weakest of the ships, just on not a lot of armor on a Kitsune, very traditionally thought of as like a shield ship. But I really like the option here that the side of evasive maneuvering is taking to just kind of run away. And we're already seeing smart bombs go off. It looks like that's going to be from the flag Leshak. The Leshak is going to have the option to fit officer smart bombs. And I'm thinking that's a pretty good call here. So now we see that the flights of those drones have been recalled from Meta Reloaded, and they're going to be pulling them back. Evasive maneuvering, choosing to play at the center of the arena, getting close to a micro jump drive beacon. Meanwhile, likewise, on a micro jump drive beacon, we're seeing the blue Meta Reloaded team is just happily sitting right there. And we're waiting to see if we're going to have an incoming spool, because if we do, those Dominixes, their win condition, right, Nova, here is going to be to sit on top of the Vindicator and Leshak, use their combined probably 12 to 18 heavy newts to just zero out the capacitor of Leshak. And if that Leshak has to inject, right, it means that the spool it had has to go all over again.
Yeah, these Dominixes likely have a lot of high slots that they can bring to bear for those neutralizers. And exactly as you're saying, if they are able to get that flag Leshak cap dry, it won't really be able to do anything. I mean, it'll be able to shoot here and there, but that's not what you want to be doing with it. You want to be spooling and getting those crazy, absurd Python numbers that you can often see from these Triglavian hulls. But we are just, watching these Dominixes. I don't see them activating a micro jump just yet.
No,
it does look like they are burning in completely.
They are out of range, actually. So now that they've decided to close range, they're not going to be nearby. We're seeing already the smart bombs coming from the Leshak, trying to intercept these light drones going onto the Thalia of Mr. Caps, and some split damage going on to the Thalia as well. Now drones getting recalled, but they're getting recalled right in the flight path of this smart bomb. And the Leshak, I already see some flights of lights getting cleared off, just getting deleted. That's going to be just doing AoE damage of around 500 to these drones a single time it pulses.
Yeah, and these smart bombs have reasonable range as well, meaning that Leshak is very well able to position itself right in the middle of that path, exactly as you were mentioning, and just clear off drones. And that is all of the DPS from our Meta Reloaded team
and
is drones.
Of Meta Reloaded, they've opted to now go for Republic Fleet bouncers from all of their ships, now trying to do some more long-range sniping, and they're trying to apply damage to Obsidian of that Kitsune, who has a cloud of its own repair bots on top, being pre-repped by Mr. Keps and Faffy Waffy. 100% the right call there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, you were mentioning early on how that Kitsune was immediately getting pre-reps at the very start of the match, and I think that was also likely because of this threat specifically. Dominixes, for example, just launching sentries right off the bat, they can often just try to volley something really small, and that was the only ship I think that was really at a significant threat of just simply dying. So they avoided it with that, and they've seemingly avoided it again here. That Kitsune is bouncing like down to mid armor, but is catching plenty of reps just in time. It's still not really working for Meta Reloaded just yet.
Yeah, so really the Kitsune appears to be just the way it's moving appears to be probably 5 MN, and that's a little bit scary, just a bit, because it means that your signature goes up, you can be tracked easier. We actually saw an Officer Web come from the not the Punisher, but a Sam Punisher, his Leshak, get onto Alexander Chagorian in that EOS. EOS of Alexander trying to play a bit of a screen roll, but good luck screening against a Tobias 20-kilometer range web on that Leshak.
Yeah, it's undoubtedly going to be a solid one. Of course, with the Leshak, you're not getting the crazy, insane range boost that you would with a Balgorn, but still, it is a plenty long-range web, at least in this case. It's been interesting as well watching the way they've been positioning that Vindicator with the rest of their team, but I do think the blue team of Meta Reloaded is potentially diving in now.
Yeah, actually, we've seen a working class man is actually diving in as an arbitrator. That might be because it possibly maybe one of the arbitrators that have guidance disruption or something else, and you might try to use it as a tackle ship. That, or it's completely forgotten where it is at, because we see Cillian continuing to jump up and down between very full armor and then dropping down into half. And that's just because you can fit a plate, a damage control, and that's about it really on a Kitsune.
Yeah, Kitsune is definitely the easiest thing to kill if they are able to start applying DPS to it. But again, they just don't have many methodologies through which they can actually apply that DPS. And again, that Kitsune's still just bouncing into low armor, but getting just enough reps to stay perfectly fine for the time being. I'm worried for it, but I think they're surviving.
Yeah, actually, so we're seeing now that the Arbitrator is on top of Skykiller Russian at 0, and that, oh my god, that Kitsune is getting bounced up and down. It goes down into hull, 33% remaining, but reverting its armor now. It's all light drones really applying damage. That's going to be the Arbitrators who probably actually had to burn in order to get in drone control range.
Yeah.
So it's a combination of those drones now with the heavy drones, and Sam Punisher can't really burn in and smart bomb those damage drones because you risk killing all of your own Logibots at the same time.
No, you definitely do. I mean, the massive upside here of those smart bombs being the potential of getting rid of all these drones from the meta reloaded side, but that is at the expense of your own if you are trying to field your own, and that's exactly what Evasive Maneuvering have been doing the entire time. They've had their armor maintenance bots out, the light version, the medium version, everything just trying to keep their team all together and alive. It looks like the Kitsune has stabilized in the meantime, but the EOS is starting to get chunked a little bit and still really struggling to apply any DPS of their own back onto the meta reloaded team.
Yeah, right now it seems like the drones that had been going on to the Kitsune and to the Thalias are being recalled, and now the EOS is being primed of Beamman Eidolon. And eventually, even with some nossing, it doesn't actually look... I mean, there is some nossing coming from that EOS going on to Alexander and to Chadwick, but eventually the capacitor, you would think, is going to get zeroed by these Dominixes at some point, and if the EOS does drop eventually, that is the entirety of the links for the side of... Evasive Maneuvering. And now we see Logibots coming across the field, realizing that the EOS is stabilizing and is going to need some of those bots. If I'm the Dominixes here, I actually might want to break off the EOS and start to chew away at some of the heavy bots, of all things.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a reasonable option. The Leshak is no longer in a position where it is at risk of smart bombing away its own drones, so I guess that's one upside there. But meanwhile, that same
Faffy Waffy is actually getting snapped. All of the bots that were recovering that EOS now are streaming across the field to get onto Faffy Waffy, who himself had to start to get to a little bit of newt range from these Dominixes in order to apply, and that's the difference between the Tech 2 Cruiser and the Frigate Logi. Also, critically, this is a control match, but because the side of Evasive Maneuvering brought 199 points, it means that if we go to time, it's entirely... Actually...
That's meta reloaded.
Sorry, that's the other way around. Sorry, meta reloaded has to get a kill because Evasive Maneuvering is 1 point up. That's one of the risks of bringing these setups that aren't fully pointed out, is that if it goes to time, you just lose.
No, that's exactly it, and I think that's the reason why they've been so focused on drone micro and virtually nothing else. It was so important that they can keep every single ship alive for that potential win condition. Getting now under 2 minutes remaining, that's actually a significant likelihood at this point. Meanwhile...
Speaking of likelihoods, that Vexor is going down really, really low. And now, again, speaking of drone micro, Faffy Waffy and all the drones that were on top of him are closing onto Fenrir Nordson. In about 5 seconds, all the drones are going to get on top of him, but if Fenrir drops, it'll swing the match the other way, and we could time out here that way.
Yeah, all of these repair bots getting onto him.
All the repair bots are on him at 0, but he's in hull. He's bleeding in hull. And it goes down! That might actually be it. That is the loudest call I'll ever make for a 9-1 possible win con, as the Dominix of Chadwick is now applying smart bombs and clearing off everything that was on top of that Vexor.
Absolutely absurd. That Dominix started smart bombing immediately as they saw those drones all flick over to them. Wow, some crazy micro coming out from these Dominix pilots, but I guess the question now remains, is Sam Punisher sitting on that Dominix still? They were sitting in an honor battle, just locked in this duel at very close range for a long time.
He's on Celio here, that Dominix now in Sam Punisher, and now Skykiller Russian is ramming into that Dominix, realizing that Celio has to be the primary. They're going to have to break him in the next 50 seconds, because if they don't, it's going to time out. And now, if I'm the blue team, I actually stop all my damage, give up everything, and try to repair. But Sam Punisher is fully aware of that. He's putting his own smart bomb on top of the Dominix, clearing off not just the damage drones that were hitting him, but all of the repair bots. And meanwhile, the Vexor of Avel Ashai, who is completely kind of held off in the middle of nowhere, is the primary, but Cilio Romes is getting really, really low. We've got 25 seconds. He is down into about 10% armor, 5%, 2%, hull.
I think they can actually do this because it is a Leshak. They've been sitting there for minutes and minutes schooling. This is
quarter armor,
ridiculous DPS.
half armor, 15 seconds. If they do it, and I think they will, and it goes down! That's going to be the match going in favor of evasive maneuvering. 7 seconds left. 007, 1 win in favor of evasive maneuvering themselves to a lead. What a nail biter.
Absolutely insane. No other ships that it could have flicked damage to. It was just that one flag Leshak taking it for the rest of the team despite that loss of the Vexer. Wow. With that one, let's see what our analysts have to say.
Welcome back. What a match! That was, first off, an attempted pacifist run from evasive maneuvering. We saw a 1-0 victory last year. It was one of the most exciting matches of the tournament. We're trying to run it back from this year. Meta Reloaded denied them, but at the last second, the Dominics fell, and evasive maneuvering, they are now up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series. CCP Odin, how are you feeling about that?
I mean, fucking great about that one, Aliars, if I'm being honest. Everybody knows how I feel about matches that last a long time and they just involve one guy standing there over another guy's dying body, gripping the neck, giving it a good squeeze, and that's what a lot of that was. It started out, obviously, with a little bit of range play. Both these comps sitting at range, trying to figure out how they're going to play it, but we talked about at the very beginning of that match, evasive maneuvering had an early, easy win condition. Don't do shit.
Just and they tried it. They tried it.
They did try that. Go sit in the corner, wait it out, and see what happens. You're already up 1 point just on comps. You don't have to do anything. You're already winning. So you have to force the Dominixes, or at a certain point, the Dominixes are forced to have to come up and engage in one way or another. And then seeing the Dominixes and the Arbitrators throw their drones up there, and the Leshak say, no. Actually, I will smart bomb. And watching all the drones go, nope, and run back down was... so good.
Yeah,
loved it.
It was wonderful. Speaking of that Leshak, we've seen many flagships throughout the Alliance tournament. The Leshak is not a popular choice. How is it working in that match?
In that match, it worked like a charm. We have seen one punch to the gut at the end when like 80% of whole structure just disappeared, right? Removed from the game, disintegrated into thin dust. Yes. However, it wasn't a happy match for the Leshak pilot, for sure not. There was a lot of arbitrators there. Tracking Disruptor is a natural enemy of a Leshak. There is bad blood between those. As when you get tracking disrupted for range on a Leshak, those ships, they don't have that much of an optimal range in the maximum when they want to apply maximum damage. To begin with, like 20 kilometers, you can cut it to less than 3 when you stack enough TDs on it. So Leshak had to literally sit on top of a Dominix in order to be able to track to apply anything.
And the worst part is the Leshak has no fall off. Once you hit the edge of optimal, you were done. There's no damage past that point. The gun just will not work. So you can really make a Leshak stay, to your point, absolutely miserable by doing nothing but putting a bunch of TDs on it and then saying, all right, have fun, good luck.
The thing is that Leshak was already winning. So sure, you can throw TDs on it. You can say you can't shoot very far away. Unfortunately, they had to get up close to the Leshak in order to get anything done.
Yeah.
But one thing I will say, for those of you who did not see the previous best-of-3 series, we've seen the Leshak in that round. Leshak is now banned because of the Conquest bans. So the way the Conquest bans work is it's a best-of-3 series. Once you win with a comp, that comp is banned until the final round of the series. So for this round, we have evasive maneuvering. They've banned the Vindicator, Eos, Pontifex, Arbitrator, Thalia, Kitsune, and Vexer from their comp, owing to succeeding with them. So they'll have to bring something else in addition to banning all of the usual ships, and we'll see those come up when they come in. Yes, CCP Jotun.
I just think it's kind of a cool. I mean, it's good gamesmanship, right? To lead with that comp because it's not the current meta comp, right? We've seen a lot of, again, we talked earlier, triple battleship comps. We've seen a lot of that. We've seen a little bit of gun spam, a lot of drone heavy comps. The Leshak and Vindy comp, which is really just like the grab them and then give them with the old whatever this is. I'm sure chat's gonna love that. Do that kind of business, right? That kind of comp has not been super popular so far. So you lead with that and you say, okay, we're going to put this one out there. If we win with it, awesome. Now we have all these other great comps we can still use. And if we lose with it, it's not the end of the world because we have other great comps we can still use, right? Plus, we can also use this one if we feel strongly about it. So, and obviously they did. It's a great. I mean, it is a good comp. Objectively, I mean that comp in past years has absolutely wrecked shop.
One of my favorites ones, to be honest.
Yeah.
Triple Battleship is the Blaster from the past. Double Battleship, it's Blaster from Paster.
Yep. Yes. Yeah.
And
Yep.
Therump, the Vindicator. We've got a Leshak. Obviously, we sort of see how that works as a flagship. The Vindicator, it's a very expensive ship. It's Wingnut Cross's favorite ship. We haven't seen it that much in the tournament. Why do you pair the Vindicator and the Shack in this comp?
That's a very good question because it adds 2,000 DPS when you hit. That is easily applied due to 90% webs. It's decently tanky. It's fast, deceptively. This year even faster because we had changes to how the armor rigs work, and we had additional skill for the mass reduction for plates. So this thing is zooming, actually. And we have seen that when Leshak was pulling on one of the Dominics, he was struggling for a little bit. There was reps landing. The Dominic probably had a rep of his own. The Vindicator joins in into the struggle. A couple of punches down, and the dummy is gone.
And speaking of the regular bans, at the bottom of the screen, we've got both teams have now begun their bans. This is live.
Cool.
So first off, very quick, obviously, the Cenotaph.
A lot of the same.
Yep. Therump, we see this Rapier Hugin. That makes sense. They didn't have to think about that too much. How do you feel about this Raven Navy and Apocalypse follow-up?
Again, we are seeing meta reloaded because now we have the color swap. So now they used to be blue in the previous match, now they are red. Again, they are banning out a strong rush torpedo comp core in a Raven Navy. I wouldn't be surprised if the ban number 5 is going to be a Basilisk again. But yeah, we have this comp out of the gates already, and APOC Navy banning to one of the overperformers this year.
So evasive maneuvering, again, these are live. We put them up on screen, and nothing has happened. And nothing has happened because evasive maneuvering are in the tank.
Yes.
What kind of things do you think they're thinking about right now?
I mean, you're looking at the last. They did a lot of things well. Obviously, Armageddon Navy. I mean, they're going to be looking through these and thinking a lot of like, okay, well, we've seen a lot. I mean, you don't make bans based off a single match, right? So I don't think what happened in the last match is really going to turn the tide that much. But they also, for the Meta Reloaded side, they're considering legacy bans at the same time. So Meta Reloaded saying, okay, well, we know for a fact. We know, guaranteed, they're not going to be bringing a Vindicator, they're not going to be bringing a Leshak, they're not going to be bringing the Logi they had, they're not going to be bringing this set of things. So now, we actually have kind of a tool set we can use because we have these bans, right? And the thing with bans, the bans get better the fewer ships you have available because you can force out more and more things. So now they're really kind of saying, okay, well, we know what Evasive Maneuvering has done well in the past. We've seen this other comp now, and that's one of the other reasons I really love the Leshak comp, because the Leshak comp is something that was kind of unexpected, right?
Yeah,
it's something that they haven't really brought out a bunch. So you put the Leshak comp out there, and now Meta Reloaded is saying, okay, well, nothing changes for us functionally because we're expecting the same set of things for bans. And of course, Bassi comes out again. I would be surprised if we didn't see like Hyena or something here at the end from Evasive Maneuvering. Who can say?
Yeah.
And I say one thing that is definitely gone is the arbitrator for evasive maneuvering. They actually did use a couple of unique ships in the role. The Kitsune is not exactly the same as a Blackbird, as in like it's more mobile. It can mitigate better against battleship-sized weapons. So this one is gone. They used only one arbitrator, so they didn't max out on it. They used it. They only had one, but it's also gone. The EOS is gone, so like the drone. EOS-based drone spam probably out of a window for evasive maneuvering, but we still have they can do the Uno Reverso and field Dominics themselves. They can keep on probably swap. They can swap out if they want to. Some of the low end for the Leshak comp, they can bring the flag Lesh again. Vindicator is a difficult thing to swap out though, so I don't know if what would have they used to simulate it, but it's also on the table. Maybe they have some crazy wormhole technology that we don't know about.
That's true.
Yeah. Speaking of wormhole technology, CCP, and before this tournament, I was asking you, who are the best wormholers in the Alliance tournament?
That's a great question. Because really what it comes down to, Aliaris, is who are the wormholers in the tournament? And I have well established. wormholer, by the way, and I have a history of perhaps unwisely standing for every wormhole team and also Test Alliance, please ignore. So, there's just a difference between two different things. Do you live in wormhole space? Are you active in wormhole space? Do you do wormhole space things?
What about the people who are fighting in wormhole space?
That's true, and that is. I mean, you have the groups like Laserhawks. You have the groups like Kitchen Sinkhole. You have groups like No Vacancies.
Odin's Call.
Well, okay, so that's where it kind of gets confused. It gets a little complicated, right? Because Odin's Call, Tuskers, these are groups who usually either live in Thera or live in C2 and they are. They get content in wormhole space from time to time. They are wormholers, depending on who you ask. But I mean, obviously, Tuskers is real good. I would have said Odin's if you'd asked me this about half an hour ago. But Tuskers, or not an hour or half an hour ago, a little longer than half an hour ago. But Tuskers are great, and Tuskers have been great for a long time, and have perhaps the most success, at least in recent years, of all the wormhole teams. Why do wormholers not do well over time? As a question for the ages. Really, I think it's just because God decided on day one that wormholers were going to have all the money and all the sex appeal, and the thing that they couldn't have was
prize ships.
Prize ships.
It's real tough.
But you know what you can use that money for? Buying prize ships. Ask one CCP Overload. He's a wormholer. Has some prize ships. Did you win any of those yourself?
I believe he did.
But with
the Wormhole Corp.
Who was it?
Is what we have from off screen.
Who? Volt is not a wormhole corp.
Verge of Collapse used to be a wormhole corp.
No, okay. Listen.
C5, as a matter of fact.
All I'm saying is, yes, we got the sex appeal. Yes, we got the money, and yes, we got the best space in the game. But what we did not get, unfortunately, was I need to remember that I'm an employee here too. What we did not get were tournament victories. So seeing Tuskers be as successful as they are is great for morale generally, because we can, that's kind of like whenever Alabama wins a national championship. This will not make any sense to you. Take my word for it. You'll understand. Alabama wins a national championship. The SEC all goes, yeah, we won a national championship. It's kind of like that with Tuskers. Right?
Wormholers, by the way.
I think I heard CCP Swift laughing, so he understands that reference. None of the rest of you do. In fact,
this one's for all the American football nerds.
Thank you, Americans.
Thank
I still see you.
USTZ for tuning in.
I was there
I really appreciate
very
that.
recently, and I'm still trying to get it out of my blood. So you guys are gonna have to give me some time. But
all right. So Tuskers, #1 Wormhole Alliance in Alliance Tournament. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Theron, question for you is so in terms of the Alliance Tournament, in terms of the Alliance, bring it back to the tournament that we're in right now. In terms of the format, we had the whole thing where you bring multiple copies of a ship, they cost more points. We don't have that this time, which is why it's a little surprising we saw a comp with so many different ships in it. How do you feel about the switch away from the points inflation and to the just fewer ships of a class?
It cost a couple of things, and it is combined with a different rule that we also have. Well, it's not really a rule; it's like it's a ship bonus, which is that you can have more than one plate on your ship. And battleships, they get a huge bonus to plate EHP or shield extender EHP. In the previous couple of previous tournaments, we had this meta where min-maxing EHP was done by slapping as many Navy cruisers as possible so you use up all your cruiser slots, and then battle cruisers who you also max out on this, and this is how the modern Octotad max thread was born, and this is why in this tournament we don't see it that much, because from 8 DPS ships that can be min-maxed for maximum EHP to that DPS ratio, we only have 6 now. There are substitutes. You can use Confessors, as Tuskers have shown in the previous series, that you can fit them out with beams, and project up to 50 kilometers like you would in an Executor Navy. But it is not the same because the Confessor is way more flimsy. And this is why we are seeing so many battleships this year. We are back to the battleship top-heavy meta. Thanks to this change of the slot per whole class and the crazy amount of HP you can squeeze out of them.
Yeah, speaking of the battleship heavy meta, we have a graph that will show you the rate of ships that have been used in Alliance Tournament 21. So we can get a graphical picture of what our metagame has been like. What ships are the most popular in this tournament? Some of them might be the same as previous years. Some of them might be different. Oh, this is flagships. All right. We have flagships. So we talked about the Flagless Shack. The Flagless Shack is just a tiny little sliver of this. Therump, why is the Flagless Shack not as popular now as it was in maybe AT18?
It is. It was expensive at 50 points. It has recently been bumped down to 47, I believe. But Baroga is still more expensive and it's still way worse. So we are not talking about that.
Yes.
However, also this year, we have seen a resurgence in the amount of, first of all, the tracking disruptors, because for some time there were no scripts allowed on those modules, which, while painful when unscripted, they were not as crippling to the optimal only based weapon system, which is Entropic Disintegrator that Leshax is enjoying. And at the same time, we also have a thing with the Tinkers, with the Neutralizers, with the drones. Leshak is not like super resistant to those, which brings me to Supremacy of Balgorn.
Yeah, Balgorn, it was in flagship jail for a while, and it has been released, and it is showing why perhaps it got the axe.
Yeah, taking the world by storm.
Yeah, and with the Balgorn in the tournament, we have the Balgorn, we have our new triple Ravy Navy meta, and all of that. Let's take a look, if we can, at that meta game. Specifically, again, most used ships, not the flagships, just the boring pedestrian old ships. And here we have them. Number one most used ship is actually a ship we see a lot in Alliance tournaments, and that would be the Pontifex.
Yes.
Followed closely by, actually, the Pontifex is just the number one. Theronth, why would I prefer a Pontifex over any other Armor Command Destroyer?
Very tanky. Most low slots for the armor comp, just enough mids so it can provide tackle / recibo capability or TP. Still has a flight of drones, not much less than a Magus. And also it really slots nicely into the Amar comps that we are seeing this year, with the cores of Armageddon Navy, Apoc Navy, with the logistics of Guardian being played, because the the more purity we gain in the race of the the race of tensile strength of the comp, the less it is susceptible to ECM. So Talia is as good as a Deacon, or Nevitas is as good as Inquisitor, but if the team of on the other side brings ECM and decides to have different colors of the jams, then they get diminishing returns on those, because they don't have a target that goes for the Galente Jammer, for example. They have to just put it on an Inquisitor and hope it works out.
Yeah, so in terms of most used ships, number 3 here is it's Armageddon Dot, and I believe the Dot here is for the Navy issue. CCP Jotun, we have many opinions on the Armageddon Navy issue on the desk.
We do.
What is your are you high on this, low on this? Where do you fall?
I think the Armageddon Navy is really funny. As somebody who relates a lot to battleships in general, on the kind of being the biggest thing in the room in most cases, the Armageddon Navy is a funny case, because I don't necessarily think it's the best battleship, but it is.
Clearly not. It's not winning that much.
It's not winning that much, but it is. It's a good jack of all trades battleship. It can do a lot of different things. It has a lot of different utility. It's relatively tanky. It's not the same as like. It's not. It doesn't have Marauder tank. It doesn't have. It's not. But it fits in well in a lot of different kinds of comps, and it does. I mean, but we've seen. And I was kind of surprised from looking at this that we haven't seen something more like we've seen a lot of APOC navies recently too. Those have been kind of big after the major update we did fairly recently. No Raven Navies, and we've seen a lot of Raven Navies recently. That being said, Raven Navies are more of a last couple of days kind of thing, as we've seen those kind of to slot in. I mean, these teams have been using these comps for a long time, but we've really started to see them pull these out more recently. So they have, I'd be surprised to see them maybe down over on this side of the ground. Well, you can't see it over that side. They've got to be pretty close to that side. So they do a lot of things well, right? And they fit in really well with a lot of armor comps as well. I mean, they just do so many different things. They're not going to be the ship that you want if you want just a single battleship that's going to do a ton of damage. That's where you use something like the Leshak or the Vindicator. They're not going to be something if you want like a ton of ton of drone support, obviously. That there are better battleships for that, like the Dominix that we've seen a lot of in more recent. But they do have that capability at the same time, just not in the same kind of abundance as some other things. So when you're planning comps, if you're saying, listen, I want a thing that I can put here, and I'm going to say I have 6 different comps. I want one battleship that's going to kind of do well with a lot of those different things. Then yes, the Armageddon Navy is going to be the one that you put in there and a lot of teams don't ban them out just because they like having that option there too. So that
they don't ban them out because it's not that good. Again, many differing opinions.
All right, Black Bart Pirate, let's calm down here. Okay.
No, I'm taking my cues from Misty here, and I was just checking in on something also. Speaking of the desk, I was checking in on a very important thing.
Yes.
I'm going to ask for some predictions in a couple minutes. We've got a couple more minutes to go before this game. But we, of course, had the challenge bracket where we got to all make predictions. You at home made predictions. We internally made some predictions. And so I would just like to see, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Graphics Guy, how have the casters done on predictions in this tournament? This is updated as of the first break today, and it hasn't changed that much since. But it's a beautiful chart.
It is a beautiful chart because it shows one very important distinction.
And it's a distinction between the hosts. Yeah.
It is the distinction between the hosts, and really that's all that matters. I mean, I know everybody's
it's got 2 ends.
Everybody's
and on
participating in this challenge thing, and it's great. I want to be it's so cool to see so many people getting involved and showing their opinions. Putting their brackets. These bracket challenges are great. But at the end of the day, only one thing really matters, and that thing is how well is CCP Overload doing compared to Aliaris.
And the answer is I'm right. I'm not the most right though. I was the most right for a minute.
You're very close to the most right.
I was also just checking in on the. I don't think we're going to see the chart. Here we go. Here we go. There's my victory lap.
Yes.
Aliaris. I've got the most score and the lowest rank. I am the most.
He is not smiling, which I think means that this bit may have gone on a little bit too long.
That's fair. Jotun is 2 pages later. I believe Jotun did not submit one.
Oh yeah, no, I did not. Listen, when they were submitting these things, I was asleep. No, not even asleep. I was on a plane.
Yeah,
so I get an out. Listen, the best part. Listen, here, chat. Listen to me. Come back to me. Camera guy,
I'm not sure if chat's listening to you. Chat wants to know about prizes.
The prizes. Do we have the thing?
We do have the thing. Yeah.
Let's present the thing.
All right. So if you were the best guesser, and I'll give you the update on who's the best guesser in just a minute, you can win this very wonderful Radeon RX 9070 XT graphics card, which Jotun will now hold up while I look up the prizes. Okay, so
it's got XT at the end, so it must be better than a regular one.
Oh yeah, it does have XT.
XT means extra turnt.
All right, so here we go again. Your bracket is in option number 1, followed by, this is my bracket's prediction title, Fenrir Nordson. Sharing a name with a tournament player, you predicted evasive maneuvering to win. You have a chance to make that actually happen.
You have a chance to make that happen.
Ovi, please, I want Plex in 4th place. Petri predicts, and I am on 6th place, although I am likely not going to be the winner of the graphics card because I predicted Ragequit to win. My bad.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
All right.
Good to see it.
But Tuskers, evasive maneuvering, if your bracket had them at the top, you may be the winner. Yeah. Just going to chuck this back under here.
I mean, here's the thing. What's really cool about this is obviously we have the returning champion, Tuskers, in the driver's seat right now, right? They are feeling, Tuskers have looked great. I mean, obviously they haven't dropped the match yet.
It was a little bit of a shaky match on the opening of the tournament, but now they are cruising.
They have been you're absolutely, they have been on cruise control since then. That being said, both of these teams, Meta Reloaded and especially Evasive Maneuvering, in my opinion, have felt like good competitors. I mean, these aren't like, this isn't the THL that we saw last year where they came in, and just wreck shot for a long time and got up to the end, right? This isn't a team.
I mean, THL are out.
THL are in fact.
But Jotun specified this was last year.
Yes, this is last year.
You're not talking about this year's last year. You're talking about the last year.
Yeah, this is the update for this year.
Comparing that to this year, Evasive Maneuvering has been a strong team for a long time. Seeing them now this close to the finals, hell, seeing Meta Reloaded in the top 3.
So this is a thing. Meta Reloaded, they're in the top 3. They weren't even in the tournament last year. The reason why they weren't in the tournament, they were in the group of death in feeders.
That's right.
So we did not get a chance to see last year how good this team could be because they were I forget exactly who else was in their feeders bracket, but it was
rough.
It was rough. It was them and 2 other prize ship enjoyers, and sometimes you get the roll wrong, you end up out. But now they're back in the tournament. and they are not only prize ship enjoyers, they have a chance to be the most prize ship enjoyers of this tournament. It's absolutely huge.
It's huge. It's huge, and I think it's good for the tournament. Obviously, parity is always fun. I mean, if you look at the tournament trophy, which we're going to see a lot of here in just a little bit when they bring the other crew back over here, you're going to see long blocks where teams just kind of won over and over and over again. Shout out to CCP Swift, who just sandbagged the tournament for years and years and years. Having different teams. CCP Overload is standing behind the camera with a laser pointer. I'm horrified of what this is going to mean. But you have different teams that are doing different things every single year. We have new teams that are coming up, new teams that are cycling through different players who are strong on one team, then later on going to a different team and being good there too. Parity is good. Parity is really, really good. Parity is important because that makes the tournament more interesting. It makes it more dynamic. And, it gives me more different kinds of teams to glaze. This is great.
Yeah, Theron. You've been involved in Alliance Tournament teams, and now, of course, you are here on the commentary desk. How is the experience different watching the tournament from this side of the screen?
See how the sausage is made, right?
Yeah.
It is quite something to see people pop off in the in front of the screen when we are out from the desk and just everybody just sits down and watches the match together. For example, the THL was
super hype.
Getting absolutely dumpstered by D-Sync was one for the ages for sure. It's like. Of course, there's a little bit of a FOMO because now I'm being put to shame by Annie.
Yeah.
Gardet, a fellow Volta team member and a co-captain because. Our real captain is sitting somewhere there and getting ready to commentate, I think, Starfleet.
Yeah. I mean, the whole Volta team pretty much is here, minus the ones that are playing and on screen.
The least important ones, the ones who actually matter, they are out there in the arena, or they were playing until they got eliminated.
Does Volta still exist? They've got like 5 actives, right?
We don't have to talk about that.
Three, sorry.
Kinsey doesn't.
That's right, and he's doing the other. Okay, sorry.
All right, I'm watching chat. No, didn't kick one off with that. Nice try, though.
Good,
nice try.
Good. Wait, give it a second. Here they come. Okay, we're good. I mean, this is shaping up to be. I mean, I'm really excited to see how this next match. I know that oftentimes people stand up and like, let's just see the 2-0, and then we can go over and eat some pizza. But like, I would love to see this go best of 3 because I really want to see what kind of comps we might see in the finals when they go up against Tuskers. Again, Tuskers has been a wrecking ball in this tournament so far. They have been the absolute bee's knees. And so seeing what these teams have in their back pocket to try and pull one out and try and go up there and beat last year's defending champion is going to be hot stuff. I'm looking for it. Also, we need to press the button on that TV because it will turn off here shortly.
That's fine. We don't need to see ourselves.
Speak for yourself.
I mean,
you know what I'm here for.
Look,
this is a vibe-based stream.
Exactly.
That is
it's
true.
a vibes-based stream. Speaking of vibes, we've been watching these two teams play it out. We've watched them play through the Alliance Tournament. Theron, who would you put your channel points on in this upcoming match?
Evasive maneuvering.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. As much as the story of the team that didn't have a chance even to shine in the main bracket because they got literally blocked by 2 killers in the dev group in the feeders last year, going to the top and winning the whole thing, that would be great.
Would be awesome.
This is the best storytelling, and I don't know if it's in the script. I have to.
I
was going to say, do they even have the AT script around here somewhere?
I mean, I had it, but I stole it from CCP Overload. But then some people, maybe kind of deviated a little bit.
Anyways, I hope it is in the script.
Okay.
So the heart would go to the Meta Reloaded, but I just think that Faffy Waffy has been grinding for so long that he probably will make it to the grand finals.
The team is very, very strong. The evasive maneuvering team is very, very strong.
They have some Vidra pilots too.
Yes, they do have that. That is true.
Yeah, and CCP Jotun, you can't put your points on Tuskers yet. You got to wait for the next match.
True.
Who are you putting your points on for this upcoming match?
I do evasive maneuvering as well. Evasive maneuvering has in that last match especially they looked so good. They looked so prepared. I mean, pulling out, you go into that match and you maybe suspect that you're going to be running into a drone comp at some point. Having smart bombs ready to go, being able to pull back, knowing the moment that you see that it
was so ready,
not rushing in immediately.
Yeah,
like
the micro execution.
The desire sometimes, the impulse to get that Vindicator up in the mix to grab something, then get your shack in there and just start doing its business, right? Exactly. Look at that big old long beam going kind of thing going on. That it's a hard impulse to overcome. But Evasive Maneuvering were cool. They were calm. They were collected. They knew the assignment, and they did it almost perfectly. Not almost perfectly.
Let's hope they don't catch the working man again this time.
Yeah.
He's working his 9 to 5.
He's working his 9 to 5, and we will see very shortly. Can Evasive Maneuvering do it again, or will Meta Reloaded send this to a best of 3? We're going to send it to the arena, where we will find out coming up shortly.
Hello and welcome back to the arena. I'm Novataren, joined by my very excitable colleague, Moderator, for yet another match between Evasive Maneuvering, this time in blue, going up against Meta Reloaded. This time, Meta Reloaded down a match, but they are bringing their flagship. It's a flag Armageddon Navy. What are we seeing from these teams?
So I think Meta Reloaded out-meted themselves. It looks like their setup is going to be completely a gunless. Well, there's some rapid heavies actually on Chadwick here, but this setup really looks like it was meant to counter a Flag Leshak, right? Flag Leshak is going to evade the Conquest ban system. So these triple arbitrators, they work against something like a gun spam, but the problem is even if they did bring guidance disruption as a ham rush, the Nighthawks are just going to get on top of this entire team at 0 with the Jackdaws and the Osprey Navy issue. I don't see how any of these battleships are going to survive more than a couple seconds because these Nighthawks are spawning at 0. The Nighthawks are actually, interestingly, burning away, possibly wanting to play for an MJD beacon initially here.
Yeah, I think that's sort of reasonable, trying to mitigate some of the potential DPS right off the bat, and they don't want to lose anything while they're a little bit strung out and all burning in, when they could potentially do that all as a synchronized group.
And the Nighthawks actually do hit an MJD beacon off the very center of the arena, and they burn back to their ball. I actually really like that call. Make sure that when you jump in, you do it all together in unison on one target. Don't get pulled apart. Don't get nuded out. That would be your only way to lose this for Evasive Maneuvering.
No, I completely agree. I think we've seen it time and time again, especially in earlier stages of the tournament or even feeders rounds, where teams, they maybe have a good comp setup, but they end up losing to themselves by getting a little bit strung out when they're trying to burn in against a team that does have some damage potential, especially something like a Flag Armageddon Navy that is rapid heavy fit, as you were mentioning, I believe.
Okay.
So
Evasive Maneuvering has set up on the micro jump drive beacon. They are all spooling on that far corner. They are going to land almost exactly on the back line of this arbitrator of Chadwick if they hit where exactly I think they will. And in just a second here, that's going to complete. They actually go on the low side. They're going to get on top of maybe the Pontifex here and maybe some of the Confessors. I don't hate it.
I think they were trying to go after that Zarmaz as well. They looked like they were making a beeline directly for them, and we now see the brawl is well and truly getting underway.
And actually, the Zarm of Sven Blot is actually going to be able to pull away. Raptor of Cillian is going to be able to get in there, but the Magnate Navy issue and the Pontifex, if they do what they need to here and they turn around, they can make this a little bit dirty for the side of Evasive Maneuvering.
They definitely can. I mean, I think they would love to apply to that Zarmaz if they're able to, hence why Cylon went out to tackle them. But the problem is it's going to take a little bit of time before these hams actually start to apply to it.
Look at the scrams across the board. Nighthawk, Navy Osprey. Everything is completely locked down right now. Nothing can really apply to the Zarm here, with the exception of the Nighthawk of Beam Aderon, who's being held down by the Magnate Navy issue. If there was ever a textbook case of how to play a tackle screen, it's actually being shown by Meta Reloaded. I was counting them out, and they're proving me wrong, and I'm happier all for it.
Yeah, I mean, this one's not over by any stretch of the imagination. We are seeing an Osprey Navy start to go down now, and I do think they're going to fall relatively quickly here under the pressure from this Armageddon Navy specifically. But overall, yeah, the team really wants to bring all of their weapon systems to bear on a single target, but they're being denied that opportunity by the Meta Reloaded side.
And actually, looking at Mr. Caps, he has been held back in Narnia by the single arbitrator of Sifo Aderon, who's actually playing his ship like a curse instead. And there's a cloud of angry drones streaming across the field trying to get on Mr. Caps. In just a second, Mr. Caps, I'm not feeling too good.
Yeah, maybe we were looking at these arbitrators and thinking the gamble there was that they were trying to go after a potential Leshak pick. Instead, it looks like just tackle arbitrator here, and it's doing a really good job of it.
So they're playing it like a Vexer instead, actually. They're going full damage in that. And look, there's no guidance disruptors on here. Their arbitrators, they completely mispicked on their mids, but somehow they're making it work. They're playing it like a drone boat. Mr. Caps, I'm counting his charges on that ASB. He's used about a third of them. Meanwhile, if you look at Sven Blot here, he's being just completely safe. Like Chadwick and Cilio are doing their level best to apply those newts. None of these Osprey Navy issues and the Nighthawks can apply to anything. This is a surgical pick apart of the side of evasive maneuvering.
The Zarm of Sven Blot actually, I believe, just freed themselves as well.
Silo actually MJD'd himself onto Mr. Kepps. What an absolute banger play, getting his newts and the target painter. Mr. Kepps now out of ASB boost, and with that, the logic for evasive maneuvering. I thought we were going to go to another 2-0. I was going to be off the desk here, but I'm being proved wrong in the very best way. Excellent execution by the side of Meta Reloaded.
Yeah, in evasive maneuvering are trying everything they can to trade onto something. They have a prophecy tackle that they're trying to apply to. They finally do get something for their trouble, a Magnate Navy, but that's just 4 points. That's nowhere near anything that you're actually trying to go after with your hams.
But critically, that Magnate Navy actually was holding down Beam Aideron and an Osprey Navy issue. So that's the Nighthawk here. And Working Class Man is actually about to intercept that Nighthawk. And if he does, that's going to be yet another Nighthawk being held down. That Beam is trying to go for, it looks like the Armageddon Navy, but he's getting neuted out. These Nighthawks are completely capped dry with no reps. Nighthawks, unlike the Sleipnirs, do not have the ability to fit an ancillary shield booster. The heavy assault missile launchers just take up too much power grid, too much CPU. And speaking of things that aren't going to have any more power left, it's going to be Sam Punisher getting punished by these heavy energy neutralizers and going down.
Yeah, Sam Punisher getting absolutely massacred here, and they're about to drop. Then the bulk of the DPS at this point, they still have a good chunk of it, but they're never going to be able to bring enough of it to bear at this point, and especially not getting through Zarmaz reps, which is the really key thing here. Of course, Zarmaz is really great when a bunch of things are firing on one thing over an extended period of time. You have that ramp up, that spool, and that guarantees that you should be able to keep those things alive, and they're in a situation where they're sort of forced to split damage as evasive maneuvering at least, but they can't actually kill anything like that. The Zarmaz doesn't even need to spool. They can just swap over one to the next to the next.
And this Nighthawk, again, is of Beam Aideron is being held down. This is just clinical. I would never expect this from the side of evasive maneuvering. Like, they're completely pulled apart. Their attack bar, despite having so much potential, is dropping, and what's dropping fast is blue. We were just talking about Sam Punisher, and this looks like an absolute nightmare for evasive maneuvering. It is saying, no, 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 wait, as your life bar is getting cut down in front of us.
It was so interesting as well because we saw that micro jump play made really early on as well, where they all balled up first, which made it really feel like this shouldn't happen. They've gotten completely strung out, and that was the exact sort of thing they were trying to avoid with this. And I almost wonder if landing the tackle from that Raptor, it was a nice tackle finding the Zarmaz scram, but at the same time, it almost baited the entire team to string themselves out while trying to pressure them.
And I actually don't hate it. If they're able to get all of their ships on top of the Zarm, then it works, and this is a very different matchup. But again, the Arbitrators, I thought that they would just be all GD. I didn't realize these would all be tackle ships. No one does that. But when you're meta reloaded, I guess you get to define the meta as Skykiller Russia gets cut down by the drone swarm.
Yeah, meta reloaded doing some absolute crazy work here. I'm loving these Arbitrators specifically that you keep touching on, but wow, it feels like every single ship in their roster is doing exactly what it needs to be at virtually all stages here. The Zarmaz, it did get tackled, and we've so often seen the logistics cruisers specifically get tackled down by a rush and then simply die, but they've survived so well. They're finally getting pressured again here, but there's just too few ships remaining on grid for evasive maneuvering.
Looking at Svanbot, it's literally just light drones that were putting pressure on him. There's nothing left. It's just an Osprey Navy and a handful of Jackdaws. I mean, the Jackdaws have been really just long-range application ships. They've been shooting light missiles. They just don't have the tackle. They were playing projection to try to have paints right, to be able to apply more damage to the Zarm, maybe kill some Logibots, but there's just nothing left in the tank. The blue defense bar is getting, absolutely destroyed. Tack bar's completely zeroed now.
Yeah, I think if you are trying to look at a match from the Alliance tournament and figure out little lessons I can learn from different areas of play, this is a masterclass in screening specifically, I would say, from this meta reloaded side. It's completely dismantled the pressure and the ability for this rush to really accomplish any of its major goals. And yeah, it looked really close at the beginning. Like they might be able to do it. They might be able to find those critical kills, but no, completely unable to on the back of just so many tackles.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about like the key players who have been making decisions, like Brian Pigeon, right? He's been playing Hugin and Rapier earlier, and he himself had been, individually calling out the Nighthawks. And this is like the levels to this game where when you're to this stage of the tournament, each of these individual players are calling on comms, hey, Working Class, I've got Sam Punisher. Okay, Civ4, I've got this. And then you're calling it all out, and then your FC knows what to do, right? And that is only happening, right, if everyone is completely firing at all cylinders working together and having excellent communications. If you don't have the comms, the poise, and the ability to mentally understand what your win conditions are, you look at this situation and it goes very, very differently if anything goes even slightly different.
Completely agreed. And I mean, to touch on poise, I mean, look at the poise of Meta Reloaded. Going down a match saying, we can still do this, even if we're gambling on our wrong mids on our arbitrators, we can still take it down with some really careful execution. And this one, believe this Jackdaw here is going for a boundary record. That ends the match, tying things up here.
And this comp, actually, I was feeling like it's going to work against a Leshak. But it can still work against this comp, but they will not be able to bring it again. Again, Conquest bans, we've reset it 1-to-1. For Moderator and Novatera Ren, we'll send it back to the desk to break it down.
Welcome back with Meta Reloaded punching back against Evasive Maneuvering. We are going the full distance in this best-of-3 match. What a showing, a very different type of matchup, that one from the previous one. Theron, you noticed something particularly interesting about the Meta Reloaded fitting that might have just given them the victory there.
I think that almost everything there, except for the arbitrators and Zarm, were actually packing a scram. So when we've seen Evasive Maneuvering, I almost called them Dark Side, burn back to the MJD beacon and do the correct play of trying to catch the Zarm, which they had to kill in order to be able to break any of the cores of the Meta Reloaded team. The moment they landed in the welcome opened arms of all those tackling ships, just embracing them. Come over here, stay with me. Don't go to that Zarm. You don't want to hang out with this guy.
No, the Zarm is not fun. I'm fun. I am a tackle ship.
Yeah, and the Zarm, we did see the Zarm get scrammed, but nothing seemed to happen to it. Jotun, why?
Well, Aliaris, let me tell you something fun. Viewers at home, you may not know this about ships in EVE Online, but you can fit a module to your ship that makes you go faster. That's called a propulsion module. There are a couple different types.
I think most people in the tournament have fit one.
Well,
a couple tankers accepted.
That's true. A couple golems specifically. You can fit micro warp drives that make your ship go real fast. You can fit afterburners that make your ship go not as fast, but still fast. But the micro warp drive can be shut off with one warp scrambler. However, something that you might not know, viewers at home, is you can actually fit 2 of these such modules. Now, you can't run them at the same time. You can only run one at a time. And actually, you can fit, I take that back, you can fit 3, because you can also fit
Yeah, but you can't run them all at the same time.
You can't run them all at the same time. So, if you are, for example, a Zarmass, and you're cruising along, you're doing your 2,000 meters per second, you're cruising,
yeah.
You're cruising, and a Raptor, for example, comes up from behind and says, hey, scram.
Stop.
Cease movement. Then you say, oh, okay. Well, you've turned off my micro warp drive, but I'm just going to afterburner on out of here. And you continue to move pretty quickly. At the same time, all of your anti-screen comes up from behind you. And, hey, that Raptor, no longer a problem. The moment he's out of range, you can just zoot on by, and you're good to go. So that
is what they did. And,
they absolutely did do that.
Look at what band number 1.
Right?
We got the live bands coming in. I didn't say anything, but band number 1 from Evasive Maneuvering. Hey, buddy.
Wait a second. Didn't they have a Zarmass in the last?
They did. That's a great point, CCP Jotun. So this is a best of 3. We saw the Conquest bands in the previous match.
Yes. That's right. This is the third match.
This match is the decider of this series. The winner of this will go on to the grand final of Alliance Tournament. The loser of this will go out in 3rd place. A very, very fine
respectable 3rd place
finish. But these teams, they're hungry. They want the victory. So this match decides it all. And because this match decides it all, the bans are completely reset. The only bans for this match are the ones that are coming up on screen. And Evasive Maneuvering, they took their time, but they've said, man, that Zarmaz, that was obnoxious.
A pain in the ass. Yeah, let's get rid of that bad boy.
Yeah.
The Zarm is just so strong in the AT format.
Yeah,
right?
Theron, what do you think the Meta Reloaded team should ban to come back from this?
Anything that will strengthen and empower the Leshak comp that we have seen before, because if I was Evasive Maneuvering, I would bring out the biggest guns. And is there a bigger gun, really, than Zoria's Heavy Entropy Disintegrator?
That's true.
That's very true.
Meta Reloaded, a great point.
They've opted to ban the Cenotaph and the Apocalypse Navy issue. CCP Jotun, what do you feel about these bans?
I don't know how I feel about banning the Cenotaph this early. Like, you've got so much.
You gotta get it gone,
Yeah,
though.
I mean, I suppose, but you've got so much time. Like, here's the thing. If I'm banning stuff, right? If I'm banning stuff, I want to have the most bans available for me of whatever I want to choose at any given moment, right? So I'm going to make those. I would love to have 4 bans. However, a lot of these teams are treating the Cenotaph like an auto ban. Sorry, the Zenitaph. Zenitaph. Scotland #1. The Zenitaph. If I am banning the Zenitaph as an auto ban, I only really have 3 bans after that.
But on the flip side, it's not a ban that says something as well.
That is true.
And you don't want to go against
That is
Fatty
true.
Waffy and double Cenotaph comp that they've been executing so far.
Yep, that is true. The Armageddon Navy, goodbye.
Goodbye. You can bring one. It's your flagship. You're allowed to bring one around the ban, but none of that triple Armageddon Navy comp and no Rapier.
Yeah, they really didn't like that last comp. They really did not like that last comp at all. Zarm, Armageddon Navy immediately. I mean, the thing is, they only had 1 Armageddon Navy in the last comp anyway, so they could still just bring the same. Without the Zarm
minus the Zarm.
Right, without the
Zarm is a big deal to that comp.
It is.
Theronth, do you think the Zarm is just critical to the comp?
Depending what they are against, but I think it's pretty. It is pretty important. In case they faced something like what they have faced, a headshot comp. I don't know if it would be wise to go for a headshot comp in the 3rd match of the best of 3. You want more stability. At least I would want more stability, but maybe somebody here is a gambler and he wants to just throw it away. Go ahead. I'm not here to judge. Only a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm also interested in this Rapier because this is clearly going to be a Hugin ban, so we can already assume that Evasive Maneuvering has done all their banning at this point.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because Evasive Maneuvering, they get 1 more ban in this back and forth ban conversation, so we can assume that last ban is going to be the Hugin. Meta Reloaded, they banned the Raven Navy issue and are tanking on the next. Wait, no. Sorry, my bad. Evasive is tanking on the next one. That's a long tank for banning the Hugin.
Good screenshot there. That was good screen time for you. It was very introspective.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead. Continue on.
Yeah, we're all thinking along with the Evasive Maneuvering team here, which is surprising because weren't you expecting them to ban the Hugin?
But this is a Meta Reloaded because we have swapped the colors yet again.
Oh, that's right. These graph guys, they're tricky, back there. They're always swapping things up. I mean, we're gonna aside from the Zarm, I really do feel like we're going to get a lot.
There it is, Hugin.
Yeah.
Hugin.
Expected.
Basilisk,
probably.
Anyone?
Yeah.
All right, that's our prediction. Twitch chat, do you have a prediction for the ban here? Again, we've been pleading to you. We think you could do just as good a job as any of these teams. Twitch chat, just go ahead and shout out. What do you think this final ban is going to be? I've got an Ibis, Tholos.
Ibis, okay.
An Exer, that's a good one. It's been already banned.
That would be wild.
But it was the different team that was banning. It was Evasive Maneuvering tripping over their own ban.
Dommy ban would be interesting.
Squall. Oh.
If meta really wants to feel spicy, you ban Lil Shaq here. Like, just absolutely put the brakes to him.
I mean, do you though? Because there's only one machine.
That's true. They do have a flag. I take it back. You ban the Vindicator.
Ah.
Yeah, ban the
That's
Vindicator.
a wrinkly ban right there. Wrinkly brain.
Yeah. I mean, they could be watching us right now. Like, you guys, here's the good takes.
I've got one wrinkle, and every so often it cooks something up. I'm not saying it cooks up something good, but it does cook something up. A Vindy ban, I feel like would be just like the Cojones ban. That's the one that says like, no, we're not going to see that again. We're do something different.
We could just get rid of all the armor cores and put in Fleet Typhoon in there as well.
That's true. Could do that. Could put in Fleet Typhoon. Oh man, the tension is. I love this live
Ban the
ban.
Keepstar. Ban the Keepstar.
Ban the
Yeah,
Keepstar.
yeah. We're all just. It's we've got all of us just sitting around
Ban
the TV,
the Marginis
virtually and in
Fortizar.
real.
There's one on grid.
It's the Basilisk.
Yeah.
All right. They're
Pretty
on.
standard.
You've got the win there.
They really
So-
do respect Evasive Maneuvering. They keep on banning the same ships. They just. We know we are extremely scared of Torps.
Yep. Yeah.
Please don't bring Torps.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's really down to Evasive Maneuvering at this point to pick something that can perhaps surprise Meta Reloaded.
Yep.
Scimitar.
Speaking of evasive maneuvering, we talked about this a little bit before the match. If you will allow me to wax poetic for a second, Chad. I know
Sure, just briefly, go ahead.
Very briefly. So, fun fact about evasive maneuvering. some time ago, I started doing some research about wormholes and wormholers and the history of wormhole fights. Everybody knows that wormhole fights are the best PvP in the game. This is well known. So wormhole fights, I see CCP Zelus sweating profusely back there. I don't know what that's about. Wormhole fights are the best PvP in the game. So I went back and wanted to see if there was going to be a champion of wormholes, who would that champion be? So I decided to use what is often used in sports circles and create a championship belt. So we went back and we looked at the very first match, which was between AAA and Dark Solar Empire. That was the very first fight of any size in wormhole space. Okay, AAA won that fight, so they were the first champion of wormhole space. Then, the group that beat them next became the next champion of wormhole space. I don't remember who that was. And so on and so on. And whoever beat that team who held the belt then gets the belt, and so on and so on and so on. So, I did this manually over several days and found out that, coincidentally, the current holder of the wormhole belt, taking it from Hard Knocks back in September, is Evasive Maneuvering.
Okay, so what you're telling me then is if Evasive Maneuvering win this match, then not only will we be playing for the Solid Gold Alliance Tournament Championship Trophy,
of course,
we will also be playing for the Wormhole Championship.
Now listen, here's the thing. And I've made a rule correction as of today. Now I want to be very clear. This is just a me thing, okay? But all of you watching at home, very important. The rules usually is that those fights have to take place in wormhole space. Obviously, you're not going to have a wormhole belt that is just delivered in non-wormhole space, but because Tuskers are a wormhole group and Evasive Maneuvering won the belt in wormhole space, I'm deciding for a one time only, until the next time this happens, that if Tuskers manages to beat Evasive Maneuvering in the finals, and only in the finals, then they will get the belt from them. However, if Evasive Maneuvering doesn't make it to the finals, they keep the belt. So, and if Evasive Maneuvering wins, of course, they keep the belt either way. So, Evasive Maneuvering, currently champions of wormhole space. Through a weird turn of events that got them there, but they are the champions of wormhole space. They will get the belt and the trophy, or keep the belt and the trophy if they win in the finals. So, a lot on the line is all I'm saying. It's a lot on the line.
A lot on the line. A lot on the line. I'm going to take us now briefly back in time. Not very far back in time. Only a mere 10, 15 minutes back in time to that match that we just watched. We saw Meta Reloaded just completely demolish Evasive Maneuvering coming in with a rush comp. Meta Reloaded, they were using a strategy that we refer to as armor control, and the control in this case, as Theronth pointed out, mostly coming from the Warp Scrambler. My colleague CCP Overload has a wonderful video explaining how armor control works, and this might help, if any of you are watching that, you're like, we've seen Rush win, why'd they lose? Well, why'd they lose? Armor control did the right thing. So CCP Overload, take it away.
Hi everyone, CCP Overload here, and we're going to talk about control comps in the Alliance Tournament. Unlike the explosive aggression of rush setups, or the evasive maneuvering of kiting fleets, control comps aim to win the match by manipulating the battlefield itself. They don't just fight opponents, they dictate the terms of the fight, turning engagements into a slow grind where the enemy finds themselves gradually stripped of options. The foundations of a control comp lie in electronic warfare. Bonus stasis webifiers slow down ships, keeping them within range of other forms of E-War for longer. Engine neutralizers drain capacitors, shutting off the victim's prop mods, reppers, and certain weapon systems. ECM, sensor dampeners, and tracking disruptors blind ships or render them incapable of applying damage effectively. Each of these tools doesn't kill directly, instead they distort the engagement, suppressing the enemy's ability to function while leaving them exposed to steady, focused attacks. Because control comps rely so heavily on disruption, their pace of battle is often deliberate rather than explosive. A well-flown control team won't try to obliterate the opposition in the opening minutes. Instead, they pick off targets one by one, often starting with fragile support ships or vulnerable ships who become isolated. Each kill adds momentum, creating a snowball effect in which the surviving enemy pilots grow increasingly cornered and desperate. The psychological element is important here too. Watching your ship sit helplessly under webs, jams, or nuke pressure and growing increasingly frustrated while your teammates are methodically dismantled is demoralizing, and this tilting often plays into the control team's hands. Flying a control composition, however, is not without risk. The ships that bring the majority of the disruption are often fragile or capacitor hungry, meaning pilots must manage their resources carefully. A lapse in coordination can give the enemy an opening to break free and turn the match. Seen in contrast to other archetypes, Control comps embody a philosophy of indirect dominance. Rush fleets gamble everything on aggression, hoping to kill faster than they die. Kite fleets rely on speed and positioning to whittle down enemies from range. Control fleets, by comparison, commit to neither speed nor overwhelming firepower. Instead, they win by depriving their opponents of options. When executed well, they make opponents feel less like rival competitors and more like prey being slowly herded towards inevitable defeat. In this way, control compositions represent one of the most cerebral approaches to the Alliance tournament. They showcase not just the firepower of Eve's ships, but the subtler tools of warfare: timing, precision, and psychological dominance. A great rush comp will win in a blaze of glory, but a great control comp will make you wonder if you're ever really fighting back at all.
Thank you, CCP Overload, for your cerebral explanation of the amazing job that Meta Reloaded did in that last match. Also, lovely use of the EVE board game figures. For those of you in chat who are wondering where those come from, they are actually a real thing. You can buy them.
They're pretty cool.
Yeah, no, they look great. I've been told, by the way, that Band Guy has a very special chart for us.
So scared.
And I'm really looking forward to seeing what it possibly could be.
Ali, I'm so scared. God damn it. Absolutely god damn it. First of all, this is not, hang on, I'm going to shout. This is not fair to Thoront. Look at that. What is this?
No, I mean,
Stream might not know, but CCP Jotun is standing on the mat over here.
Yeah. He's on the ground. Yeah. Meanwhile, my box has been taken away. I was like, CCP Overload, we had a solution for this last time. I'm going to be standing next to CCP Jotun. He's even taller than Theron.
I think they're giving me a couple inches that they shouldn't. But I was so scared of what this was going to be. I like that I can just hide, but hang on.
Yeah. CCP Jotun completely
too wide
invisible.
to hide. Can I do it this way?
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. Nope.
Perfect.
Too fat. Okay. Well, what are you going to do?
For a moment,
Almost.
For a moment. But yes, lovely chart. Thank you, Band Guy.
Thank you, Band Guy.
Aliaris absolutely roasted. Great.
Aliaris on his knees right now. You don't know this, but just like it's like the knees stick out like 5 feet back that way. So, what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? Actually, what I should have said is CCP Jotun repping the Naglfar.
Yes,
the number one dread in certain types of wormhole brawls.
Yeah, Naglfar still based, by the way, still chill as fuck. Naglfar fleet is super good after the patch. Love that thing. I'm very bad at flying it. Oh, okay. All right. Listen here, assholes. All right. Once this is done, you have to walk back around this corner.
I gotta be real. I gotta be real. Band Guy, this one, I like this one.
It just keeps
Good
going.
job. Good
What
work.
is this? That's just the disrespect is insane. Absolutely insane. I could wear you guys like a hat. You understand that I have legs bigger than some of you, right? Like you guys know.
I believe that is the point of the chart. All right. This tournament is getting off the rails. I'm gonna turn this tournament around and turn this tournament back to the arena. Theron, we've seen a number of different compositions from these teams throughout this tournament. Do you think we are going to see them coming in with something that they've brought before? The world is their oyster, except for whatever the bans are. I forgot about them, so maybe Band Guy can bring them back.
Yeah, but I think they were the same as in for the past. Yeah, in the first set. So both of those comps are open. I really do hope that the Lash makes an appearance.
Oh, please, God.
I really do hope, and I hope this time. The Meta Reloaded team will not forget to pump him, because this is one thing that they could have done in order to mitigate damage coming from it in the first set. There was nobody helping out this dummy that was stranded there, grappled and scranned by the Lash. When you have a 2k range on the Lash, thanks to all the tracking disruption that is applied to it, all you have to do is just ram one brave warrior into him, bump him away so that he breaks this pull and he has to crawl back into range and start over.
Yeah, I mean, and that really is, I mean, especially with the change to the spooling weapons that happened, I think it was last year.
I think it was like a couple months ago that they lowered.
Yeah, the starting spool is low. Yeah, you spool more each cycle, but your starting spool is much lower. That means that the Leshak really does need to just be camping on somebody to get full effectiveness, right? You need to be able to get to those higher spool levels because the starting spool is
it's still decent.
It's not terrible, but it's not
by any means.
It's not like Vindicator damage, for example. At that point, just bring another Vindicator, right? But you're absolutely right. I mean, a good bump just to get it out of range, just to break that spool, makes all the difference in that match, because the Dami was tanking pretty well up until the moment that he started getting those wrecking shots at max pool.
This is one of the reasons why also you pair a Leshak with a Vindicator, because guess what Vindicator is good at? Stopping people from moving.
Right,
so
right.
when there's something coming in to bump your Lesh body,
yep,
a Vindy is there.
Grip him.
Do you web the Lesh or do you web the bumper?
No, the bumper. The bumper. Bumper stops down. You can grab him.
Yep.
There you go. Now you get 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah,
that's true.
We have seen at some point in the first match of the series that the Vindicator was doing kind of his own thing. They put one battleship on one dummy, and then the Vindicator was sort of also like around a dummy adjacent position, and then in the very last minute they realized we have to move over, finish off this dummy, and then they won the match thanks to that. But if there was any bump attempt during that time, there was no bodyguard for the Leshak.
Yep. They were just sitting by themselves the whole time, up until the very end.
Yeah. Do you think that Meta Reloaded comp could have won against evasive maneuvering had they got that bumping under control?
If at any point the Kitsune dies, then they secure enough points so that they will have one on points. They have successfully killed a Vexor. This gave them a lead on the points. That's why evasive maneuvering had to sweat it a little bit more in order to get that dummy kill and then win by killing exactly one ship. So absolutely there was a way to do that. It's just a sum of things that happened during the match, or in this case rather a sum of things that didn't happen.
Yeah. CCP Jotun, how have you been feeling about this best of 3? Is there, you came in, we were all glazing up evasive maneuvering. We thought they're number one wormhole belt holders. Do you think they can bring this home?
You know what? What's cool about this the tournament? What's really cool about best of 3s and best of 5s is that you have a much lower chance of seeing a group just get Exonode, right? Of getting the picking poorly on the coin flip, right? Because you may have a comp that doesn't do well against the first comp you see, but the second one you might, you have it. Basically, it works out better in, it averages out over time. So you really do see the cream kind of rise to the top with these matches,
especially this year when we don't have like a whole week to prepare and study the band patterns and what people bring and how do they react on field. There's a lot of time that you need to spend to actually watch the match. You have to analyze the positioning of the players in order to find, okay, this guy, he's often out of position.
Yep.
So if he is in this on the field, we can maybe bait them out or like benefit somehow from that. This year, it's not the case. So the people who have the most practice already, who do those things automatically, they have the edge.
What I think was kind of cool to bring this up from a little while ago. Shout out, of course, to Odin's Call and Colonel Kurtz, my number 2 team so far. You guys still number 1 in my heart. They were talking, because we were talking to Colonel Kurtz, who's been working with the production staff, and one of the things that they, had to kind of take into account was after their match, there was no downtime. They were immediately right back into bands, right back into theory crafting, what their next comp was going to be. I mean, they have a lot of these things prepared ahead of time, but you can't rest on your laurels at this point in the tournament. You really are going. And I saw a question in chat here just a few minutes ago about why are we taking so long in between each match? It's because that's exactly what these teams are having to do. Not just are they having to figure out what ships they're going to fly, they're having to put those ships together if they're not already pre-assembled. They're going to have to go through and decide who's going to be flying what. They're looking at past matchups and saying, okay, what can we expect? We've seen a lot of the same kind of bands now that they've we're getting into this point where people can kind of expect this is the tools that we've been playing with the last couple of matches. They're doing all of this analysis in the span of between the moment we got up here and the moment we're going to step away. So
best of 5 in the Alliance tournament, even when we did like 2 weeks apart, was already hellish.
Yes, my God.
So all of that things that you just mentioned, now they are multiplied because there is just not enough time to do everything.
And we don't have time to give them more time.
No.
Usually the reason why you see these matches going so quickly is because each match, it's like a sort of assembly line, right? You have your bands phase, and then you have your yapping about and picking comps phase, and then you have your everyone's locked in and you tell the referees we're good phase, and then you get teleported. And so we just see, match by match by match by match, each team going through that assembly line, and there's always one behind them. Now there's no one behind them. There's just these two teams. They're the two teams that are battling it out. This is why we can bring you the bands live, because there's no distractions here. Speaking of the bands, by the way, we have another chart from Band Guy. Thank you very much. Just looking back at this tournament, what do we see banned the most often? We've seen a lot of these specific ships, but zooming out a little bit more, what types of ships are eating the most bans in this tournament? It looks like, number one is the battleship, followed closely by the logistics cruiser. Therath, does anything surprise you about this, or is this about what you might expect?
Sounds really what we could have expected going into this tournament. Battleships extremely strong, high damage, high EHP counts. Logistics cruiser, most of those bans is probably Zarm alone.
Yeah, I was going to say. Well, and most of the battle cruiser bans probably just the
Zenith.
Just the Zenith. The Zenith.
Yeah, just the Zenith there. Battleship bans, I think you're right. We got the most distinct ones. Tech 1 battleship.
Dummy, Armageddon.
Yep. Recon ship, Hugin and Rapier, shaking hands right there.
I suspect that the first battleship line is Navy battleships. Those being the Navy Ged and the
Battleship
Navy
Como Dot sounds about right.
Like yeah. I mean, this is a really interesting because I mean, all this is showing you is where the trend is going in the meta right now, right? The trend has been battleship heavy, right? There's been so many of these different battleship heavy comps. Of course, Navy battleships are going to sit at the top. Tech 1 battleships are going to be on there as well because the battleships. I suspect if we were to roll this back to last year and the year before, what we see is a lot of
battle cruisers,
cruisers, Navy cruisers.
Last year, actually, the number one ban I would predict, just in the dark, vibes-based, no mass stream. Would be the disruption cruisers, whether that be the Tech 2 disruption cruisers or the Tech 1 disruption cruisers. I just have this memory
Arbitrator.
of the Arbitrator, Sentinel.
But they are so valuable. I mean, and that's I guess what we're trying to say here is that when you look at this, a graph like this, and you say, okay, we see logistics cruisers, battleships, and what we don't see, what I think is really interesting, you don't see frigate logi on there anywhere, because frigate logi is still popular, but when you have these battleship comps, you get a lot more out of your logistics cruisers than you would have otherwise, right? The beefier those large reps in this case. Really do pull their weight when you have battleships to rep for them. So,
actually, that brings up a really good point that I might like Therath to talk about a little bit more. When you're putting together these comps, you've got your triple battleship comp. That's been the defining comp of this year's tournament. How do you determine whether you're going to bring a logistics cruiser at that expensive cost versus these logistics frigates that are a little bit of a discount?
In general, there are a couple of stages at which ones you decide. If you really want to bring triple battleship comp, the first stat check is going to be the points. We have seen a couple of comps that were sporting triple Barghest. Each of them is 50 points. It doesn't leave much room for a logistics cruiser, Tech 1 or Tech 2. So we usually saw them paired with very cheap, basically logistics speed bombs, as CCP Overload likes to call them, Inquisitors, Navitas. So points is definitely one of the main reasons why we see those, and also logistics cruisers, due to their small size and the fact that they are very often rocking afterburners, oversized. In a meta where we see a lot of large guns and large missiles, they mitigate very well. So they are kind of safe to go into to pair as a support, compared to an Oneiros, which still being a cruiser, it doesn't take full damage from a volley of torpedoes. But it is significantly bigger. And also logistics frigates, they can rep each other. The logistics cruiser is going to be relying on self-rep, mitigation, E-war, and rep bots. And sometimes when we have a drone composition, it is a bad vibe to put up rep bots as a Dominic's or a regular Armageddon to put them on your logistics cruiser.
That's a really good point. The drone compositions, they don't have the room for that repair. But we now, at long last, have got both teams on grid. They've got ships. They've been teleported to the arena. They've warped to the arena. We're going to warp to the arena to bring you the deciding match of this best of three.
Hello and welcome back to our final match of our elimination bracket here for Alliance Tournament 21. I'm Nova, he's Maud, and boy, oh boy, we once again have that Flag-Geddon Navy coming into play from Meta Reloaded here, going up into Evasive Maneuvering, who did not bring their flagship, but both of these teams have played so many matches by now. Moderator, how are you feeling if you're either of them?
Yeah, so every time I've been into like a grand final or like a loser's final, like we are now, you've played like legitimately 6 matches if you are the side of Evasive Maneuvering. You are running on fumes right now and adrenaline, and whoever wins this is going to have the privilege of playing a best of 5 against Tuskers after this. So Dominixes that are going to be ran by Evasive Maneuvering. They're going to be, again, Newt Fit Sentry, supported by that EOS for Lynx. Meanwhile, that's going to be the Flag Armageddon Navy issue, so it's going to be able to have a little bit more sustain. But speaking of sustain, that Dominix Navy issue, these are going to be fit with ion blasters, and they are going to be running in, and they're going to try to be immediately trading. They came in at cross warps. The Ishimus here banned out the Hugin and Rapier, so Ishimus both counter-tackling each other. No surprise, drones are going to want to be able to use the Ishimu to trigger off with paints and then apply to damage. Both teams deciding that that's the priority. Right now, EOS also being a primary, it would look like from the side of Meta Reloaded, or at least tackling Beam Aderon, just trying to cap that out.
Yeah, things starting to devolve into a little bit of a brawl here, I would say, and I can't help but feel like that favors the team that does have that flagship potentially, and also those Dominix Navies with those blasters, as you were mentioning. That is a potential lot of DPS they can apply in, but so far, trades seem pretty even, and you were exactly right. These Ishimus are so integral to both of these comps because of those banned out other web ships. They need those things for application, and it will help a lot if they're able to get rid of the respective teams' one of their own.
So Cillian in that Ishimu is being held down by Chadwick. That's going to be, it looks like, Newt. And Chadwick is doing Giga Chad things and newting out the Inquisitors of Mr. Kept and Faffy Waffy, who are completely unable to close range and put newts. Meanwhile, the logistics of Cucumber Roll and Sien Blot are doing their level best to not get completely destroyed by this cloud of drones. Initially, we saw these sentries, and it looks like the sentries did finally clear out that Inquisitor. So Sien Blot about to go down, but at the same time, Cillian getting low into armor here. Sven goes down at the same time. I wouldn't be surprised if Cillian goes down rather quickly here.
Yeah, I would imagine so as well. Exactly as you were mentioning, those Inquisitors are indeed getting neuted out by that bonused Newt range Armageddon Navy issue flag. They do take down the Ishimu for their trouble, but not sure how great that trade is given that they've now lost the Ishimu of their own, but also the pair of Inquisitors. A little bit uncomfortable still, and the fact is they still have 2 Arbitrators in play that, again, we were talking about them last match as being potentially not the best in that circumstance. They did a ton there, but right now they don't have much that they can actually do, and they've had to make this pick into the potential threat of that flag Leshak that Evasive Maneuvering have chosen not to bring.
And actually really like the call from Evasive Maneuvering, choosing to go after the Magus Pontifex, get rid of the Lynx, so that's going to prevent the Arbitrators from going as fast. Same with the Dominix Navies. And that's going to die a lot faster. So again, we're having Domi Navies that are gun fit. They're shooting kinetic and thermal into an EOS, which has notably perfect resistances against that. So you're going to be want to shoot, explosive and EM in that Armageddon Navy to really damage that EOS. But again, it's really just newts onto Faffy Waffy and Mr. Kepster keeping it down. And that's going to be both of the Lynx completely off the grid for the blue side. That EOS is going to have to die and die quickly, but Faffy Waffy does finally die to a drone cloud. If they can trade out for caps here as well, as Alfonso is getting rather low. Again, Evasive Maneuvering doing a really good job at picking apart the low end, but these Dominixes, I really want them from Evasive Maneuvering, get away as fast as you can, get onto MJD beacons, play away from these Dominix and Dominix Navy Armageddon that need to be on you at 0.
Yeah, and this remaining Arbitrator here from Working Class Man has essentially been relegated to chasing after the remaining Inquisitor duty. The Inquisitors were positioned really well for the vast majority of the match, I would say, despite the fact that they did get headed off and neuted out by Chadwick for a little while there, but they were trying to position themselves in a way...
That is the EOS down here, and Sam Punisher is being held down. That is going to be a hard tackle from one of the Dominix Navies. That EOS, ironically, is probably going to have gone down a lot slower than this Dominix if Alexander and C4 can get damage on it. But you have to think that the Navy Dominixes might be coming under newt pressure from the Dommies themselves.
I would imagine so. I mean, it is only one of those Navy Dominixes that is getting neuted at the moment as well, meaning that, yeah, that ship is potentially a lot weaker for the time being, but the others are likely not capped dry, or I would very much assume not. And the big advantage going into this here for evasive maneuvering is still that they do have a lot of low end and an Inquisitor still. It's relevant Logi still. It's, of course, a lot more effective when you have the full pair that can support one another, but in this case, it's just a lot of additional reps to help mitigate the fact that those Dominic's navies maybe have some more better damage potential otherwise.
Okay, so Fenrir Dominic's has gone off into Narnia to the best of his ability. However, Sam Punisher and Sky Killer are going to be going literally nowhere as they are hard scrammed and grappled by the scrams coming from the Dominic's Navy issues. And critically here, the Dominic's Navy issue has a very strong bonus to local tank, and now that critical mass has kind of fallen off from the Eos and the Ashimu, it's really just drone damage coming from Sam Punisher going onto Alexander, who's been chilling in about half armor. And the more Dominics fall off the grid, the more and more Alexander and C4 will stabilize as there's just less newts coming on them, there's less damage coming in, and right now, this match is like very dead even on points, but Sam Punisher going down into Hull, if that goes down, and Alexander isn't short to follow, this is going to cascade in the favor of evasive, or rather against evasive maneuvering.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge. The Dominix of Sam Punisher does go down. That is a massive kill for Meta Reloaded to find, and that I think gives them a chance here in the match. They still have a flag Armageddon Navy issue. This is going to be a lot of damage potential that they still have. Check out the attack bar on the screen. Currently, no damage coming out while they switch and find their next target here, but while they are shooting, they have a massive attack bar comparatively. Even if the control bar was a lot lower for a long while all of those evasive maneuvering Dominixes were applying neutralizers, they're looking pretty solid here all of a sudden.
Interestingly enough, maybe again, fatigue coming in from the side of Meta Reloaded. I see a lot of active Republic Fleet Berserkers coming on top of Alexander Chigorian, who has himself actually outran the micro jump drive beacon. He's going to have to come back. Meanwhile, Sky Killer Russian is getting pounded upon at zero by all of these ion blasters. So Sky Killer Russian being held down by C4 and Chadwick. You know what? Alexander has completely stabilized. The new pressure just isn't there. He's holding in half armor. With that first Dominix of Sam Punisher going down, we're back to the Punisher montage, and Alexander is living to win.
No, this is absolutely incredible. Exactly what you were mentioning when he was burning past that micro jump unit. I was thinking to myself, that means that they're free. That Dominix can leverage that crazy bonus to local repair that you were talking about before. That's not being neuted out entirely, and every single rep cycle they get off is a massive advantage for them. And suddenly, I think the comp for evasive maneuvering is starting to fall apart.
Yeah, and this is where we were talking earlier about how well the side of Meta Reloaded has been doing at screening, and just the idea that you would get on top of this Navy Dominix, right, Sky Killer and Sam Punisher, who both died, is a little bit strange to me. Like, you have the Arbitrators that can tackle, but you had Double Vexer, right, Hispanus and Axel and Avel, and the Eos that really should have been favored being able to pull, screen against those Navy Dominixes for the Dominixes to then apply sentries and pick apart the other team at range. But again, Alexander, he might even be cap dry, possibly, at 1/3 armor, but now it's just Fenrir who is doing damage. And even if Alexander were to go down, just doing the quick point math, it's not enough.
Yeah, I think that Alexander, the only thing they have to do here, they don't even need to focus on their own weapon system realistically. They can just sit there and try to get any additional rep cycle off that they can. That remaining Dominix, all of the DPS is essentially forced to go into them. Any moment they can tank, they're significantly advantaged. And even if he does go down, they still need to kill another ship, evasive maneuvering.
And his Pains is the last ship. He does go down. I mean, I think Alexander might be completely zeroed on tank. Again, 10% armor, and we're seeing bots continue to apply from him. That's going to be the Vexer, Pontifex, and Dominix at range continuing to punch through. I don't know, again, even if Alexander does go down, that's going to put the side of evasive maneuvering to a total of, just doing the quick maths here, to 115, 125. Again, it's not enough points. It'd have to kill him and another Navy Dommy or the Armageddon, and there's only 1:30 on the clock. There just isn't enough time. And Main Lee is about to get kicked out of this tournament. Man, good fights in local. Meta Reloaded defining the meta in ways that neither of us would have expected.
No, not at all. This was really, I would say, there was really excellent piloting, especially from the low end on the evasive maneuvering side. I thought those Inquisitors were doing everything they could to give themselves a better shot, to be able to try to dive in and get reps here and there, but they were headed off at every turn. The fact that Chadwick was able to position themselves in between the target that they were trying to rep and those ships as well to deny those repairs. The fact that these arbitrators that otherwise, again, they could have looked useless, instead, they were diving into the back line, single-handedly pressuring this low end. I am so impressed from all of these pilots.
Yeah, no, this is an absolute masterclass coming from the Dominic's Navy and the Armageddon. If you would have told me before the tournament started, Meta Reloaded, a team that historically hasn't really done much of anything in the Alliance tournament, they're going to outmaneuver on the grid, they're going to outdraft evasive maneuvering, the practice partner of THL, a perpetual tournament veteran, and they're going to beat them in losers grand final, and they're going to play Tuskers in grand final? I would have told you, hell no. There's no way. But Meta Reloaded, I'm always happy when I get proven wrong.
I also love to see it entirely, and that is the match. Both teams in the grand finals have retained their flagships as well, so I'm expecting an all-out brawl for this best of 5. Can't wait for it.
Yeah, we're going to see, again, Tuskers having that Balgorn versus the Armageddon Navy issue. I have to want to give it to my boys in Tuskers, but Meta Reloaded showing that they're earning their spot here, and evasive maneuvering for their trouble, coming in third place, they will earn at least, they'll earn exactly 16 of the Skua, 16 of the Anhinga, and now first and second are going to play for 40 or 20 of each ship respectively. I can't wait for it. Don't go anywhere, guys. Alliance Tournament 21 Grand Finals coming back after this break.
Welcome back, and Evasive Maneuvering have evasively maneuvered their way out of the Alliance Tournament. Meta Reloaded, they're going to go on to the finals, the grand finals of Alliance Tournament 21. It is a very exciting time. Evasive Maneuvering, by the way, they just played 6 matches back to back to back to back. You all were wondering, why are we talking for so long? Why are we going to go on a long break? Well, that's because Evasive Maneuvering, they were playing EVE Online. Meta Reloaded, it is now their turn to, as one of their pilots put it, go in and lock in for this this next set. It is going to be a tough time. Twitch chat, you thought that was very even. Good job. CCP Jotun, evasive maneuvering. They're down. What does this mean for the wormhole belt?
Well, first of all, shout out to George Mitchell, the GOAT. I promised I would do that a couple segments ago, and I forgot, so I do it now. Second of all, for the wormhole belt, evasive maneuvering played this perfectly. Honestly, evasive maneuvering did exactly what they needed to do to hold on to the belt. If you go up against somebody like Tuskers, you run the risk of losing the very important wormhole championship belt that I came up with myself one night while I was sitting in my room in my underwear. If you lose that belt, I don't know when the next time you're going to... Listen, the Alliance Tournament comes every year. You can just get the... Listen, you can... It's really easy to win the Alliance Tournament. Just do it. Just do it.
Right. But the wormhole
Tuskers...
belt.
But the wormhole belt, all I'm saying is, it's so easy to win that. But the wormhole belt, you might never see it again.
Okay.
So they've played it in just such a way that all they had to do was just not win, and they win. It's perfect. I mean, they did exactly what they needed to do. So, in all seriousness, because I know chat's going to get real mad about that, evasive maneuvering played well. I mean, it's a grind to get to this point. I mean, absolute grind. You mentioned it, six matches in a row. That's insane. Getting to this point, still being able to put up... I mean, it was still... closer maybe even than it looked at the end. I mean, they we were talking up here during the match. It felt like things shifted pretty dramatically in Meta Reloaded's favor about midway through the match, and it not just...
The users just didn't do it.
And it just did not quite work it out the way they wanted it to for evasive maneuvering. But they still, put on a hell of a show. Top 3 is no mean feat.
It really is, yeah.
They played very, very well, and they now still get a bunch of ships. They still get a bunch of skins, and they get to go to bed a decent hour. Unlike our poor friends from Meta Reloaded, who not only now have to stay up a little bit later, they now have to go into the grinder that is
potentially up to 5 games.
Potentially up to 5
games against last year's defending champion. That is a tough task.
Hope they've got their ships pre-fit.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Definitely.
My God.
And to try to understand the comp that evasive maneuvering was bringing there in their attempt to stay in this Alliance tournament, I'll turn to my colleague CCP Overload once more with the wonderful board game pieces.
Hi everyone, I'm CCP Overload, and let's talk about drone comps in the Alliance tournament. In the tournament setting, few weapon systems can rival drones in terms of tactical flexibility. A high number of drone bonus ships and the unique tactics they enable make comps relying on them a staple in almost every tournament format. Drones can operate independently of their mothership, which allows them to safely project damage over great distances and easily adapt to opposing team compositions. Using drones as the primary weapon system opens up a lot of fitting options, as they are not using any weapon slots and require only a few key modules, like drone damage amplifiers for more firepower, or drone link augmenters to extend their reach. Due to the significant number of ships which receive a bonus to drones, it is also almost impossible to ban drone comps completely. One can only hope to weaken it by targeting the most efficient ships like the EOS, Dominix, or Alligator. A seasoned team, when gearing up for a match, will always consider the possibility of facing either the slippery, kiting, medium drone-based Florida Man composition, so named due to its abundance of alligators, devastating sentry drone long-range damage compositions, or brutal close-quarter fights when facing heavy drone swarms paired with ample E-War, energy neutralizers, and a heavy armor tank. Despite having many strong capabilities, drone comps are not without weaknesses. Unlike other weapon systems, drones can be targeted and destroyed. Sometimes teams will prioritize destroying their opponent's drones to reduce the incoming damage, rather than targeting the opposing fleet directly. This is referred to as defanging. On average, drones also have lower damage per second than other weapon systems. This means that target calling has to be well thought out, as most drones need to travel to their target before applying damage. Savvy pilots will recognize when a swarm has targeted them and reposition accordingly, often to draw the swarm away from allied ships. To sum up, drone comps offer a great amount of versatility and combat power, but have particular weaknesses which can be exploited. Teams that master the drone comp can be truly formidable in the arena.
Thank you, CCP Overload. That was a wonderful explanation. I particularly love the part where the little drones explode. They're up. They brought the drone comp. They faced off against the Navy Dominix and Navy Armageddon. Why was that the one that came out on top?
Well, that Navy Dominix was just not dying quickly enough. Drone comps, they themselves, they don't get like thousands of damage per second to begin with, so they need to soften up the target with newts. Presumably all those Dominixes, they were packing a lot of newts in their highs. We also had some Vexors in there, but the Domin Navy was just not dropping, and I'm not sure if they were not stacking all the newts on them, or were they not staggered so that he could inject 300 to NTs, the biggest cap booster available, biggest cap booster charge available. So that he was continuously able to pump out damage and at the same time run the Reaper, because the Logi frigates, they were gone and he was still holding there. Actually, evasive maneuvering, they have lost their own Dominix through one of the living Logi frigates reps, so that would be my bet. They failed to apply the neutralizer pressure and damage pressure that follows, because the newts themselves, they are fine and dandy that you can remove the capacitor, but you need to also force the ship to start repping, to even more consumption being forced out of it, and at some point it should fail. It didn't happen.
Yeah, and the ship with the rep bonus, it really does keep it alive. So that is all for evasive maneuvering. Meta Reloaded, they'll be going on in the grand finals. Those grand finals will be starting in just 20 minutes. For now, though, we are going to go to a break, and we will see you all when we're back.
XXI. It is time. Mystical Might and Theron Valarax have joined me for the grand finals. The grand finals. Best of 5 to decide the winner of Alliance Tournament 21. We started a couple of days ago with 32 teams. We now have just 2 remaining. Mystical Might.
Yes.
Are you excited?
I would like you to refer to me by my government name.
Meow Meow. Misty Meow Meow.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am excited. I think this is going to be an absolute banger. I hope it goes 3-2 for maximum suffering for everyone involved.
They're on Valarax. Any predictions here? Tuskers extremely strong, and I think most of us had evasive maneuvering making it back into the grand final.
Myself included.
Yeah, myself included. But now we see Meta coming in, first time making it to the grand finals. Some predictions. Do you think we're going to get 3-0? Do you think we're going to get 4-1? Do you think we're going to get 5-0? Like, I mean, that's not possible, of course, but 5 games.
5 games either way. Let's go for it.
All right. Okay, so our first game is just a few minutes away, so let's see if we get the bands back up and we can talk about them. We had them up during the break, but I haven't actually looked at them yet. All right, so Zenithaf, classic first ban. Armageddon Navy issue, but we're seeing some new and interesting activities around about here. We haven't seen the Deacon yet being banned, I don't believe. Theronth, why would you ban out the Deacon here?
ECM maybe? There's a lot of Amar ships that are flying around. Deacon is a very nice and efficient pairing with them, so maybe there is an ECM coming.
Okay, interesting. Mystical Might, any further thoughts on these bans here? Obviously, the Zarmalade, one of our most popular bans. I think the most popular ban of the entire tournament. Zenithaf being the second.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. I'm wondering whether Meta Reloaded have been running a lot of Logi frigates, and I guess pushing them into Thalia. Thalia is probably the weaker of the two when it comes to tanking. Probably a bit better against ECM and Damps because it can fit an extra Sense Booster in the mids.
That's right.
So yeah, maybe it might just be a case of making it easier to remove the frigates in this upcoming match.
Yeah, and then of course that Dominic's classic ban as well. Honestly, most of these are pretty classic. The bans this particular tournament, for most of it, we saw the same couple of standard bans with a couple of sprinkling of variety. But now we're in the grand finals. Things are going to get a little bit weird.
Oh yeah, I mean I expect.
Sorry. There's nothing I can do about that one. Sound guy's just bleeding out the ears in the other room.
Sound guy is
You know that
not
band
very
guy
happy
is
with
the ally of the sound guy, so now you are screwed with this bar.
Yeah.
You're never going to point anymore.
Yeah, I'm just allergic to shit comps, so I guess someone is bringing something.
Yeah. That was good. It took me a second to process. What was your question before you disrupted the entire broadcast?
I honestly don't know.
Okay.
Bans. Just talk about them.
Yeah.
Just talk about them. Just do it, Misty.
Rush is still open, I guess.
Typhoon is still open.
Navy Dummies is still open.
Yeah, the Navy Dummy's been a bit of a
Tinker's still
surprise addition towards the end.
Yeah. I don't like it.
I mean, so we saw a Navy Dummy ban earlier against Odin's call, and I've been told since then that was because they've practiced against Odin's, and there was not Dominic's Navy issue comp that they were super afraid of. And I'm wondering if we're seeing glimpses of this kind of stuff during the last best of 3.
Maybe.
Because we saw triple Dommy go up against double Dommy Navy.
Yeah.
And the double Dommy Navy won pretty handily.
I think part of the reason why the Dommies lost, though, was a bit with their target priorities and their target calling. I think if they'd just kind of ignored the arbitrators and gone for the battleships a little bit sooner and allowed their newts to actually work for the full duration while they were all together, then it probably would have gone better for them. But they spent quite a bit of time actually killing the arbitrators.
The low end was gone as the first thing.
Yeah.
At the end, we were left with a flagship Armageddon Navy.
Yeah.
And 2 Dummy Navies.
Yeah, I think probably it was the flagship Armageddon Navy that really swung that, in my opinion.
I think you may be right. I mean, both teams do have their flagships available. This is a best of 5. Conquest bans are back in effect. Now, Conquest bans can really start to stack. If you go 2-0 up, you're going to have potentially 27 ships banned. Now, likely we're going to see teams bringing like multiples of the same thing to avoid this. But it still stacks. Like after 2 matches, going into that third, where you have the championship point and the potential to win, you have so many ships, more than ever in the tournament, banned.
Yeah, I think teams... Look, Meta Reloaded is going to have a tough time, right? Tuskers, they've had a bit of a break since they won their upper bracket finals match, so they've been able to sit back and watch both what Meta Reloaded were bringing and also what the Evasive Maneuvering team were bringing. Now, they're coming into this refreshed, and Meta Reloaded have been through the gulag, basically.
They do have deep pockets, though. Replacement ships, you have to be ready with those so that you can swap them in and out.
Yep.
At the same time, keeping the desired number of ships of the given class.
Yep.
You would know something about that one.
All right, I think we're pretty much ready to go into the arena. This trophy here, the Alliance Tournament trophy you saw during the last break, one of these two teams, either Meta Reloaded or the Tuskers Co., will have their name etched into it. The Tuskers, you can see there twice already. Can they make it 3, or will Meta make it their very first Alliance Tournament win? Let's head to the arena for the first time in this grand final of Alliance Tournament 21.
Hello and welcome to the grand finals of Alliance Tournament 21. I'm Novaterra Ren, joined here by Black Bart Pirate for what is sure to be a pretty crazy match. The winner of the best of 5 is going to be etching their name on the Alliance Tournament trophy and in the system of Monarch, the memorial there for the Alliance Tournament, and getting a veritable bounty of prize ships. But the opposite of veritable bounties, we have 5 members showing up from the Meta Reloaded side. Golems, Scorpion Navy, Nighthawks. What are we seeing, BBB?
We're seeing a what is this? So just so the viewer knows, that is what appears to be a Golem Tinker warped in at 0 with cruise missiles. So everything is wrong in this world, and we are about to see if this is the biggest brain plan of all time, or if maybe you were being a little bit too risky as this match does get underway. Target painters are going out. We got some damps. We're seeing drones. This is just crazy talk. Like, what a way to get started here.
No, it absolutely is. I really wonder if they were trying to metagame against certain comps that we've been seeing from the Tuskers thus far. The Tuskers were fielding some crazy stuff as well, some armor setups with Cyclone fleet issues. I wonder if this is potentially really good into that. Anything thereabouts. But, I mean, yeah, starting off with this Tinkerball, so far, it's going okay for them. I expect them to be able to hold for a good while, but I'm also wondering how many SIBOs they have on these Golems and how many re-SIBOs they have across the rest of the team. We're seeing damps from this Mollusk, and it's possibly going to hamstring their ability to apply damage at range.
We are seeing that it does seem like there is a surprisingly low amount of DPS coming out, considering how much cruise missiles there are. Also, though, Chadwick's Golem is having literally 0 issues keeping themselves alive, and Tuskers is actually doing kind of the opposite of what you'd expect here. They are kind of kiting away, looking about that they're hanging out kind of next to a beacon. I think they might be doing what you said. They might be trying to outrange one of the Golem's abilities to lock.
Yeah, I think that would make sense as well. Like, once they do have a significantly damped Golem, the damage potential for that Golem Tinker is going to be virtually nil in the face of these logistics ships, or at least the Inquisitors that they have on the low end, and the ability of their own ships to potentially self-rep up. But, I mean, yeah, for the time being, things stalling in a really interesting way. We've talked before about the potential for ships to get bumped apart like this, like a Golem Tinker especially, but it's so far not the plan. I could imagine that happening later on, but for the time being, like, yeah, things super stable for both teams.
Yeah, it seems like their plan is not to bump at all. I was kind of wondering, like, both teams are hovering over MJD beacons right now, which is very, very interesting. So at any point in time, they could choose different directions to go. But yeah, it looks like the ships are dropping at about the same speed. Pandy, sitting about 90 to 95% armor. Chadwick dropping a little bit and then repping back up. I do wonder if eventually, there might be some heat issues. Who knows here? There's definitely some brains involved in this. I don't know what type of brain, but they are there.
Yeah, it's so interesting as well. Like, every so often, a volley does something a little bit different from the side of this Tinker. They did just try to, pressure the Inquisitor a little bit, see what they could apply while painting down that Inquisitor. They broke through the shield, but again, these are armor ships. The Inquisitors are absolutely shrugging that off for the time being. And yeah, again, Damp's just swapping back over to another Golem, and they're starting to apply reasonable DPS into it.
Yeah, I wonder if they discovered, they might have been sitting there kind of probing Chadwick's resist holes and trying to figure out exactly which one they want to be shooting at. So I'm wondering if they figured out, these teams are good enough to sit there and figure out the correct damage type. It does look like Chadwick, I'm not going to say is breaking, but appears to be at least dropping maybe a little bit slower than the reps, can handle just passively. That being said, there's still absolutely nothing happening.
I'm also really enjoying seeing these NOS effects go off onto the Nighthawks on this Meta Reloaded side. They're doing something that's really interesting. Oftentimes when you see these modules activated, they're being used by the enemy team, like a Flag Balgorn, for example, that we know that the Tuskers do have access to. They're not fielding it on this grid, but this is their own ships. They are NOSing themselves to keep themselves nice and topped up on cap.
Yes, this is the peak of the Alliance Tournament right here. You always thought that it was to drain your opponent's cap. Actually, it is to drain your own, so you can continue to use your modules. A little bit of damage, like you said, Meta is doing some probing, trying the Magus out here. Still having some trouble applying there. I'm wondering if maybe they didn't fit quite enough application, or it could just be that this damps on this golem is really wrecking things. And we're actually seeing the damps getting bounced back and forth too, so there's things going on in the background.
Yeah, a lot of things are actually starting to happen very quickly. All of a sudden, all of the Typhoon fleet issues are burning directly in towards this golem ball, and I'm expecting things to start happening a lot more quickly at these closer ranges, but especially if they are going for something like bumps. But we are also now seeing drones start getting applied to various ships. Looks like some damage drones going off onto the Meta Reloaded, again, that Tinker ball, but I think they're still holding.
Yeah, I actually think, because we're now seeing the Typhoons kind of stop and move back, I think we might have seen an unironic attempt at doing some cavalry missile launching to try and break that Nighthawk. Also, though, has the opposite effect of while they charged in, Mirror Chief actually took a massive amount of damage as well. So, like I said, there's some crazy things going on here. Because of missile flight time, as you move in, you can actually get them to stack up on top of each other and hit multiple times at once. Mira seems to be breaking. Maybe coming closer was not the best idea.
No, suddenly those golems that had previously been damped out a little bit and were struggling then to find target locks at range, they're able to apply a lot closer in. And the other thing that I was realizing, this could be a massive big brain play into that exact Cyclone Fleet issue setup that we were talking about before, because if I remember it correctly, that setup from the Tuskers had 199 points worth of ships, meaning that if nothing would die from a set of this 5-man Tinker setup, that would give them a win. So that's my guess. I think they were trying to metagame this one incredibly hard, but currently, I mean, the setup seems to be working, potentially, even against this.
Yeah, potentially. It's Mira is starting to get very, very low. I think actually what happened is they got into optimal range of the target painters, and that made them suddenly start doing more damage, which is, again, one of those lines we don't expect to say a lot. Mira is starting to pull back, and as they're pulling back, we're getting the opposite effect of that missile thing. This Nighthawk is actually taking a significant amount of damage here, though. I think that, Tuskers might be preparing literally to charge back in and get those missiles stacked up so they all hit at the same time again.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they have been doing, and it's worth noting as well, they were pressuring that Nighthawk underneath the optimal amount of shield to maximize your recharge rates passively, so that was significant, but I think that Nighthawk is barely holding again. Yeah, it is, wow, repping right back up to near full at this point, but so is Mira Chief. This one is likely to go to time.
Yeah, we'll see. It kind of depends. It does seem like they're at this bit of an impasse where both teams have the ability to really break the other ones up close, but unless Tuskers is the one to come in close, they're not going to actually be able to pull it off. And yeah, I mean, metagame, like, I don't know, we might get to see reverse tie-dye for the first time in quite a while.
At that point, who do you think that one's going to favor?
Ooh, that's a very good question. I'm not going to answer that one. I would guess, for me, probably the team with the golems, just because there's 5 people that have to worry about, doing calculations and guessing instead of 10. You don't really have as many potential for somebody to be like, oops, I was a little slow on broadcasting, or saying, oh, help, I'm being shot by spaceships. We will see. 2 minutes 45?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I sort of agree with you. So reverse tie-dye, that means when the time hits 0, these teams will be tied, and time will actually speed up here in the arena. I actually do think, I think I agree with you. I do think that favors this Golem ball, simply because they're just favoring much larger ships on average, and I'm a little bit worried about their potential to simply try to break through and reverse tie-dye something that's a little bit smaller, something that has less EHP, ideally something that they've figured out the optimal resist configuration of, so that they're firing the correct type of missiles into it at the right moment, and just try to get rid of something so quickly.
Yeah, the other fun thing is the teams have actually pretty much switched positions from where they started at this point, which, cool. That's me. You guys are doing great things. Keep it up. Still hanging out in drone control range. They're sitting about somewhere between 30 to 50 off of each other. So I think both teams are actually now setting up for that reverse tie-dye to happen. And I'm wondering if we're going to see maybe some damage stop, maybe them do some missile switching, just be ready to try and nuke one ship down. Because I think this is the point where if you could take a Magus out or something, that could just win it for you.
Yeah, incredibly nimble these ships as they were indeed swapping position from their initial warp-ins. That slow push of these golems at like 100 meters per second. Maybe not the most threatening ships when you see the slow movement, but what they are really threatening with is their potential to potentially stack DPS there when things do get to that reverse tie-dye setup. But again, still a minute to go until then, and I think, they're just prodding resist holes here, seeing what they can do. I would imagine they're likely going to get in a reload here right before reverse tie-dye hits.
Yeah, I would expect so. I mean, let's be real. This is not something that you usually train for. You're usually not expecting your plan to be, hey guys, we're going to turtle for 10 minutes, reverse tie-dye is going to hit, and then we're going to activate our super secret sauce weapon. At the very least, it gives people a lot of interesting stuff to talk about. So, you're welcome, yappers. You get something cool. I'm claiming credit for this, even though I have literally nothing to do with it. But yeah, I think that we're so close. 35 seconds? And the problem is, I know that it exists, and I don't remember the exact mechanics of reverse tie-dye off the top of my head, so I think we're all about to learn together.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one overall. Yeah, just a little bit of time to go until that, and then I do think we're going to see sparks flying here in the arena. But yeah, the other thing I was noticing here as well is if they do potentially win with this comp, it's actually, again, really, really smart for them, because going into the Conquest band system, they're going to have only Golem, Scorp Navy, and Nighthawk band. That gives you so many options.
Yes, so really quickly, I'm going to try and TLDR this as fast as possible. Unlike tie-dye, as you can see on the screen, now everything is going at 150% speed, so things are going faster. If nothing dies in the next 5 minutes, the team that did the most overall damage ends up being the winner, which I have a suspicion would probably be the Golem team. So this could be the biggest brain play of all time. They created a reverse tie-dye comp.
I mean, yeah, I could very well see it working here, but for the time being, they are applying less DPS, so that's not favoring them immediately, at least. Also, yeah, checking out those attack bars, though, if they were able to apply a bit better, it does look like they would be favored in that scenario. But yeah, lots of damage still coming in onto the Golem, and so far, nothing really going from the Golems into the rest of the Typhoon setup.
No, that's kind of weird. I actually thought there would be a lot more. Maybe they don't know that they actually do have to continue to do damage, because you will lose if you don't do enough DPS here. So Golem's like, start blasting, start doing some damage here. I'm not sure what exactly they're doing. It does look like they are pretty far out of range, so I'm betting that if we're seeing these damps coming out, I think one of the Golems is having trouble targeting them. Yeah, they're not doing anything. Do they? Maybe they don't know.
It's entirely possible, and again, I think that is then likely that Mollis, who's largely shutting down the potential of this comp for actually breaking through something here. Being able to maintain range, I mean, we've seen it multiple times in this event, groups trying to actually stay out of range of a Tinker like this. We saw in one case the Tinker actually prioritizing getting rid of those damping ships. I believe it was Carries in a different match, and we've seen other situations where the Tinker simply loses to getting damped out. That could be one of these scenarios, but with only a single Mollis resulting in all those damps.
Yes, but look at what the Mollis is doing. It's bouncing the damps back and forth between the Golems now about as fast as it can possibly cycle. So I think Tuskers, being super wrinkly-brained mega veterans, they understand how to reverse tie-dyes work. They've purposely pulled range here, and they're preventing the Golems from getting any more damage, because I think Tuskers is like, hey, guess what? We are not going to win this unless we just beat them on damage. And even though we're going extremely fast, now the Golem's starting to drop, but we're at 350% tie-dye right now.
This is a ridiculous amount of tie-dye. Everything is so fast in the arena. I've never seen cruise missiles firing faster than this, but oh boy, I do think there's a good potential for actually these Golems to break with this sort of setup. We're seeing some damage now actually swap over to a Nighthawk. That might be a little bit of a squishier target.
It probably is. It is starting to rep back up, but we're getting to the point where like the player reaction speed is going to start struggling. This Nighthawk is actually burning very, very quickly. 25%, 34%. It's bouncing up and down. I hear them just yelling in the other room right now.
No, absolutely incredible. And again, I think the biggest problem is these Golems cannot apply while those damps are cycling off on them. The Nighthawk is going lower and lower into shield. I could imagine this Nighthawk is about to go down entirely. It's mid-armor.
They're losing their minds out there. And there it goes. Oh, no. The reverse tie-dye. It looked like the ships might have actually floated a little too far away from each other. That
that gives it to Tuskers unless somehow Meta Reloaded can somehow pull this off and get something down. But, you know, Tuskers, I think they might just run away at this point. They're like, all right, cool, we did it, guys, and start flying backwards.
Absolutely amazing stuff from the Tuskers.
Oh,
showing
never
they can
mind.
break one night off. There's the next 500% tie-dye. Now it's just the masterclass of showing what all of their own missiles can do. I loved the attempt here from Meta Reloaded. I loved what they were trying to go up against one of those 199-point comps, which it turns out comps that you could bring like that, 199 points, are perfectly serviceable, but there are certain edge cases where no ships die and you can lose to that, but narrowly avoiding that is the Tuskers here. Wow,
yeah,
what a first match.
And Meta Reloaded is going to be cleaned up now, because remember, 1 minute is actually more like 6 minutes, or somehow math works. They're going to start taking everything down. Massive shout out, Tuskers showing that, hey, they can handle the fringe case that we never thought we would see. Losing the Golem here, the Scorpion is probably about to go down the fastest you've ever seen a Navy Scorpion drop in the Alliance tournament at 750% tie-dye. Somehow surviving for a little bit, but it's about to just drop unless they've completely stopped shooting it, which maybe that's the case here. But just absolutely wild start of the match. I'm sure the desk is going to have so many things to say about this.
Yeah, and we're going to just pass it directly over to them to enjoy themselves talking about that one. I know I enjoyed it. I think you did too, despite how slow those Tinker setups can be. What a crazy one for match one. Stay tuned.
Well, that was certainly something. We have seen a lot of interesting comps and metas and matches and just experiences in the Alliance tournament over the last 20 years or so. That was one of my favorites. Honestly, that was awesome. The fact that Meta turned up in the grand final of the Alliance tournament, they're like, yeah, half the team are like, I don't know, at the shops.
Yeah.
And we're going to bring an on-demand Tinker comp. And, I mean, it almost worked. It almost worked. If you're new to Alliance tournament, let me just explain what happened there. If the match is tied, it goes into reverse tie-dye if the time reaches 0. And it starts at 150% and it gets faster and faster and faster. So everything is running. It's like normal time dilation slows the game down. This speeds it up. So all your modules cycle faster. You move faster. It is literally like playing even fast forward, and it goes up and up and up to 750% speed. So everything's going 7.5 times faster. You'll be very careful with heat, because if you burn it out, then it'll happen almost immediately. I reckon they were playing for the tie at the end of the tie, because if it reaches the end of the 5 minutes and nothing is dead, the team at the start of the match with the highest attack bar wins by default. That's the tiebreak. And the last time I remember this happening myself would have been in an Alliance Tournament 13, I think. I know the Shadow Cartel lost at the time, but I don't remember who it was against. But that's the last time I can recall it making that. Second spent in reverse tie-dye.
Nice.
Nice. Now this is pod racing.
How much real time is that?
Well, that's the thing. So you were talking about this during the match itself. So the Golems and the Nighthawks and the Scorpion Navy issue, they are chewing up capsticks. Now, they're remote cap transferring each other, but they are still chewing up capsticks. And you think, oh, they only have to survive 15 minutes worth of capstick usage, but it's not. There's like, if everything's going 7.5 times faster for 1 minute, that's 7.5 minutes, for example. So I'm not sure what the actual average is. It's probably like 20, 25 minutes or something like that you have to make your capsticks last.
You have to make your ammo last that long as well.
Yeah, that was my concern.
Yeah, well, Dareth was saying, yeah, imagine if they ran out of ammo, because you're really only... You're trying to pack in enough ammo charges that you can get through 10-minute match.
10 minutes, yeah.
And also have enough cap boosters to get through a 10-minute match as well, when you are expecting to probably have some kind of nuke pressure on you.
With missiles, it's extra spicy, because there is a lot of kinds of missiles you can pack. You have to have the Precision cruise, you have to have the Fury cruise for the bigger targets, you have to have a Kaldari Navy cruise missiles, you want to have capsticks of your own.
I do wonder whether Tuskers were firing the non-optimal missiles at the very beginning, with the expectation that they wouldn't be able to break something while they were waiting for the reverse tie-dye.
They'll be extremely smart to play.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, they're not that smart. Never mind, it's fine. Yeah. Anyway,
I don't think you start a match and go, we'll shoot suboptimally.
No, I think you tried to break it, and once you realize that you aren't breaking it with what you have at that time, and you know that it's going to go down to reverse tie-dye, there's no reason for you to waste your good ammo, like your EM ammo and etc.,
You have to keep applying pressure so that they burn the capsticks.
Exactly, yes. So you fire like thermal into
or precision.
Or precision.
You run out of precision first.
And you make sure that they have to keep repping or else they are going to die. And then once you get down to that reverse tie-dye moment, you can swap to your good ammo, your rage or whatever, burn in and start applying all the good DPS, and eventually the pressure will break them.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen in Tinkers quite a lot teams go and try and bump them, but we didn't see much of of the Tuskers doing that, Theron. So why do you think we didn't see much bumping?
I think there was an attempt at using neutralizers first to speed up the process of draining cap. However, those Tinker Golems and Scorpion Navy, once Mira, I think Mira was the first one, right? Went closer to the ball of the Tinker, he actually got to feel the heat coming back at him because they had 2 Molluses that were cycling dumps on those core ships. I'm not sure, I haven't seen the fits yet. For sure, I will be checking Ezekiel to see what was in the midst of those Nighthawks. But I don't think they had a lot of Recebos back in there, so that was what enabled Tuskers to sit back and kind of tank with those 2 Inquisitors until Mira came in, got to like 1/4 of the armor, and had to pull back, screeching, right? There were also EC drones that we have seen from the Meta Reloaded team. They put them on Inquisitors, as they should. Maybe that also contributed to the battleship going down. And I think that was the moment when maybe, as you said, Misty, they said, okay, we are going to burn through the worst ammo, the one that we don't need, and we are going to wait for the reverse tie-dye.
Yeah, I was going to say, Gennaro, I think, asked a good question, because during the match, we noticed that the Maulus was going 0 MS, and we were saying that the Golem team could do the funniest thing, which is
that would have been hilarious.
Swap to the Maulus really quickly and try to volley it before they realize what's happening. Unfortunately, we didn't see that happen. I think they may have been mostly preoccupied just trying to keep themselves alive by that point and seeing if they could perhaps run it down to that reverse tie-dye 15-minute tiebreak. So
yeah,
interesting match.
I'm interested to know like what actually tipped it over for the Nighthawk, because everything's going faster and faster and faster. Your modules are cycling faster and faster. Was it just that he either ran out of capsticks, like someone missed like one of the Golems missed a reload and then didn't get their cap transfer back on in time, or he just like burnt out a repper or something? Like I wonder what actually caused it to break, because essentially he'd survived this pressure for north of 20-25 minutes of game time, and then all of a sudden right at the end, I don't know if you could hear it on stream, but we were watching it, and a young moderator told me he had put 200,000 channel points on the Tuskers there, so he was very excited that when that ship finally went down, he thought he was going to lose all of his channel points.
I imagine, what's the cycle time on a remote cap transfer? It's like
5 seconds?
5 seconds?
5 seconds.
Yeah, so
sub 1 second then.
7.5 times speed, you basically click it and your capacitor is empty, right? I think that's really what tipped it over the edge. Like
either that or the loss of the boosters, because Nighthawk does not have that much of a cargo bay.
Yeah.
We'll see if they had cargo bay extenders because that is possible too.
It would actually be really interesting to see some of the fits, just to see what the cargo hold situation looked like on the Tuskers team, to see what type of ammo they were using, and also whether the Golems had enough ammo to actually break anything towards the end.
Shall we have a look? I have them up right now.
Sliding.
This is what they have. Interesting.
Okay, so the Nighthawks had some fitting modules, because extra large ASBs actually take a fair bit of fitting.
Yep.
Especially if
and
you
links.
want to fit.
He has no cap charges left.
Yeah.
Ooh.
What about the Typhoon? Actually, no, the Typhoon.
He doesn't actually have a cap booster.
None of them died.
Damn, that sucks.
But we can look at the Golem.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Golems now. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think they ran out of boosters. I don't see any boosters in the cargo of this one, at least.
If only they had a Badger.
If only.
If only they had a Badger. If you brought 6 people and one of them was a Badger, maybe you win. But honestly, I have so much respect for Meta Reloaded for doing that, like turning up in the grand finals.
Imagine being the other members on the Meta Reloaded team, and you're like, oh, we're not flying this match. It's just going to be 5 of our guys on the grid. You're like,
wait, Chadwick,
you're like, what's happening? You're just nail biting as the tie-dye ticks up.
Well, I mean, imagine if you were like you're the Tuskers and you warp in, you're like spamming D-scan. You're like, okay, I see Golems, I see Nighthawks, I see a Scorpion Navy. I don't see anything else. And then you land and you're like, what?
I think you'd probably notice local first. It would be like 38 people in local instead of like the 40-something that usually is. And you're like, we're just waiting for the rest of their team to be teleported. And then it goes, warping is open. And you're like,
what's going on?
Oh. How interesting. I mean, yeah, like I said, respect. I think that was super fun. One of the more entertaining matches I remember
And
seeing.
this is the best match to do something like that, because there's an opening of a series.
Yep.
Now Tuskers are down to all the ships due to conquest bans that were in that comp.
Yep.
So,
well, I said that when the match started. I was like, so either two things happen here. Either you clown your way into victory with an undermanned Tinker comp in the grand finals of Alliance Tournament 21 and go down in history, or Tuskers gets a bunch of ships banned. And that's basically what happened. So the conquest bans for the Tuskers are going to be Fleet Typhoon, Hugin, Magus, Mollis, Vigil, Inquisitor. And now we see the bans, they've been coming in while we've been talking, but let's talk about them now. So we see the Dominics being banned, which has been super popular, Armageddon Navy issue, both being banned from the Tuskers. Interestingly, Tuskers who have the Typhoon fleet are choosing still to ban a Typhoon fleet as well. They have it conquest banned, but obviously they don't want it to come into them. Styrus, what do you think about these bans, and what do you think the last ban from Meta will be here?
Honestly, after witnessing what we have seen, it's hard for me to predict anything. However, I would think that maybe since they've been banning the Raven Navy, Apocalypse Navy, and the Zarm, they are going to stick to the classics. Maybe we'll see a ban on the Rapier. Hello. Thanks for save.
Yeah.
Reloaded.
Excellent timing.
Which makes sense because it is a counterpart to the Hugin, which Tuskers have already used and they cannot implement anymore for until the reset of the bracket. So sorry, for the set, not the bracket. And makes sense, the Rapier ban.
The Tuskers have used Armor Loki though.
They have.
So they still do have options if they wanted to run an armor webbing boat.
They have ample options.
Yeah. Did they not also have the
Hyena's still available?
I think that was this similar situation in the previous series where they evasive maneuvering kept on banning Rapier and Hugin, and Tuskers went into the Loki. However, if you don't have to go into the Loki, that's always better.
I feel like they would probably look to use their Balgorn in the next match, right? Or else you're going to end up with a lot of the armor ships banned out if you go for armor again without the flagship Balgorn, and you won't be able to use it until the finals.
That's
like
a very
the
fair
final
point.
match, right?
Yeah.
Because the Magus was already banned, the Inquisitor, the Vigil, the Hugin. So the next strongest webbing boat that they have, which they would probably want to use if they want to run an armor setup, is the Balgorn, while they're still able to bring those Pontifexes.
Yeah, we saw Tuskers banning out the Deacon last time and then bringing the Inquisitor. So they still have Deacon available as well. They actually have quite a few things available if you think about it.
We've lost Twitch chat.
Oh, we've lost Twitch chat.
Resurrect
Twitch chat. How can we know the answer without checking Twitch chat? Looks like we've had a small delay to the match. I see it's just gone backwards a little bit on my schedule.
Twitch chat back.
Plus 5 minutes, I'm being told. Tuskers just are frantically 3D crafting how to do that again.
Yeah.
Nothing stopping Meta Reloaded from bringing the same comp again.
Yeah, literally nothing.
And then common sense.
So yeah, actually, that's a very good point there, Onth. Meta Reloaded are perfectly able to bring the same comp. Nothing here prevents it. So Tuskers have to be extremely sure whatever they bring can beat it again. Now they know for a fact now if they put a certain amount of pressure on it, it will die in reverse tie-dye. So they need to bring something that can put enough pressure to do that and not die itself.
I think they could basically just run the same comp that they just did, but with like a flagship bow or something, and the Celestis.
Even like swap up carries or put in the Celestis. Maybe substitute Apoc Navy or Gen Navy with a regular Apoc.
Just do normal Typhoon.
Or do normal Typhoon.
Yeah, just do normal Typhoon. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
They could just run the same setups back on both sides.
Yeah.
And we could watch another
15-minute match. Yeah. You guys could do the funniest thing right now.
Do it.
Yeah. I mean, do you think that threw the Tuskers a little bit? Like, I don't think anyone would have expected this.
They still dismantled that. I'm not gonna say.
I wouldn't say dismantled.
They dismantled it after
eventually.
the guy eventually, right? But I wonder if they will do adaptation because the Tinkers have been around in this tournament so far multiple times from different teams. There is more or less successful versions, Widows, one Nighthawk, two Nighthawks, right? But I wonder how much did they actually test against a pseudo Tinker, and if a different comp that is not a Typhoon? Are they going to be expecting now, okay, we have to actually keep it in mind and have some sort of a setup that deals with Tinker, because these mad lads, they have already shown us that they have abandoned all reason, and they are able to bring something like that. And in certain matchups, like let's say that Tuskers, for whatever reason, they have brought a gun spam. That's outdrafted.
I think I don't know if Tuskers would necessarily lose to a Tinker. I think what may have thrown them was the fact that there was no squishy lower end for them to kill something and then just sit back and wait for the points to get within the match, right? We've seen other teams where they've had damps. Damps have been very prevalent in this tournament in general, and I think that is an effective way of at least limiting the capabilities of a Tinker, because they're not able to project past like 50 kilometers or something, right? If you just spread damps on. We've seen it on the Widows from Doro Sweetpunch, I think.
Yep.
We've seen it with the Maulus in the last match, where the Maulus was just swapping damps between golems, preventing them all from projecting out. So you were able to tank the meager damage that was being projected by the single golem and single Scorpion Navy issue.
Yep.
So I think if they are able to slot another damping ship into their comp, whether that's the Carries or the Celestis, I don't think they need to really worry about another Tinker setup, right? In fact, I think it would be weaker for them to bring another Tinker setup that isn't the same one that they just ran, because if they lose the Bantams, Tuskers can just do what they did and win without the tie-dye part.
Yeah. What if there was Resibo? What if Meta Reloaded have also learned from their mistakes and now they have some Resibos? What if we are dealing with testing in production right now?
I see. Would you put that on the Scorpion Navy issue? You can't put it on the Nighthawk.
Don't talk to me like that.
You, listen, buddy, okay? We've had a very long discussion, actually, today about where you can put your remote sensor boosters in certain
Anywhere
comps.
you want.
Yeah, exactly.
That is the high-level truth.
I've been a proponent of actually, in some of the like Dominix setups that we've been seeing, putting a remote sensor booster on your Dominixes, as the Vexes, which were another option for your remote sensor boosters, do tend to either die when they go in to tackle something down, or die because they're squishier in general, right?
In all fairness, it's not unheard of. Tuskers have been doing that in Enigma setup, that they put remote Sibos on their armor CFIs.
Yeah.
Because they have slots for that, and that way they have more redundancy.
But I think if they were to run back the exact same comp that they had in their previous match, and you put remote sense boosters on the Nighthawks, they would die. Probably before the 10-minute mark, right? It has to be the Navy Scorpion, because it is the, to be fair, tankiest, I think, ship on that grid. So it can stand to lose a mid-slot.
Or we would have to go into different ship composition with different low end.
I think this exact same discussion is happening on a number of Discord calls right now.
Yes,
people trying to figure it out. I've been asked to just break down quickly what a Tinker is for anyone who's watching and maybe hasn't seen it, because they're not the most common composition in the Alliance tournament.
But they are the coolest.
But they are cool. So traditionally, either you go no Logi and just like rush down, or you bring logistics. It's kind of one or the other. And if you bring logistics, it's usually in the form of logistics cruiser or 2 logistics frigates. There is a third option, and this is what we call the Tinker. And in a Tinker setup, ships fit their own local repair module, usually an XLASB or extra large shield booster and all that stuff. But as you know, if you flow one of those, they run out of capacitor pretty easily. So what you do is you sit in a ball, and you all feed each other remote capacitor, and you all run your local tank. So whoever is getting damaged, one of the golems, everyone feeds remote cap to him, he turns off his, and just focuses on running his tank. And you have to keep that up. So it's kind of like spider tanking, as it were. And you know, this is what we call a Tinker setup.
Yeah.
Thank you. See, I do know stuff.
Do you know why do they come back in this tournament?
Because battleship points are slightly lower, and the surgical strike changes.
That's the one I was looking for. This is the thing that for the longest time prevented Tinker from being as effective as it used to be, because the resistance of all the invulnerability fields or ENMs, they went down. Now, with this change reverted, the tank numbers are back up, so they caught up a little bit to the damage creep that we have seen, and Tinker is able to situationally, because it's not the answer to everything.
No, Tinkers do have weaknesses, and we've seen that Tinkers have been dismantled. We just saw Tinker lose. I mean, it was very good, and it nearly didn't lose in a very exciting way, but it did lose. I mean, that's factually correct. The original version of the Tinker, of course, was using Tech 3 cruisers when you could field them as a logistics ship. Thank God those days are over, because you will remember yourselves probably the Bomber Tinker, where it would just be 2 Tech 3 logistics Bomber Tinker setups, and they would just do the same thing for the whole 15 minutes, including reverse tie-dye, and then whoever had the biggest bar would win. That was basically it.
That's good content. That's fun.
That's still better than when Marauders used to be able to Bastion mode.
Yes. Now that was terrible. That was terrible times.
Those were the times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just 2 golems, like a Kronos and a golem or something, just sitting there.
Every other ship would die, and you would just end up with the 2 Bastion Marauders shooting each other for the other 8
I think
minutes.
we had basically reverse tie-dye every single time a Marauder was on grid.
It was quite common.
Yeah. That was good.
There was some cool moments. I remember some cool moments. Most of the time it was just drawn out, slow, painful death. But yeah, we have 9.5 minutes until our next matchup. So just to reiterate where we are, we're in the grand finals. The Tuskers now have a 1-point lead. So both teams still have their flagships. We have a flagship Balgorn on the Tuskers side and a flagship Armageddon Navy issue. If you go down to 2-0, if you're Meta Reloaded, then you're in a bad position, because you can then immediately lose in one more match.
Losing is bad?
Losing is bad.
Yes.
Factually correct. So, Theronth, if you didn't want to lose, what do you do if you're Meta Reloaded right now, knowing that Tuskers will want to win?
There is a correct answer.
Don't bring a Tinker.
Damn, that's the wrong answer. The correct answer was to say win.
Outsmart it again. Well,
why not simply win?
Yeah.
Well, as you mentioned, the flagship is there on the table. The Dominic Navy comp that they have presented with it, we know about it. Maybe they have something else that they can surprise Tuskers with. If, for example, we might see a Loki Enigma.
Yeah.
It is open.
Well, we've seen it already, essentially. Like, well, not that specific one, but we've seen the armor Loki being used by Tuskers already.
Yes, exactly. So maybe they have a way to counter this this setup.
Yeah.
Armageddon Navy with a longer newt range and a high projected damage, and being absolute brick of a ship. Hear me out. Local MGD, maybe.
Yes, I think that'd be a good one as well.
Hear me out. Okay.
No, let's not do that.
No, let's do this.
Listen. A widow.
No.
Okay, let's not do that.
No.
A widow and a golem at the same point.
Let's take a look at the team profile for the Tuskers and remind ourselves who they are. Here we are. This is the Tuskers. 79 people have flown with the Tuskers over the years. Skylar Hawk, their most prolific pilot, but being fast approached by Mira Chief. Mira captained the last couple of years. He's flown in most of the matches that you've seen recently. Latronicus used to be their old logistics pilot, so you can see, like, back in the old days, they played a lot of matches. And the reason they played a lot of matches is simply because they've always had a lot of staying power in the tournament. They go make deep runs, and once you get into these best-ofs, you tend to just rack up these matches. You know, especially if you go through a lower bracket run, you can have on the last day 12 matches to add to your stats, stat padding essentially. But they win a lot. They have won 2 Alliance tournaments full on. They are on their way right now to try and win a 3rd, but 70 wins to only 31 losses. And as you can see here, they have yet to be defeated in Alliance Tournament 21. They have not dropped a single match in any of the best-ofs thus far. In fact, the last time they did lose a match was against Truth Honor Light in last year's grand final, where, of course, they went up 2-0. Then Truth Honor Light won 2 matches, and then Tuskers won the deciding match and get their 2nd grand championship. We can take a look at the team profile now for Meta Reloaded. So, much smaller team. Only 13 people have flown. As you can see, they only need 5, so that's not a totally surprise. And they have won 9 matches. Now, they're a new team for this particular tournament. These people, as you can see, the team has only played 12 matches here, but you have people like Sven Blott, 24 different rounds, Alexander with 22 rounds as well, Chadwick 20 rounds, so this is not a newbie team, even if it's the first time running under this flag. Now, of course, they have lost a couple of matches simply because they haven't, they're coming in from the lower bracket, so you can see they lost to the Tuskers earlier on in the tournament, where they got knocked into the lower bracket after making a pretty good run past Seker, Matar, Desync, and Ragequit cancel sub. They then went through the lower bracket into the lower bracket final against Evasive Maneuvering, where after dropping the first match they won 2, and now they're here in the grand final. So 2 extremely experienced teams. The Tuskers, of course, have just pure more experience on the team, They've been here before. I don't think any of those, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think any of those members in Meta have actually been into grand finals before.
I'm not sure. I would guess not, based on the rounds that they've done and just the familiarity with the names.
Yep.
Apologies if we are incorrect.
Yep.
I was going to say, it's impressive to be able to lose a match, especially in these kind of high-pressure situations, as we saw with the loser bracket best-ofs, and still come back and win.
Mm-hmm.
So them going down 1 against Tuskers in this series, I don't expect that their mental is going to be like boomed or anything. Right?
No.
They seem like they are able to get back up,
yep,
kind of recover, think about what they want to do next, and then approach each match as it comes.
Yeah.
So that seems like a pretty impressive talent or
Yep.
like mentality for the team to have, considering we haven't really seen these players in this kind of situation.
I mean, I'd say being confident enough to go into the grand finals against Tuskers and bring an on-demand Tinker comp shows that they're not just kind of, spaghettiing around somewhere. They are making smart decisions, if unorthodox, but smart decisions.
But you kind of need to be unorthodox, I think, in the grand finals because of the conquest bans.
If it wasn't grand finals, then I would be like, oh, they're just clowning or something, right?
Yeah.
But they have proven themselves that they are able to get here and beat teams like Evasive Maneuvering, that are no slouch.
Yep.
And
can we put the Meta Reloaded team profile back up just a brief moment so we can see who they came through? So yeah, Seker, Matar, Desync, Ragequit. Like Desync, they eliminated Truth on a Light, one of the best teams in the tournament. Psychokids, who got a really deep run. Seker, Matar did incredible. They came in, won, got super deep into the tournament, and literally the only time they lost a match before they got to winners, the sort of best of matches, was against the current defending champions, the Tuskers, in a best of 1. These are really good teams that this team has won against. Meta Reloaded beating Evasive Maneuvering 2-1 is a really solid performance.
Ragequit cancels up. Last year they were 3rd, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3rd or 4th. I can't remember off the top of my head. But a good team. Like, just to be clear, these are Meta Reloaded kind of exploding onto the scene and showing that they are a good team with excellent theory crafting and the ability to execute on it pretty well, which, this unorthodox strategy is how Tuskers essentially won some of their previous tournaments. Like last year, I would say they brought some pretty unorthodox comps, and it gave them the win towards the end. So if Meta Reloaded out Tusker the Tuskers, that might be quite something to write home about.
I'm excited to see how these teams do, and I'm interested to see what they actually decide to bring to the second match.
Yeah.
To see if they go with something wacky or if they go with something a little bit more standard.
I think this is time to slow down.
Yes.
Whack off.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Well.
Put the serious face on.
Phrasing.
I'm not an English native
That's
speaker.
true.
That's my out of the jail card.
That's fair.
I think you're right, though. Well, some of it. I think this is the one where we're going to see them. They know Tuskers now have a bunch of conquest bans against them. We're going to see them come in with something a bit more orthodox and try and execute on it well. But it is pretty much time to go to the arena to see match 2 of the grand finals in Alliance Tournament 21.
Welcome back to the second match of the grand finals of Alliance Tournament XXI. We have a double flagship comp. So there are 2 flagships, 1 on each side, both teams going all out right off the second bat here. We've seen both of these comps before.
Yeah, we definitely have, especially the one of our Meta Reloaded side, Chadwick in that flag Armageddon Navy. We saw it being supported by a couple Dominic's navies as well. And yeah, Balgorn's EOS, pretty cool setup overall. I'm liking the fact that they're choosing to bring so many duplicate ships in a lot of cases. Again, trying to set themselves up so well for subsequent matches in this finals if they're able to win this one here, where they won't have as many conquest bans that they're suffering for it.
Yes, and unfortunately for Meta Reloaded, somebody chose to warp to the sun instead of to the arena, and so we are seeing a Dominic's Navy issue who is currently living at 0 in the middle of the arena, which is not where they were supposed to be. So how that will affect the match, I'm not sure. Maybe this actually is an advantage.
It could potentially be. That is the classic fix here. When something untoward happens, they do get teleported to 0. We've seen that before. Absolutely kill ships that end up at 0 into a rush comp, for example, when they very much don't want to be. But other times it doesn't end up being that bad. And in this specific case, I don't think it's going to punish them that hard. At least that's my guess.
No, I'm kind of with you there. They were doing the Warpens are potentially a little cowardly here, with Tuskers bringing everybody in at 50 and most of meta between 30 to 50 besides, obviously. the Dominics, who is currently in the very middle. It says CO4 immediately MJDing out of there was like, nope, we're not doing this. This is not where I want to be. So we're probably going to delay the team just a little bit. Problem solved. Good job, MJD Beacon. You did what you were supposed to do. The team of Tuskers is actually ramming forward about as fast as you would expect these things to go, hitting, relatively quick on that EOS, actually.
Yeah, definitely true. Our blue team here are definitely becoming the defenders in this case, pulling away as much as they can. They're trying to group up all together. They wanted to definitely make sure that they got their Dominic's Navy back into the ball of them before anything else can happen in the match. That way they can use everything at the same time and not be under additional pressure from long-range Balgorn webs. The potential for that to find a ship that's out of position and keep it out of position is a significant threat that the Balgorn does pose.
Yes, Tuskers is showing once again that no matter how many Webby ships you ban, they will always have one more, in this case in what is most likely one of the most expensive flagships in the game. Teams balling up on the arena, dropping sentry drones, very exciting stuff. They're probably going to start trying to snipe the smaller ships here. Both teams kind of just hanging out on the edge. A lot of target painters, a lot of webs going out. We're sort of setting up to see what's going to happen at this point.
This time we are seeing a Mollis from our Meta Reloaded team who is trying to put the team on their back with the damps. But wow, they are now getting chunked as well. I think those sentries were applying the paints. The webs go off. I think the Balgorn got just close enough to apply those long-range webs. He does go down. It's huge.
Yeah, I think that maybe trying to damp out crucifiers when you are in a mostly drone comp was not the correct choice. And now we see Mirachiv just sitting at basically web optimal range, throwing webs out, getting this Inquisitor down. But it looks like a mass micro jump drive is about to happen, or at the very least from the Dominics. Is unfortunately you traded an Inquisitor while you guys were starting to go in there, so already Meta Reloaded is on the back foot. MJD's going out. They have actually MJD'd towards another beacon, so not towards the team. They're trying to avoid those scary webs, and now they are kind of behind them.
Yeah, they got so out of position there to that Balgorn specifically that drove forward and started pressing them against the backside of the arena there before they were able to micro jump out. They've now lost both of their Inquisitors Logi and the Mollis for it, and those Crucifiers, I'm expecting that they're really hamstringing the ability of Chadwick's flagship Armageddon Navy to really do much of anything, even if they were close enough to apply. But we're starting to see them burn in now. They're going to try to make a sort of a last-ditch attempt almost at burning directly into the Guardian. They have webs. The Hooligans diving. Let's see if they can get them.
Yes, they have the Guardian web down. There's a lot of damage coming out on it. We have more sentries being dropped, a whole fleet of Navy Curators, and then a ton of smaller light and medium drones hitting the Guardian. Might be a little too late. We're going to find out because both these Magus's are kind of hurting, but this MJD play actually did ease up quite a bit of the pressure on Meta Reloaded, so there is still a chance.
Yeah, Jaeger Moritz in the Guardian is actually taking a beating here from the remaining ships from our blue side. It's all of the DPS essentially that's still alive, and I definitely expect that they will be able to apply a good chunk of it, and they are well indeed on top of this Guardian at this point. It's not just a tackle ship anymore. It's not just that one Hugin. It is the Dominic's Navy issue core at least as well, and the flagship is also making its way on top of the Guardian, so I'm not expecting the Guardian to be able to get out of this predicament, but the question is, how many ships will the Tuskers be able to trade for that potential loss of the Guardian? It looks like they're going to be getting the Hugin, and it's possible that they'll be able to kill a Magus and Vexor as well that are currently hovering mid-armor, and nothing is going to really help that Hugin here. He does go down.
Yeah, that's a very, very, very unfortunate, and unfortunately for this Guardian, it is really, really tackled down, but it's surviving way longer than it should have been. These rep drones are doing insane amounts of work. Magus drops as well before the Guardian. These guidance disruptors, I think, have completely neutered this Armageddon Navy issue, and we're basically just seeing a little bit of Dominic's Navy DPS going out. Somehow the Guardian is still alive, finally beginning to bleed structure. It should go down here really quickly, but you've traded 5 of your ships. Half of your team is dead before the first ship of Tuskers drops.
Yeah, and I think more things are going to fall as well. Virtually every ship has been tackled or has it received some modules that slow them down at this point. There goes Working Class Man's Vexor as well. Magus of Isaac looks to be next, and again, Meta Reloaded struggling to find even a target here. It looks like they're trying to put in a good chunk of damage into Wex SM, but nowhere near enough for the time being. Trades just so good for Tuskers.
They are incredible trades. Wex SM taking a decent amount of damage. Unfortunately, EOSs are probably one of the most difficult ships to bring down quickly, especially when a significant portion of your DPS is kinetic thermal locked. Dominic's Navy issues, sitting there doing some blasting. I think, and I have a feeling these Crucifiers are massively skewed to guidance disrupting, and that's why we're seeing this Armageddon Navy issue just struggle to do anything right here. The damage is way lower than it should be. Wexism is actually dropping faster than Dominic's Navy issue, though. It does turn out when you don't have Logi, your ships don't rep as well. Who would have known?
No, it's indeed the case. WexSM definitely is going to drop here. There is a massive amount of combined DPS that's still available, even with just these 3 ships remaining on grid for Meta Reloaded. But even killing that EOS is not going to be enough. Even if they didn't lose any other ships of their 3 remaining DPS ships here, that would not be enough on points still. So that is heavily favoring Tuskers, but it's going to look pretty close as far as the actual points total is concerned. And I think it's really important for them that they don't get too much else caught unnecessarily here. If some low end does die and somehow these Dominic Navies hold up, then that could actually be a problem.
That Dominic's Navy is holding up. I don't know if you're noticing how slow the Dominic's Navy's HP is going down. Obviously, it is dropping, but maybe that self-rep bonus is actually going to win this for them. This is still in play, and they're actually on top of Mir Achieve, doing a decent chunk of damage. The other Dominic's Navy issues are slow-boating over there. They are tackled down, and it is finally starting to drop. I'm guessing Heat got a little bit rough there. I'm not sure if Mir Achieve is the correct target, but I understand wanting to take down that flagship. Drones are starting to be spread out on the back end a little bit, too. They finally realized, hey, maybe we should take out some of these ships that would be easy to get down. CO4 holding on for dear life. Starting to bleed structure finally.
And watching this Dominic's Navy go down here, I have a feeling that there are a lot of neutralizer and NOS-style modules on this Balgorn. I've been giving it the visual inspection. I'm only seeing 3 megapulse lasers there, meaning that it has a lot of high slots free, and that would definitely explain why this Dominic's Navy has struggled to leverage that self-rep bonus that it does have. CO4 going down, and I think with it, their chance in this match specifically, again, I think the big question now will become, can the Armageddon Navy issue survive the remaining 2.5 minutes, a little bit more than that to go? It's going to be difficult. They really want to keep the ship alive.
They do, and it actually looks like the Armageddon Navy issue is starting to pull range a little bit here. Unfortunately, good luck pulling range against a Balgorn's flagship Webs. Maybe it's going to make it somewhere. I don't know. I have a suspicion that one of these 3 Confessors is probably going to come in and secure a scram on it shortly, as it does look like the Armageddon Navy issue is kind of looking towards getting maybe over to a beacon, maybe something like that. They are working on the final Dominic's Navy right now. It is sitting in 50% armor. Nothing is really taking a ton of damage. Finally, damage goes out on these Confessors. Too little, too late, potentially, most likely.
Yeah, the Armageddon Navy of Chadwick is trying to say, no, I do not want to be tackled by these Confessors, and is then forcing them away by shooting a lot of missiles at them whenever they are close enough. And yeah, it does look like they might be able to trade or get rid of Pandy here. It would likely be trading for a Dominic's Navy at this rate, but with that, they are denying tackle every time they do kill off one of those smaller ships. And so far, what I'm really thinking is this is a masterclass in the Balgorn flagship specifically. The way this started right off the bat, where that team from Meta Reloaded was all grouping up, trying to stay away, and the Balgorn simply just sort of waltzed in front of the rest of their team and said, no, you small thing, you're webbed. You can't go anywhere, and suddenly, you're dead to sentries.
Yeah, that was, I mean, like I said, you got to ban all the webs out, but how do you can't ban the flagship out? It's not possible. Confessors are taking some damage. Planet 6 realizing that, hey, maybe being in range of a flag Navy-Geddon is not a good idea. Kind of making me wonder if maybe if they had taken these out earlier, things could have been a little bit different. This Dominic's Navy is surprisingly enough surviving. I don't know if it's actually going to make it, but there is about a minute left. I do think the flagship is going to survive, which means they could use it in the next match because this is only the second of a potential 5-match series.
No, you're totally right on that. And the nice thing about this Dominic's Navy issue tanking means that it's pretty well and truly guaranteed at this point the Armageddon Navy should not be under significant threat, or at least significant enough to kill it. It's worth mentioning, though, keeping that Armageddon Navy issue around is really important, given that so many bans have actually gone in the direction of Armageddon Navy issue thus far already. We saw it actually this match as well. Armageddon Navy issue was a ship that was banned out there by the Tuskers, and yeah, being able to dodge that ban and bring your flagship, and it's a really good ship for its role. It's been doing excellent in this tournament so far, not only in the setups where you bring just one of it, like this one in the flagship format, but otherwise just bringing a set of 3 of them has been really strong.
Yeah, the Dominic's Navy might also survive. I think Tuskers realized at the very last second that they could actually still throw this if they lost both Confessors and a Crucifier, and so they all pulled way back. I think Alexander actually lives barely surviving. Everybody gets healed back to full, so missiles in flight doesn't take anything out. Back to the studio. We have at least one more match coming, so stay tuned.
It is now 2-0. The Tuskers are one match away from their third Alliance Tournament Championship. That was an exciting match. It was very close, actually, for quite a long time. It's one of those ones where once it sort of falls off at the end, one team kind of gets a bit more dismantled. But when there was those two Dominic's Navy left with the flagship Armageddon Navy issue, we saw the Balgorn get caught. We saw first EOS started to go down. They started to pull apart some of the Confessors, and we've seen previously in this tournament this exact thing happen when you had those two Navy Dominis left, and they just dismantled the rest of the team. Theronth, what was the win condition there? Obviously, we saw them go after the most important ship of all at one point, Flak Inquisitor in the Navy Magnate. They need to get rid of that, of course. What was happening in this match?
Pesky little Magnate was actually scramming and webbing Chadwick and Domi Navy that were trying to destroy Mira's flagship, because Mira was actually at some point, quote-unquote, in danger, while both the battleships got on top of him. Well, the Magnate was able to scram the Domi, web off the other guy, and then Mira, using his own boat, his own webs, boated away slowly out of the damage range of the Domi Navy, with just the Chadwick's rapid heavy missiles being the source of damage on him, and maybe some drones. His local tank, because I'm sure that they have a lot of ISK invested in that flagship, the Tuskers and co. He was able to comfortably tank that. Yeah,
and rather interestingly, we've seen Tuskers play a bunch of matches this tournament. So far, they've not dropped a single match. However, there's another match where they've been pushed quite hard by meta. So, this is not just like some teams and two teams in different leagues. This is two teams. One of them is certainly more experienced, but the other team is definitely competing with them.
I think sometimes you're always worried when a team that you don't necessarily recognize from previous tournaments for having made deep runs makes it to these kind of final matches. It's obviously great that teams are able to get to this point where they are now able to actually experience what a long series of conquest bans actually feels like. But when you haven't had that experience before, the pressure can often sometimes get to you, and also the long days, the constant back-to-back matches and having to think about the ban decisions, all that kind of stuff. I'm glad that we're seeing Meta Reloaded putting up a fairly significant fight, bringing some of the comps that we have seen and also comps that we haven't seen so far, and doing well regardless. I think they've been executing fairly well. I think they had a couple issues. It was just the sheer weight of the tackle wing at the end that kept them separated from the Balgorn, prevented them from chasing down the EOS, which I think would have allowed them to kind of remain in the lead. I think it has just been a battle of execution between these two teams, as opposed to locking in or out of something.
You're seeing it in local as well, with lots of GFs from both sides. Flak Inquisitor saying, "I am having a heart attack." So, teams showing respect to each other. That's you'd love to see it. But the conquest bans going in now to match 3 for the Tuskers. This is where it really gets difficult, because they have a lot of ships banned. So the bans that you're seeing now are happening live. The Tuskers have to consider they also cannot bring the Mollis Inquisitor, Vigil, Hugin, Typhoon Fleet, Magus, Crucifier, Magnate Navy, EOS, Guardian, Confessor, and Balgorn, unless they bring the flag, of course, which is 12 ships plus whatever we see here. So that's going to be really difficult. Now, one other thing before we go on to talk more about bans, I still want to talk about that last match a little bit longer. At the start, we saw Theronth, someone missing, one of the Dominic's Navies was not there. And then he appeared at the center. Why would that happen in an Alliance tournament match?
Usually it's because somebody warps at the wrong arena, or in this case, I think it was a Celestial.
Yes, he warped to the sun.
Right. But it can also be an illegal range, because in the Alliance tournament, you're only able to warp between 0 and 50 kilometers, 50 being the maximum range, of course. If you fail to do so, a GM will gently put you at the very middle of the arena.
Yes.
And you have to deal with all the consequences of that.
I believe we have a quote graph on this as well, I'm told, so we can maybe have a quick look at that. Something to do with moving people around. I'm told the Coke Rap, but Bangai's not paying attention, I don't think. So
it's been a long day.
It's been a long day.
Bangai's had it tough.
Bangai's had it extremely tough. He's got some camera time.
It's true.
Real
he's
heroes
saying
behind
repeat.
the
He was
scenes.
not paying attention. Coke Graph, please, Bangai.
A new ban.
He's just saying what? Could you read this for me, Mr. Gomez? What does this say here?
Just call for the quote graph.
I did. I just called for it. There we go. So this
Nice.
is Sothrasil, our head referee for Alliance Tournament 21, just saying, I love teleporting people to 0. So I can't remember the pilot's name. I can check quickly. It was C4A, Aderon. He got teleported to 0 because he decided to warp to the sun instead. Little scenic tour around the solar system.
Thankfully, not that big of a deal
Not
in
that
this
big of a deal.
particular match.
All right, Bangai, we get it. You can take it off now. Thank you.
He was able to turn around in the center of the arena since everything else was 50 kilometers away and just MJD back towards the rest of his team.
Yes.
And then they all grouped up, I believe, on the beacon
In this
anyway,
instance,
so
it was relatively inconsequential, as you say. They didn't have to worry about it too much.
We have seen teams warp in at 10 or 0 and then find that they have 7 rush ships on their face, including 3 torpedo Navy Ravens, and go,
I think I
Not the case in
remember
this
seeing that specifically in one match years ago where one team warped in like their flagship at 100, everyone else at 50, and then their flagship got moved to 0, and it was against like a full blaster rush who were all just sitting there at 0, and they're just like, oh, hello.
I think it was a case of like a cruise missile setup also. When they went at 100, they were like, you're not allowed to snipe from that far.
Yes, you must warp in at 50 or less, otherwise the referees will move you around. We have all our bans up now. So I mentioned, of course, the Conquest bans. So we've got 20 minutes until the next match, which could be the final match of Alliance Tournament 21. Tuskers can secure it. Both teams have their flagships still remaining. So I expect we will see it. However, Tuskers have lost a lot of armor ships. The Pontifex ban, I like that.
Yes.
Because the Magus is also banned for them. This is what I was saying. They have lost a lot of armor ships, the Tuskers, and their flagship is a Balgon, which is armor.
Which is why, during the previous death segment, I was thinking, okay, if they want to make use of their Balgorn before the final match, when all of the Conquest bans are undone, they needed to do it in the previous match, right? I think Eoses were the next best option for Lynx. You still have the Loki, but now that you're missing the Pontifex, it's a lot harder for you to slot in a full range of Lynx, unless you start doing something wacky, like
a Bifrost,
Claymore, something like that, armor tanked. We have known Tuskers to bring those armor tanked kind of command desis that are known for being shield tanked, so like the Stork and the Bifrost. So, you know, the options aren't fully removed, but would you feel comfortable bringing a flagship Balgorn with a Stork or a Bifrost as your Lynx?
Not really, but I also don't think with this particular set we will be seeing it. The blue team, Tuskers, banning Dominic's at the end. That basically tells to me that they want to maybe field an Enigma. We have Loki still open, and this is a comp that is high execution, and also requires specific approach from the other team. So maybe now that the Meta Reloaded are on their last legs, one game, and they are Tuskers claim the victory. Maybe this is a good moment to twist the knife, so to say, and bring the most execution heavy and unusual, unorthodox comp that requires specific way to counter it.
Yeah, well, I was thinking as well.
One of them being drones.
the Raven Navy Torp comp is still open. We've seen that be fielded pretty effectively. However, that did get that got THL eliminated essentially when Tuskers brought this Enigma comp. Now, Misty, can you just explain what this Enigma comp actually is? Like, we talked about it a lot being a high execution, but what is it?
Yeah, it's the name that some people on the commentary team have ascribed to the Cyclone Fleet issue comp, I believe. Moderator is nodding to me. Yes. It is, I believe it's Guardian, triple Cyclone Fleet issue, and then a bunch of other ships. And essentially, even though most of us on TQ would know the Cyclone Fleet issue to be a shield ship, those of us in Nullsec especially will be familiar with it as like one of the main doctrines in Nullsec for quite a while, being shield fit. Tuskers will armor fit it so that they can make use of all of those mid slots by fitting missile guidance computers and maybe target paters as well if they wanted the extra redundancy. And this allows them to apply very, very well at long distances using fairly quick ships, especially with the armor rework as well. With the change with armor rigs, instead of it taking away your velocity with a velocity penalty, it now takes away some agility, so you might speed up a little bit slower, but you have a higher max speed, which means that it's a lot easier to kite now with some of these armor setups.
Especially if you are running oversized afterburners, which this heavily relies on.
Yes, so scrams won't shut you down, right?
Exactly.
You have to web them or nuke them out to make sure that they are sitting still. Otherwise, even if you are able to shoot them with something like the Raven Navy issues, the oversized afterburner means that when you are hit by those missiles, your signature is so small and you're moving at such a speed that you are effectively going to be taking very little damage, right? Easily repped by 1 or 2 reps from the Guardian. You won't have to actually commit much in the way of your resources there. What I was also going to point out is that it looks like Tuskers have actually banned predominantly missile battleships, right? We've seen them do this before, where they've banned out majority guns or missiles, and then they've stacked their tracking disruptors or missile guidance disruptors accordingly.
Yeah, we've also seen that kind of go wrong for some teams, where there was one match, I can't remember exactly who it was earlier on, but there was only, I think the Crow was the only ship that had guns, everything else had
the
missiles.
Raptor was just tracking disrupted by like 3 arbitrators.
Yeah, it's like you
specifically don't get to play the game unless you are at -1 meters.
But everyone else gets to play because they stacked it up fully on tracking disruption.
It's a gamble.
Yeah.
As with any gamble when it comes to missile guidance disruption or tracking disruption, you shouldn't go 4 missile guidance disruptors, 0 tracking disruptors, but you can weight it heavily based on what you think is available and what is banned out, right? So in this particular case, I would expect them to go predominantly tracking disruptors if they are looking to field any form of disruption of that sort, but still have a couple missile guidance disruptors in case they do come up against, the Raven Navy issues, which are still open, because that will still allow them to effectively control them, combined with the damps that they often like to
I mean,
run
I
as
would
well.
expect they're going to bring some anyway, simply because the flagship for Meta is a missile boat. So
That's true.
regardless, even though it has been banned here by Tuskers, they're saying you can't bring multiple of them, but of course, being a flagship, it's able to dodge the bans and come in anyway.
I find it interesting, though, that Meta Reloaded banned the Pontifex, because if they wanted to field
Well, they can still field the Magus.
I don't know if I would like the Magus so much against the potential Cyclone Fleet issue comp, though, because it has a lower tank, right? It has the remote sense boosters, which are a bonus, because it will mean that the damps that we may see from the Tuskers team won't have as much of a negative impact against the Meta Reloaded team, but I think they are more liable to die.
I think in this case it's more of a case of Meta Reloaded actually trying to hurt their enemy than hurt them. Like they can still go with Magus. They have that option open, but banning the Pontifex completely shuts it down for Tuskers.
Yes.
Forces them, if they want to have a Commandancy, into a Stork or a Bifrost, which are slightly or a Draugr.
The EOS
Draugr, however,
Dominavy
is not going to be able to run 4 links.
EOS Dominavy, Armageddon Navy issue flagship, all still available as well. So we could see a drone heavy comp coming out from Meta Reloaded right now, because the EOS is banned for Tuskers, but not for Meta Reloaded, so they can still field that.
They could also just do medium guns on the Tuskers side without the ZARM.
Once again, live, you get to watch the desk crew realize that there's actually quite a lot of ships in this game.
Or they could just do Rush, because the Loki Nighthawks.
What a horrible meta we are in.
So much variety. Why is it so RNG?
Yeah, I mean, this has been a really exciting tournament. There's been a lot of really interesting matches. Like, we don't see reverse tie-dye matches very often, and seeing it from an undermanned Tinker Comp in the grand final, honestly, a highlight. Like, I really enjoyed that match, and the experience of watching it here with the crew. So when we cut to the matches, usually we all kind of gather in front and watch it. And watching these matches, like if you're on Twitch watching as well, half the time you may be listening to us natter, but a lot of the time you're in a Discord call with your friends, your alliance mates listening as well, especially if it's your team that's playing. And it's just such a cool atmosphere. And we've had so many new teams make it up to this point, either new teams or new people getting in. There's a bunch more people getting cool prize ships this year. Overall, I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, I think it's been a pleasurable watching experience. And I think a lot of the teams that have participated have had fun, because I think a lot of the teams that have somewhat complained about the meta maybe pigeonholed themselves with what their understanding of the meta was.
I think so.
And then when they encountered all of the different ideas that they've then come up against, they realized that they haven't really effectively practiced properly to see whether their setups would perform well against those.
We also didn't have, I think, many 200-0 matches, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was like a couple of them, but at least...
usually it was when something kind of like steamrolled away from someone, like for example, in that Tinker Comp in the grand final. Like, I think that will go down to 200-0.
Yeah.
Statistically, but I mean, you were all there, you saw it. That was not a 200-0 wipe. You have to look at the context sometimes. And I think we actually... I might be a surprising bang guy here, but I think we have a graph for the number of Tuskers matches played per tournament. Wonder if we can get that one up.
Okay. While he does that, just to highlight it, I think it's actually really interesting that we haven't seen many 200-0s with Surgical Strike being kind of reverted. So it's not just like massive slap fights.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of it is execution based, and the fact that ships are still being traded and dying backwards and forwards is fairly like interesting and also entertaining for us.
You can see here, Alliance Tournament 14. This was Tuskers' first win. They did actually play in some of these, but it was under a different name. It would have been the Tusker Bastards back then, when they formed a joint alliance to fly along with the Bastards. First time in the Alliance Tournament. Then they started competing under their own name, the Tuskers Co. Alliance Tournament 14. They won, I think it was against Pandemic Legion. I don't know if CCP Swift's around somewhere to tell me.
It was.
It was against Pandemic Legion. CCP Swift, did you lose an Alliance Tournament 14 to the Tuskers? Yes, you did. Yes, okay. Just wanted to make sure that was, and make sure he remembers as well. And then bit of a coasting along here. Sort of, I think that was mostly top 8s. If you're playing over 5 matches, you're probably into top 8s unless you get knocked down really early on.
AO was like top 4, I think.
AO was, I think, top 4. It's hard to point with all these models here. And then you can see here, this is, I believe, when, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Theronth, is this when Mira takes over properly as captain? Or was it here?
I think Mira took over after AO.
Yeah. Okay. So
I'm not sure. Moderator can correct me later if I'm wrong, but I think Suleiman's last run was Alliance Tournament 16.
Okay, so you can see that this is an experienced team that have been flying together for a while, and you can also see just like how long it can take to get to the level these teams are at.
I think it's also interesting to note like some of those top 16 performances that they may have had prior to the return of the AT after the AO, right? The price structure changed, right? So they weren't rewarded for anything that wasn't really this win.
Yes,
everything else
was
just participation, but no ships.
Here they won the Rabisu and the Cadies. It was sponsored by Blood Raiders. Then here and here and here, there are no prize ships for anyone outside of top 3. Alliance Open doesn't have any prize ships at all. Then Alliance Tournament 17 comes along. It's the Laylaps and the Raiju, and the prize structure changes such that there are prizes down to 16th place. And also worth mentioning, Alliance Tournament 12, 13, 14 there. Those are 64 team double elimination brackets.
Yeah.
So you have to get deeper into the tournament just straight up. I mean, we did it at the feeders then, so you're kind of looking at it somewhat similar, if not even more, because obviously there's more than 32 teams in the feeders. So it's quite a gauntlet. Meta Reloaded, of course, they had to come into this tournament via the feeders. Tuskers got to just swan in by virtue of being winners, but Meta had to play through the feeders.
Do we have a matches played for Meta?
Do we have a matches played for Meta? I don't know, probably not, but we could maybe get it.
On the account of what you just said, CCP Overload, about the being swung into the tournament by the account of being a winner or top 4, the Meta Reloaded have tall order in front of them also when it comes to the information they can get on Tuskers, because Tuskers, they only started playing on Friday, while Meta Reload had to prepare comps and expose their comps and their playstyle by going through the feeders. So this is another like a legacy advantage that teams that finish very high, they get against everybody else trying to knock them off the throne.
Yeah, they also get to just sit back and watch the feeders, see what people are doing. I would hope that if you're in a top team like the Tuskers, by the time the feeders are rolling around, you're probably not going to be totally surprised by the meta, because you've also been practicing theory crafting, and if you turn up not going to compete in it, and everything is just completely off the wall, then maybe there's a little bit of cause for concern.
I think it's kind of difficult to judge what the meta is when you're in your little bubble, right? You have your practice partners. Sometimes your practice partners will have a similar way of thinking to you. Of course, you'll go back and you'll see what the previous meta was from previous tournaments, and you'll see how much the rules align with previous tournaments as well, to see what needs to change in those comps. And then you'll also take into account any balance patches that have happened over the course of the year in between the Alliance tournament. But new ideas often come to light when practice partners come together and they are just throwing stuff at the wall, right? And you don't always get that in teams that are storied, because they have their practice partners, they're defined year on year. Beside, like, if one of them disbands, then of course it becomes a little bit more difficult. You have to go search for a new practice partner. You may still end up trending towards a team that has taken in people from the other teams that you were practicing against before. And I think that does lead to, over a longer period of time, kind of being pigeonholed into a particular theory crafting type. I think the performance from Tuskers prior to the AO, they were practice partners with Volta, I think.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And we tended to be surprised by some of the things that we did see in the meta, because the practicing that was arranged between Volta and Tuskers back then, I think we approached it very similarly, right? We'd have the same style of fitting, we'd have the same general approach, we'd think about the execution of the game, we'd be like, okay, how do we deal with comps that are familiar to us, that we would fly? And then you come up against like triple Navy Scorpion Rush in the first match, and you're like, I've never seen this before.
What is this?
Where's
my WTF bell?
what meta is this that we're now playing into? And then if you see something begin to pop up consistently, I think AO was when Nighthawk and Loki's really became something that was frequently used by a lot of teams. I think that was brought up by Templar's Calcifer first.
Just as a quick aside, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, there may be an alarm about to go off. We are in the CCP office here in sunny Reykjavik, Iceland, and at 10 p.m. the alarm automatically sets. We have our finest people over there to immediately turn it back off. But if it suddenly goes off and we all look like we suddenly get very scared, that's why.
Yeah. But I was sorry. Just to finish the point, I think in the AO, for example, we saw Nighthawks and Lokis. They weren't something that were, I think, practiced by many teams outside of like 2 or 3 that came up with it themselves. And then we saw it swiftly adopted by everybody because it was just that strong, right? So I think there is a degree of adaptation that teams need to have. I've forgotten what my original point was, but hopefully this has been informative for anyone that is listening at home.
Seek out new training partners. Don't get stuck into the bubble.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yes. All right. I think. Nope. There it is. I was going to say I thought we got around the alarm, but there it is.
It's the yap alarm.
That's the yap alarm. Do you know, if we'd been a little bit quicker, a little bit less yapping, we could have done what I'm about to do now. For the potentially the last time, let us watch the team intro videos for these two teams and refresh our memory of who they are. There we are. So we learned a little bit about them. The two finalists here in Alliance Tournament 21, Meta Reloaded and the Tuskers Co. Now, Mystical Might, they're on Falarax. Me, as my old player character Ithaca Hawk, we are all together on the WeForm Volta Alliance Tournament team. And if there's one thing Volta is good at in Alliance Tournaments, is bringing 3 of things, which is why we also have Starfleet Commander. Hi. We can't hear you over microphone. Hello.
Hello, everybody.
It's probably easier to speak into this one.
For yours. Hello, everyone. Hello.
Yeah.
It's so nice to have all 3 of us here again.
Yeah. So, Starfleet Commander.
Yes.
What have your highlights been so far?
Well, I think Desync's run through has really been really good, but obviously, Tuskers not dropping their game so far.
Does it actually pick up sound when you speak into the back of it?
I think it does.
I think it does.
Yeah, I hear him.
Nice.
Yeah. The Twitch chat wants you to kiss now.
Now kiss.
Meow meow.
You have to pay extra for that.
Look at that angle right there.
You have to pay extra for that.
Yeah, that's on the extra stream later after this one.
The
So
after hours.
Make sure you subscribe to that. So Starfleet Commander, what's your predictions? Like, we've got 2-0 for Tuskers versus Meta Reloaded. What's going to happen here? Are Tuskers going to take it 3-0?
I think Tuskers going to go 3-0. That's what I think. Meta is too strong.
Does everyone have that same opinion? You?
I'm sending all the positive energy to Jason Osran to carry us to victory.
Oh, which team is that?
Tuskers. How dare you not know where Jason's playing?
You?
So this is one of these things where the head says the Tuskers Co should be able to win this, but the heart wants to see Meta Reloaded pull out at least one win.
Which one are you going with?
I'm going to go with the heart. I'm going to go with my heart.
Meta Reloaded?
Meta Reloaded.
Okay.
I think.
Two good opinions on the desk?
Yes.
2 Tusker enjoyers.
Yeah.
You're going to talk to Rilo after that.
Yes, I
You're
will.
going to look him into the eyes and cold-hearted man.
I know. It's going to be great.
It will be great if they win.
I'm going to look him in the eye and congratulate him on his second place when they get reverse sweeped in 3-2.
That would be a great story.
It happened last year as well.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it did.
Well, the year before, right? They won last year.
So Tuskers
got
historically,
reverse
if they win the first 2 matches, they then lose the next 3 in Alliance tournament. So we're not, I guess. Me and Mystical Might are kind of hoping that Meta Reloaded come along and do the funniest thing. But yeah, just wanted to get you up, Starfleet, like get the 3 Volta boys back together. Nice to have you, but you can leave now. See you later. All right, so we have about 1 minute and 45 seconds to go for our next match. I'm going to double check that there is no more delays. We are ready. This is potentially the last match of Alliance Tournament 21. This is it for the Tuskers. They have the championship point in their hand. They have all their bands. They have the Conquest bands. They have their flagship. All they need now is one more match, and they get another plaque on this. And you can see here, I don't know if we can zoom in on that, but we see the previous Tuskers is here and right here. So they're trying to add a third there. And there are not many teams have it, of course. Vidra have it. Pandemic Legion have a few. Hydra Reloaded have 2. And of course Bandit Brothers right near the start. So they'll be joining a very elite club of teams with 3 victories in the Alliance Tournament if they can pull off another win in the next 10 minutes. So, potentially for the last time, once more to the arena.
Welcome back, Capsuleers, to the arena for what could very well be the last match of Alliance Tournament 21. The Tuskers currently leading 2-0, showing up with triple Apocalypse here, looking to potentially close it out. That would be pretty incredible with a back-to-back win, but standing in their way is a Torp Raven Navy rush. How's this one going to go, BBP?
Well, despite what it may look like, Tuskers have done the intelligent thing, and they finally, unlike everybody else who has dealt with this, realize that you can actually warp at ranges farther than 10. So the entire Tuskers team is sitting at 50 kilometers. There is what is almost 100% a Lynx web Loki sitting there in between them. So this rush is immediately going to get webbed down as they comes charging in. We'll see if it's enough, though, because Apocalypses are not a very tanky spaceship. Mass webs coming out already. Target paints on Glassy. So much damage already going out on that first Navy Osprey. You know, Apocalypses still do a ton of DPS. Crazy tracking, but yeah, look at this rush. This is great, and they're actually doing some, they're trying to burn away as fast as they can, but again, not the fastest thing. Stork's coming in to tackle. This is like immediately, everybody's doing the right thing. Multiple Apocalypses tackled. First Navy Osprey is dropping and is about to go down.
There goes the first Navy Osprey, so First Blood does indeed go to the Tuskers there. They're immediately swapping their webs over. The next target looks to be another Navy Osprey. I like that. They're also grappling a Stork here. So much control, but damage is now finally starting to apply. Meta Reloaded, trying to take down, it looks like the Apocalypse of Mirachi first. I like it. You need to go with one of these big targets immediately. That's what your Raven Navies are there for. These are torp fit. They'll apply well to a battleship. They won't apply very well to anything smaller than that. They were damped out for a little while as well by these 2 carriers series, so they were not applying for the first few moments, but they have made their way largely over, and this is devolving into a brawl. Another Osprey Navy goes down.
Yep, and Classy is already into almost structure. Massive amounts of damage. We are seeing the difference of an APOC and an APOC Navy issue. Those Ravens were not screened particularly well. Zipped in. First Apocalypse down. It does look like we got full tackle on the other two as well. I think this is about to be the first time that Tuskers actually loses a match in the entire Alliance tournament.
I completely agree with you, and I think that something that we were talking about before this match as well was a potential Loki fit here. The fact is, they were able to web all 3 Navy Ospreys, which both helped with the application, but also prevented those initial tackles. But Raven Navies actually go really, really quickly when they're heating their props and trying to make their way over, and they seemingly did so maybe in enough time to actually just take a win here against these Apocs. Like, Apocalypse, really good ship, but they're not going to hold up to Raven Navy issues.
Yeah, obviously not, as Vandy goes down as well. Last Navy Osprey finally dropping potentially. This might have been one of those situations where the last Apocalypse doesn't have enough DPS. We just watched an Apocalypse lose 20% of its armor in a single volley, which is not a number that you want to be on the receiving end of, as Mirror Chief starts getting absolutely dumpstered. They don't even care about the Logi frigates. They're like, what do these things even have value? We'll just hit them with torpedoes.
So crazy to see both teams. They have each their flagship alive, choosing not to bring it whatsoever, and instead putting it on the line with these comps here, and it is going so well in the favor of Meta Reloaded. They're about to knock down Tuskers' Mirror Chief, and with it, I think that's all of the DPS potential from that team, so we're going to have just a little while of watching these Torp ships blow up smaller things. It's going to take a little bit, I think, but wow. Yeah, what a rush. This one's been so incredibly strong all tournament thus far, really. And again, I feel like these Apocs, they warped at the correct range. They had the right idea early on. They had reasonable screening with the Loki trying its best to keep the tackle off, but it's not enough.
No, it definitely is not. I'm very, very curious to see if this is a classic Tuskers 5-web Loki or not. Maybe this is the one time they were like, you know what, maybe we should not put a web on it, and they didn't have enough to actually stop them, because it seemed to me that the Navy Ravens were almost not screened, and I understand why. They were trying to stop those Storks. Absolute heroes, by the way. They were in there tackling right off the bat, but, I think Tuskers had a plan, and they did everything correct. I just don't think that they expected the ability of people to actually double-click in space when the match starts instead of sitting there for 45 seconds. Very, very unfortunate, but hey, we have ourselves a series. Stole it from you.
No, we definitely do indeed. I thought that this was actually pretty likely to happen, that they might drop a match here, the Tuskers, especially when so many conquest bans are starting to stack up. There's nearly 12 additional ships that are banned, or I think even potentially even more than that they're having to deal with, that their opponents in Meta Reloaded are not, and this one then, therefore it's that much easier for Meta Reloaded to come up with a comp that should work against those things. But now Meta Reloaded are going to struggle from a bit of the same, it looks like, where they're going to lose Raven Navy as an option, as well as these Osprey Navies, Storks, Scalpels. I believe that Raven Navy should still then be open for the Tuskers potentially.
Yes, they can bring actually the exact comp that Meta Reloaded brought here, funnily enough, because Stork is one of the few Lynx destroyers that they still can use. Interestingly enough, this also means that Meta Reloaded cannot bring this. However, we have seen regular Ravens do pretty much just as good, if not better. Very crazy. There's good fights going out in local. I have a feeling that Tuskers has kind of just been like, all right, we're going to take our hands off the keyboard, start talking about our next match. We have a little bit of time to prep, because remember, they do have to do another match in 35 minutes or so. So, now things start. Now the brain juices start flowing.
At the same time, I do think there's an advantage to actually just forcing Meta Reloaded to go around and kill everything and spend as much time as possible sitting here in the arena, simply because Meta Reloaded are likely so exhausted by now, having played so many matches again and again, back to back to back. The Tuskers have likely had more prep time, conversely, but yeah, regardless, it's also cool seeing the Stork here from the Tusker side is actually an armor Lynx Stork. Funny to see that. This is not something you would often see on Tranquility, but you'll specifically see it in these Alliance tournament matches when these conquest bands start stacking up.
That is true. It is most likely it's probably a remote tracking enhancer Stork, actually. I might be totally wrong about that, but the great thing about being here on the commentary is I don't have to deal with the consequences of anything that I say. Right, CCP? But Yes, it does look like Tuskers has chosen to bring everybody as far away as possible. They are going to make Meta Reloaded work for it. Just that little extra bit. You know, maybe they weren't able to damage their comp enough, but they can damage their brains. They can cause psychological distress, and this is the mind games that you really have to get into if you're trying to win the Alliance tournament.
It's not sadism. It's peak EVE Online gameplay right here from the Tuskers. Yeah, forcing them to spend all of their time and effort here in the arena. But at the same time, you don't want to give too much of that to your opponent because it turns out it feels really good when you're winning matches in the arena too.
That is true. Winning is nice. In fact, I would say that on average, winning is better than losing. There's probably a graph for that.
I have a feeling there's a few graphs for that, some of which we've seen already, and some of them that, I don't know, maybe they'll come up with, but they're going to have a lot of time after this one, I think. But yeah, for the meantime, I'm wondering, do you think there's any other ways that the Tuskers could have potentially tried to play this one to change things early on?
I actually think they did everything right. The only thing I can think of, and again, this is one of those ones where you have to know what's coming into you. The carries were relatively wasted points depending on how they were fit. If they did have scramble jambles, you could have coordinated some stuff off the bat, but Tuskers is kind of known for like doing these weird all-in things where they're like, my carries is going to have only damps because clearly we don't actually need to scram anything. I think that they had to screen the way they did, and they did a crazy good job, but the issue is that when you only have only 5 long-range webs and the enemy is rushing you with 8 ships, the math doesn't math out, and those Navy Ravens, look at how fast.
No, they're absurdly fast.
It's like 1,700 meters a second from a Navy Raven now.
We've seen them hitting like 2.1K earlier today, which was pretty incredible ships overall. The fact that they can actually push this aggressively fast, it's so often the case when you see like Osprey Navies scream into the enemy team like right at the beginning that. Yeah, it's going to be a couple seconds before the rest of the bulk of your DPS shows up, but it turns out the Raven Navies always seem to be just like right behind them. It's really impressive stuff from these battleships.
It is. It's very cool. It's a comp that we haven't really ever seen. The last time we saw like an actual battleship rush that was effective was probably the I want to say AT-18 when people were throwing Tempests into Minmatar Rush, but this is definitely a new way of doing things. The resurgence of the Torp is amazing, and again, they're just kind of they're doing a little local PvP because they know that the actual match is over, keeping some psychological damage. We're seeing, interestingly enough, the Ravens aren't really moving all that much. I wonder if they're like, all right, we're going to let you guys finish this. We're going to start theory crafting our next match.
Yeah, indeed. We actually saw one of these electronic warfare frigates, the carries of Beacon Maluf. I did go for the Edge of Glory there, landing at around 209, 210 kilometers, which is, pretty good overall, but they did take the time to say in local, boo, I forgot to offline my plate. They could have gone a little bit faster and potentially gotten a couple more kilometers there, but still a pretty respectable attempt, as you were saying.
No, that's solid. I mean, it's a good number. Numbers over 200 are solid here.
Yep.
Last Bellicose taking a little bit of damage. Thalia is still alive as well. I think that this Bellicose might actually just be burning out of the arena. I can't tell if it's orbiting. It might be orbiting the center right here. But yeah, no, they got some matches cut out for them. So Conquest bands are going to be out on everybody. Things are about to get weird. We could see the same comp from Tuskers. We will not see Navy Ravens again from Meta Reloaded, at least for the foreseeable future. Just wild stuff all around.
Yeah, I still can't help but feel like this is actually really nice for Meta Reloaded, that the comp that they do use to take their first victory in this best of 5 has so few ships in it. It does leave a lot of different options open for them. Of course, this is one of the best comps that they're then losing access to, I believe. I don't think there's many easy swap-outs, swap-ins for Osprey Navies, for example. I think that, you were touching on Ravens earlier. They seemed perfectly reasonable other times when we've seen them. But regardless, we'll see whether or not they do run something similar. And once again, we're passing it back to the desk.
Well, Mystical Might, me and you were right. Going for Meta Reloaded, we followed our hearts. Meta Reloaded taking their first victory in this best of 5 and handing Tuskers their first loss of Alliance Tournament 21. And importantly, Meta managed to only get 4 ships Conquest banned: the Navy Raven, the Navy Osprey, the Stork, and the Scalpel, whereas the Tuskers lost a couple more armor ships, including that Loki that we talked about before. Now, of course, the true winners of this matchup, it's not the Tuskers, of course. It's not Meta Reloaded. It is, in fact, you, Twitch chat. You get another 27 minutes and 47 seconds of us talking at you. And it's 20 minutes past 10 here. We've been going since 1 in the afternoon. And I could use a beer, but luckily I have my very own beer goblin somewhere here. There's mine. Thank you. So I'm going to just crack this one. You guys get one as well.
Thank you.
1 second.
Jesus.
This is the FanFest beer, in case anyone was wondering. It's a pretty cool beer from FanFest.
Hello, sound guy.
Hello, sound guy.
I feel a little bit better now.
I'm not so sad that we are cutting into our drinking time now.
Yes. So, importantly, Meta Reloaded, still in. And the last time this happened, so Tuskers have been here before, twice. They went up 2-0 the last 2 Alliance tournaments. 2 tournaments ago, they then lost 3 matches in a row to Fraternity. I'm sure you remember Mystical Might.
I do.
Last year, they then lost 2 to Truth on the Light and then won the final, giving themselves their first victory since last tournament 14. It's happening again, but which of these 2 stories? Theronth, what do you think? Are Tuskers going to out-Tusker themselves? Because honestly, I think they lost against Fraternity because they got too clever and they tried to get too cute with what they were bringing. They kind of kept things a bit more serious last year with Truth on the Light, and part of me was expecting them to have learned from both of these experiences and deliver a bit more of a solid performance, finishing this one 3-0. I wouldn't have been totally surprised by this at all. But they've just dropped this match, and now they have to come back with the same Conquest bans, and effectively Meta haven't lost that much stuff. So do you think we're hearing like some scrambling on the Tusker side? How do you think it's happening over in their camp?
I think as you have already mentioned, you have already said the key part over there, that sometimes you just get too cute with the setup that you want to bring. I'm not saying that they overestimate the opponent. No way. Meta Reloaded are not the opponent to underestimate. They have proven that they are where they belong in the grand finals of the Alliance Tournament 21. However, sometimes you might just... Again, Misty was talking about the bubble earlier. Maybe in Tusker training bubble, maybe in the free recrafting bubble, Raven Navy loses that particular matchup. Maybe what they thought that they are bringing is going to be a perfect counter, or at least something that does well enough.
Look at these quick bans.
Yeah,
sorry, please continue.
Rapid fire.
Yeah.
Maybe they thought that either the matchup is so good in their favor that they can risk bringing Tech 1 APOC. Either way, it didn't work, obviously. If it had worked, we wouldn't be here talking about it.
Yeah.
I think that now they have that comp at least out, so they don't have to worry about Raven Navy. The only rush setup that is still open is any sort of Nighthawk or Sleipnir based, and with their control being the main and preferred Tusker playstyle, I think it's easier to manage when you don't have 3 bricks that are charging at you with 3000 DPS. Those smaller ships, like Sleipnirs, like Nighthawks, you can string them up more, you can assign tackle to them. I was very sad to see that the Confessors on the Tusker side had no scrams. Those were full dump from the way it looked like. They were sitting at 50 kilometers dumping stuff. Unfortunately, when the rush setup is on top of you, dumping does not help much.
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah. I mean, part of the conversation we had in the last segment was about, the Raven Navy being open, but the fact that Tuskers have shown that they are able to beat that particular setup with their Fleet Cyclones because they were able to stack Guidance Disruptors based on the bans that they put in before, right? We identified that the only real missile battleship that we've seen often, I mean the Typhoon was also open, but the Raven Navy was the only real one that we've seen frequently. So I am surprised that they decided to run the AAA POC double carries, and I think that it again highlights the importance of having these screening scrams.
I think it would be much easier if they had the scrams, but
yes, it would have been significantly easier, right? If you can keep the Raven Navies off of you, or if you even slow down the Navy Ospreys when they're burning in and only one of your APOCs gets kind of left behind in that bid to get away, it does slow down the rate at which you will begin to lose your ships. And it's not the first time that we've seen teams kind of ignore or forget about scrams and opt to use those mid-slots for something else. We saw it with deteriorated Spar guests as well, where they opted to not fit defensive scrams, and again, they got rushed. So I think it is important when these rushes are open that you have the ability to split them up and slow them down.
Yeah, and I think Tuskers need to go away from this and sort of calm down, zen. Just take a walk around your computer. Like, half the team are not going to be doing the banning. They're going to be sitting waiting. There'll be a couple of people in a room discussing the banning. All the bans are now in. The rest of the team just be waiting to find out if they're going to fly, what they're going to be flying in. But everyone just needs to chill the fuck out and get ready to come back and play in another cool match.
They also have the deep roster, maybe swap somebody out, get some fresh pilots in.
Yep, exactly. That's a very good point. So before we move on from talking about the Raven Navy, we can actually look at some stats. So like usage in tournaments over time. So this is the Raven Navy issue. So you can see it's got a pretty... honestly, that's a pretty respectable win-loss ratio, considering it's a very much all-in type comp. But look at that gigantic spike in AT-21. Not the most used ship historically in the tournaments. It's expensive. It's very, very specific. Just in this particular meta, Theron Phalarex, it's been very popular. Desync using it a whole bunch. I mean, what really changed? Like you mentioned earlier on about the change to surgical strike, but is that the only thing that's making the Raven Navy so popular?
The point discount. I think both the 38 points, which is, I'm not sure if it isn't the cheapest available Navy battleship currently in the tournament.
I believe it is.
Yeah. Compared with the no lack of targets for the Torp as a weapon system, has pushed this into the new Rush meta setup compared to the Hams and Sleipnirs.
I think it's also because the Raven Navy issue doesn't suffer from the same thing that other torpedo battleships would suffer from, which is just the minimal range, right? If you had other battleships and you get tackled off, you're just unable to really apply your damage at range, whereas with the Raven Navy issues, depending on the fits, you're able to hit out to 60, 70, 80 kilometers and still do really good DPS. Yep. So I think that's also... It's kind of like a guarantee that even if you do start to get tackled down, you're not completely out of the match. I think that's also another reason why we've been seeing it.
Yeah, they're also relatively mobile for such high DPS battleships. Like a lot of the battleships historically for Rush comps have been armor-based, things like Vindicators, the Megathron Navy issue, and so on. These are armor ships, and armor ships tend to be slower than shield ships by virtue of fitting armor tank, like plates and so on. Of course, with a shield Rush, you're not going to bother doing that. You're going to fit all shield tank, so those ships are still going to be relatively mobile. You can close the distance quicker, and I mean we saw there in the Meta Reloaded comp 3 Navy Ravens, 3 Navy Ospreys. That is a huge amount of DPS right there, and then they have just a couple of Storks for links and Scalpels. They didn't really need any fancy little sort of screening tackle ships. They just barreled in.
I think in a Conquest ban kind of scenario as well, having a comp that only uses 4 different types of hulls is an incredibly efficient way of approaching the series. It means that they still have basically everything open. This is like a free win, right?
Yes.
And I guess Tuskers probably also are treating it like that because they're at the point now where they are reaching into their 3rd or 4th best setups based on what is even available by the time that they actually get past the banning phase, right? So they're like, okay, we lose this. If they'd come with something like the medium gun spam, then it may have been an easier matchup for them to win. But I don't think they're going to be too cut up about not winning this 3rd match.
No, so they still have, just to be clear, they still have the championship point, as I like to call it, which is they just need to win 1 match and they win the whole thing. Meta Reloaded have to win another 2 matches in order to do that. Now, ideally for Meta, they win 1 more match and then push it to the 5th, and then on the 5th match, all Conquest bans disappear. And it essentially becomes just a regular best of 1, just like you had on day 1, just like you had in the feeders. Winner moves on, except this time, you don't just move on, you win the entire Alliance tournament, and if you lose, you're done. Like, that's it. I mean, you come 2nd, which is pretty good, but you don't get another go. You're just out.
It is great to get to that point for Meta Reloaded. However, then Tuskers have the full arsenal of ships that back at their disposal. So... they cannot stop considering that when they get to that point. It's great to be at the tournament point in a best of 5, but they have to still remember what Tuskers have fielded before, what were the what was their ban sequence, and try to adapt as well as they can, because all of those typhoons, they are coming back.
All right, can we get the bans back up briefly as well, and we'll talk a little bit more about this. So I want to go over all the Conquest bans, and again, just to be clear, Conquest bans are only against the team that won with them. So, for example, Meta Reloaded, they cannot bring the Raven Navy issue, the Osprey Navy issue, the Stork, or the Scalpel. Tuskers are able to bring those. Now, in this instance, Meta chose to ban the Raven Navy, so that means that neither team can bring it, of course. So they're still using a ban on the Raven Navy, even though they themselves can't use it, because they see it as scary enough that they don't want their opponent to use it either. So when you're doing this banning phase, you have to keep in mind that there's also different bans for each team. So get your pen and papers out. I'm going to read them out to you. So for Meta Reloaded, they cannot bring, in addition to what you see here, the Raven Navy, the Osprey Navy, the Stork, and the Scalpel. So pretty efficient, as you mentioned. Only 4 Conquest bans. Tuskers, they've won 2 matches, so they have more, and they've used a wider variety of ships as well. So they have lost access to the Molus, the Inquisitor, the Vigil, the Hugin, the Typhon Fleet issue, the Magus, the Crucifier, the Magnate Navy issue, the Eos, the Guardian, the Confessor, and the Balgorn. Of course, their Balgorn is a flag. They can still bring that if they want. It still dodges the ban. With the Rapier banned, they've lost access to the Vigil. The Hugin is banned because of Conquest. There's not really much in terms of like long-range webs. They've still got the Hyena available there on Valarax.
There is Hyena, there is a Kruor, there is a Trashimu.
There is a Loki.
There is a Loki. They've lost with it, so it means they can still bring
True,
it.
you are correct.
And there is a flagship Balgorn.
And the flagship Balgorn is a webby boy.
It is a webby boy.
And we have lost now one of the flag killer comps, potentially.
Yes. So that was one of the things we talked about when evasive maneuvering were flying against the Tuskers. In fact, we said it on the desk. We said, chances are Tuskers are going to bring a flagship in this next match. Do you bring, as evasive maneuvering, some sort of flagship headshot comp, take the loss, go into the lower bracket, and then come back up without Tuskers having their flagship? Perhaps they should have done that. Of course, a bit too late.
So, have we ever had this discussion on the Volta team whenever we've been going up against, maybe your Hydras or your PLs, and we've been like, yeah, we'll just bring a flagship headshot comp, and then they don't bring a flagship, and we're like, I
vaguely remember a Scorpion Navy dying that ended up having no purple mods.
Yeah, yes, exactly. That is a massive gamble. It is better if you field a comp like this one, where if you do encounter the flagship, you're able to kill it, but then hopefully you can also win the rest of the match. I think going in with the pure intention of trying to kill a flagship isn't necessarily the best idea, because there's no guarantee that the other team will field it, even if you try and ban them into using it by leaving open a strong comp.
Well, I mean, we saw here like the Raven Navy flown by Meta successfully into Tuskers can be successful. So even if it's not a flagship team, like we didn't see the Balgorn there, of course it was flown completely differently.
Was the Raven Navy issue banned in the second match?
That'd be very difficult for them to bring it if it was.
Well, that's why I'm asking, because that's when we saw the
Balgorn appear.
Balgorn in this particular series. Yep. I know we're talking about evasive maneuvering now.
I see the second match.
Yes.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. So many matches.
You meant the second, and I thought the third.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let me scroll back in my little list of stuff.
Aren't we on the third match now?
Yeah. See, welcome to my where I am. Yes, it was banned. The Raven issue was banned by Meta themselves, actually.
I see. Okay.
So they were the ones choosing not to bring it. We can look at a quick graph of win rate of battleship class ships in Alliance Tournament finals. So this is across the last 3 days. Just to be clear, when we say the finals, we mean this whole broadcast production from Friday until now. So you can see here the win rate percentage is in blue versus appearances in red. So the most appearances coming from the Armageddon Navy issue. That kind of makes sense. It's been one of the most popular ships. APOC Navy has been coming in quite heavy as well. But the Raven Navy, when it appears, it has the highest win rate percentage. Theron, is it just that difficult to win against? Or, I mean, we've seen it banned a lot, obviously, but we have also seen teams just control it down. I mean, Tuskers themselves did it with a pretty good control comp. Why is it so much more successful here?
I think it might be to the case that now that particular comp, it's not maybe the Raven Navy itself only, but now it can use real ship to tackle for those Ravens, like Osprey Navies, or if that was banned, a Caracal Navy would do, probably. So the whole comp here contributes to the win rate percent of the Raven Navy. And also I think that the teams have gotten smart actually at using it. They don't bring it. They ban it strategically. Like I think that Meta Reloaded banned Raven Navy specifically because they knew that they want to bring their flagship of Armageddon Navy into the second match of this series. And I think that teams who know when to use this ship contribute to this percentage ratio that we see on the screen right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also interested to see what the current predictions are like in Twitch chat, because in the last match, it was very much 75% of people favouring Tuskers, and it was a great points redistribution on Twitch, with over 6.5 million disappearing from some people and being reallocated to the other lot.
Disappointing to hear that 75% of Twitch chat, knowing that the correct answer was Meta,
we told you as well,
went for Tuskers.
Also, I want to take a brief moment to personally and individually single out and call out Moderator for he, on the first match for the Tuskers, bet his 200,000 channel points.
That's a good point.
I got very animated when it was...
He had faith.
Yes. Then on the second match, he bet his 250,000 channel points. Had faith again. Do you know what he did in the third match?
What did you do,
What did you do, Moderator?
Come.
Why don't you come and tell the poor people? What did you do?
What did you do?
I bet nothing because I knew they would bring Raven Navies and lose.
No faith.
Head.
you leave my bandstick alone, sir. So, just personally calling our Moderator for having no faith in his own team.
Yes, exactly. It's fine. He wanted to see the full series, so you know.
Yeah. I mean, you could have just bet against them. He's going, yeah, I probably should have done that.
Yeah, he is nodding.
He is nodding aggressively.
A lot.
Yeah.
You can stop nodding now, it's okay.
Yeah. Put your clothes back on, Jesus. Jesus, man. All right, so we have 5 minutes till this next match. Can we get the bands back up once again, please, Mr. Band Guy? Thank you so much. So, Theronth, you've been here a number of times when you're deep into tournaments, you have Conquest bands against you. Put yourself in the position of the Tuskers, all right? You know your Conquest bands, and if you don't, you can read them off my screen because there's a lot of them. What are you thinking of bringing here? Like, you've dropped one match. Hopefully you're not getting tilted, but what are we bringing? What are Tuskers going to bring? They have a flagship Balgorn, but not a huge amount left to support it.
Something stable. We, at this point, they really don't want this to get to the tournament point. So a comp that they have well practiced, a comp that they know that can deal with anything that Meta Reloaded has, including the flagships potentially, and just a good comp at this point that that they're confident in. There isn't like a magical thing that they can bring, like a great advice they can give in a situation like that. They have to stay calm, stick to their guns, pick something that they are capable of executing well, and just go with it and see how it ends up.
Yeah, I think it's been interesting as well watching the meta develop between armor and shield, not just this year, but over previous years. And we have a graph we can throw up, which is actually going to show you this, the win rate of shield and armor comps over time. And this goes all the way back to Alliance Tournament 17. And I find this one quite interesting because you can see back in olden days, like I imagine a lot of this is to do with rush comps back then around Alliance Tournament 8 being quite popular. Then you see the dominance of armor start to really take over. It's quite even for a while. Alliance Tournament 14 very much a little bit of a favour of shield, and then I remember this period quite well. The continuous armor control meta, it was just like shield was just really underpowered most of the time by comparison to armor control. Mr. Gomad, you look like you disagree.
This is the win rate. Red is the shield comps.
Why would they do this?
I just thought I would. I thought I would just point that out.
I told you not to anger the band guy.
I angered the
He's in
band guy.
cahoots with Stats guy.
This was armor control. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And then this was
shield rush. And this is shield. Nighthawk buff.
And this is Barguest Online.
Yep.
What happened here?
Are we looking at 18 or 19? No.
18.
18?
Nope.
Still rushes.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, I see what's happened. This is actually kind of funny. The graph is abbreviated ATXVIII. because it couldn't fit the extra I, you put a dot. Interesting. The actual percentages, by the way, this is where I actually kind of wanted to get to. I know we waffled along a bit, but if you go look right along at the end, where it actually matters because it's now, shield comp win rate is just 50.98%, and armor comp is 49.69. And I did have a look, and this is the closest one.
Nice.
This is the closest to 50-50.
I think, by the way, the whole era from 80-10 until 13, it was carried by Sleipnir.
Yes, that is a good point. That was we talked about that the other day. Actually, we had some graphs as well showing the usage of Sleipnirs over the time. Flagkiller, of course, was also super popular for a very long time. No one brought it this time, so we didn't get to play the video. So you guys all lose out.
Maybe this one, maybe this time.
Maybe they have the option to do the funniest thing and just bring Flagkiller.
You know what? I'm gonna just make a prediction. You haven't asked. I'm gonna do it anyway. Tuskers banned a bunch of missile battleships again. I assume they're gonna stack GDs, or they might even try and run back the same comp that they had before.
Makes sense.
We could just see like triple Raven, triple something fast and high damage, and they might just do like scalpels. No, Kirins, whatever the one that isn't banned.
They might also do a Sleipnir itself.
Yeah,
the rush is still
I was
open.
just checking to see if they could do it.
Outperform.
Sleipnir's in the grand final. It's a possibility.
Yeah.
And we're just 1 minute away. So, again, Tuskers, just to reiterate, they have the championship point. They win this match, they win it all. Meta are holding on. If they can win this, they force it to the final match, match number 5, and a potential to reverse sweep the defending champions. Can they do it? We'll find out in just a moment, so let's hand over to the arena for potentially the last time.
And welcome back. We are here again, and it seems that Meta Reloaded has used the secret tech of, despite being Conquest banned, bringing the same comp back again. And in fact, this time I think it might actually be a little bit better because they have a Basilisk.
Things are definitely heating up here in the arena, and it's pretty spicy, I have to say. They are absolutely proving me wrong. I was saying I wasn't sure if they were going to have the ability to slot these replacements for ships like those Osprey Navy issues, and as well as the Raven Navy issues, but turns out they have found a really reasonable chunk of ships here. Caracal Navy issue. In some cases, it's a little bit worse than those Osprey Navies, but perfectly serviceable in that role. Triple Raven, they're going to be plenty strong. We were talking about that ship earlier. You think it's excellent. And yeah, we were also talking about this flagship that's now fielded from the Tuskers. It could be a dead flag ball.
Yes, Twitch chat, we know what you want to know. And yes, that is the Tuskers flagship. Tuskers once again taking the cowardly but intelligent path of warping in at 50. We might see an exact repeat because there's actually less long-range webs than there was last time. That's a tongue twister right there. The match has started, and once again, we immediately see, look at how synced. Look at those Raven Navy issues. They all are moving at the exact same time, the exact same speed. That is a thing of beauty.
They absolutely are, and the Raptor was screaming in to find initial tackle, and yes, they are going after that flag Balgorn immediately. Raptor putting everything onto it, saying, I am the sacrifice here. If you try to kill me, you're likely to be able to, but not before I find a critical tackle, and those Ravens are already in. They're starting to apply to this flag ball. Do you think the Balgorn can survive this?
No.
No.
No. That's come on now. Now, I will say if there is any ship that could do it, it would be the Tuskers flag Balgorn. That being said, torpedoes hit very hard. Ravens are only very, very slightly less DPS than a Raven Navy issue. They traded the Raptor. The Caracal Navy is going down, but that flagship is just getting completely crushed. And Tuskers might be about to do the funniest thing and just feed.
I mean, it's entirely possible, but they've traded so far. They've killed a Caracal Navy. Balgorn still holding for the time being. He dropped actually pretty low, did Mirachiv for a moment, but clawing back a ton of armor hit points here. And I think the longer this goes on, if there is a reactive armor hardener, it might start, making its way to the correct resistance types. As I say that, different type of missiles does come in. I think they're trying to mix and match now to deny that potential.
Yeah, this is actually crazy. Mirachiv holding on now. Things are starting to break. I am wondering if heat is starting to drop here. Caracal Navy issue holding on for dear life. The Basilisk is so powerful, and every once in a while, you can see why. Caracal does finally go down, but I'm wondering if the heat has been used up. The damage has already been done. I say that Mirror Chief reps like 25% of its armor in one cycle. Has to be some officer reps on there supporting those two deacons.
Oh yeah, I can guarantee you there's absolutely officer reps here. No expenses being spared by the Tuskers flag Balgorn. This is a tournament winning team. They can spend on it, and they're getting every single EHP worth from those reps that it does have. Again, there's some jam attempts here on deacons. I believe that's Hornet EC300s that are trying to make that happen, but they're not landing right this moment. The Balgorn is so close to going down. He's in hull.
Yeah, the Balgorn is in hull, bleeding hull. One last rep coming off, 15% armor, 38% structure, rapidly dropping 6% armor, 16% armor, 10% structure. The next volley will probably do it. I lied. It was the second volley that got him. So the flag Balgorn of the Tuskers is down. All three Ravens are still alive. However, that Basilisk is actually tackled. Maybe got in a little bit too close. Tuskers could pull this back. There is still absolutely massive amounts of gun DPS on field.
That Balgorn survived forever. I don't think that either of us thought it was going to survive particularly long after those initial volleys came in, but tanking like an absolute champ did Mirachieve. That's a dead flag ball. I'm sure we'll see it on Z-Kill shortly. That's going to be pretty expensive, but it might be a really good trade here if they're able to take the win because of all of those additional rep cycles they were able to get off. Basilisk dropping now from Cucumber Roll. Everything seems like it might actually be going again in Tuskers' way. The Ravens, completely untouched for the time being, but they're losing all of their support here, and they're struggling to apply into these smaller size ships.
Yeah, weirdly enough, the Ravens appear to have forgotten that torpedoes actually aren't that good at shooting non-battleships. Somehow this Ragequit is living, and I think that while at the time ignoring the Deacons was the correct move, this might turn into one of those matches where keeping those alive is going to win it for him. I never thought that a Ragequit would be the thing that would be tanking everything, and I believe that Meta might be thinking, oh no, we should probably switch to these absolutions. So it looks like they are swapping over to Wex, doing a little bit more work on Wex. There's a chance that this dies, trying to spread some damage onto the Deacons. The Heron Navy issue taking a little bit of damage, and they are Tuskers is now working on Chadwick's Raven.
That they indeed are. The fact that that Basilisk drop specifically, I think, is probably the worst thing that happened here overall. They were okay trading those Caracal Navies. That did represent a lot of their potential for going after some of these smaller targets, though. But the moment they lose that Basilisk, they lose the staying power that they have in this fight. And meanwhile, the logistics is still up here for the Tuskers. And again, they are just not breaking. Black Star 13's Deacon is in armor at this point, but again, clawing back HP. The Deacon of Jaeger keeps repping them whenever it's needed. When damage comes into one of the other major targets here from the Tuskers, they just rep it right up.
Yeah, I can't tell what is Meta just not applying anything? Are they not attacking the right target? Like, what's going on here? Because nothing is dying, and I feel like they shouldn't be applying this low, but maybe, I think they don't have any target painters left. They're just trying to do as much damage as they can. It's an absolution moving at like 2 MS though. Like, tell your missiles to hit harder. Chadwick goes down.
Chadwick's Raven drops, and there's just 2 DPS ships left here for Meta Reloaded, and I think this might be their last moments in the Alliance Tournament arena here. They're going to tank it out. They're going to put whatever missiles left they have into this team of the Tuskers here, but I do think that the Tuskers just traded an incredibly expensive Balgorn for 20 more prize ships of each of the Skua and the Anhinga here.
Yeah, I think that, you know what, Tuskers is going to get a somewhat, very, very, very barely bittersweet victory here. Losing the flag bow, not super cool, but hey, you know what, I'm pretty sure one prize ship usually pays for most of it, and 40 of them is going to definitely do what's needed to be done. We are seeing Verpio start to drop. Somehow a Ragequit tanked 3 Torpedo Ravens. Tuskers pulling this off despite losing the most important ship on their team.
Absolutely incredible stuff here from the Tuskers. Just, yeah, wow. What deserving champions we're going to have here. We're now seeing the remaining ships from Meta Reloaded make their way out of the arena. It looks like, no, they're gonna milk their time in it still, but definitely burning away from the rest of that comp. And yeah, I think they actually might have stolen the loot here from the Balgorn, and the Tuskers want it back.
I could see that. That would be a little funny. It's got a pretty big loot drop, but steal the loot and make them at least roll the dice 1 or 2 more times here. Tuskers running after trying to catch that Alexander Torringen in the Raven, who is heading towards the edge of glory. I think you're right. They might have taken the loot and they're trying to boundary with it so that Tuskers doesn't get it back.
No, indeed, they are saying in local, easy loot, so I do think that's exactly the case. The Raven likely just stole it and is saying, no, this is mine. I might go down with it with the most expensive Raven lost mail potentially here. Heron Navy of Svein is also dropping. It's just Alexander Korringen left between the Tuskers and their second back-to-back then finish here, first place, Alliance Tournament 21.
Yeah, the two-peat, which is also known as a repeat for people that like to not use math. But yes, Alexander Torringen still heading towards the edge of glory. They're about 30 kilometers away, not webbed, and actually tackle has just dropped. So I'm pretty sure Alexander has at least some of the loot. We will find out once we see the kill mail. But they are MWDing straight there as fast as they possibly can. Tuskers, if you want to get your flagship loot back, you might want to get some tackle on that guy because he's about to kind of take away that little tiny bit of loot that you guys might have. There's the web. All right, there we go.
There they are indeed. It's nice to get back your loot. And again, I'm sure that is an incredibly expensive Balgorn. And if you don't have to throw away the modules, why would you? And I think they're going to be able to kill Alexander Korringen here before he's able to escape. Yeah, we do see indeed a cargo container being jettisoned here. I think they are indeed leaving it back. But yeah, amazing stuff. It was such a good attempt here from Meta Reloaded. I think they gave it everything they had. I loved in match one all of the crazy smart plays that they were trying to make, even with that undermanned setup. Turns out it can be an advantage, but Tuskers finding their way around it, taking down this Raven, and that is it. Tuskers are champion here, and for the last time, we're passing it back to the desk.
Congratulations to the Tuskers, your Alliance Tournament 2021, not 2021, just 21 champions. Look, it's been a long day, man.
We've gone back in time.
The champions, the Tuskers Co. They're only the fourth team in the history of the Alliance in 21 runnings of this event. They're the fourth team ever to go back-to-back. They join Band of Brothers, they join Pandemic Legion, and they join Vidra Reloaded as the only other teams who have ever gone back-to-back. There is even fewer teams that have got 3 victories to their name. It is literally just Band of Brothers, Pandemic Legion, and the Tuskers Co. This is a exalted group now, the Tuskers are in. And of course, they're showing no sign of slowing down. We could see a triple repeat. We could see more. We could see a 4th Tuskers victory next year, perhaps. I'm joined by CCP Thunder Daddy, CCP Zelus himself, the man,
Why,
the
thank
maestro.
you.
What an exciting tournament.
It was absolutely an incredible set of matches this year. It's been phenomenal watching it all and seeing everybody play it. And seeing you guys commentate it, analyze it, been breathtaking, honestly.
Yeah, and of course, it's just you that runs the tournament, right? You're
it's just me. Only, yeah, it's just me. 27 arms and 33 legs. I didn't do the math. Don't worry. I told you. I heard it was banned this year.
Math is banned.
Yeah,
this is math especially banned.
Yeah, but
vibes only.
Yeah, so this tournament doesn't happen without the help of everybody. I normally invite everybody on, so please come join me. All these wonderful people help make the Alliance tournament what it is. My ear! Without them, it doesn't happen. So honestly, thank you very much, everybody.
I mean, I also want to say thank you to the viewers, you guys out there. Without you, this is what we're doing this for. But most importantly, the competitors. everyone who scrimmed, everyone who went into the feeders, everyone who was just a practice partner who didn't fly in the main tournament, Eve rookies who were running open practices for people, all the teams that had people that were helping them, theory crafting, every single one of them, this does not happen without you. You are the heart and soul of this tournament, and we thank you for it. I have been CCP Overload once again. You've been watching Alliance Tournament 21, and we will see you next year.
Let's go, Tuskers!